A legendary hero, an absolute ruler, standing triumphant atop a battlefield, his very name once struck fear into the hearts of his enemies. The gleam of his legendary blade, a symbol of unmatched power, almost blinding in its brilliance. A majestic castle, a testament to his reign, stands as a monument to his achievements. He addresses a massive crowd, his voice carrying across the square, a leader of men, commanding respect and admiration. Legends whispered through the ages, tales of the Demon King's defeat, of countless lives saved by miraculous healers, and of those who pursued absolute strength. But our protagonist, a figure shrouded in mystery, stands apart. His back is to us, a silent observer of these legendary figures. A scoff escapes his lips. Pathetic, he sneers, his contempt palpable. They can all go to hell. A powerful fist connects with a young boy's face. The impact echoes through the desolate landscape. A brutal initiation, a harsh welcome to a world that cares little for weakness. To survive, he must become stronger than any of these legends. A young man, clad in rags, kneels before two figures, a regal woman and a stoic, older man. The scene is set in a desolate, rocky landscape. Meanwhile, a vibrant, cheerful woman with bright blue hair holds a glowing object, a look of wonder on her face. "What's this?" she exclaims, her voice filled with childlike delight. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a terrifying plunge into a fiery pit. Bound and helpless, a man screams, "I would just be thrown into a pit of fire later." The lion-headed trainer's voice booms, "They would then spout crap like it's for your own good." The flames roar, a terrifying spectacle. A shadowy figure stands before a group of indistinct figures, their forms barely visible in the dim light. A voice, heavy with sorrow, whispers, "These scars that have slowly accumulated within my soul." The protagonist stands alone in a vast, empty hall, the shadows of legendary heroes stretching behind him. A sense of isolation hangs heavy in the air. His eyes blaze with a newfound determination. A sinister smile spreads across his face. "I will say goodbye to them soon." He stands tall, bathed in golden light, a stark contrast to the darkness he's just left behind. The name Davy appears below him, a whisper of his identity. The scene shifts to two women, one with purple hair, the other with blue. The purple-haired woman sighs, "But he's still so weak. I should have kept him in the pit of fire longer." The blue-haired woman whines, "Sigh, how long are you planning on having me call you Nuna?" "For thousands of years." A close-up on the protagonist's face, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. He stands before a grand audience, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The air crackles with anticipation. The purple-haired woman watches from the balcony, a mixture of anger and apprehension etched on her face. "Humph," she scoffs, her displeasure evident. The protagonist's gaze hardens. "Whatever, goodbye Davy," he declares, his voice carrying a finality that chills the onlookers. His crimson eyes burn with an unwavering resolve. "For as long as you live," he seems to say. He turns his back on them, a lone figure against the opulent backdrop of the palace. A slow, deliberate step, each footfall echoing in the silent hall. The weight of his decision settles heavily. The crowd erupts in a cacophony of cheers and gasps, a mixture of awe and disbelief. Even the lion-headed trainer looks surprised. But the protagonist's expression remains unchanged. "Let us never see each other again." A blinding light engulfs him, a radiant burst of energy that leaves only a shimmering trail in its wake. A blinding flash. The world explodes in a kaleidoscope of light. A vibrant green crystal, pulsating with energy, is the focal point of this radiant chaos. A medical foreline, a pale arm, the scene shifts subtly, yet the mystery deepens. The faintest of whispers, a soft sigh escapes his lips as he drifts into unconsciousness. His body screams in protest. "Damn it," he groans, muscles seizing, eyes struggling to open. "My body is totally stiff," he cries out in pain. A wave of exhaustion washes over him, the world fades to a blurry haze. He gives up, surrendering to the overwhelming fatigue. Sleep claims him. The opulent room, a grand chandelier casting soft light, a sense of regal comfort surrounds him. A framed portrait catches the eye, a family portrait, hinting at a past life, a forgotten identity. Davy Alrone. The name echoes with a regal air. A prince of the Rhone kingdom, nestled on the eastern side of the Taiwanese continent. A seemingly idyllic existence. Reflected in a portrait, a young boy basking in the warmth of his family. But appearances can be deceiving. Reborn into this life, he felt joy, the luxury, the title. I am a prince, he declared, a naive belief in a world far more complex than he imagined. That initial euphoria shatters. The gilded cage reveals its bars. Okay. I take back what I said about luxury. The reality hits hard. A past happiness, now a distant memory. Why was he so foolish then? He ponders, lost in thought. A poisoned chalice. The carefree days are over. The weight of his new reality settles upon him. The harsh truth dawns, a target for enemies, always vulnerable. Weakness invites exile. A lone figure on horseback, an arrow piercing the air, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk. And the chilling conclusion, let's end it at that. A new chapter begins, shrouded in uncertainty. A weak cough racks Davy's body, his eyes flutter open in a dimly lit room. The harsh reality of his situation hits him, he's still recovering, frail and vulnerable. But his resolve remains unshaken. What I need to do now is to recover my body, he thinks, a steely glint returning to his eyes. Everything else can wait. A soft moan escapes his lips, a quiet determination settles over him as he gathers his strength. Everyone, just wait, he whispers, a promise hanging in the air. His gaze sharpens, a predatory glint replacing the weakness. I will face you all with this body, he vows, a chilling resolve hardening his features. The image of his enemies flashes before his eyes. A young archer, perched atop a horse, surveys the landscape, her expression is one of grim determination, a warrior's focus etched onto her face. She is ready. A close-up reveals a fierce intensity in her eyes, a cold fire burning within. That has been trained by heroes for 1,000 years, the caption proclaims, underscoring her unwavering resolve. A lone figure sits, shoulders slumped, the quiet sniffles echoing in the desolate landscape. A pair of feet approach. So this is where you were, newbie. Why so serious? The newcomer's words hang in the air, a stark contrast to the previous scene's quiet despair. A boisterous laugh rings out. I've heard about your situation. Seems like they gave you a pretty good beating this time. That sight was quite the spectacle. Ha ha ha. A flashback of happier times, laughter, camaraderie, and shared smiles. Just to be disappointed when they find out I'm just a worthless brat. He recoils, a wave of discomfort washing over him. They looked at me as if I were an insect. I felt uncomfortable. But I was too scared to say anything. A simmering rage ignites within him. You don't even know how fed up I am. He clenches his fists, a lion-like figure looming before him. I didn't come here because I wanted to. What am I supposed to do? Newbie, lost in thought, murmurs to himself, isn't this what we've been thinking about day and night? Suddenly, a hand grabs him roughly. Cheer up, newbie, the voice booms, startling him. Newbie is confused, sputtering, what? A powerful figure appears, offering a helping hand. I've decided to lend you a hand. To begin with, there's no reason for me to laugh at you since it's not your fault. The imposing figure continues, I will handle it since we're family now. Newbie recoils, what do you mean family? I don't even know who you are. The figure reveals himself, my name is Hercules. Hercules explains, in other words, I'm a survival expert. Newbie is skeptical, survival, what? Hercules declares, from today onwards, I will train that body of yours. Panting, Newbie awakens in an opulent chamber. The air is thick with the scent of old money and forgotten secrets. A strange green liquid drips from an amphor bag, a chilling reminder of her ordeal. Her eyes flutter open, a single thought piercing the fog of her mind, that's right. A sigh escapes her lips, the weight of her return settling heavily upon her shoulders. The majestic spires of a castle pierce the azure sky, a breathtaking panorama unfolds before her. A grand entrance, hinting at the mysteries within. Newbie's gaze drifts to the door, a question forming in her mind: how long has it been since I woke up? She recalls a blurry image of a maid, the only person who tended to her during her long slumber. A realization dawns: of course it would be like this. A smirk plays on her lips, a hint of mischief in her eyes. Just one maid? Interesting. The grand hall of the castle, opulent yet somehow cold, a heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the faint creak of an unseen door. Ah, yes, that's right. A quiet comfort settles in as the maid approaches, her presence a gentle balm in the vast emptiness. She sleeps soundly, unaware of the passage of time, a soft breath, a gentle rise and fall of her chest. A groan escapes her lips, a slow awakening from a long slumber. Weakness clings to her like a shroud. With a surge of determination, she pushes herself up, a small victory against the lingering effects of her ordeal. There's something she needs to check, a quiet resolve settles on her face, a determined glint in her eyes. Her fingers trace the numbers on the calendar, a sudden jolt of realization. The dial spins, revealing a date. 278 Baldus, the weight of time pressing down. From the moment she was struck by that arrow, 6 years have passed, the sheer scale of the time lost hits her with the force of a physical blow. A crimson stain blossoms in the tall grass, a stark contrast to the fiery sunset. An arrow pierces the air, narrowly missing its target. The hunter, young and agile, leaps to safety. A lone figure on horseback watches from afar, a silent observer in the fading light. 6 years. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark revelation that shatters Newbie's reality. Her eyes wide with disbelief, a plate clutched in her trembling hand. A close-up on a determined mouth. The resolve is palpable, a silent vow to overcome. In a luxurious bedroom, Newbie lies in bed, her gaze fixed on her frail hand, a stark reminder of her weakness. But her inner voice rings clear: I can't go back to being pathetic. In order to prevent that, I need to recover quickly. The maid's hand hovers over Newbie, a gentle touch, a silent promise of care and support. Davy raises his hands, and a radiant green light erupts, a divine energy flows from his very being. Within a temple, bathed in the soft glow of candlelight, a woman observes. Her expression is one of mild surprise, a hint of skepticism in her eyes. Your holy power is quite average, Davy, she states, her voice calm yet firm, but there's a glimmer of hope in her words. But, you can still become the best in terms of wielding that power, she adds, a hint of encouragement in her tone. Davy looks unconvinced. No way. Don't lie to me so that you can get me to clean the temple, you little, Davy exclaims, his frustration evident, the tension ratchets up. A blinding flash of golden light engulfs the scene, holy power. The power of a god, a being of purity and health, is revealed. Davy kneels in awe before this divine presence. A sacred power, granted only to those loved by the gods, a divine gift. The story of Daphne, the girl accepted by God, unfolds, her dedication and hard work over centuries to master this power. Frustration etched on Davy's face, he lies in bed, his new body refusing to obey his commands. However, just like when I tried to stand up with this body. A familiar frustration boils over. It's probably going to take some time for me to be able to use my true strength. His inner turmoil is palpable, he clenches his jaw, a silent scream of impatience. He wills his body to move, a desperate plea echoing in his mind, please move. Don't be so lazy. But his attempts are met with the same frustrating stillness. Even the most basic healing ability refuses to cooperate. The ornate bedroom, a testament to his new, unfamiliar life, offers no solace. The command, restore, hangs heavy in the air, a desperate whisper against the silence. A sigh escapes Davy's lips, a sound of defeat, but even in this moment of despair, a flicker of defiance remains. Normally I would just give up here, but... A sudden interruption. A voice, sharp and laced with menace, cuts through his resignation. Hey! A sinister smile spreads across the face of his unseen companion. The threat is clear, chillingly direct: get a move on before I kill you. A burst of golden light, feathers scattering like confetti, heralds a powerful intervention. Whoosh! A source of that light is revealed, a young woman, wings shimmering, her eyes alight with mischievous glee. Nice! I can't miss this opportunity. With a final surge of radiant energy, the healing is complete. Davy's body is restored, the light fading to leave him revitalized and ready. Feathers drift through the air, a soft whisper of magic, a gentle cleansing. The remnants of a powerful healing dissipate. More feathers settle on the floor, each one a testament to the energy that flowed. A sigh escapes Davy's lips. I finally did it, he breathes, a triumphant whisper. He pushes himself up, his body revitalized, stronger than ever before. He's in a luxurious bedroom, the opulence a stark contrast to his recent struggles. But the lingering exhaustion reminds him, as for the rest of my skills, I can get them after I've recovered. He rises, a newfound determination in his eyes. He steps towards the window and gazes out at the sprawling city below. A new dawn breaks, promising adventure. A smile spreads across his face. It's been a while. A mischievous grin spreads across his face, eyes gleaming with wicked delight. A hand shoots upward, a blur of motion. And with a triumphant flourish, he raises both arms to the heavens. From his balcony, overlooking a sprawling kingdom, he cries out, "Praise the sun!" Pure, unadulterated joy explodes from him, a soundless scream of pure bliss. A maid, witnessing this scene from below, stares in utter shock. Her eyes widen, a mix of confusion and disbelief painting her face. Prince? The maid's face crumples, tears welling up. I'd rather be dead right now, she thinks, her heart pounding in her chest. A stethoscope touches skin, the rhythmic thump-thump of a heartbeat filling the silent room. You're quite the strange one. The royal doctor, Ramses, observes, his brow furrowed in thought. The examination reveals something unexpected. A soft smile plays on her lips, a subtle hint of relief and quiet joy. The doctor's question hangs in the air: is there perhaps any injury that I didn't notice? Davy's response is reassuringly simple. I see. Ramses nods slowly, a thoughtful expression on his face. The implications of Davy's rapid recovery are profound. Despite her outward calm, a flicker of concern crosses her face. If it was the past, I wouldn't have imagined being this rude to an elder. She acknowledges the unusual circumstances. A regal crest, a crowned stag's head, speaks volumes. Davy Alrone, son of Lenny Alishard, and the current first prince of the nation. How tenacious! A voice whispers, filled with a mixture of awe and perhaps a hint of apprehension. Her eyes, wide and thoughtful, reflect the weight of this revelation. And that fancy person is? The opulent palace hall, home to the royal family, including the current queen and her children. Second Prince Carlos, a smirk playing on his lips, a glint of mischief in his eyes. A young woman lies in bed, alone, a sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. The princes and their mother discuss a recent event: an arrow, seemingly from nowhere, has caused a stir. The young woman in the bed, her thoughts a whirlwind, uncertainty clouds her mind as she contemplates the mysterious arrow. A chilling question forms on her lips, a suspicion of foul play begins to take root. The weight of a possible assassination attempt. Carlos's face hardens as he considers the implications. His concern is palpable, a sudden realization dawns on him. The case is closed. Abruptly, a sense of finality, perhaps too swift, settles over the scene. The initial treatment is over. Rest and recovery are all that remains, a few days of medical care, and Carlos will be as good as new. His mother's eyes, though, betray a different story. A lingering unease, a silent worry that hangs heavy in the air. Leaving the hospital room, the weight of unspoken words follows them. A subtle tension, a shared understanding of the danger that still lurks. It would have been better if you had just died in your sleep. The words sting, a cruel reminder of the assassination attempt. A bitter truth, spoken with chilling indifference. The news of Carlos's attack spreads like wildfire. The so-called first prince gets attacked and goes into a coma. A ripple of shock, followed by a wave of amusement. Then Kai's and his mother leave, their departure marked by a sharp contrast. Her cold dismissal, his silent apprehension. Alone, she reflects on the events, a chilling realization dawning. The kingdom's amusement, a cruel mockery of their suffering. A subtle movement, a hand reaching out, revealing a hidden power. Holy magic, used discreetly, a testament to her strength and cunning. A hidden power, so far beyond the notice of others. The revelation of her identity sends a shiver down the spine. Linnis Bariat, the daughter of the fallen Rhone kingdom. A dangerous secret, a hidden threat. Linnis' eyes blaze with a chilling intensity, a flicker of raw power barely contained. Despite the near-fatal attack, her resolve remains unshaken. Even so, she vows, I'm going to have my revenge. A gentle voice cuts through her steely gaze. Let's just take it easy for now and recover. A cascade of midnight black hair, shimmering with an ethereal glow. He awakens in a lavish chamber, the air thick with unspoken power. It's been a fortnight since I've awakened my holy powers, he murmurs, a hint of wonder in his voice. His legs dangle over the edge of an unseen surface, a faint blue energy swirling around his feet. Time stretches, measured only by the gentle wah of his breath. Time passed quite leisurely, he observes, a slight smile playing on his lips. His hands rise, a soft blue light emanating from his palms. Thanks to moving training my mana control, my recovery process is going smoothly, he thinks, a sense of calm washing over him. Three figures materialize before him, a necromancer, a medical expert, and a mysterious woman. Their combined knowledge fuels his rapid recovery. With the knowledge taught to me by Sister Haya, it's not a hard task for me to recover, he reflects, his gaze firm. With a snap of his fingers, a wave of pure energy washes over him, cleansing his body. Clean, he declares, a newfound strength coursing through his veins. Water erupts around him, a breathtaking display of power. He stands, revitalized, ready for whatever lies ahead. His feet touch the ground, leaving shimmering trails of water behind. The transformation is complete. Magic is so convenient. A simple gesture, and the max-level hero is already feeling revitalized. But a familiar face brings a flicker of concern. It's Amy, his attendant. Something's not quite right. A servant approaches, presenting a seemingly ordinary bowl of soup. And the hero's eyes widen, a hungry glint appearing. His appetite is unusual. Despite his recovery, the hero feels the stifling constraints of his treatment. Just because I'm a patient, they treat me like an elderly person, he thinks, a hint of frustration in his voice. Amy offers a sincere apology, but there's nothing she can do. The hero's appetite is far beyond normal. 5 plates, he asks, surprised. 10 plates, he corrects himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Amy is shocked by his immense hunger, but the hero reassures her. It's fine. I'll just shove it all in, he declares, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He devours the food with gusto. His stomach feels full, yet he feels invigorated. The magic restore has tripled his digestive capacity. A wave of contentment washes over him. Ah, it feels like my soul is returning to its body, he sighs, a blissful smile on his face. A hand gently adjusts a fabric bow, and of course, there's more to this scene than meets the eye. The max-level hero, caught mid-stride, his face a mask of urgency. Damn it! I need to go to the washroom. His eyes widen, a revelation dawning. Wow! This is something I truly didn't expect. He sighs, a weight settling on his shoulders. I ended up unearthing an unexpected truth. Amy rushes to his side, worry etched on her face. I'm very sorry, Prince. He reassures her, his voice gentle. It's all right. You didn't do anything wrong. Amy's gaze drops to a crumpled piece of paper. The amount of food he consumes is staggering. Amy's eyes widen in disbelief. Are you telling me it's just you? The hero explains, his tone apologetic. I've done an unspeakable thing, I am very sorry, so it's just that. A flashback. The max level hero sits pensively, a stark contrast to his usual boisterous self. His words echo the past. Back in the day, I would have never worried about not being able to eat. A stark realization dawns on Amy, his current maid. The castle's meager income of 6,000 gold barely covers expenses. Her brow furrows with worry. She whispers, to think my income would only be 10 gold. Amy nervously approaches the hero, her question hanging heavy in the air. How much did we earn this month? Her concern is palpable. The hero's response is calm, almost too calm. A bombshell. Officially, we should be getting 500 gold a month, but the gold we actually get is less than 100. Amy's eyes widen in disbelief. The hero's gaze sharpens, his patience wearing thin. Then what about your salary? Don't make me ask twice. Amy's face flushes crimson. She stammers, barely audible, as the hero presses for the truth. Are you receiving it properly? Her hands fidget nervously, a silent confession. The words finally escape, a painful whisper. The amount I receive is about 1/3. The hero's eyes blaze with a mixture of anger and disbelief. A sharp intake of breath, a silent gasp of shock. What? And a chilling realization settles upon him. Amy's words hang in the air, a bitter truth. She might be nice, but she's a total idiot. The max-level hero's inner voice explodes with barely contained fury. Amy, the artist's daughter, is a maid in the hero's castle. Maids are the property of the nobility, a harsh reality that shaped her life. For 6 long years, Amy has shouldered the burden of managing the castle alone, even spending her own meager salary to make ends meet. A subtle smile plays on the hero's lips, a chilling contrast to Amy's plight. The hero's solution? Take what you didn't receive from my income. A generous offer, but the undercurrent of his words hints at a deeper issue. Amy's shock is palpable. Pardon, she stammers, her eyes wide with disbelief. The hero's patience wears thin. I thought I told you not to make me repeat myself. His tone is sharp, brooking no argument. Amy's apology hangs heavy in the air. I'm sorry, but... The hero presses further. You say we don't even have anything to eat tomorrow? Amy, the maid, clutches her apron, a flicker of hope in her eyes. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. She's found an ally. The max-level hero and Amy stand in the opulent hallway of the castle, a stark contrast to her earlier worries. A shared chuckle breaks the tension. The prince's financial woes are revealed. Even the heir to the throne faces budgetary constraints. A heavy silence falls as Amy reveals her father's absence. Amy's anxiety is palpable. She worries about the consequences of her request. Did she make a mistake? The grand castle hallway stretches before them, the weight of royal tradition palpable. Their footsteps echo softly. The max-level hero's resolve hardens. He's not backing down. His words carry the weight of a promise. Amy's tragic past is unveiled. Her father's absence during her mother's death is a gaping wound. A silent vow is made. Amy's relief is evident in her hopeful expression. A new chapter begins. The max-level hero's unwavering support is clear in his gaze. He offers his aid, a silent promise of protection. A simple hair tie twirls between slender fingers. An air of quiet tension hangs heavy. But the words that follow shatter the calm. I'm sorry, but... The financial department. Rows of books line the walls of this opulent office, a place of power and privilege. And yet, a palpable sense of disdain hangs in the air. Whispers follow our protagonist. They say he only has one servant, and it seems to be true. A sigh escapes the lips of a weary official. The weight of expectation, the burden of responsibility, it's etched onto his face. Suddenly, a thud. The sound of a body hitting a plush cushion echoes through the room. And a voice, laced with disbelief and barely suppressed fury, cuts through the silence. Hey! Eyes blaze with righteous anger. The hero's patience has snapped. Are you fucking with me? A wave of disorientation washes over the room. The air itself seems to ripple, as the official sputters, Pardon? The prince's gaze falls upon the official report, a frown etching itself onto his face. The numbers are stark, a damning indictment of mismanagement. He slams the report down, the sound echoing in the opulent but decaying room. The financial officer shrinks under his intense stare. His voice, low and dangerous, cuts through the tense silence. You're really pissing me off. The words hang heavy in the air. The castle is falling apart, the garden is overrun with weeds, the hills threaten to collapse. A grim realization dawns on the prince. Whispers erupt among the staff, fear and uncertainty clouding their faces. The weight of the situation is palpable. The prince's fury boils over. He confronts the financial officer, his anger a tangible force. The officer stammers, unable to meet his gaze. The prince's frustration is evident, this is beyond incompetence. It's a deliberate betrayal. A chilling question hangs in the air: what kind of prince looks over his own finances? The implication is clear, he's been betrayed. The financial officer, sweating profusely, anticipates the prince's wrath. His carefully constructed lies are about to crumble. The truth is revealed: the maintenance fund was not overseen by the financial department. A deliberate act of sabotage. The weight of the words hangs heavy in the air, a revelation unfolds before the protagonist's eyes. It's not just a request for money, it's a systematic abuse of the budget. His face contorts in a grimace of disgust, the realization dawns: this isn't an isolated incident. The blame is constantly shifted, a pattern of evasion. Frustration boils over. I'm done here, he declares, his voice tight with barely contained rage. He turns to Amy, his loyal maid. His eyes blaze with a simmering fury, a silent question hangs in the air. Why would he even consider going to the maintenance department? Amy's words cut through the tension, a cynical observation, laced with weariness. He'll just end up blaming someone else, she knows. The steward's face is a mask of panic, surrounded by shadowy figures, he's cornered. The protagonist's money is clearly not being used as intended. A grand hallway stretches before them, opulent and pristine, a stark contrast to the simmering anger within the protagonist. The narrator's sarcastic comment adds a layer of bitter irony. The truth is laid bare. Amy's burdened by the weight of their actions. The noble's irresponsibility leaves her to shoulder the consequences alone. A sudden request, a jarring shift in tone. The protagonist's request for a sword is unexpected, leaving Amy speechless. Amy's wide eyes reflect her worry. Don't worry about it, she insists, a tremor in her voice, but the prince's suspicions are already taking root. He's not buying it. A mischievous grin spreads across the prince's face. Ha ha. Did I scare you? He teases, his tone light, yet a storm brews beneath the surface. The prince's resolve hardens. I'll go look for one. He's decided. He needs a weapon. He moves with purpose, his gaze fixed on a painting. A slender, elegant object catches his eye, a rapier, perhaps? The prince's hand shoots out, seizing the sword. Swish, the sound of steel leaving its sheath echoes in the silent hall, a glint of cold steel reflects his burning determination. He's ready. A crimson streak explodes across the panel, mirroring the prince's inner turmoil. He's wounded, but his eyes burn with defiance. Since I'm in a shaky position. The whispers begin. The prince has gone insane. We must immediately exile the prince. The accusations rain down, each one a poisoned dart aimed at his heart. His face is a mask of grim determination. They won't stand for it. He knows the truth, and he's ready to fight for it. A single drop of blood falls onto the blade, a symbol of the price he's willing to pay. I have absolutely no intention. His voice is low, but unwavering. The fight is far from over. The weight of his deception crushes him, the threat of the rotten nobles looms large. A wild boar lies slain, a testament to his desperate efforts to survive. Heave-ho! Back at the castle, a worried Amy notices the blood on his hands. Sir. When did you? He feigns ignorance, not sure it happened in front of the castle. Amy's concern deepens. Pardon? The lie hangs heavy in the air. This was a lie. Amy's desperation spills over. Sir Davy. Please just kill me instead. He tries to stop her, but her plea echoes his own despair. What are you doing? Tears stream down Amy's face as she explains, I can't. I can't let the blood of an animal touch the hands of a prince. He counters, touch me, but it's already all over me. His defiance is a thin veil over his exhaustion. Amy's concern shifts to exasperation. And to say that you're going to butcher it yourself. If you're not careful, you'll hurt yourself again. A flash of steel. The protagonist, wounded but defiant, expertly dispatches his foe with a swift, silent strike. His face grim, his breath ragged. Even if he wanted to see the king, political affairs would prevent it. A bitter truth, reflected in his eyes. The forest floor, damp with the recent rain. A freshly killed boar lies at his feet, a testament to his survival skills honed as a student of Hercules, the master of survival. Amy watches, a mixture of worry and admiration in her gaze. He dismisses the danger with a confident smirk. This is nothing to him. A seasoned hunter, he is used to facing far greater threats. Night falls upon the grand palace. A shadowy figure is seen within, a silent observer. Amy and another woman discuss Prince Davy's condition. His recovery is slow, a year at least, according to the priests. Doubt clouds Amy's face. Is their information accurate? Could their informant be wrong? A hidden blade, a symbol of betrayal, rests against Amy's neck. A chilling revelation. The truth is revealed. Amy is an informant for the Dark Moon, but in the eyes of her superior, she is nothing more than a maid. The Assassin's Guild of Roan, the Dark Moon, a name whispered in hushed tones, a shadow lurking in the heart of the capital. Amy's unease is palpable, a subtle tremor in her hands betrays her inner turmoil. She can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. The first prince, abandoned even by the king, a forgotten heir, a pawn in a larger game. Amy's gaze is distant, haunted. She clutches a spectral image of the prince, a chilling reminder of her control over his fate, or so she believes. But even in her calculated control, a seed of doubt begins to sprout. Is this truly the path she wants to follow? The unnamed woman, her face sharp with disapproval, confronts Amy. Her words are a challenge, a warning. Amy's defense is weak, a flimsy veil barely concealing her guilt. Her eyes dart nervously, betraying her fear. The woman's resolve is unshaken. She sips her tea, a symbol of her calm confidence in the face of Amy's deception. The final threat hangs heavy in the air. Amy's actions will have consequences, and the price may be far higher than she anticipates. The teacup trembles, a crimson liquid spills across the pristine white surface, staining the marble with a dark, ominous bloom. Petals, scattered like fallen stars, complete the macabre tableau. The unnamed woman's voice cuts through the silence, sharp and cold. This isn't very good. You may now go. Her words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken threats. Amy's fate hangs in the balance. No matter how I look at it, it's best to get rid of dogs who don't listen to you. A chilling declaration of intent. The unnamed woman and Amy walk away, their paths diverging down a long, echoing corridor. Please command me when the time comes. It's like threading a needle, 100 needles, no, 1,000. The mana flows, a delicate stream carving a path through the intricate network. Slowly, painstakingly, each pulse of energy guided with precision. A breathtaking display of control. Do you understand, my youngest? The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. The hardest parts to reach are the veins and the brain. But if you falter, the pathways I have taught you will be lost forever. A young man's face contorts in concentration. This is, he thinks, a mixture of determination and trepidation etched on his features. A dismissive snort echoes from the shadows. That's quite entertaining. A priestess, clearly inebriated, laughs. He should have just died. Another voice, colder, more calculating, cuts through the drunken merriment. The clash of personalities is palpable, a stark contrast between chaotic energy and icy control. One is a drunken priestess who could split the ocean with her harsh words. The other, a necromancer, Ro Ajax, who acts more like a priestess than the priestess herself. A grand mage, whose staff is all I could see, stands ready. Wanna die? The question hangs in the air, a challenge issued with chilling calm. As long as I'm participating in this experiment, I will do my best to complete the task assigned to me. The goddess, Sister Hippocria, aka Sister Hia, observes with a calm, almost clinical detachment. A sense of foreboding hangs in the air. It's not like everyone gathered here just to watch me, so you'll help me, right? A young man's plea is laced with a desperate hope. The weight of expectation is almost unbearable. You should just trust us. A flashback from the temple. The scene shifts, the tension ratcheting up. A lone figure stands, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun, a young man, his back to us, lost in thought. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves, a tranquil garden, vibrant with life, a stark contrast to the young man's inner turmoil. Amy, a cheerful maid, tends to the garden, humming a light tune, a familiar voice calls out to her. The young man appears, a hopeful smile playing on his lips. The weather is perfect, mirroring his improved mood. Amy's expression softens, a hint of concern in her eyes. She's adapting to his presence, a subtle shift in their dynamic. He's making progress, inching closer to Amy, a quiet determination shines in his eyes. A shared meal, a small victory, even though she's hesitant, it's a step forward. His quiet wish, a peaceful life alongside Amy, a serene image of their future together. Shall I get started? The young man sits alone, a quiet determination in his eyes. He focuses, and a shimmering, hexagonal field of energy materializes around him. Operation Field, the text proclaims. Golden energy flows, swirling like a river, enveloping him completely as he sits cross-legged. The energy pulses with a gentle hum. He inhales deeply, a subtle glow emanating from within. Then exhales, releasing a wisp of golden light. I take mana from nature and exhale the stale air. This is mana breathing. A confident smile plays on his lips. The breathing technique of the god of magicians, the little brat Odin. The text reveals the technique's origins, a hint of awe in the young man's expression. He explains the limitations of the technique, the need for daily training to manage the mana flow, but also its miraculous potential, gathering months' worth of mana in mere days. A revolutionary technique. It's not easy, achieving mastery of mana breathing, but the young man's resolve is unwavering. He sits alone, amidst nature's embrace, lost in deep contemplation, a quiet strength radiating from him. His eyes, burning with newfound power, reflect a quiet confidence, a predator's gaze. The queen's influence is everywhere, a constant reminder of his precarious position, but he chooses to ignore it for now. A secluded training ground, shielded by a mana distortion field, the perfect place to hone his skills in secret. He's ready. The time has come to unleash the power he's been cultivating. The mana circle activates. A surge of energy erupts, a breathtaking spectacle of raw power. A tranquil garden scene unfolds, a young man stands in a gazebo, a serene expression on his face. The air hums with unspoken power. His hand reaches out, a faint green glow emanating from the ancient ivy covering the wall. A whisper of magic, barely perceptible. Suddenly, vibrant colors explode. A revelation bursts forth: he can wield magic, holy power, and necromancy, a forbidden trifecta. A flashback, two enigmatic figures, their eyes gleaming with mischievous intelligence. The source of his incredible power. A wave of nausea washes over him. The sheer magnitude of his newfound abilities is almost overwhelming. His reflection shimmers, a double image appearing, highlighting the internal struggle he faces. The weight of his power. Traditional mages focus their mana through a circle on their heart. But for him, a surge of energy erupts from beneath his feet. A new mana circle, tailored to his unique abilities. The power flows, a breathtaking display of raw energy. But at a cost. Veins of crimson trace his face, a testament to the strain. The young man stands amidst nature, his bare feet tracing intricate patterns on the earth. A mana circle begins to form, glowing with an ethereal light. But this is no ordinary ritual. The text warns, even the slightest mistake could be fatal. He focuses, his brow furrowed in concentration, the weight of past failures heavy on his shoulders. The last attempt cost him dearly. Doubt gnaws at him. Will this time be different? A spectral image appears beside him, a silent guardian, offering a wordless encouragement. His friends watch from afar, their expressions a mix of hope and apprehension. This isn't like him, this level of risk. With a deep breath, he makes his move, the ritual intensifies, a crimson glow emanating from his chest. He channels his power, a desperate gamble. Let's give this a try. The sun dips below the horizon, casting long shadows across the manicured lawns of the castle, a familiar scene, yet tonight, a sense of unease hangs in the air. Dinner is served, but the young master is late, unusually late. A worried maid frets, her brow furrowed with concern. He's never missed a meal before. Could something have happened? The maid's anxiety grows, fueled by a chilling thought. A sudden, sharp cry pierces the twilight. A figure rushes into view, his face a mask of distress. It's Sir Davy, breathless and panicked. He's back, but his return is far from reassuring. He appears before the maid, his words a mix of relief and apology. I'm back. The maid's relief is palpable, but her concern lingers. His unexpected return raises more questions than it answers. A flicker of determination crosses his face. He's ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Reunited at last. The young man returns, and Amy rushes into his arms, her relief palpable. But her joy quickly turns to alarm. Wide eyes, a gasp, what's wrong? His confession hangs heavy in the air, sorry, Amy. Amy's strength fails her. I'm at my limits. She whispers, collapsing into his arms. Leaving the young man to cradle her gently as she falls to the ground. Asterisk, sir. Asterisk. An ornate chandelier hangs from the ceiling, casting long shadows across the room. He wakes up in bed, eyes wide with a lingering sense of unease. I got worried for no reason. The words hang in the air, a testament to his lingering anxiety. His gaze sharpens, a sudden jolt of awareness. A maid sleeps peacefully beside him, her hand resting gently on his. The scene is serene, yet a subtle tension remains. Oh no. That's right. I passed out suddenly yesterday. He remembers, a wave of realization washing over him. His hand, a canvas of glowing veins, reveals the truth. The artery circle has been completed perfectly. A momentous event unfolds before our eyes. The three powers flow within him, a symphony of energy. On top of this strange circle, there is another special effect. A new power stirs within. A soft glow emanates from him, a gentle breeze stirring the air. And he smiles, a serene joy spreading across his face. The transformation is complete. The maid, Amy, peers from behind a shimmering curtain, her eyes wide with wonder. It's limitless, she whispers, awe filling her voice. A gentle golden light emanates from her fingertips as she demonstrates her newfound power. She can now use any simple spell, including Restore, with a mere flick of her wrist. 5 months later. Amy bursts into the scene, her face radiant with excitement. Sir, look at this. There's even herbs in here, she exclaims, holding up a bountiful bag. The male protagonist smiles, a hint of gratitude in his eyes. I'm really thankful, he says softly, his relief palpable. He's content with their simple life, for now. But a shadow of mystery lingers. Exactly 3 months ago, their lives stabilized after completing the artery circle. Yet, someone has been mysteriously leaving meat and vegetables at his castle. He initially suspected Queen Linus, but dismisses the idea. She would leave perfectly good food every time without a reason? There's no way that's true. A thoughtful expression crosses his face. He senses someone is secretly helping him, but can't identify the benefactor. I thought I heard someone yesterday. A faint, ethereal glow snakes through the castle walls, a subtle disturbance in the magical currents. The male protagonist, eyes blazing with arcane energy, senses an unknown presence. His focus sharpens, and with a silent command, he unleashes his mana, a wave of power washing over the castle. Meanwhile, the maid skips along, a picture of cheerful efficiency. We won't have a problem with food this time around either, she chirps, a basket overflowing with fresh produce. But the male protagonist's investigation reveals something unexpected. A figure approaches. 3 cloaked figures, their faces obscured by shadow, move with quiet purpose through the castle courtyard. The male protagonist's eyes narrow. The queen's informant. A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air, a moment of quiet contemplation. Then, a subtle smile plays on his lips. The game, it seems, has just begun. The prince's chamber. A tense exchange unfolds between the prince and a priest, the air thick with unspoken accusations. The priest explains his limitations, his words laced with a thinly veiled excuse. The prince's expression shifts subtly. From polite curiosity to simmering frustration. Bullshit. He mutters, his patience wearing thin. The prince's voice drips with sarcasm as he cuts through the priest's carefully constructed facade. He knows the truth. The priest's carefully maintained composure cracks. His words reveal a deeper conflict, a hidden agenda. A power struggle between faith and authority. The prince's gaze hardens, his frustration escalating. The priest's justification rings hollow, his words echoing the rigid rules of his order. The prince remains unconvinced. A maid bursts into the room, her cheerful demeanor a stark contrast to the tension in the air. Priest Boris, she exclaims, her eyes wide with shock. The priest's face hardens, his eyes narrowing. The maid's interruption has exposed a secret, a dangerous game. A sudden clash. The maid's words are met with a sharp rebuke. The tension explodes into open conflict. Crash. A clock falls, shattering the tense silence. The maid, Amy, hides her face, clearly distressed. Hey you, a voice calls out, the prince, his eyes narrowed. The priest appears, his expression a mixture of concern and calculation. Oh no. Prince, if I were to leave a maid who says whatever she wants, it would also be a problem for you. Amy shrinks back, mortified. Though she doesn't look like much, the priest muses, a predatory glint in his eye. His gloved hand reaches out, a touch that speaks volumes. Who? A chilling smile spreads across the priest's face. This girl has quite the smile. The prince clenches his fist, his anger simmering beneath the surface. The priest continues, his voice smooth but laced with menace. Since I came all the way here, she should be able to at least see me to the door, right, prince? The examination is over. I will see you again in 15 days. See you then. The prince's command is sharp, cutting through the air. Amy, please escort the priest. Amy, eyes wide with fear and apprehension, obeys. The priest departs, leaving behind a lingering sense of unease. A lingering tension hangs in the air. The male protagonist's back is to us, his shoulders slumped with a heavy burden. The opulent chamber speaks of power and history. A shield and crossed swords adorn the wall, a silent testament to the royal lineage. Time is of the essence. The clock's hands tick relentlessly, each second a nail in the coffin of the prince's fate. A grand entrance awaits. Double doors, ornate and imposing, stand as a gateway to secrets and danger. The grandeur of the palace is undeniable. A magnificent chandelier casts a warm glow, illuminating the opulence of the setting. A chilling reminder. Remember this, the words echo in the silence, a threat hanging heavy in the air. Amy, the maid, receives a sinister order. You have to come by yourself at night. The words are a venomous whisper, laced with menace. Fear grips Amy's heart. Remember that the life of the prince is in the palm of my hands. The priest's words are a cold declaration of power. The priest's smug grin reveals his true nature. This is a royal maid, his words drip with disdain and a hint of something far more sinister. His callous indifference is breathtaking. Why would I care? He's just a sick prince. The priest's cold words reveal his utter lack of compassion. Amy, the maid, sits alone, a stark shadow looming behind her. Her wide, frightened eyes betray a deep unease, a palpable sense of dread hangs heavy in the air. An ancient blade rests on a velvet cloth, its polished surface gleaming faintly. A regal room, filled with ornate furniture and the faint scent of old money. A clock ticks, marking the passage of time. A chill spreads through the air. I have this weird feeling that my body is becoming cold, he thinks, a shiver running down his spine. A sudden crack. The marble floor splits, a fissure snaking across the room. How should he explain this? Rage. The word echoes in his mind as the cracks spread further, a silent scream of power unleashed. He clenches his jaw, his eyes narrowing. No, he built up too much dignity at the temple to simply unleash his fury. Lady Daphne's words ring in his ears, you'd be less than an animal if you couldn't control your anger. But his thoughts are different. With a thunderous FWOSH, he draws his sword. The air crackles with energy as he spins, a blur of motion, leaving two startled guards gaping in disbelief. Who is it? The prince, a whirlwind of motion, hurtles forward. Adequate rage, the text proclaims, is the spring of life, and the guidepost to one's goals. A grand palace hallway stretches before us, opulent and imposing. If laziness is the key to advancement, rage is its driving force. A maid lies injured, a man in dark robes looking on. That's assassination of royalty? The man smiles, a chillingly calm expression. What's that got to do with me? He's only a halfie. The queen would rather say that I did well. A young woman, her face etched with worry, whispers, who's on Prince Davy's side? A dramatic reveal. A priest-like figure, arms outstretched, proclaims, who would dare to punish me, the hands and feet of the queen. The sheep of the kind shepherd, Priya. The priest watches the prince, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. That's good. Another man, his face contorted in panic, exclaims, I needed an excuse too. A sudden, violent motion. A blur of energy, a clash of wills. The male lead lunges, his sword a silver flash. The priest, caught completely off guard, crumples to the ground, a gasp escaping his lips as he utters, Your Majesty? Amy watches, wide-eyed, as the male lead turns to her, his expression unreadable. He whispers, Amy. The priest, clutching his side, his face contorted in pain, hisses, What's the penalty for blasphemy against royalty? His voice cracks with agony, a grim realization dawning on his face. He struggles to speak, barely able to utter, This can't be. Can I move? The male lead's eyes blaze with a cold fury. This is why you can't be promoted from a lower-class position. We never needed your dirty sacred magic from the start. A sword, immense and menacing, descends towards Amy. Her eyes widen in terror. The male lead's voice is low and dangerous. Didn't I tell you not to tell twice? Amy's face is a mask of fear. She whispers, barely audible, the penalty for blasphemy against royalty. A desperate attempt to cover her mouth, a silent scream trapped within. The male lead moves with terrifying speed. A blinding flash of steel, and then, silence. A blur of motion. The male lead's hand whips out, a deadly arc of steel. The priest crumples, a crimson stain blooming on the pristine marble floor. Silence descends, heavy and absolute. His last words, a choked gasp, "Th the Queen." The young woman stares, wide-eyed with terror, as the male lead turns his gaze upon her. His smile is cold, chilling. A chilling smirk plays on his lips. He's in complete control, a predator surveying its prey. "Thanks for your warning," he says, his voice a low, dangerous purr. "But I guarantee you." With a swift movement, he sends a projectile hurtling towards the young woman. The air crackles with energy. The young woman recoils, fear etched onto her face. "You must be crazy," she cries out, her voice trembling. His response is a cold, calculating statement, "To kill none other." The young man stands defiantly before the queen, his words echoing the weight of his actions. "Disciple Bort threatened my life," he states calmly, a stark contrast to the queen's furious expression. He continues, "I punished him according to the law." Is there something wrong with that? The queen's fury explodes. "This bastard," she screams, her face contorted in rage. The sheer intensity of her anger is palpable. A hand, holding a broken fan, snaps the pieces with a sharp crack. The sound cuts through the air, mirroring the queen's shattered composure. The kingdom's laws, once seemingly just, now feel like a cruel joke. The scene shifts. A young woman, her face etched with worry, speaks to the young man. All this happened, and His Majesty the King is still silent. His response is chillingly calm. "But for me, the one who punished someone who blasphemed royalty, to be penalized, it just doesn't make sense." His eyes gleam with a disturbingly cold light. The queen's fury reignites, her voice dripping with venom. "You dare to lower His Majesty and the royalty's authority." She throws her fan, a desperate, enraged gesture. "There is no evidence. No matter the reason for killing him." Her words are cut short by the young man's sharp retort. "It's not something for you to judge with that empty brain of yours. A complaint will come from the Holy Land immediately." The young man's face is shadowed, his words laced with bitterness. "I knew you took after the stupidity of your mother. Of course I should take after my mother." The queen, her face contorted with fury, unleashes a venomous insult, "You shallow being." Her scorn extends to his family, "You and your mother, a shallow pair." But the male lead remains unmoved, his eyes burning with defiance. "Your Majesty the Queen." He calmly counters, "It is not good behavior to curse someone's parents right in front of them." The queen, speechless with rage, recoils, a sharp intake of breath precedes a dramatic collapse. A glint of steel. The male lead's blade appears, a blur of motion. As chains that bind him shatter with a resounding clang. He moves with terrifying speed, leaving the queen's guards in his wake. A chilling laugh escapes his lips as he effortlessly subdues them. A smirk plays on the male lead's lips as he sits back, utterly composed. He's just delivered a cutting remark, driving a nail into the queen's coffin. A picture of smug self-satisfaction. The throne room, opulent yet somehow defiled, reflects his victory. The queen's fury is palpable, her face contorted in a mask of rage. She's speechless, for once. Her eyes blaze, a silent scream of disbelief and impotent fury. The question hangs heavy in the air, did he know Carlos was the culprit all along? The male lead's response is swift and confident. "That's right," he says, a glint in his eye. "Of course I did." He casually explains his strategy, a subtle display of his superior intellect. He's not one to keep a card up his sleeve for long. His nonchalant dismissal of the queen's palace, "It doesn't suit my tastes," is the final blow. He's clearly above such petty concerns. Exhaustion colors his tone as he delivers a final, pointed remark. The queen's behavior is simply unacceptable. The queen's fury explodes once more, a venomous outburst. "You bastard," she spits. The queen, her face a mask of barely controlled fury, glares at the male lead. Her advisors whisper amongst themselves, their anxieties palpable. But the male lead remains unmoved, his expression calm yet resolute. He offers a measured response, his words carrying the weight of authority. It'll be better for you to make a decision carefully. A vase shatters, delicate petals scatter across the ornate floor. A gasp escapes the lips of a woman, her face contorted in pain. A half-blood. Servants stand frozen, their faces obscured, a palpable tension hangs in the air as they witness the unfolding drama. Dares to. The woman clutches her head, a scream tearing from her throat. Arf! Disdain me? Chaos erupts. The opulent room is thrown into disarray, furniture overturned, the once pristine space now a scene of utter pandemonium. A hand reaches out, a desperate plea for help. Keep acting out like that. Her eyes blaze with fury. Fine, if your wish is to die, then there's nothing stopping me from helping you. The way you act without being able to differentiate between heaven and earth. It seems the rumors were true. The whispers about the first prince. Silence, a hush falls over the scene. A maid, eyes wide, whispers urgently, "Wait, be quiet." She dashes through the opulent halls of the palace, a whirlwind of motion, her footsteps barely audible above the pounding of our hearts. The aftermath. After the priest was dealt with and the queen warned, the situation within the inner palace was, as expected, tense. A chilling rumor spreads like wildfire. The first prince, Davy Roan, has gone crazy. The whispers cut deep, poisoning the air with suspicion. As half the palace staff sided with Queen Linus, his reputation plummets. The weight of the world crashes down on him. Amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope, a maid, breathless, approaches the queen. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" More herbs, a fresh delivery arrives, a small mercy in this storm. "Please have a look at this. More came in today." A young man, scholarly and kind, receives the gift with a quiet gratitude. "Again. I don't need medicinal herbs, it's something to thank you for." His heart swells with a quiet warmth, a small act of kindness, a testament to his good nature. "There must be someone who knows of your good nature." The maid's face lights up, a radiant smile splitting her features. "Of course," she exclaims, her joy infectious. The scholarly young man's brow furrows slightly. He's clearly troubled by something, a weight on his shoulders. The maid's cheerful demeanor contrasts sharply with his internal struggle. And yet, a quiet appreciation warms his heart. Her kindness, so unexpected, touches him deeply. She truly is amazing. The scene shifts to a tranquil gazebo. The scholarly young man and the maid sit together, a peaceful moment in the sun-drenched garden. But their serenity is shattered. A regal figure approaches, the Grand Chamberlain of the royal family's Besfus affiliate, his presence exuding authority. "I greet the small son of the kingdom." The Chamberlain's words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. He gestures towards a group of bound prisoners, their faces etched with fear and despair. "These are the embezzlers, brought to justice." The scholarly young man observes the scene with a thoughtful expression. He recognizes some of the faces. "I see, there are even some faces I can recognize," he notes, a hint of grim understanding in his tone. The conversation turns to the punishment for embezzlement and fleeing. The scholarly young man inquires about the usual penalty in Besfus. The answer is stark: beheading, often extending to immediate family. The prisoners plead for mercy, their voices choked with terror. "Please, let us live," they cry, their desperation palpable. The scholarly young man adjusts his glasses, a glint in his eyes. A chilling thought crosses his mind. The king's fury explodes. His accusation hangs heavy in the air, that I'm crazy for blood? The scholarly young man considers the implications, a glint in his eye. His finger taps thoughtfully. Panic grips the court. Pleading for mercy, they cry out, "Please, Your Majesty, spare our lives." Besfus. A name whispered, a shadow cast. The scholarly young man observes the unfolding drama, a detached curiosity in his expression. "What are you all doing?" "Put them in jail cells and don't give them a drop of water," he observes, a hint of amusement in his tone. It is right for them to die for stealing the king's precious money. Though seemingly accepting of the situation, a subtle smirk plays on his lips. I'll play along since the situation has become somewhat interesting. The scholarly young man reveals a chilling detail: they will be beheaded after 9 days. A desperate plea echoes through the chamber. Please, Majesty. The king makes a decision. The empty positions will be filled by noon. And Amy, the maid, is promoted. A new chapter begins in a lavish chamber, bathed in golden light. Her pay is raised, and an extra bonus is granted. The king's words ring out, "All right. I'll keep Amy as my personal maid. I will do as you wish." The scholarly young man's voice is a calm counterpoint to the tension simmering beneath the surface. And a question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with implication: is an audience with my father still not permitted? The king's advisor, a figure of quiet authority, considers the question. His expression is unreadable, a mask of practiced composure. But his silence speaks volumes. Is that my father's order, or the queen's? The young man presses, his voice betraying a hint of underlying anxiety. I am only the messenger. The scholarly young man's response is clipped, his gaze unwavering. He's delivering a message, not participating in a debate. The king's advisor, his face etched with weariness, sighs. I see how it is. Your Majesty, you must be patient, the kingdom. A plea for understanding, a subtle warning. What you're trying to say, huh? Well, I'll keep that in mind. The advisor bows, his movements precise and formal. The conversation is over. Then I'll be going. A final bow, a graceful retreat. And a subtle shift in the advisor's demeanor. Oh, right. The Grand Chamberlain, Besphus, eyes the scholarly young man with shrewd appraisal. His words hang heavy in the air, a subtle compliment, perhaps? A seed of suspicion planted in the young man's mind. He's reading, his brow furrowed in thought. How much does Besphus truly know? A faint blue energy swirls around the scholarly young man's fingertip, a subtle display of power. His eyes flash with a cold fire. The evidence is undeniable, yet Besphus feigns ignorance, or does he? The scholarly young man recalls a figure from his past, Besphus, the Grand Chamberlain, a powerful presence in the palace. A memory ignites, a spark of understanding. A surge of energy crackles in his hand. Besphus's carefully constructed facade begins to crumble. He knows what the young man knows. A door creaks open, revealing a glimpse of unexpected chaos. Amy, a maid, bursts into the room, her face a mask of terror. The scholarly young man's eyes widen. Two shadowy hands reach out from the darkness, a desperate plea echoes in the air, brother. The book falls from his grasp, his glasses clatter to the floor, a wave of shock washes over the scholarly young man. Amy bursts in, her face a mask of terror, breathlessly shouting, brother. It's Winley. Princess Winley Alrone, her presence a whirlwind of emerald hair and frantic energy, arrives, but her relief quickly turns to concern. She rushes to his side, worry etched on her face. Brother, are you all right? The scholarly young man, now on the floor, looks up, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. I see. He reveals a hidden truth, a confession laced with regret. I couldn't tell who it was using control mana because Amy was with her. I didn't realize Amy's reaction would be such a drawback. Winley's twin brother, Boris, appears, his arrival a silent statement, a reunion tinged with both relief and recrimination. King Cryoneus Alrone, ruler of the Rhone Kingdom, a figure shrouded in mystery, his back turned to us. His three wives, Queen Lindisberiot, and concubines Anisha and Alice, each a piece of this complex puzzle. A delicate balance, easily shattered. Queen Lindis, her expression clouded with unspoken anxieties. Varys and Winley, half-siblings, children of the king, their relationship, strained by circumstance. Winley's apology hangs heavy in the air, a sudden, unexpected shift in demeanor. Varys, observing his sister's strange behavior, a flicker of concern in his eyes. A sudden, violent movement. Woa, Winley launches herself at Barris, a whirlwind of unexpected action. Barris's shock is palpable. What are you doing, Winley? Winley's erratic behavior continues. Why are you acting so properly? So weird. The argument begins with a pointed accusation. Did you forget that you were the one who started whining to see our brother first? Winley's retort is sharp and defiant. When did I? The tension crackles between the siblings. How dare he question her? The younger sibling's frustration is palpable. The scene shifts. Barris, concerned, asks, "Are you all right, Your Majesty?" His worry is evident, a stark contrast to Winley's outburst. The siblings' bickering continues, fueled by years of unspoken resentment. How can you say that to your older brother? But Winley's response is immediate and dismissive. Older brother, my ass. A moment of reflection. They're the same. A mysterious voice observes the siblings' dynamic, hinting at a deeper connection or shared trait. The narrative shifts again. A new piece of information surfaces. I heard that they were taking care of a group of robbers, but it must be true. This adds a layer of intrigue to the already tense situation. The argument escalates. You're older just because you were born 5 minutes earlier? Winley's frustration boils over. Yes. Of course. Barris retorts, his patience wearing thin. An outsider's observation, they really don't seem like royalty, unlike Linda's children. This comment underscores the siblings' unconventional behavior. Despite their differences, a bond remains. However, brother would agree. A subtle shift in tone suggests a shared understanding, even amidst the chaos. Stop joking around. The playful banter gives way to a more serious moment. The siblings' connection is undeniable, even if their methods of showing it are unique. Winley and Barris sit together, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The question hangs unspoken: what could two powerless children possibly do against the machinations of a queen? A flashback reveals Anisha, their mother, kneeling in despair, the weight of her helplessness crushing her spirit. The narrative reveals the cruel truth: Queen Line's schemes forced Anisha to send her eldest daughter, Tana, away to a foreign kingdom. Winley's voice, soft but resolute, "It's okay, I understand." A quiet acceptance settles over the siblings. The scene shifts. A cup of tea steams, a symbol of quiet contemplation, a reflection of the unspoken burdens they carry. Barris, having met their father, asks Winley, "All right. Have you met father?" Winley's response is cut short by Barris's concern. He's noticed their father's weariness, a shared worry clouds their faces. Winley's hope shines through, but I'll be able to meet with him one day. A glimmer of optimism pierces the gloom. The siblings share a moment of quiet understanding, their bond strengthened by shared hardship. A shared glance speaks volumes. A young man sits calmly, sipping tea. The air is thick with unspoken tension. A hand slams down on a table, the impact echoing the simmering anger beneath the surface. The man's composure falters, a flicker of worry crossing his face as the weight of the situation crashes down. A heated discussion erupts. While knowing you were still in your room, one exclaims, the words sharp and accusatory. But, a determined young man rises, his resolve unwavering. He's going to his father, no matter what. Despite the objections, he stands firm. It's fine. I'll take care of my own work, he states, a quiet confidence in his voice. A quiet moment of reflection. Is this support, or just wishful thinking? The conversation shifts. I heard you were in an artistic group, so I was quite surprised, one says, a hint of genuine surprise in their tone. The discussion turns to unexpected talents and achievements. To receive the qualification for the Continental Swordsman, he's quite amazing in a way. But the young man cuts them off. Stop spouting crap. Of course I earned it with my skills, he declares, his pride evident. The aftermath of a failed plan unfolds in a lavish room. Accusations fly. You idiot. Our plan is ruined because of you. A gasp escapes Winley's lips, a moment of stunned silence. A sealed letter is revealed, holding the key to a new adventure. Barris reads aloud, his voice a low murmur. It's a swordsmanship competition held every 5 years. The letter details a competition that promotes harmony between continents. A grand event, drawing mercenaries and royalty alike. Is it like the Olympics? Barris wonders aloud. Winley's eyes widen. You should take the opportunity while you can, he urges his brother. You've basically never gone outside the kingdom, have you? A determined glint appears in Barris's eyes. So I have made a request to father. His sister's joyful outburst follows. Brother, let's go together. Barris explains the destination, the Polisti Kingdom, a city of water, said to be breathtakingly beautiful. His concern for his sister's strength is evident. If you're worried about being too weak, I will even carry you on my back. Winley's retort is sharp and immediate. What? Winley sighs, a clear picture of exasperation etched on her face. Her brother's antics are wearing thin. But Barris, ever the whirlwind of energy, beams with excitement, an invitation clutched in his hand. A mischievous glint dances in his eyes. The twins' joyous outburst sends teacups flying. A chaotic flurry of porcelain and pink steam fills the air. Hey! Stop destroying my palace! A voice booms, cutting through the pandemonium. The twins' laughter abruptly halts. Barris, ever the optimist, remains undeterred. Somewhere famous, he exclaims, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Winley, however, remains skeptical. That's right, as Barris said, I've hardly ever been outside this palace. A hint of longing escapes her voice. A letter, sealed with a crimson wax, arrives. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. A sly smile spreads across Barris's face as he reads the contents. Have a little bit of fun too, he whispers, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Barris gazes towards the sky, a determined look on his face. I'm looking forward to this. His voice is filled with a quiet confidence. And with a final, hopeful declaration, Winley too, the scene fades. A goblet of crimson liquid is poured, the ruby depths shimmering under the soft light. And the words swordsmanship competition echo in the opulent hall, a whisper of anticipation in the air. The palace, a monument to power and tradition, stands as a silent witness to the unfolding events. Barris, soon to turn 14, is almost a man. A quiet moment of reflection, a subtle touch on the ornate handle of a jeweled chalice. An elder's gaze, filled with a quiet pride, rests upon a young man. The young master has become more upright, he observes, his voice a low murmur. Barris, calm and collected, reads a book, a picture of quiet contemplation. Even the elder is surprised by his growth. A thoughtful pause, a shared glance across the vast hall. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. A regal figure, cloaked in rich fabrics, sips from a goblet, a hint of melancholy in their eyes. That's quite sad, a voice whispers, a poignant observation. A framed portrait sits on a shelf, a silent testament to a life lived, a life that may soon be revisited. A vision of ethereal beauty, a woman in flowing blue, smiles serenely, a picture of perfection. A young man beams with pride, hands on hips, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, the fruits of his labor are evident. He surveys his grand palace, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. I barely avoided this place becoming more like a haunted house. The Grand Chamberlain's swift work brought in new employees. And now, his palace truly shines. And my palace became more palace-like. The transformation is complete. A young maid gasps, eyes wide with wonder, wow, wow. I can't believe it. This day really came. He observes her, a thoughtful expression clouding his features. That person is interesting in her own way. Did I push her too much? A moment of quiet reflection, a sense of accomplishment tinged with uncertainty. But his sister's cheerful voice cuts through his contemplation. It's such a good thing that everything is going well. Brother, are you ready? Amy, the ever-reliable maid, holds out a bottle with a worried expression. Take care of this for me, she requests, her tone laced with a hint of apprehension. A pair of ornate doors, gleaming with gold accents, stand slightly ajar, hinting at the grandeur beyond. And as they swing open, revealing a group of elegantly dressed individuals, their destination is clear: the Polisti Kingdom. A flag snaps in the wind, a symbol of prestige and competition, the Continental Swordsmanship Competition. The scale of this event is emphasized. It's not just a tournament, it's a spectacle that commands global attention. Even Boris's participation, usually forbidden, has been granted, under the guise of illness. A decision that hints at a deeper, more complex game at play. The bustling marketplace of the Polisti Kingdom is shown, a vibrant scene of anticipation. The stakes are high. If Boris succeeds, Prince Carlos's standing will suffer a significant blow. The Queen's surprising approval of Boris's participation is highlighted, suggesting a hidden confidence or perhaps a calculated risk. Or was she planning something? A subtle shift in Amy's expression, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes. The Polisti Kingdom. A grand palace, gleaming under the midday sun. The air crackles with anticipation. King Cryonis Al Roan, ruler of the Roan Kingdom, stands tall and regal. His presence commands respect. A tense reunion. The male protagonist, his face etched with a mixture of apprehension and determination, finally meets the man who was supposed to be his father. "You avoided me this past half a year." The king's words hang heavy in the air. A commanding gesture. The king's hand rises, silencing the court. The weight of expectation settles upon the male protagonist. A simple question, yet it carries the weight of a kingdom's hopes. Are you confident? The male protagonist's resolve hardens. Yes. I will make sure to do well to represent our kingdom through my achievements. A farewell, tinged with worry. Amy's soft words, "Come back safe," echo the unspoken fears of those left behind. The king observes, his expression unreadable. A silent tension hangs between father and son. The male protagonist and Amy share a final, lingering glance before parting ways. A silent promise passes between them. He sets off, his steps firm and determined. The journey to the Continental Swordsmanship Competition begins. The male protagonist arrives in Polisti, a kingdom draped in the rich hues of twilight. King Cryonis Al Roan, his gaze sharp and assessing, greets him with a simple, yet meaningful, statement: "It's good to see that you're healthy." The king's regal attire speaks volumes. A deep crimson cloak, lined with luxurious fur, hints at his power and authority. Meanwhile, Amy watches from afar, a silent question hanging in the air: "Brother?" The male protagonist, his back to us, stands before a vast, unknown challenge. His journey has only just begun. Amy's internal monologue reveals her complex emotions. "I wasn't going to waste my emotions on him now, but this is the current king?" A vibrant festival atmosphere explodes into view. The announcement rings out: the fourth Prince Barizara's participation in the Continental Swordsmanship Competition is of great importance. For this purpose, we will get rid of the curfew from today onwards and start the festival. King Cryonis Al Roan sits upon his throne, a weary figure. The words, "He's changed so much," echo the unspoken concerns of the court. The king's back is to us, his posture slumped. He appears as if weighed down by the burdens of his crown, as if he's an old lion, completely tired of everything. A soft sigh escapes the male protagonist's lips as he gazes out the window, lost in thought. The journey to the competition weighs heavily on his mind. The carriage rolls along, a monotonous rhythm punctuated only by the occasional chirp of a bird. "It's boring, isn't it?" one passenger remarks, a hint of restlessness in their voice. Amy's concern is palpable, her gaze lingers on the male protagonist. "Is there something you're uncomfortable with?" she asks, her voice laced with worry. He shrugs it off: "I'm fine, don't sweat it." But his words lack conviction. The journey, already tedious, feels even longer now, a silent acknowledgement of the weight on his shoulders. A bottle of exquisite wine appears, a welcome distraction. "You prepared this wine for us, so there's no time to be worrying." Amy's words are a balm, a moment of levity in the tense atmosphere. The rich aroma fills the air as they pour themselves glasses. "It's my first time having such fragrant wine." Amy exclaims, her eyes sparkling with delight. The male protagonist's curiosity is piqued. Where did you find such high-grade wine? He asks, intrigued. Amy's response is laced with a hint of melancholy. It's something my mother left here, so I don't know. A thoughtful pause hangs in the air. Can we really drink something so precious? Amy questions, her voice soft. The male protagonist's brother interjects, why leave that which was left to be consumed? The wine glows, a vibrant ruby red, as Amy raises her glass. Instead, we should drink it on such a day like this, she declares, her voice filled with a newfound resolve. A toast is offered, a moment of shared understanding. You've changed a lot, brother. The male protagonist's brother's words carry a mix of surprise and pride. Really? Yes, he replies, a smile playing on his lips. A poignant memory surfaces. You used to be so protective over anything your mother had left. The male protagonist's brother's words are a gentle reminder of the past. A subtle shift in his demeanor, a hint of bitterness. His tone hardens. These small bastards have too good of a memory. A colossal moon, a celestial twin to our own, hangs heavy in the night sky. As the crackling campfire casts dancing shadows. We will depart tomorrow morning, a voice declares, the words firm and resolute. The journey to the Polisti kingdom will take another day. Amy, ever thoughtful, asks if anything is bothering her companion. The carriage is wide, so I'm fine, comes the reply, a hint of weariness in the tone. But the conversation quickly shifts to a more personal matter. How's Winley? One brother inquires, a playful smirk on his face. I somehow got her to go elsewhere, the other replies, a touch of mischief in his eyes. She drank too much. A shared laugh, a moment of light amidst the journey's seriousness. Brother, do you remember? One asks, a nostalgic glint in his eyes. You used to say that you wanted to try camping out like this, the other brother recalls, a warmth spreading through his voice. The memory of a shared dream, a bond forged in simpler times. A quiet contemplation. I know, the brother replies, a hint of understanding in his eyes. That this trip that could have easily been over with by riding horses is slow like this due to me being impatient. A poignant admission, a quiet acceptance of his circumstances. Amy's gentle suggestion hangs in the air, Your Majesty, will you also take some rest now? He leans back, gazing at the celestial spectacle above. A serene smile plays on his lips as he murmurs, the moon is prettier than usual today. A sudden flash of light. A figure emerges, wielding a glowing staff, a determined glint in his eyes. He declares, it'd be perfect to make a comeback. The celestial bodies above seem to mirror his ambition, a silent promise of a dramatic return hangs heavy in the night. Don't you think? A finger points towards the heavens, tracing ethereal lines across the night sky. The red one is Cyrus, the blue one is Krias. They are called Cyrus, who makes the beginning shine, and Krias, who illuminates the end. A figure in a military coat stands beneath the celestial spectacle, explaining this cosmic duality. This is common sense, he scoffs. But even a snotty kid would be smarter than you, he adds, with a condescending smirk. Ah, I should have conversations like this with a woman, he mutters, gazing at the twin moons. A voice cuts through his self-deprecating musings. Hey, what are you muttering all alone? Startled, he turns to see two figures approaching. Why are you coming from there? Wait, was it a G-ghost? A young man with a confident smirk reveals himself, it was me. Phantom magic, medium. There were 5 guards that the twins hired. And 4 of them are elite sword experts, so there are enough people. A lone, ominous staff stands silhouetted against the moonlit sky. That is, as long as nothing big happens. A young man sits amidst the foliage, a small, glowing blue gem clutched in his hand. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, a hint of mischief in his eyes. He speaks, his voice calm yet revealing, things like being attacked by assassins, that's right. The scene shifts, showing a cloaked figure moving with lethal grace through the shadows. Their movements are precise, deadly efficient. The young man continues, piecing together the puzzle. They were probably planning on attacking when everyone fell asleep. They even hid their bloodthirst, so as assassins, they're pretty good. A splash of crimson explodes across the panel, a stark visual representation of violence. The image is followed by a text box revealing the mastermind behind the assassination attempt, a regal woman, her face partially obscured. The young man's deduction continues, his voice laced with a hint of amusement. It's obviously that woman's deed. A chance for her to get rid of me, including Boris and Winley too. There's no way that she would let a chance like this go. Suddenly, the young man is shown launching into action, a surge of energy surrounding him. He's not happy about revealing his power, but the situation demands it. His words echo his inner conflict. I'm not exactly happy with having to expose my strength already and receiving suspicions, but when I think about it, it doesn't really matter. A brilliant blue energy blade materializes in his hand, a weapon of immense power. The visual is striking, emphasizing the raw energy he commands. With a blur of motion, he decimates his pursuers. The scene is a whirlwind of motion and destruction, bodies falling from the sky as he effortlessly dispatches them. Sharp swing. Surrounded. A wave of assassins closes in, blades glinting under the dim light of the forest, but the young man smiles, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He casually holds a simple wooden stick. Whatever you hold in your hands can become a weapon, he recalls his teacher's words. There is no rule to fighting. The stick glows, energy crackling around it. Weapons are an extension of your body, he thinks, focusing his intent. Depending on how you think. The wood transforms, becoming an ethereal blade of pure energy. With a blur of motion, the phantom blade cuts through the air. One assassin falls, then another, the energy slicing through their defenses with impossible speed. The force of the strike sends shockwaves through the forest. The remaining assassins stumble back, fear etched on their faces. A smirk plays on the young man's lips. What, they were only capable of this much, he muses, clearly unimpressed by their pathetic attempts. He casually tosses the stick aside, the energy dissipating. Boring bastards, he mutters, his eyes already scanning for new threats. A final, chilling smile spreads across his face. I'm asking this just to confirm, he thinks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Surrounded. A wave of assassins closes in, their blades glinting under the dim light, but the young man just smirks. He effortlessly deflects their attacks, a playful glint in his eyes. This is exactly like playing Bull Rush. Why do they all look so serious, he muses, his voice laced with amusement. A swift motion, a blur of light, and the assassins are down, defeated before they can even land a blow. His crimson eyes blaze with a chilling intensity. Nothing will change even if you do, he states, his voice low and dangerous. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. What did that woman even try to achieve from this, he wonders, a hint of unease creeping into his tone. The answer is revealed in a chilling revelation: 3 royalties, the whole kingdom would be shaken. The stakes are higher than he initially thought. Even the queen would struggle with the fallout. Is there a reason as to why she's so confident, he questions, his curiosity piqued. A lone figure stands before a sea of flickering candles, their back to us, a sense of foreboding fills the air. A brutal clash. The sound of shattering bone echoes, a scream cuts through the night. Another assassin falls, his lifeblood staining the ground. The young man's power is undeniable. A young man, seemingly ordinary, stands amidst the shadows, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He taps a slender staff against the ground, a subtle tremor runs through the earth. A chilling command is given. 3 figures emerge from the darkness, cloaked and armed, their mission clear. Their target is unaware, oblivious to the impending danger. A cold determination hardens their faces, they are shadows, instruments of death. But the young man anticipates their move. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes a wave of energy, a blinding flash of light erupts. The assassin's attack is met with a devastating counteroffensive. A shockwave rips through the air, leaving them scattered and disoriented. He moves with impossible speed, a phantom amongst the chaos. One assassin, attempting to flee, is struck down by a swift, precise blow. It was a fake. You fucking idiots, he taunts, his voice laced with amusement. The remaining assassins are engulfed in a blinding explosion of energy. The power is overwhelming, leaving behind only scorched earth. One assassin lies defeated, groaning in pain. How could you fall for that, idiot, he mutters, his voice filled with disdain. The young man, dusting off his clothes, offers a final, chilling observation. The fundamental truth of being an assassin is patience. How is this assassinating? A chilling proverb echoes through the air: if there's no one else watching, it's an assassination. A grim reminder of the danger that lurks. And suddenly, the blades flash. Two assassins launch themselves at the mysterious young man, their daggers glinting menacingly. But he remains calm, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. One tries a sneak attack from behind, a foolish mistake. The others engage in a desperate, chaotic clash of steel, while one tries to escape. A blinding flash of light. Crack, the escaping assassin is struck by a bolt of energy, his body frozen mid-air. Another is consumed by the same ethereal energy, his body dissolving into nothingness. The power is absolute. With a contemptuous smirk, the mysterious young man delivers his final judgment: you guys aren't even worth this branch. He effortlessly dispatches the remaining assassin with a flick of his wrist. The fight is over. His eyes glow with an eerie red light as he prepares for whatever comes next. A sinister calm settles over him. He activates a magical lock-on, a crimson circle appearing in his palm. I'd already prepared this when I saw you guys. The mysterious young man stands amidst the chaos of a recent battle, the setting sun casting long shadows across the forest floor. His expression is one of quiet satisfaction. As the body of his attacker crackles with arcane energy, a testament to the power of his phantom magic. Soul explosion, the technique whispers, a brutal but effective end to the threat. He reflects on the words of his mentor, a grim reminder echoing in his mind: don't be merciful to those who try to kill you. A cold resolve hardening his gaze. The fallen assassins lie scattered around him, a grim testament to his skill. A proper end. He thinks, a chilling finality in his tone. A wisp of purple smoke, a ghostly trail, hinting at something unseen, something powerful. In a lavish throne room, a queen sits, her back to us, radiating an aura of regal power. A question hangs heavy in the air. How did it go? She inquires, her voice laced with barely concealed anxiety. The answer arrives, chillingly blunt. All the candles that were connected to my students' lives have been turned off. A report delivered with grim finality. The queen's face is hidden, but her posture speaks volumes. They've been wiped out? The queen's shock is palpable. A single word confirms the devastating truth. Yes. The weight of the loss settles heavily. A new question arises, sharp and cold. What about those bastards? Her fury ignites, a storm brewing. The answer paints a picture of swift, brutal efficiency. They arrived in the Polisti Kingdom, their mission accomplished with terrifying speed. The queen's rage explodes. Just how are you taking care of things? She screams, her voice echoing through the palace. A chillingly calm response follows. The queen, perched on her throne, a storm brewing in her eyes, whispers a chilling question: who would help those damned halflings? Her fingers, sharp and elegant, trace the edge of a teacup, a subtle gesture betraying the turmoil within. A chilling vow escapes her lips: I'll show them what happens if they get in my way. Her maid, ever loyal, pledges her unwavering support: I will do as you say. The queen's gaze hardens, her resolve unwavering. Yes, do not forget. If you do not succeed this time, our contract will end there. With steely determination, she declares, and I will use the power of the Barriot family, even this country's power, to bury the Black Moon Guild. Under a sky painted with the ominous glow of a crimson and cerulean moon, a castle stands silhouetted against the night. A silent promise hangs heavy in the air. The maid replies simply, I will keep that in mind. A young woman's excited voice cuts through the quiet: brother. Brother! Look there, brother! That is the Polisti Kingdom. They have arrived. A young man, clearly annoyed, retorts, "Winley, can't you act like a lady?" His companion, unfazed, simply states, "We're finally here. The Kingdom of Water, Pelisti. Welcome to Pelisti, a city-state the size of Singapore, but built upon ancient ruins, making it one of the most beautiful places on the continent." Winley arrives, taking in the breathtaking architecture. His excitement palpable as he shares the news with his companion. Yep. And then, the reveal. The colossal stadium, a sight to behold. The location of the Continental Swordsmanship Competition. But this magnificent arena has a dark history. It's known for its brutal past, where fighters and even monsters clashed to the death. That's completely barbarous. The competition's details are revealed. 8 countries participate, each vying for glory. It's a battle of national pride. Even the age limit is discussed, highlighting that only those under 20 can compete. A competition for the younger generation. A necessary measure to find the most promising talent. The Rhone Kingdom's representative, a young woman with vibrant green hair, scoffs at her companion. "Are you here to cheer for me or just annoy me?" she snaps, her annoyance palpable. His eyes flash with a mischievous glint. "Of course, I'm here to have a date with you," he replies, a playful smirk on his lips. The scene shifts to showcase Baris, a figure of remarkable skill. Baris' skills are of a mid-level expert, just under that of a master swordsman. The narration emphasizes his prowess, highlighting his potential. The conversation turns to the upcoming competition. Now that I think about it, the representative for the Fallen Kingdom is the famous Princess of the Sword. A question mark hangs in the air, reflecting the growing intrigue. The young man's eyes widen in surprise. "My goodness! You don't know? There's no one in the Rhone Kingdom who doesn't know that name." A moment of reflection. His thoughts drift to his time in a coma, a period of lost memory. "I'm normally quite confident of my memory. It seems someone new appeared while I was in a coma." A majestic figure emerges, silhouetted against a starry backdrop. Elena de Fallon, the Princess of the Sword, stands tall, her presence commanding attention. The narration reveals her unique status, the Fallen Kingdom's only princess with 9 princes, and the Crown Prince's favorite person. The scene shifts back to the initial pair. The explanation continues. Of course, her fame comes from being the only princess of a great kingdom, the Fallen Kingdom, but that's not the whole story. The focus returns to the young man, his expression one of dawning realization. The reason she is famous is because she's the owner of the God Sword. God Sword? Behold! The God Sword e Calderas. A masterpiece forged over 1,000 days and nights. That's because my first teacher at the temple was the sword god, Hares. A lazy fellow, but his skills were unmatched. I even heard tales of the legendary sword he wielded, a blade so sharp it made my ears bleed just hearing about it. Was it the sword that slew the demon lord? The demonic academy, a place where even the great Hares left his mark. But still, it feels strangely out of place. A subtle tension hangs in the air as they walk. A question hangs unspoken between them. No. The God Sword e Calderas, a blade untouched by damage, a legend whispered in hushed tones. An ego is a sword spirit, forged in the fires of a maker's soul and a swordsman's unwavering devotion. A god sword, to be precise. Princess Elena, the sword's chosen wielder after centuries of waiting. More than just a legendary warrior. Really? There's more? Indeed, there is. Her beauty is renowned throughout the land. A dazzling vision, a breathtaking sight. But who cares about that? Hare's favorite sword is what truly matters. Ugh, Amy, this ribbon is anything but simple. It's your first banquet, so this much is nothing. But it's still too much. Your dignity represents the Rhone Kingdom, even if you don't like it. I'm only a spectator, observing the simple nature of royalty. A charming scene unfolds. He compliments her, calling her a fairy. She blushes, clearly flattered. But her brother quickly interjects, playfully reminding everyone of his presence. The playful banter sets a light-hearted tone. A sudden, sharp *argh. Asterisk echoes as a heel comes crashing down, interrupting the pleasantries. Someone's in trouble. The prince, ever the gentleman, offers his hand. Will you accept the honor of being my escort today? He asks, a subtle shift in power dynamics. And she accepts, a knowing smile playing on her lips. The roles have reversed. A regal figure watches from afar, a glint of something unreadable in their eyes. That little minx, they mutter, a hint of resentment in their tone. The scene shifts to a grand banquet hall. Amy, our protagonist, arrives, her expression a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. She's escorted by a loyal servant, who pledges his service with utmost respect. It is an honor to be able to serve you, he states. The grandeur of the hall is breathtaking. Amy's eyes widen as she takes in the opulent surroundings. Your Majesty, she whispers, a hint of awe in her voice. The grand ballroom glitters, a breathtaking spectacle of opulence. Crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow on the swirling dancers, a sea of elegant gowns and sharp uniforms. The air crackles with anticipation. A hush falls as two figures exchange a polite bow. In the background, other potential competitors stand, their eyes narrowed in silent assessment. A woman sips her champagne, her eyes scanning the crowd. So are these the participants of the Continental Swordsmanship competition, she muses. She observes the young competitors, a thoughtful expression on her face. They all look so young, since it's an age-restricted competition, she notes. But there are exceptions, of course. Though there are older people who are accompanying the participants like Winley and I. She adds, her gaze drifting to the more seasoned attendees. And yet, among the crowd, some stand out. And out of all these people, the most popular person, she thinks, a hint of intrigue in her voice. Suddenly, a gasp. It is nice to meet you, Prince Boris, someone exclaims, the words echoing through the hall. The crowd parts, revealing Prince Boris, the center of attention. I am Perdilha's Kingdom Marquis. Hello, a nervous voice greets him. Nice to meet you, I'm the Yushan Kingdom, Baltus Earl. Another voice chimes in, the introductions creating a ripple of excitement. Winley, the captivating emerald-haired beauty, is the center of attention. The banquet hall buzzes with excitement. A whirlwind of activity surrounds her. But amidst the joyous chaos, a thoughtful expression crosses Winley's face. The festivities are lively. Yet a quiet concern weighs on her mind. How should I help this situation, she wonders, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto her features. A dashing gentleman approaches, extending a hand. Want to dance, Winley, he asks, a charming smile playing on his lips. Winley, caught off guard, but accepting the invitation, finds herself swept away in a waltz. But a sudden interruption shatters the moment. Brottherr? A voice cuts through the commotion. You should enjoy your youth, young one. Wise words, perhaps, but Winley's gaze betrays a hint of sadness. A bittersweet reflection on her circumstances. The dance continues, but the weight of unspoken words hangs heavy in the air. He compliments her dancing, noting her grace and skill. You're telling me I didn't know you danced so well, he exclaims, genuinely impressed. You also have the talent for swordsmanship, the gentleman compliments, his words hanging in the air. But Winley demurs, a hint of self-doubt in her eyes. A ballroom scene unfolds, filled with elegantly dressed nobles. Aren't you just putting me on a pedestal, she asks, a slight blush rising on her cheeks. The gentleman's words about talent being an illusion echo in the silence. As Winley reflects on her own dedication. A lively scene, Winley, radiant in her gown, laughs as she dances with the gentleman. The music swells. A moment of pure joy captured in a single, dazzling frame. Her smile is infectious. Suddenly, a large boot descends from above, shattering the idyllic scene. Princess Winley is interrupted. A new character arrives, his words dripping with disdain. Who is this slimy bastard? The newcomer's gaze is sharp, focused on Winley's dance partner. A question hangs in the air: does he know Winley? Winley's expression hardens, her eyes blazing with anger. The cheerful atmosphere is gone, replaced by tension. A sudden, violent clash. Thwack, an elbow connects, sending a shockwave through the scene. A ballroom waltz, bathed in soft light. Prince Valaian extends a hand, a charming smile gracing his lips. Would you be willing to give me the honor of having a chat? But their elegant dance is abruptly interrupted. A gloved hand reaches out, a voice cutting through the music. Excuse me, Prince Valaian. I'm currently in the middle of a conversation with my brother. Valetian's smile falters. A subtle click echoes in the sudden silence. He recovers quickly, his expression smoothing into an apologetic mask. Oh. I apologize for my manners. The newcomer steps into view, his presence commanding attention. I am Bolta's kingdom's 7th prince, Valaian du Boltas. His eyes, sharp and intense, fix on Valaian. I am Davy Alrone. A surge of energy crackles between them. Valetian's hand reaches out, a question hanging in the air: is that it? Davy's response is curt, laced with defiance. So what brings you to this place, Prince Davy? I came to see my sibling participate. Valetian's expression shifts, a hint of amusement playing on his lips. So you're telling me you did that even though you knew I was a prince, huh? I see. With a final, enigmatic smile, Valaian dismisses Davy. I hope you have a pleasant stay. Princess Winley. A gasp escapes her lips as a powerful presence looms over her. Davy Alrone, brimming with confidence, addresses the crowd. I would like to win this competition in your honor, so please watch closely. His words carry a hint of challenge. But Princess Winley isn't impressed. Her expression hardens. Don't you think that you're being rude to all the participants? Davy Alrone smirks, unfazed. It will not be rude once I turn it into the reality. Winley's anger flares. My twin brother is participating in this competition. To say that to me only shows that you are looking down on him. An observer, seemingly amused, comments, oh. Seems like my Winley can take care of herself now. But the observer's amusement fades as his gaze sharpens. However, that guy doesn't seem like he'll just let it end here. The tension ratchets up. Are you looking down on me, Princess Winley? Suddenly, Davy Alrone lunges, his hand reaching for Winley. A desperate grab. And the observer's eyes narrow, a glint of determination in them. If it's this much. I've been patient. I've been patient enough. Davy's hand reaches out, a predatory movement. But Princess Winley is quicker. Thwack, a swift kick sends Davy sprawling. Prince Valetian's eyes flash. You shouldn't put your hands on my precious sister. The ballroom's elegance is shattered. Amidst the shocked onlookers, Winley rises, defiant. Consider yourself lucky I didn't break any bones. Winley's anger boils over. You. Prince Valetian's expression hardens. A question mark hangs in the air. A discarded glove lies on the floor. A glove. Winley's challenge echoes through the hall. I challenge you to a duel. But another voice cuts through the tension. That's enough, Prince Valaian. Stay out of this, princess. Davy Alrone, his face a mask of grim determination, clenches his fists. I must do this for my honor as a knight. The opulent ballroom, a scene of swirling gowns and hushed conversations moments ago, is now thrown into disarray. A ripple of shock spreads through the crowd as Prince Valaian steps forward, his voice cutting through the sudden silence. You should know how much of a ruckus you're causing if you're looking to reclaim your honor. Princess Winley, her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and defiance, stares at the unfolding drama. The weight of the situation settles upon her, a heavy cloak of uncertainty. A tense silence hangs in the air as Prince Valaian confronts Davy. Let me ask you properly, Prince Valaian. The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken yet palpable. Does Davy truly have the right to demand satisfaction? The weight of his actions, the consequences of his challenge, all come crashing down. Prince Valaian, his profile sharp against the light, contemplates the situation. His expression is unreadable, a storm brewing beneath a calm exterior. The sword god Horus. An ancient hero who founded the Phalan Empire, one of the three great powers of this continent. It is said that he was the original owner of the holy sword Caldaris, and the founder of the now lost claymore swordsmanship technique. Those who perfected their swordsmanship could supposedly cause a tsunami with a single swing of their blade. This kind of motif for that lazy old man is way too grandiose. Horus? A grand ballroom, opulent and shimmering. A man in dark attire stands before a woman in a flowing white dress, her fiery orange hair a striking contrast. Her golden eyes gleam with a mixture of defiance and intrigue. This is Princess Ileana of the Phalan Empire. The Emperor's forbidden treasure. Rumor has it that for the sake of the Queen, the Emperor is. It worked. Their plan was crazy. But for Ileana de Phalan, the owner of the Holy Sword. A man ponders an image of a striking figure, sword at their back. Horus was quite handsome, but he was definitely male. He muses, a hint of intrigue in his eyes. His thoughts shift, a flicker of disbelief crossing his features. But for Horus to now be a woman and have this much status. The scene shifts. A woman with fiery orange hair stands before him, her expression a mixture of surprise and slight annoyance. "Ah, that's," she begins, a subtle tremor in her voice. She continues, her voice barely a whisper, "I was mistaken." The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. Her eyes, wide and intense, speak volumes. A silent plea for understanding, a desperate attempt to move past this awkward encounter. He smiles, a wave of relief washing over his features. "Just forget it," he says, his voice light and dismissive. Elsewhere, a new scene unfolds. A young man with vibrant green hair rushes into a room, his eyes wide with concern. "How did that happen?" he exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. He addresses a woman, his sister, Ileana. "Brother," she calls out, her voice sharp with worry. The tension is palpable. The man, clearly flustered, tries to explain. "Ileana de Phalan, he mutters, his voice a mix of confusion and dawning realization. The scene shifts again. Ileana stands before a crowd, her face a mask of defiance. "By being rude to a partner, you have disrespected everyone here," she declares, her voice ringing with authority. Not just compared to that arrogant Valaian, but considering the other nobles as well. He's as charismatic as he's famous. If you truly consider yourself a knight with a code of honor, then apologize to these two guests. Ileana's defiance hangs heavy in the air. A tense silence descends upon the opulent ballroom. Ugh. That. Regardless of the intentions he might have had, someone that prideful won't apologize so easily. Look at this. I accept. A gasp ripples through the crowd. Ileana and her companion exchange a look of disbelief. "Brother? What are you talking about? You won't run from me." A regal hall, the air thick with anticipation. Prince Vailtin, his eyes sharp, addresses his opponent. "It's been quite a while." His brother offers a word of encouragement, a subtle tension in his voice. "Brother, even if you say you've gotten better, your opponent is a swordsmanship competitor." Ileana, her face etched with worry, receives a reassuring touch. "Don't get so worked up." Vailtin strides into the arena, his confidence radiating. "You swing your sword like an amateur. Don't trouble your siblings and just give in." His arrogance knows no bounds. "If you kneel before me and admit defeat, I'll let you off." Ileana's brother steps forward, a glint of defiance in his eyes. "Look here, Prince Vailtin. It's fine." Vailtin smirks, his words dripping with condescension. A demonstration speaks for itself. His confidence unwavering. Very well. It won't happen, of course, but if I lose, I'll kneel down and admit defeat instead. Ileana's brother smiles, a chilling glint in his eyes. He holds a simple wooden sword. The knight, eyes narrowed, assesses the situation. Princess Ileana and Prince Veiltin, a picture of arrogant confidence, stand in the background, a storm brewing. A palace balcony, opulent and grand, overlooks a bustling courtyard below. The whispers of the court carry on the breeze, a stark contrast to the knight's inner turmoil. He scoffs, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. Ultimately, this is the body of a weak prince who's been out of a hospital bed for less than a year. He's not taking this duel lightly, but he's not afraid either. Prince Veiltin, radiating self-assurance, taunts his opponent. Are you scared? The challenge hangs heavy in the air. But the knight remains unfazed. I was generously waiting for you to make the first strike. His patience is wearing thin. Veiltin presses his advantage. It's quite shameful of a prince not to take an opportunity presented to them. He's goading the knight into a reckless attack. Veiltin's words ignite a spark. Don't delay the inevitable and come forward. The pressure mounts. A sudden shift in the knight's demeanor. A very good idea just struck me. His eyes flash with a newfound resolve. He moves, a blur of motion. Then I won't hold back. The anticipation is palpable. A blinding flash of light. Bam! The impact sends a shockwave through the courtyard. The duel has begun. The clash of steel echoes through the hall. A blur of motion, a whirlwind of power. Prince Veiltin's arrogant smirk falters. His blade is sent flying, a testament to the knight's superior skill. How stupid. Veiltin mutters, disbelief etched onto his face. The prince's eyes widen. I thought I was fast enough, but... He's caught completely off guard. The knight's counterattack is swift and precise, a perfectly executed riposte. Veiltin's face contorts in pain. Oh no, my hands. The prince's sword spins through the air, a graceful arc against the opulent backdrop of the palace ballroom. And lands with a dull thud at the prince's feet. He lies defeated, his overconfidence shattered. The knight approaches, his expression unreadable. Did you perhaps get hit by that? If that's the case, why did you let me strike first? Veiltin groans, his face a mask of humiliated fury. Ugh, you brat. The onlookers gasp. Oh, how embarrassing. The difference in their skills is a little, how unsightly. Prince Veiltin, his face a mask of barely contained fury, draws his sword. I'm going to kill you, he snarls, the very air crackling with his rage. His eyes blaze with a dangerous light, a chilling confidence radiating from him as he adds, with sword skills that crude, you'll never be able to take down my swordsmanship. A blinding flash of light. Two swords clash, a furious dance of steel. The impact reverberates, sending shockwaves through the air. Shit! Shit, he cries, the sound echoing the desperation in his eyes. A scream pierces the air, a wave of pure terror washes over her. His posture is sloppy, his strikes weak, his strength misdirected. Not only is his posture sloppy, but the timing of his strikes and distribution of his strength is messy, a voice observes. There's no way this can be happening. He lunges, a desperate counterattack. The clash of steel rings out once more. But it's too late. I'd lose to a bastard like this, he roars, fury and disbelief etched onto his face. A single question hangs heavy in the air. But why? His eye reflects a hidden truth, a miniature battle unfolds within, a desperate struggle for survival. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of steel. Am I the one being pushed back? The grand ballroom, a scene of elegant chaos. A sword flashes, a body falls. He slumps to the floor, defeated. You got hit again? You, bastard. Eyes blazing with barely contained fury. How many times has this happened? Even if he's careless, to think he'd get hit 3 times. This is the best he can do? A roar of frustrated rage. Shut up. Stop yapping like you know anything. The impact of a fist, a thunderous blow. Pant. Pant. Did he lose himself in his anger? And what is it that you know? A weathered hand grips the hilt of a sword, its wornwood hinting at countless battles fought. The inscription speaks of a unique style of swordsmanship. The tale unfolds: a legendary swordsman, Jun, a notorious drunkard, created this technique in the paradise of heroes, a place of legends and forgotten arts. A jovial voice interrupts, "Hey bro! Heard you were doing something fun." The scene shifts, revealing a young man, intrigued by the power of the drunken sword. He grips the sword, a troubled expression clouding his face. "Damn it! I know I'm the one who created it, but this sword art is really evil." The old master, his face a mask of amusement, watches from his seat. A low chuckle escapes his lips. His voice booms, "I swear. If you aren't someone who'd blind society, then don't even think about using it." The young man hesitates, a conflicted expression on his face. "It's not really like something like that though." It was a sword art that both masters would speak out against it. A thoughtful pause hangs in the air. "I wonder why." The answer comes in a flash of insight: because it's heavy and sharp? Because of its overwhelming strength? No. A blur of motion. Steel clashes against steel in a whirlwind of skill. And with a swift, precise movement, the protagonist's foot connects with his opponent's leg. A perfectly timed trip. The drunken sword's technique unfolds. It's not about power, it's about manipulation. It's about toppling your opponent's balance, turning their own attacks against them. A truly devious art. The opponent stumbles, completely off balance, exhausted by the relentless, unpredictable movements of the drunken sword. The blade sings a deadly song, a dance of controlled chaos. And with a final, decisive thrust, the opponent is sent sprawling across the floor. The drunken sword's power is undeniable. A triumphant smirk plays on the protagonist's lips. He's mastered the drunken sword, and the crowd's reaction only amplifies its effect. The more witnesses, the greater its power. The final blow lands with a resounding wham. A sigh escapes the protagonist's lips, a hint of uncertainty clouding his triumph. He glances at his fallen opponent, a mixture of concern and self-doubt in his eyes. But a playful smirk quickly replaces it. The thrill of victory is undeniable, a light-hearted "so fun" escapes his lips. Despite the apparent levity, a thoughtful observation is made: this isn't just swordsmanship, it's performance art. Pure entertainment. Suddenly, a surge of raw power. A blinding flash of light erupts from the fallen opponent's sword, a furious roar follows. The opponent rises, eyes blazing, sword glowing with an unnatural energy. "I'll kill you," he screams, lunging forward with a terrifying speed. Spectators gasp. "Sword aura," one cries out in disbelief, while another exclaims, "Bartion is crazy." The protagonist, unfazed, calmly states, "It's too late to feel regret." His hand moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion. A clash of steel echoes through the hall. The opponent is sent flying, defeated once more. "Brother," he cries out in despair. The protagonist, despite his victory, feels a growing unease. A shadow of suspicion hangs over him. The cold stares of the onlookers are starting to weigh heavily on his mind. He knows his act is becoming harder to maintain. The clash of steel echoes through the opulent palace hall, a silent, deadly dance of blades begins. His opponent lunges, a wicked grin splitting his face. "Got you," he sneers, his blade flashing. But with impossible speed, the counterattack is swift and brutal. A blur of motion, a devastating blow. The blade sings through the air, a watery trail marking its deadly path, a precise strike. His eyes widen in disbelief, a look of pure shock etched on his face. The antagonist tumbles, his body crashing to the floor. Where did his confidence go? A smirk plays on the victor's lips, a chilling silence hangs heavy in the air. He whispers, barely audible, "He said I'm an idiot?" Rage boils over. "You bastard," he roars, his fury unleashed. The palace chandeliers tremble as a powerful shockwave erupts, the aftermath of his rage. The clash echoes through the opulent hall, a guttural cry escapes the defeated combatant. "Brother!" he cries out, his voice laced with disbelief and pain. "A good-for-nothing bastard like you." The blade flashes, a blur of motion, a desperate lunge meets its swift end. He hits the floor hard. "Oh, my back," the defeated man groans, clutching at his aching spine. "That was a bad fall I just had," his opponent chuckles, a cruel amusement in his eyes. "Ha ha ha." The onlookers murmur, their attention drawn to the unexpected turn of events. "Ha? Why's Bartian on the ground like that?" A thoughtful pause hangs in the air. Does that mean I win?" the victor asks, a smirk playing on his lips. The opulent ballroom glitters, a breathtaking display of gold and crystal. A stark contrast to the words whispered amongst the attendees, Prince Felician's recent battle was a disappointment. One voice, however, cuts through the murmurs, praising Prince Roan's performance. But even praise carries a sting. "Were you not in a coma until a mere few months ago?" the question hangs heavy in the air. A pointed reminder of Roan's recent recovery. His response? A smirk. "Things went in my favor," he says, a glint in his eye. A chuckle escapes him, light but laced with an undercurrent of something darker. As he sits alone, the weight of unspoken words settling around him like a shroud. From a distance, a woman watches, her golden eyes narrowed in appraisal. "That was a good show," she declares, her voice dripping with a chilling sarcasm. Her gaze sharpens, a cold fury simmering beneath the surface. The grand ballroom glitters, a breathtaking spectacle of opulence. A vision in white, Ileana, sweeps into view, drawing gasps of admiration. Meanwhile, in a horse-drawn carriage, a heated discussion unfolds. "Brother! That was so reckless," one voice exclaims, sharp with concern. A young man, his face etched with worry, responds, "That's right. The hosts didn't show it, but it was a big ruckus." The carriage's plush interior offers little comfort as the tension mounts. "Why be so uptight?" a calm voice interjects, attempting to defuse the situation. "That sort of happened, and it resolved well." "Isn't that all?" But the concern remains, unspoken. The conversation shifts. "So you know of it? We've seen his demonstrations at gatherings before." A hint of disdain colors the words. "He's been chasing Winley ever since." "He's a really terrible guy," the sharp retort reveals a deep-seated animosity. A woman's voice cuts through the air, a smug undertone lacing her words, "Just as I thought, my plan was well-deserved." The carriage continues its journey, the conversation seemingly at an end, but the tension remains palpable. A young man, perhaps a prince, frets, his words a mix of apprehension and forced compliance. "I'll heed your advice since it's from my cute younger brother, though." His younger brother smiles, a glint in his eyes that hints at something more than simple sibling affection. A princess, her laughter echoing the relief of a successful scheme, chimes in, "But actually, I'm a little relieved. Our brother is amazing after all." The younger brother's smirk widens, a silent acknowledgement of their shared victory. Indeed. A celebratory fireworks display explodes over a majestic castle, a vibrant contrast to the darkness that preceded it. He never knew he'd be defeated so soundly. The scene shifts, a shattered porcelain plate, the remnants of a once proud symbol, now scattered and broken, a visual metaphor for the shattered pride of someone else. A roar of fury, aagh. Amidst the chaos, a desperate plea, "My lord! Please stop." The impact of a body hitting the floor, a grunt of pain, ughh. A furious outburst, "You dare!" Prince Roan, a vision in royal blue, surveys the celebratory scene with a smirk. The crowd cheers, oblivious to the storm brewing within his seemingly carefree demeanor. A subtle shift in his expression, a glint in his eye, hints at the power he wields. He's not just a pretty face, this prince is a force to be reckoned with. The Princess of Roan, a vision of emerald grace, walks with a confident stride. Her smile is serene, yet there's a strategic glint in her eyes. A carefully orchestrated plan unfolding before her very eyes. Her choice of consort is not merely a matter of the heart, but a calculated move. The tension ratchets up. A sudden, sharp crack. A chair shatters. The scene shifts dramatically. From a lavish palace interior to a scene of escalating conflict. The prince's opponent, seething with rage, confronts him. The air crackles with animosity. "Get lost," the enraged voice booms. The confrontation is unavoidable. A chair flies through the air, a testament to the raw power about to be unleashed. The battle begins. Roan moves with surprising speed and agility, a whirlwind of controlled fury. The room is a blur of motion. A shattered chair lies amidst the chaos, a testament to the raw power of the prince's unexpected outburst. The opponent is clearly outmatched. The opulent ballroom, a scene of recent triumph, now holds a different tension. A single question hangs heavy in the air. Prince Roan, back turned, stands amidst the lingering echoes of battle. His victory is undeniable, yet a shadow of unease flickers in his eyes. The question, posed once more, is a chilling whisper in the grand hall: "Do you wish to kill him?" A woman's voice, sharp and laced with dark amusement, cuts through the silence. "I asked who the hell you are." Her hand, a blur of purple energy, reaches out. "I can help you kill him, cutie," she purrs, a predatory smile playing on her lips. The prince's eyes widen, fear battling with a strange fascination as her touch brushes his cheek. The woman's words are a promise of brutal efficiency. "Indeed, I'll tear his flesh and dislocate his bones." A moment of stunned silence, then, a single, whispered question: "What's your name?" The answer is a revelation, whispered like a dark secret on the wind: Sherio. Sherio's crimson dress, torn and stained, speaks volumes. Her eyes, burning with an unholy light, promise a storm to come. "Will you remember it?" Sherio's crimson eyes gleam with malicious delight as she leans in close to Prince Roan, a predatory smile playing on her lips. "Good." Her fangs glint in the dim light, a promise of power and vengeance. "Leave it to me." Within the opulent confines of a royal palace, Roan, defeated but resolute, sits before Sherio. He offers a weary sigh. "You can just do what you please." Sherio's embrace is not one of comfort, but of a predator claiming its prey. Roan's fate sealed in this chilling moment. The announcement echoes through the grand arena: the disqualifier round against Baris will soon begin. A nervous energy crackles in the air. A surge of golden energy erupts from a hand, a power yet unseen. A quiet confidence spreads across his face. A subtle smile plays on his lips. In a private chamber, a young maid, seemingly oblivious, hums softly to herself. "Ha!" The young man, alone in his room, whispers, "I'm still a long way away." A hint of determination, perhaps even desperation, in his voice. "Let's go. Other things can wait." A lone figure stands poised, sword at his side, a silent warrior ready for battle. The colossal arena awaits. A thunderous roar erupts from the crowd, the air crackles with anticipation. Meanwhile, a prince sits alone, his face etched with worry. The weight of the upcoming challenge bears down on him. The roar of the crowd. A colossal stadium, packed to the rafters, echoes with thunderous applause. A young man stands in the center of a vast plaza, arms outstretched, basking in the energy of the cheering masses. The scene shimmers with an almost ethereal glow. The crowd's passion is palpable, their cheers a wave washing over him. He smiles, a genuine expression of warmth amidst the excitement. But a text box reveals a different story. Baris' match starts in the afternoon. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. Another text box: "I didn't want to waste my time watching these amateurs in the morning, so I skipped it with an excuse that I'm sick." A cynical smirk plays on his lips. A hand reaches out, fingers splayed, calling him. Appa! Here! He turns, a slight startle in his eyes, as he encounters a familiar face. Am I late? He asks, a hint of concern in his tone. Nope, she replies, her voice brimming with playful energy. A concerned question, you got sick because you overdid yourself yesterday, right? His face contorts slightly, a grimace hidden beneath a forced smile. A thought bubble reveals his inner turmoil. I can't tell her that I have a stomachache even if I die. Damn my bowel movement. A comedic beat. A casual confession. I used to be able to use the temple restroom without issue. But now, a familiar discomfort grips him. If this continues, he'll have to use his holy power to alleviate his stomach ache. Suddenly, a gasp. Appa, look. It's Boris. The crowd roars with excitement as the champion appears in the arena. The match is about to begin, and the crowd is wild with anticipation. The crowds love him, someone remarks, as Boris smiles serenely from his seat. A hand reaches for a scroll. Let's see, the opponent is. A figure stealthily approaches from above. The suspense builds. A curious expression. Ha! A cruel twist of fate. This matchup is so cruel. The arena awaits. The clash of steel echoes as the combatants face off. The battle begins. A red flag snaps in the wind above the arena. The rules are clear, blades are dulled, but lethal attacks are strictly forbidden. The tension is palpable as the competitors are briefed. Mana-infused attacks are also strictly prohibited. Boris, our fearless swordsman, stands poised, a confident smirk playing on his lips. From the stands, anxious whispers ripple through the crowd. Will he succeed, they wonder. But Boris' companion remains calm, her faith unwavering. He's experienced, he'll be all right, she assures. The grand arena, a breathtaking spectacle of marble and gold, awaits. The anticipation is almost unbearable. Boris strides into the arena, his every movement precise, a blur of motion as he draws his sword. The crowd roars its approval, a wave of light and sound washing over the combatants. His opponent stands ready, eyes narrowed in concentration. The clash is imminent. The referee raises his hand, signaling the start. The match begins. The arena floor trembles as Boris lands, a shockwave rippling outwards. The clash is about to begin. From the stands, keen eyes observe Boris' every move. From what I saw from Belishan's match yesterday, he makes some unexpected movements with his sword. An insightful analysis, indeed. But Boris' raw power is undeniable. On the other hand, Boris uses his strength to give massive damage to his opponent. A stark contrast in fighting styles. The battle rages. A blur of motion, steel clashes against steel, sparks fly as Boris' relentless assault pushes Valerian to his limits. To add to this, Valerian might not be able to handle Boris' heavy strikes. Valerian, anticipating the next blow, attempts evasion, a desperate maneuver. But Boris' attack is too swift. A blinding flash of light, and a crash as steel meets steel. A cruel smile spreads across Felician's face. He blocked it. Steel clashes against steel. Boris' attack is a whirlwind of motion, a furious dance of power. But Valerian, with surprising agility, deflects each blow with calculated precision. The crowd roars. From the sidelines, an observer watches, his eyes narrowed in intense concentration. This is interesting, he mutters, a hint of excitement in his voice. Another spectator gasps. Amazing! Was Valerian this strong? No, that's impossible. Even a genius has to spend time and effort to reach a certain physical ability. Just like how Boris had to work hard to use a long sword. Even if Valerian is resisting well, he will reach his limits sooner or later. But the observer's eyes widen. A sudden realization dawns on him. What is it? The fight continues, but a strange feeling washes over the arena. A palpable shift in the air. What's this strange feeling? Valerian asks, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. 6 years have passed, a young boy dreams of knighthood, his sister watching over him with unwavering loyalty. Winley will protect Appa, she declares, her voice filled with fierce devotion. The scene shifts, revealing a young man, his eyes sharp and focused. He holds a sword, a symbol of his dedication and growth. I can see how much effort he put in, a voice observes, a hint of awe in the tone. He's been challenged to a duel, a test of his newfound skills. The air crackles with anticipation. Steel clashes against steel. Sparks fly as the blades meet in a flurry of motion, a whirlwind of skill honed over years of relentless training. But something is different. That sword technique can't be achieved in a short time period, one combatant notes, his voice laced with disbelief. The other's movements are too refined, too precise. A chilling realization dawns. It's as if he's a completely different person. The observer whispers, a sense of unease creeping into his voice. The fight intensifies. A strange energy pulses between them, a palpable tension that threatens to consume them both, clash. A strange and dangerous feeling hangs heavy in the air. Winley watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. The roar of the crowd. A colossal arena stretches before us, bathed in sunlight. A gleaming longsword rests center stage, catching the light. Baris, a whirlwind of motion, stands poised. His opponent, Valaian, is on the defensive. Valetian's eyes narrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He's clearly impressed, but not yet defeated. Baris smiles, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Let's end it now. He draws his sword, the anticipation palpable. The sword sings as it leaves its scabbard. A blur of motion, a deadly dance of steel. A blinding flash of light erupts as Baris attacks. Valaian barely manages to parry the blow. The crowd gasps. Match point. Valetian's face is a mask of grim determination. He's not giving up yet. Baris' attack is relentless. A furious storm of steel. Valaian is thrown back, his body impacting the ground with a heavy thud. The dust settles, revealing his defeat. Winley, eyes wide with apprehension, peers from behind a doorway, witnessing the unfolding duel. A blur of motion as Baris' blade dances, a whirlwind of steel against Valetian's desperate defense. The clash of steel echoes through the chamber. Valaian staggers back, a pained gasp escaping his lips, trying to die. Winley's eyes dart between the combatants, his heart pounding in his chest. Baris' next move is a deadly combo. A crimson spray erupts as Baris' attack lands. A wave of shock washes over Winley as he witnesses the brutal impact. The air crackles with energy as a surge of mana flows from Valetian's wound. A crimson blade pierces Valetian's chest, a silent scream frozen on his face. His lifeblood stains the floor. Winley's eyes widen, reflecting the horror of the scene. His breath hitches in his throat as he whispers, "I'm going to die." The night is alive with the swish of a blade, a blur of motion under the twin moons. And the relentless pursuit of perfection continues. Each swing a testament to unwavering dedication. His eyes, burning with an inner fire, a silent determination etched on his face. "You're practicing well, Hyung." The castle stands tall against the night sky, a silent witness to late-night training sessions. "I can't sleep because of you." I'm sorry." Winley's already gone to see the swords match MVP, but the practice continues, fueled by a restless spirit. Midnight practice? I couldn't fall asleep. Price Valaian, a name whispered with respect and a hint of fear. Hyung won against him once, but I'm not satisfied with that. A burning resolve ignites within him. What if you're not? I'm going to destroy him with my own hands. The younger brother practices his swordsmanship, his movements precise and powerful. A clean posture, a smooth mana flow, he's clearly dedicated. His older brother observes, a thoughtful expression on his face. He considers intervening, but hesitates. The older brother's internal conflict, a risky method, potentially causing chaos if revealed, but his brother's well-being is paramount. He makes his decision. But he's my brother, so there's nothing to hesitate about. The younger brother, still focused on his training, is startled by a sudden presence. Hyung? The older brother approaches, a mischievous glint in his eyes. I'll give you a massage. A gentle touch, then, a surge of energy. The younger brother tenses, surprised by the unexpected power. A wave of tingling sensation washes over him. It'll hurt a little. The massage continues, a vibrant energy flowing between the brothers. The younger brother's muscles visibly relax. The younger brother is overwhelmed by the sudden relief. Kek? Oh my, your muscles must be really tensed up. One's mana is triggering another's mana and mixing it up, a method that breaks all the rules from this world. The younger brother, exhausted from training, mentions hearing of a place with excellent massages. A vibrant beach scene flashes before his eyes, a hint of paradise. Hyung arrives, and with a shout of Yola Pongtai, initiates his unique energy massage technique. The younger brother is startled. Utterly bewildered by the strange language. Hyung's hand descends, a golden aura emanating from his fingertips, a wave of energy washes over his brother. A surge of warmth and healing energy fills the younger brother's body. His eyes widen, a look of pure relief washing over him. The younger brother's body relaxes completely, his tension melting away. A blissful sigh escapes his lips. Hyung smiles, a satisfied expression on his face. Good, it's moving fast, he mutters, observing the energy flow. He explains that while it won't immediately help with the upcoming match, it will aid in his growth. Hyung, ever the caring brother, offers a helping hand. You're bad, can't you help me up gently? His brother asks, exhausted from his training. Hyung's response is gentle but firm, don't worry, I'm giving you enough care. But the respite is short-lived. Now. Quickly go to your room. Hyung urges, a playful threat in his tone. If you fall asleep later than me, I'll give you a full body massage. Heek. The younger brother, spurred on by the promise, and perhaps a little fear, makes his way to his room. A faint glow emanates from his back, a subtle sign of the energy massage's lingering effects. And under the watchful gaze of a twin moon, he stands silhouetted against the city skyline. Insurance complete, a thought echoes in his mind, a quiet satisfaction settling over him. A quiet confidence fills him. I'm excited for tomorrow. The anticipation is palpable. Meanwhile, a figure emerges, radiating power. A surge of energy crackles around him, a prelude to something extraordinary. A blinding flash of light. The air itself vibrates with the force of the unleashed energy. Kwang. The scene shifts to a training arena. A clash of steel. Two figures locked in combat, blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The impact sends a shockwave. What happened? The aftermath hangs heavy in the air. Prince Felician's sword glowed red. Is that Prince Boris? Something's different about him. A gasp of astonishment. That's amazing. A mana shield. Only advanced experts can use that skill. But the match is cut short. A sudden, brutal attack. Time out. Prince Valaian is restrained. The match is paused. Stay away from Prince Boris. The gravity of the situation sinks in. You violated the rules and attempted murder. This could cause a war. The consequences are severe. Not only a penalty, but an official complaint to the Valtese nation. There must be a misunderstanding. Prince Valaian. My Royal Highness, please say something. The clash of steel echoes through the arena, a blur of motion too fast for the eye to follow. Prince Boris, a figure of grace and power, is suddenly dwarfed, a monstrous hand descends, casting a shadow of dread. A sickening thud. Valaian stands over his fallen opponent, the crimson stain spreading across the pristine floor. The words hang heavy in the air, Prince Valaian killed someone. A wave of shock ripples through the stunned observers. Valetian's face is a mask of something primal, something terrifying. A chilling grin reveals a darkness within. His shadow looms large, a monstrous figure that dwarfs even the arena itself. The weight of his actions settles upon him. A wave of terror washes over the opulent hall. What is that ominous presence looming overhead? Panic erupts. A desperate cry rings out, everyone run, the ground trembles with each frantic step. A horrifying grin spreads across the prince's face. The prince is crazy. Prince Valtian, he's become a monster. Crimson stains his once regal attire as he unleashes a terrifying roar. The royal guards struggle to react. Control him, they shout, their voices strained with fear. This must be a nightmare. Your Majesty, one whispers, we can't get him down with only us here. A desperate plea echoes through the chaos, ask for support. The screams of terror intensify. A figure emerges from the shadows, a smirk playing on his lips. A chilling calm amidst the storm. His eyes gleam with a mixture of amusement and something darker. A silent observation. A single word escapes his lips, barely a whisper, bro. The weight of the situation settles upon him. The competition. The aftermath. Dust settles on the grand hall floor. Prince Valtian, transformed, lies defeated. An observer watches, his face unreadable. A young man, green-haired and wide-eyed, sits nearby, his breath ragged. Did you see that? His brother, calm amidst the chaos, speaks. I made a spirit barrier, brother. A detailed explanation unfolds, revealing the barrier's nature, an expert-level defense, woven from mana itself, a safeguard against unimaginable danger. But the barrier wasn't the only reason for his survival. A surge of power, a testament to Boris' own rapid growth, played a crucial role. Despite the near-death experience, the young man's brother reflects on his resilience. He's only 14. A moment of quiet contemplation. It would have been cuter to see you cry while saying everything hurt. A gentle hand touches the green-haired youth's head. Stop talking like an old man and go to sleep. A soft question hangs in the air. Brother? A flat line. Silence. The royal arena, a colossal amphitheater, stands silent, except for the rhythmic thud of approaching footsteps. An observer watches, their eyes narrowed, a storm brewing within their gaze, the weight of impending chaos heavy in the air. Valtian. A blinding flash erupts. A wave of searing heat washes over the arena. The protective barrier, shattered in an instant. The force of the blast sends shockwaves through the stands. Panic. The mages struggle, their faces etched with fear. Shit. He's too strong for us, one cries out, desperate. His form is obscured by smoke and dust, but even through the haze, the prince's terrifying presence is undeniable. A figure emerges, scarred but defiant. The barrier is failing, the ground trembles beneath the weight of his power. The barrier won't stand much longer. The royal court, a sea of pristine white uniforms, stands arrayed before a seemingly unstoppable force. Prince Valtian moves like a phantom, a blur of motion, leaving devastation in his wake. His emerald eyes gleam with an unsettling power, a chilling contrast to the elegant teal of his attire. You can't, Prince Davy. It's too dangerous to come any closer. A desperate plea rings out, but Valtian shows no sign of stopping. Panic erupts. The onlookers scatter like leaves in a storm, their shadows stretching long and distorted across the checkered floor. A desperate attempt to protect the innocent. But it's too late. Boris' brother watches in horror as his protective barrier crumbles. His sister's voice, a choked whisper, brother? The question hangs heavy in the air. Where did Valtian even come from? The sheer speed of his advance is terrifying. A brutal clash. The impact throws Boris' brother across the arena. The fight is over before it truly began. A sickening grind of bone and metal. Boris lies broken, his uniform stained crimson. The price of defiance is paid in blood. Infections,
You've become quite different overnight, Valtian.
An observer watches, his tone laced with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Volshan's eyes, now burning with an inner fire, fix on the observer. A chilling smile spreads across his face.
Now then.
How to deal with this threat? The question hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension building as the antagonist unleashes raw power. A surge of energy erupts. The very air crackles with arcane might as the mages struggle to contain the blast. A desperate defense against overwhelming force. But even their combined efforts seem insufficient. A figure emerges from the chaos, a dark silhouette against the blinding light, moving with purpose. A desperate cry rings out, "Block him! Don't let him near the prince!" The scene shifts, the urgency palpable. A desperate struggle for survival. A clash of magic and steel. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of energy tearing through the air. A desperate gambit. A grunt of exertion, a pained gasp. The hero staggers, but his eyes burn with defiance. He will not yield. A surge of dark energy, a sinister power unleashed. A chilling smile plays on his lips as he prepares to strike. A sudden movement. A familiar figure leaps into the fray, a desperate attempt to intervene. Winley? The hero's voice is laced with surprise and concern. A realization dawns, a cold dread gripping his heart. No. The weight of the situation crushes him. The stakes are higher than ever. A grim truth revealed, Winley will get hurt too if this goes on. The hero's face is etched with agonizing determination. He must find a way. Move. A powerful force sends Winley flying, a blur of motion across the battlefield. Hero's eyes widen in shock. What? Princess Elena. The name echoes in Hero's mind, a chilling realization dawning. Winley lies defeated, his sword a few feet away, a desperate reach for his weapon. But the antagonist is relentless, his attack relentless, a whirlwind of power. A sickening grind, the sound of metal against bone. Elena's eyes blaze with fierce determination, a cold fury. She grips her sword, a surge of power coursing through her veins, a warrior's resolve. The descending sword mountain split. A devastating technique unfolds. The antagonist unleashes a devastating attack. A whirlwind of raw power, a maelstrom of destruction. Winley is sent flying, crashing into the arena floor. Dust and debris erupt as the impact reverberates through the stadium. Winley coughs, his vision blurry. He tries to rise, but pain shoots through his body. His brother, Hero, rushes to his side, his voice filled with desperate concern. "Brother. Are you all right?" A wave of energy washes over the battlefield, the air crackles with anticipation. A heavy sword lands with a thump, shaking the very ground, sending the warrior crashing to her knees. Pain contorts her face, a grimace etched into her features. But in her eyes, a fire ignites. From the dust and debris, a figure emerges, a whirlwind of motion. His eyes glow with a terrifying red light. "Grrr," he snarls, a primal rage consuming him. The clash of steel against steel, a screch of metal tearing through the air. A crackle of energy explodes between them. With a ferocious swish, he lunges forward, only to be met with a slash that sends him reeling. The warrior woman unleashes a flurry of blows. Swash, pow, her attacks are a whirlwind of motion, each strike precise and devastating, sending the red-eyed commander reeling. He's thrown back, his body a blur against the dusty battlefield. With a powerful FWIP, she delivers a final, earth-shattering kick. A breathtaking display of skill and power as she soars through the air. Wham! The impact explodes outwards, a shockwave of energy rippling across the ground. The red-eyed commander crashes to the earth, a boom echoing through the desolate landscape. Dust and debris fly everywhere. From a distance, onlookers gasp. Gulp! Could this be the end? The ground cracks beneath him, crack, crumble. The red-eyed commander is defeated, his once proud form now broken and defeated. A gust of wind whips past, carrying away dust and debris, whoosh, leaving behind only the fallen commander, his face a mask of defeat and pain. The warrior woman stands defiant, a whirlwind of blonde hair and battle-ready steel. Her cry echoes across the arena, "Charge! Go crush that filth!" Davy and the princess watch from a safe distance, a desperate plea escaping the young man's lips. "Davy, run! Leave this to the princess!" But the warrior woman is already in motion, a blur of focused fury. The red-eyed commander sneers, "You're pouncing around just like a thieving hyena, huh? Stealing other people's game." With a swish, her blade appears, gleaming with an ethereal light, a power that seems to hum with ancient energy. And with a swing, it finds its mark. The impact sends a shockwave through the arena, a grit of determination etched on her face. Davy and the princess watch, their eyes wide with disbelief. The impossible has happened. The dust settles, revealing the aftermath of a devastating blow. "Huh? What happened?" Chains fly, the red-eyed commander is bound, defeated, but the battle is far from over. Did I just see? The final blow, a testament to the warrior woman's unmatched skill. The red-eyed commander, bound in chains of crackling energy, struggles against his restraints. His face contorts in agony. A guttural screech escaping his lips as his very flesh begins to tear and decay. The warrior woman's power is absolute. Davy and the princess watch, their eyes wide with disbelief. A question hangs in the air, "Davy?" A sudden, piercing energy erupts from the commander's chest, a final, desperate act of defiance. A commander's grin, twisted and malevolent, is the last thing they see before the blinding flash. The arena explodes in a maelstrom of light and energy. "Blood polis." The words echo, a grim warning. A wave of crimson energy washes over the battlefield, a devastating, unstoppable force. The dust settles. A strange, dark object lies near the commander's fallen form, a sinister relic of his defeat. Dust and crimson haze fill the arena, the aftermath of a cataclysmic battle. A lone figure stands amidst the chaos, silhouetted against the fading light. The air itself seems to crackle with residual energy, a silent testament to the power unleashed. Davy and the princess, shaken but alive, huddle together, coughing in the toxic air. The weight of what they've witnessed settles heavily upon them. Winley, the warrior woman, leans against Davy, her breathing ragged but her eyes blazing with an inner fire. The battle's toll is evident, but victory is hers. Winley's eyes flash with a strange, intense light, a lingering effect of the energy wave she unleashed. A moment of vulnerability. Winley's strength falters, and she clutches at Davy, her voice barely a whisper, "Davy." Davy, his own body trembling, pulls her close. "It's okay, Winley," he murmurs, his voice filled with concern and relief. "It's nothing." Winley's eyes flutter closed, exhaustion finally claiming her. The battle is won, but the victory comes at a cost. Davy gently strokes her hair, his gaze filled with worry. "Davy. Get some rest, Winley." A soft pat on her head. A faint smile plays on Winley's lips. "You'll feel fine after a good nap." Davy cradles Winley gently, her breathing shallow, a stark contrast to the ferocity she displayed moments ago. A lingering shadow of the battle clings to Davy's face, his brow furrowed with worry. He speaks, his voice a low murmur, barely audible above the silence, a desperate plea for her to wake. Suddenly, a surge of golden energy erupts from Davy's hand, VWOM, a wave of power washing over Winley. Winley jolts awake, a pained groan escaping her lips, SCRECH, the sound echoing the turmoil within. Davy's concern melts into a smirk, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he observes her. He explains, his tone laced with a playful challenge, a subtle hint of a deeper truth. A soft glow emanates from Winley's hand, VWOM, 3 distinct colors swirling within. The colors represent her 3 powers, each with its own unique personality, a revelation of her latent abilities. A mischievous, almost demonic energy crackles around her, BWAHHA, a manifestation of her devil mana.
Last, but not least, is holy power, the laziest of them all. Get up, right now.
Davy's urgent command cuts through the air, a stark contrast to Winley's weakened state. Even now, my holy power won't budge, without extra pressure. Winley's breath hitches, a silent testament to her struggle.
A golden light engulfs Winley.
Yes. It's working. Davy's relieved exclamation echoes as a wave of energy washes over her.
Tier 4 Holy Power.
A celestial glow envelopes Winley, and magnificent wings unfurl behind her.
Davy watches, awestruck. Blessing of luminosity.
The power surges, a radiant display of divine might.
With this, Winley will be fine for a while.
A sigh of relief escapes Davy's lips as he assesses Winley's condition.
Blood polis, huh? This is pretty much a bloodbath.
A dark shadow looms over a crimson battlefield, the scene shifting to a new location.
The arena is a crimson nightmare.
Bodies litter the floor, a testament to the brutal battle, a chilling scene of carnage.
Warrior woman's voice, laced with grim determination, echoes through the carnage.
She knows her power is insufficient, the weight of her limitations crushing her spirit.
But escape is swift.
Davy leaps away from the chaos, a burst of speed carrying him to safety, a desperate gamble for survival. A monstrous figure emerges from the shadows, its form a grotesque parody of humanity.
FSHHH.
The sound of its approach sends a shiver down your spine, a predator unleashed. Davy, eyes gleaming with a chilling confidence, watches the scene unfold. There's no one left to witness his triumph, the perfect opportunity. His words, dripping with cruel intent, hang heavy in the air.
This will be easy, a predator's arrogance. Clang.
The sound of steel on stone echoes through the silent arena.
A desperate defense, a final stand.
Swoosh. A blur of motion as warrior woman is swept away, leaving Davy alone with his prey. The hunt is over.
A sinister smirk spreads across his face. Ha ha.
Elena de Fallen, a warrior etched in history as the god sword's owner, stands defiant, but a tremor of exhaustion runs through her very being. Even in death's embrace, her beauty is undeniable, a cruel irony that doesn't escape the observer's notice.
He comments, anyways, she's still so beautiful even though she looks like she's about to die. To steal my attention with beauty. A question mark floats above her head. A hand gently touches her shoulder. A jolt.
Her eyes snap open, a surge of energy coursing through her veins.
He exclaims, ugh. The scene explodes into motion.
With a flick of his wrist, he sends a shockwave through her body.
Can you finally get a hold of yourself?
Though the danger hasn't lessened, a flicker of resolve ignites within her.
If you're fine, get out of my way. He turns to leave. But she calls out, wait. What did you just?
A hand reaches out, offering support, a lifeline in the chaos. Elena, eyes wide with a mix of confusion and dawning strength, pushes herself up. How are you totally fine, she demands, her voice laced with disbelief. With a gentle touch, the max-level hero steadies her, a silent understanding passing between them. The hero sighs, a hint of exasperation in his expression.
Ah, so that's it.
I thought she would understand the situation. His gaze drops to his feet, a subtle shift in his demeanor.
He mutters,
I guess for a misfortunate prince who was in a coma just a few months ago, it'd be weird to see that I'm totally unfazed by the situation.
Who knows?
A wry smile plays on his lips, a mask of calm over a deeper uncertainty.
Elena's anger flares again.
I am your savior, so please don't hate me too much, princess, she snaps, her voice sharp.
The hero's patience wears thin.
Anyways, step aside, he commands, his tone firm but controlled. Elena stands defiant, her jaw clenched.
This isn't something that you can solve this?
The hero's eyes widen slightly, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he thinks, so short. Elena de Fallen, her fiery orange hair ablaze with righteous fury, unleashes a scathing rebuke.
That's right. This isn't something you can solve with luck, like your performance yesterday at the banquet.
Her eyes, blazing with barely contained rage, fix on something unseen, the nobles of the night. Pages from an ancient tome flutter down, revealing a chilling truth. They say they're blood-related, blood demons, left in the ancient tome as
vampires.
The spilled wine, dark as night, seals the revelation. The max-level hero, his expression a mixture of concern and exasperation, states the obvious: a fluke won't work on it. Elena, sword drawn, her resolve hardened, shouts a defiant command: so run away from here immediately. But the max-level hero, ever the pragmatist, knows better.
Well, I don't think he will just let me go that easily.
I'll do my best to stop him. He watches, a flicker of grim determination in his eyes, so reliable.
Elena, her stance unwavering, prepares for battle.
The clash of steel against unseen foes is imminent, Wawa.
But unlike yesterday, this feels a lot more heartfelt.
As if a familiar foe from a past life has returned. A single drop of crimson falls into the dark pool below. The scene shifts to a grand, Gothic chamber, rain lashing against the tall windows. A young woman's bare feet, delicate and pale, touch the cold stone floor.
A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air.
A desperate embrace, a whispered plea.
Mother!
Eyes blaze with crimson fury, fangs gleam in the dim light.
A horrifying transformation unfolds before our eyes.
Terror etched on her face, a young girl clutches a worn rabbit doll.
Elena de Fallen, her face etched with a haunting sorrow, whispers a vow. I haven't forgotten a single moment since that day.
The crimson sky bleeds into the horizon as she faces her foe. The grinding of metal against metal echoes across the desolate landscape.
A monstrous figure, a vampire, rises before her. The word hangs in the air, heavy with dread. Elena's resolve hardens.
I will eradicate you all the way to your roots, she declares, her voice ringing with righteous fury.
With a battle cry, she launches herself into the fray. Until the very moment my life ends.
Her golden eyes blaze with an incandescent light, reflecting the intensity of her unwavering commitment.
A sudden impact.
A sharp thwack as something strikes her from behind.
Excuse me. Elena de Fallen, wounded and confused, collapses to her knees.
What is this? She gasps, the weight of the recent battle heavy on her. A figure emerges, a young man with an air of unsettling calm.
He observes Elena with a detached curiosity.
I don't know why you're so obsessed with vampires, but don't get in the way of my work. Elena, defiant despite her injuries, demands an explanation. What do you mean? She challenges, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. The young man smiles, a chilling glint in his eyes. With a dismissive wave, he commands, just sit still and watch. His hand clenches into a fist, energy crackling around it, a palpable sense of power.
A flashback reveals a brutal battle, a whirlwind of motion and violence.
It's been a while, he muses, a hint of relish in his voice. The sheer number of battles fought is staggering, hundreds, perhaps thousands. He explains his expertise, his unparalleled knowledge of vampires. If it's a vampire, there is no one in this world who knows them better than me, I mean out of the living people anyways. The vampire, grotesquely powerful, lunges forward.
An infected, strengthened by blood polis, shouldn't be a problem. The young man effortlessly deflects the blow, a crimson shockwave erupting from the point of impact.
And counters with a swift, precise strike. The battle is far from over, but the tide has turned. The max-level hero's voice cuts through the air, laced with a chilling confidence. He's not just fighting, he's toying with his opponent. The vampire lunges, a terrifying roar shaking the very ground, but the attack is clumsy, predictable. With a smirk, the hero raises his hand, a surge of purple energy crackling at his fingertips, a power far beyond the vampire's comprehension.
A blinding flash.
The vampire's chest explodes with crimson light as the hero's attack finds its mark.
Kra boom. The vampire staggers, its life force draining away.
Die to your own attribute, the hero whispers, his voice dripping with disdain. A vortex of crimson energy erupts from the hero's hand, a technique named perforation, blood vessel combustion, a devastating display of power. Whoosh! The vampire is consumed by the swirling energy, its body disintegrating into dust. The fight is over. Elena's mother lies defeated, reduced to ashes. The max-level hero turns, his gaze falling upon Elena, who watches in stunned silence. The hero's expression shifts, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. Impossible. He mutters, a hint of genuine surprise in his tone. From the collapsing building, Elena and the hero plummet towards the ground below, the aftermath of a battle that has left more questions than answers. The ground cracks under an unseen force, a shockwave of energy rips through the earth. A young woman in shining armor, eyes wide with disbelief, is thrown back by the blast. What the hell is that? Her voice is a mixture of fear and awe. A colossal statue, a warrior of ancient design, crumbles to dust before a young man in a stylish suit. The air itself seems to vibrate with power. He watches, a smirk playing on his lips, a hint of triumph in his eyes. The armored woman crashes to the ground, thump, 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 each impact shaking the very foundations of the arena. Is this really possible? For an infected whom neither the knights, mages, nor my blade could stop, to be stopped by a normal human from whom I can't sense a single drop of mana. Her voice is laced with disbelief and a hint of despair. Her shoulders slump, defeat etched onto her face. On top of that, the young man in the suit smiles, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling confidence. News of an unfortunate prince, comatose for months, a whisper in the wind, barely heard. But here, in this quiet moment, a different story unfolds. A hand reaches out, a gesture of aid, or something more sinister? Her eyes widen, a flicker of fear, a silent scream trapped within. A touch, light as a feather, yet heavy with unspoken power. A request, simple and direct, let me borrow your blade. The blade, shattered from a previous battle, a symbol of her past glory, now broken. Confusion etched on her face, a question hangs in the air. The young woman's disbelief is palpable, her eyes dart between the broken blade and the young man's outstretched hand. A silent plea for understanding, or perhaps, a desperate hope for salvation? A surge of golden energy erupts from the young man's fist. His eyes gleam with power, a confident smirk playing on his lips. This. The armored woman stares, speechless. You, how? The question hangs in the air, a testament to her disbelief. As the young man's power continues to radiate, a small, ornate dagger appears in his hand. Its blade glints with an otherworldly light. He speaks, his voice calm yet commanding, let me borrow your strength, Mr. God Sword. A fiery chain, forged in the heart of a blazing inferno, is shown. The text speaks of a heroic blacksmith, dedicating his life to crafting a world-saving blade. A whirlwind of motion as the blacksmith works, sparks flying, his hammer a blur. The sheer force of his creation is palpable. Common ores transformed into precious swords, junk into unprecedented treasures. The legend of the blacksmith, a master of his craft, is revealed. Gems of vibrant colors, each radiating its own unique energy, surround a magnificent sword. This is no ordinary weapon, it's imbued with mana, blessed by the spirits themselves. His masterpieces, renowned throughout the continent for generations, are displayed. National treasures, each a testament to his unparalleled skill. A golden sword, bathed in ethereal light, hangs suspended in the air. Its radiant glow illuminates the scene, casting an otherworldly aura. In the ancient spirit language, Calderas means the White Guardian. This is no ordinary blade, it's a relic of immense power. Surge's swords are all outstanding magic swords, but Calderas stands out from the rest. Forged with a sacrifice, imbued with a legend. This is because he burnt his life force while forging it and gifted it to his friend, the sword god Horus. A weapon of immense power, forged in fire and sacrifice. An ego, a sword which has developed its own consciousness. A sentient blade, capable of wielding its own strength. It sounds amazing when you hear it, but the young man in the suit knows the truth. He understands the sword's unique personality. His eyes blaze with an unsettling intensity. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable. He reaches out, his hand closing around the hilt of Caldera's. "Hey! How dare you grab me?" The sword reacts instantly, a surge of energy coursing through its length. The young man's head rings. Just as he had heard, it's quite rude. The sword's personality is as sharp as its edge. What? A sword that can vibrate? What a perverted hobby you have. The young man's eyes flash with determination. A smirk plays on his lips as he clenches his fist, ready to take on whatever challenge lies ahead. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if beckoning something, a return. The princess is thrown back with surprising force. Oof, the impact echoes through the scene. "If we keep going like this, your owner is going to die." A desperate plea, a warning against reckless power. A cough escapes the princess's lips. To be able to move even when the force which maintained her consciousness is disappearing. I have to commend her tenacity. She fights on, even as the power of the god sword threatens to overwhelm her. The princess might have excellent talent, but her matchup wasn't great. Knowing your limit is also important. A moment of reflection, a hard-won lesson learned amidst the chaos. Don't even think about doing anything to her. Here comes the good-for-nothing. I won't. A defiant declaration, a promise to protect. A blinding light erupts, a surge of energy. The young man reaches out, his hand outstretched towards the radiant power. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he grasps the power, a surge of energy coursing through his veins. The god sword, Caldera's, is his. A blinding flash. The raw power of Caldera's, the god sword, erupts in a chaotic storm of energy. A tempestuous maelstrom of light and shadow, swirling with untamed might. But from the heart of the storm, a figure emerges, the young man in suit, his grip firm on Caldera's hilt. He stands defiant, the god sword now a radiant extension of his will. A beacon of power against the encroaching darkness. The princess watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. I see. Even the contactor hasn't awakened me. The sword's voice echoes with a hint of disbelief. The princess's struggle against the god sword's power continues, but the balance has shifted. A desperate attempt to reclaim control. How are you using my strength? The young man in suit responds with a calm, almost dismissive, "You're being noisy. You just have to lend me your strength." He wields Caldera's with effortless grace, the power of the god sword now completely under his command. A tremor runs through the god sword, Caldera's, a ripple of ancient power. Energy surges, a blinding white light erupting from its core. The young man in the suit unleashes a devastating attack, Great Claymore lightning strike. The very air crackles with power. A breathtaking panorama unfolds, a colossal arena, bathed in the glow of a vibrant sunset, a stage set for a legendary clash. He stands defiant, the god sword held high, a silhouette against the stormy sky. The young man's power is undeniable. His voice cuts through the storm. "How long are you gonna stay hidden? It's time to come out." With a confident smirk, he draws the god sword, its power resonating with his own. A new chapter begins. A crack appears in the very fabric of reality, a surge of pure energy. He anticipated a vampire, but a surprise awaits. The young man in the suit stands poised, Caldera's gleaming at his side. His words echo the surprise of facing a high-ranking servant. As shadowy tendrils erupt from the floor, accompanied by a flurry of bats. The air crackles with dark energy. A figure emerges from the darkness, shrouded in mystery. Her purple hair cascading like a midnight waterfall, a hint of menace in her eyes. Finally revealed, she stands tall and regal, a high-ranking servant indeed. Her question hangs in the air, "Are we acquainted?" The young man's response is curt, yet respectful, "Ms. Maid." The air crackles with tension. A stunning woman with vibrant purple hair confronts a young man, her words laced with betrayal. We were all expected to help humanity escape the shadows, but to think it would be you. He smirks, a glint in his eye.
I guess I am a pretty big shot. Her disdain is palpable. Anyways, come down here. Looking at you is straining my neck. Also,
with a pointed remark, she adds, with that kind of dress I can see your underwear.
It's black, just like your personality.
Her eyes blaze with fury.
You bastard.
He remains unfazed, a confident smile playing on his lips.
So,
a magical sword, shimmering with ethereal light, appears before him, and with a swift motion, he unsheathes it. The blade sings, a green arc of energy slicing through the air, a devastating blow.
The force of the strike is immense, a shockwave radiating outwards.
A crimson storm rages, swirling around the purple-haired antagonist.
Her power is terrifying.
But her words are even more chilling. Even if you defeat us, she hisses, there will be consequences for the queen to bear.
The stakes are higher than ever. The male protagonist, unwavering, unsheathes his magical sword. He's come prepared for this.
A smirk plays on his lips. You're quite smart, he muses, but how do I tell you this?
The antagonist's fury boils over. To speak so lowly of me without knowing the circumstances. Her hand, crackling with dark energy, shoots forth a devastating attack.
But the male protagonist is ready.
With a blur of motion, he deflects the blow.
And counters with a devastating strike of his own. The clash of magic reverberates through the very air itself. The antagonist unleashes a devastating magical assault. A wave of raw power erupts, shattering stone and sending tremors through the very ground.
But the male protagonist, ever vigilant, anticipates the blow.
With a blur of motion, he counters. The antagonist's magical steed explodes in a fiery ruin. Riled up quite nicely, he sneers, his voice dripping with dark satisfaction. The male protagonist stands defiant amidst the chaos, his blade gleaming.
A triumphant exclamation point punctuates his victory. But the fight is far from over. A counterattack is launched, sending the male protagonist hurtling downwards. A barrage of crimson projectiles whizzing past his head. He deftly avoids the deadly attack, his movements fluid and precise.
And with a final, desperate lunge, he escapes the immediate danger.
The male protagonist, a whirlwind of motion, deflects a magical attack. His blade sings as he narrowly avoids a devastating counterblow. A desperate maneuver, a blur of motion against impossible odds.
The ground trembles beneath the force of the clash. He grips the hilt of a magnificent blade, its gemstone heart pulsing with ancient power.
A surge of energy, a silent promise of retribution. He lunges forward, a warrior reborn. The clash of steel echoes through the battlefield.
His eyes blazing with defiance, a storm gathering within. The purple-haired antagonist scoffs, a dismissive sound that cuts through the air.
Humph, she sneers.
Her words dripping with disdain, this may be outside my expectations, but at the end of the day, you're just a human. The male protagonist's smirk widens.
Aren't you a servant of a human?
The purple-haired antagonist, perched atop her demonic steed, prepares for another attack.
A crimson wave of energy builds. Vampire Lord? The very name echoes with power.
And the whispers reveal a terrifying truth. These beings are absurdly strong, among the most powerful in existence.
Their unique ability? To inherit the legacy and become a lord. A terrifying power. Almost impossible to defeat, unless facing their mortal enemies, the High Elves. But how to overcome such odds? The answer? Make them insanely angry. Their pride is their weakness. A strategy as sly as it is effective.
The higher their rank, the easier they are to provoke.
Winning is all that matters.
These are the words of the sword god himself. A chilling reminder as a powerful warrior ponders the fate of the fallen kingdom and its misplaced trust.
A blinding flash. The clash of steel echoes.
A whirlwind of motion as the male protagonist unleashes a furious assault. The battle rages. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of steel, the male protagonist dances with death, his new sword a fiery extension of his will. Meanwhile, the purple-haired antagonist watches, a flicker of something akin to amusement in her eyes. Her power crackles, a silent promise of retribution. The male protagonist leaps, his blade a silver streak against the crimson backdrop of the arena. The ground itself seems to tremble beneath the force of his attack. He grins, a flash of triumph in his eyes. "It's a vampire count," he declares, his voice ringing with confidence. The purple-haired antagonist's gaze sharpens. She speaks, her words laced with a chilling assessment. "She's a young one, but if we consider her lineage, she may be able to become a lord." The male protagonist's expression hardens. "Then, we should deal with her now," he states, his resolve unwavering. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but palpable: is that even possible? His eyes gleam with a dangerous certainty. A crimson wave erupts as the male protagonist unleashes a devastating blow. The force of the attack sends debris flying, a chaotic ballet of destruction. There is only one end awaiting you. Even the girl who has received God's sword and his techniques has been defeated. The purple-haired antagonist stands poised, a chilling calm in her eyes. "Stand still and receive your retribution, Prince Davy," she commands, her voice echoing through the arena. A crimson arc of energy explodes across the panel. The sheer force of the blow is almost palpable. The male protagonist's attack sends his opponent reeling. The purple-haired antagonist, perched atop a stone balustrade, watches with a calculating gaze. A blur of motion. The male protagonist, a whirlwind of controlled aggression, closes the distance. And the purple-haired antagonist smirks, a single word escaping her lips: "How foolish." A powerful counterattack. The ground trembles as the purple-haired antagonist unleashes her full might. High above, the male protagonist is sent flying. The purple-haired antagonist questions his technique. "The sword god's techniques, you say?" But he's not done yet. A confident smirk spreads across his face as he corrects her: "I think you're misunderstanding something by focusing on the lady." The male protagonist reveals the true extent of his power. "You see, the real sword god's techniques involve swinging his sword more than several thousands of times. A routine that can't be called training." The male protagonist's eyes blaze with determination as he grips his sword. The battle is far from over. The purple-haired warrior unleashes her attack. Grand Mountain Splitter. The name echoes as a devastating shockwave erupts. A torrent of raw power aimed at obliterating her opponent. Her face contorts in exertion, eyes narrowed in fierce concentration. But the male protagonist stands firm. A blinding golden light explodes outward. A clash of titans. The air crackles with energy as the two forces collide. Krashhh. The impact sends tremors through the very ground itself. A shockwave rips through the landscape, leaving behind a trail of destruction. Mountains crumble, the earth splits asunder. The sheer force is breathtaking. Dust and debris fill the air. The aftermath of an epic confrontation. A shimmering light erupts from the ground, an otherworldly glow illuminating the scene. A young man stands amidst the spectacle, a smirk playing on his lips. "This is why people use OP gear," he exclaims, completely unfazed by the magical energy swirling around him. His eyes flash with a fiery intensity, a memory of a past era surfaces. "Geez, him and his big mouth," he mutters, a hint of annoyance in his tone. He wields a magnificent blade, its ethereal glow matching the surrounding magic. "In any case, who are you really?" a voice challenges him, breaking the spell of nostalgia. The air crackles with unspoken tension, a sense of familiarity hangs heavy between them. "There's no need to reveal any uncomfortable truths now, is there?" a calm voice suggests, a subtle shift in the dynamic. A moment of quiet contemplation, a thoughtful expression crosses the young man's face. Will he reveal his true identity? Suddenly, a dark figure vanishes into thin air, leaving only a lingering sense of unease. That vampire disappeared, a voice observes, the tension ratcheting up. A crimson shard, pulsing with dark energy, materializes, a chilling reminder of the encounter. Blood polis. The young man's face twists in disgust. Even though I haven't witnessed one in a while, it really is nauseating, he comments, his voice laced with revulsion.
The aftermath of the explosion is catastrophic.
Bodies litter the ground, a crimson stain spreading across the cobblestones, a chilling testament to the bloodstone's destructive power.
But even amidst the carnage, a glimmer of hope.
The young man observes, his face etched with a mixture of disgust and contemplation. The lingering effects of the blood polis are weakening. Panic grips the city beyond these walls. The chaos is palpable, even from this vantage point, fear spreading like wildfire. The young man, seemingly untouched by the blood polis, is deemed lucky, but his strength is far from ordinary. His calm demeanor belies a hidden power, a power that even he may not fully understand.
He prepares to unleash his blade's aura, a process that requires time and focus. Whoosh, a surge of energy erupts.
A figure emerges from the shadows, radiating an aura of immense power, a master swordsman, his presence commanding respect and fear. The young man's eyes widen in surprise, a weapon of unimaginable power materializes before him.
Wait, what the?
It's a monstrous blade, pulsating with an unbelievable energy, a weapon beyond comprehension. The young man's astonishment grows, he holds a weapon capable of shattering all known limitations. There's never been a case where someone's been able to use all three types of powers.
Is that even possible?
The disbelief hangs heavy in the air, a question echoing the incredulity of those witnessing the impossible. The retort is sharp, cutting through the doubt, why you're crazy. A defiant declaration rings out, don't denounce the results of hundreds of years of research like that.
The ground trembles, a cataclysmic shift in the earth. Enough with the chatter.
A command, sharp and decisive, cuts through the chaos.
He stands, a figure of quiet determination, wielding a radiant blade.
And with a steely gaze, declares, since we're here, I'll leave it to you to help me finish it off since I won't be able to do it with my own strength right now.
What does that mean?
The question hangs in the air, a mixture of confusion and apprehension. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he answers, I'm saying we'll finish it.
A crimson glow erupts, bathing the desolate landscape in an ominous light.
As he reveals his true intentions, I have no thoughts of sacrificing myself for the sake of others, but if it helps me recover my power then I might as well get to work.
What the hell? What kind of prayer is that?
Before him, a colossal blade rises from the earth, its ethereal glow illuminating the desolate landscape. Honestly, I was affected a little by Daphne, the saintess. The basis of my holy power is not the faith that supports God, but the understanding in faith.
To be exact, it's not about receiving God's love but God's curiosity.
Since God's lambs are crying out in such pain, I plan on trusting this OP weapon to save your lambs.
Whatever. I know you're watching. I'll be using it, so just give me permission to do so, alright?
As if God would listen to such a prayer like that.
What? Would the priests know?
That God's love isn't given to those who say that they are devout, but instead, those who practice it receive God's curiosity.
You say that we can't do anything about the life force that was already absorbed?
If that's the case, then all we have to do is fill it with an even greater power. The highest form of holy magic, used only through God's blessing. Created by the saintess Daphne who had the greatest holy magic of all time.
God likes crazy people.
Those deemed utterly psychotic, they wield power beyond comprehension.
A blinding light erupts, a ninth-rank holy magic unfolds before our eyes.
The ground trembles, the very earth cracks under the might of the saint's sanctuary.
Ninth rank? Are you trying to kill me here? The sheer power is almost overwhelming. Don't worry, it's no biggie. You won't die.
A reassuring voice cuts through the chaos.
But the hero's expression, it's one of disbelief and rising fury. You crazy bastard.
The impact of the ninth rank magic reverberates across the land, a crimson shockwave tears through the landscape. A surge of power, a calm descends upon the hero as he focuses his inner strength. And a sinister smile creeps across his face. Kook. A sprawling city unfolds before us, bathed in the golden light of dawn. A blinding flash of light erupts. A surge of energy, raw and untamed. And from its heart, wings of pure light unfurl. The power of the ninth rank holy magic is unleashed. The impact. A shockwave rips through the earth, leaving behind a trail of devastation. A figure lies broken, defeated. He stumbles, his body screaming in protest. That explosion really stings, he groans. A powerful sword lies before him, its aura pulsing with ancient energy. Hey, godly sword. You still alive? He asks, a wry smile playing on his lips. Oh man. I feel like I'm about to keel over too. A wave of exhaustion crashes over him. His vision blurs, the world tilting precariously. But even as darkness threatens to consume him, a glint of defiance sparks in his eyes. He grips the legendary blade, its power surging through his veins. A deep slumber, so peaceful, so profound. When was the last time I felt such tranquility? The weight of worry, a constant companion for half a year, finally lifted. A maid rushes in, her face etched with concern. His Highness. A brief moment of explanation, a subtle suggestion that rest can be restorative. But the worry remains. A striking woman, her gaze sharp and unwavering. The scene shifts, a sudden burst of speed. A whirlwind of green hair and a joyous cry. Brother! The Filius Dukedom. A lodging, bathed in the soft glow of evening. A question hangs in the air. How long was I asleep? The answer comes as a shock. 2 days. A wave of concern washes over him, as his sister embraces him, relief flooding her features. I was so worried you wouldn't wake up again. A tender moment, a shared smile. But the weight of the past lingers. It's happened before. A dream, a hazy memory surfaces, a whisper of the past. The red mist, a terrifying vision of a desperate struggle against overwhelming odds, a life hanging in the balance. Brother? The question hangs heavy in the air, a plea for truth. The revelation hits like a tidal wave. A medical examination reveals a shocking truth. A mark, a stigma, etched onto his back, a symbol of immense power. The pain, a searing memory of a divine branding, a force beyond comprehension. 3 hand spans wide. In paradise, such a thing has never happened. The sister's worry is palpable, this is unprecedented. The city is in chaos. The discovery of the stigma has sent shockwaves through the entire dukedom. The red mist is gone, completely purified, but at what cost? The protagonist's sacrifice was immense, a beacon of holy energy. A sigh escapes his lips, a mixture of relief and apprehension. The weight of his actions settles upon him. The sister's worried expression speaks volumes, a silent question hanging in the air, what now? The weight of his secret, a burden he carries alone. He hasn't decided whether to reveal his true strength, a choice that could change everything. This incident will have consequences, unforeseen headaches in his future. A conversation laced with uncertainty, the brother's amnesia obscuring crucial details. Even his sister finds the situation baffling. Concern etched on her face, a gentle touch, a silent question of pain. A strange boast. It's a problem that I'm totally fine. But the slight tremor in his voice betrays a deeper unease. The aftermath of a powerful summoning, 3 birds fall. A casual mention, yet the implication is clear, great power unleashed. A holy sword glows, a surge of power, his holy magic has increased dramatically. A gamble, but one that paid off. Mana explodes outward, a visible surge of energy, his mana capacity has skyrocketed. His dark mana and holy powers surge, a significant boost to his overall abilities. But his holy power received the greatest increase. A stained glass window blows, bathing the room in ethereal light. The male protagonist reflects on his recent ordeal, a hint of awe in his eyes.
To think that I'd only be able to get stronger through these experiences? Damn holy powers.
He awakens in his bed, his sister, Winley, by his side. Her concern is palpable, she's clearly worried about him.
Especially your personal maid.
A beautiful maid, her face flushed, stands before him.
He's still disoriented from the ritual.
Ah. I think I vaguely remember. Winley explains the events that transpired while he was unconscious. Her voice is sharp, laced with frustration and relief.
Not only that, but Princess Alina suddenly came for you, saying that there was a proper treatment that was waiting for you and tried to take you away.
The male protagonist processes the information, a mix of surprise and exhaustion in his expression.
That was real too?
Winley gently urges him to rest, her worry evident.
You did a great job of nursing me back.
I'm sure you're tired, so why don't you go and rest?
But he wants time alone to reflect on everything that's happened. I'd like to be alone to think.
Winley assures him about Varys's condition, her tone softening.
Don't worry about Varys.
She reveals that Varys is fully healed, and the tournament has been cancelled. A sense of relief washes over the scene.
He's fully healed and the tournament was cancelled from that day on. Winley leaves, offering one last piece of advice.
Her concern is still present, but there's a hint of hope in her voice.
There may be a commotion for the time being, but make sure to rest well, brother.
He wakes up, a strange device glowing faintly in his hand.
Oh.
It's totally like a game, he exclaims, a mixture of confusion and intrigue in his eyes.
Was it a result of that desperate prayer? Or perhaps it manifested because of the magic he wielded in his astral form? The questions swirl in his mind, a storm of possibilities.
His sister's voice cuts through his thoughts. You may pretend to put up a front about it, she says, her tone laced with a mix of concern and amusement. But the truth is clear, he's pleased, almost giddy, with his newfound ability to peek into the lives of others.
A sudden jolt. The room spins violently. His eyes snap open, fear etched across his face. What was that? A regal figure appears, radiating power and fury. Who are you?
How dare you deceive my senses and approach me, she demands, her voice echoing with righteous anger. A chilling threat hangs in the air. I don't know who's brave enough to do this, but I'll get you for sure.
A sudden whisper breaks the tension.
Here, over here, a playful voice calls out. A mischievous grin spreads across the face of a mysterious woman with horns, as she reveals herself. Though, it is a bit embarrassing to find that you were able to release my seal, she admits, a hint of amusement in her tone.
But a sly smile replaces her embarrassment. But if this is God's will, then I might as well play along.
The scene ends with a sense of playful anticipation. A brush dances across the canvas, bringing a striking figure to life.
Who are you painting? A voice asks, curious.
The artist, startled, admits, I never knew I had a talent for art.
He studies his work, a critical eye assessing the details. Judging by the handles on her head, and the red pupils with a glare that looks like someone's going through their puberty phase, a demon?
A chuckle escapes his lips.
Judging by her beauty, I'd say someone of extremely high rank. The painting is revealed in full, a breathtakingly beautiful demoness. What's the deal with painting a demon?
Seeing as how you're able to put in a lot of detail, like someone who you've placed in your memory for a long time. The artist gazes at his creation, lost in thought.
Was it tens of thousands of times?
A weathered photograph appears, hinting at a tragic past.
Her name is Perselk.
A fiery scene unfolds, a young girl and a man in a tragic embrace. I adopted her as my daughter and taught her swordsmanship, and as if fated. A warrior kneels, his sword stained with sorrow. I was the one to slay and seal her in order to end the war.
The demoness, Perselk von Farron, is shown in all her glory, surrounded by ethereal butterflies. The weight of history hangs heavy in the air.
Crimson eyes, like burning roses, a chilling gaze pierces through the very soul.
Demon King Perselk? The name echoes with an ancient power. He knew about her. A wave of realization washes over him, leaving him speechless.
And a smirk plays on her lips. Her eyes, sharp and knowing, confirm her certainty.
She was right all along.
A thoughtful pause, a moment of quiet contemplation.
What is he thinking now, facing this revelation?
A powerful, ethereal sword pierces the air, its energy crackling with otherworldly power.
Bound and helpless, a stunning woman with violet hair hangs suspended, a smirk playing on her lips.
What a rough young man you are, she purrs, her voice dripping with amusement.
The scene shifts. A young man, his expression thoughtful, sits in an opulent room.
Does it seem like we're playing right now? He muses, a hint of suspicion in his eyes.
He continues, his tone firm but polite. Isn't this the first time we are meeting?
There shouldn't be any reason for us to have a bad relationship. Explain the situation.
The young man's eyes widen slightly as the woman explains, a symbiotic relationship?
The air crackles with anticipation. She reveals a shocking truth: his body will become a vessel for her soul. The sheer size of the stigmata is abnormal. A smirk spreads across the young man's face.
To think that a stigmata would seal a demon king, that's not even funny. The woman pleads, therefore, won't you please release me, now? As I mentioned before, something like this isn't to my liking.
And this vulgar position is, a bit, shameful. But his amusement fades.
That made me lose interest.
The young man, a picture of casual amusement, gestures dismissively at the tiny, imprisoned demon king.
So what does a demon king, sealed within the godly sword, want with me? The demon king, Perslek von Farren, smirks.
Her response is sharp, direct, it better be convincing, with no roundabout words. Her expression shifts, a flicker of something, twisted.
What a twisted man, it's true that my temper's pretty twisted.
With a flourish, she announces herself, fine.
I shall give you my formal introduction.
I am the one who observes you all from within the void, the demon king of the abyss.
When one looks into the abyss looks back.
A chilling image flashes across the screen, a colossal, winged figure dominates a landscape of skulls and carnage. The narration explains, the main cause of the great war between our world and demons, written in ancient history, is standing before me. The focus shifts to a glowing sword, its power palpable.
That was everything that was known of that fact.
In truth, the demon king's soul was sealed within that sword. Since it was something I heard from the person himself, I knew it to be true.
Back to the present, the young man's surprise is evident. This is the demon king?
She feels totally different than other demon kings.
What are you so surprised about?
The demon king observes him keenly.
Judging by your reaction, it seems that you already knew that I was sealed.
A subtle shift in her tone, a hint of vulnerability. I never thought that you'd still retain your consciousness all this time.
That's right, if I knew things would end up this way, I would have said my farewell. Well, it's not like they take personal issues into consideration.
I'll be clear. According to God's will, I was transferred from Caldiris to you.
God's will? And what's that? Don't you have a more precise reason?
If I knew it, then this one wouldn't feel as frustrated either. In any case, since things have become this way because you had used holy magic,
shouldn't you be responsible for this one? Personally, I do have an interest in you.
You are the second person to be able to fully use the godly sword, after all.
Are you talking about Hores's swordsmanship? You speak as if you know him well. That's putting it lightly. He would talk about you whenever he had the chance.
The demon king, her eyes gleaming with mischief, reveals a truth. I believe humans call it the great god. The young man, sprawled on a plush bed, processes this revelation.
His disbelief is palpable. The casual way the demon king spoke of such a powerful entity, it's unsettling. The demon king's expression shifts.
A hint of weariness clouds her playful demeanor.
What does the God who bestows holy powers expect from a person like me? A decision is made. Since it has come to this, moving isn't such a bad idea. The Demon King's voice is firm, a stark contrast to her earlier playful tone. She continues, I'm sure you'll be able to show me more of the world as compared to when I was with Caldirus. The young man's eyes widen. The Demon King's offer is intriguing, but the implications are vast and unknown. Show you more of the world? The Demon King sighs, a hint of melancholy in her voice. After living this long, the only thing left that'll entertain someone is seeing the world. The young man presses further, his suspicion growing. Then what about me? What do I get in this? The Demon King's smile returns, sharper now, more knowing. You've already received it. Her finger points directly at him, emphasizing her words. I'm talking about this one's powers. A city skyline flashes before their eyes, a stark contrast to the previous scenes. The Demon King explains, just like the games that you played in your past life, you may even be able to gain more skills. A mischievous grin spreads across the Demon King's face, she's found someone to confide in. A bustling city unfolds, the air thick with anticipation, the grand event of the Phileas dukedom is underway, though not as originally planned. Night falls on a quaint building, its silhouette stark against the twilight sky. A young man stands before it, a crowd gathering nearby. He's the center of attention, a fact he finds rather tiresome. The Demon King, ever watchful, speaks in hushed tones, isn't it okay to tell them the whole truth about now? She explains, her words laced with a hint of dark amusement, most are here to see the stigmata, proof of God's love, or so they believe. But in her eyes, a different truth gleams, it's an obsession, she whispers, a chilling revelation. The young man, growing increasingly uneasy, declares, fine. I've made my decision. A sudden burst of energy. He calls out, his voice echoing through the building, Varys. Winley. Pack your bags, now. Worry creases the young man's brow. What are you? He asks, a hint of apprehension in his voice. A girl with vibrant green hair sighs dramatically. It's annoying explaining every little thing, isn't it? Are you referring to the recent guests? The young man's question hangs in the air, a subtle shift in his demeanor. That's true. The green-haired girl's frustration is palpable. She gestures wildly, her words tumbling out. I mean, it's not like we committed a crime, so I don't understand why they stubbornly keep coming to us. As if this place was some holy ground. The young man's smile is almost mischievous, a glint in his eyes. It may be for a short time, but it actually is holy ground. Half of the entire city, in fact. A panoramic view of the city unfolds, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Running away when things get complicated is the best plan. Let's make haste. The young man strides confidently, a briefcase in hand, towards a waiting carriage. A sense of urgency propels him forward. Really be alright for you to return like this? Doubt clouds the scene, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. Those people will follow you to your own country without a doubt. That's fine. Linda's voice cuts through the air, sharp and accusatory. The weight of her words hangs heavy. Her frustration boiling over as she recounts the young man's escape. He didn't just leave, he dragged his younger siblings into his reckless plan. A flashback reveals the young man's defiant smirk. He stands amidst the chaos, a glint of triumph in his eyes. His words echo, in a critical situation, I dealt with the enemy after going through an awakening with my godly sword. Linda's fury explodes. Bullshit, she spits, the word a sharp crack in the tense silence. The princess, usually composed, loses her composure. Unbelievable bullshit, she cries, her voice laced with disbelief and barely controlled rage. Her outburst is a stark contrast to her normally reserved demeanor. A loyal servant, witnessing this unprecedented display, worries about the consequences. The weight of years of service to the princess presses down, she wonders if the truth will ever come out. The princess's true nature is revealed, unruly and aggressive, a far cry from her public image. This is the hidden face of the Farron Empire's aloof princess. The command is given, tell the knights to get ready to move out. The palace, a symbol of authority, is about to erupt into action.
Under a sky painted with two moons, a carriage rolls through the night,
carrying a young woman, fast asleep.
Peace rests upon her face, a stark contrast to the journey's end that awaits. Inside, a conversation unfolds.
It's fine.
They look good like that too, a man assures, his gaze soft yet sharp.
But doubt lingers.
Don't you feel regretful? A voice challenges. A smirk plays on the man's lips. He replies, a glint in his eyes. A subtle shift in the conversation.
I believe that you'd be greatly interested in it. Apart from the current owner, you are the only one who knows the true nature of the godly sword Caldyrus. No, I believe you may actually currently be the only one, and be more fitting to be its master.
That's true.
Caldyrus is a pretty awesome sword that anyone would covet, he muses, a hint of anticipation in his tone.
He hesitates. I'm sure I won't be able to use such tremendous holy powers like that until I get my own strength back.
A fiery explosion erupts in the next panel. A blinding flash of light.
But I'm sure you'd be able to somehow take ownership of it.
The man's confidence is unshaken.
The carriage speeds through the night, its opulent interior a stark contrast to the man's grim determination. He eyes the powerful greatsword, a tempting prize. But a subtle smile plays on his lips. He's not one to take candy from a baby, especially not from Caldyrus. Besides, their styles clash. He's not the type for a greatsword. His gaze hardens, a glint of steel mirroring the resolve in his eyes.
A silent promise echoing in the moonlit sky.
He already has a sword in mind. Caldyrus watches him, a knowing smirk on her face. That's the look of someone with a plan, she muses. She leans closer, her voice a silken whisper.
Don't you know already? This one doesn't know everything.
The image shifts, revealing a vast, dark expanse. Bubbles rise from the depths, hinting at an unfathomable power.
An abyss so deep, not even the Demon King can see its secrets. The man's plans, however, are far from hidden.
Caldyrus presses him, her words sharp as shards of glass.
Forget the boring details. What are your plans when you get back?
He meets her gaze, his eyes burning with ambition.
Is that considered a boring detail?
A chessboard, a battlefield of political maneuvering.
The pieces are scattered, a testament to the complexities of power.
And the queen's arrogance, a reflection of her unshakable position. But even the mightiest can be challenged.
Night falls.
A carriage departs, carrying a glimmer of hope.
Within the palace walls, a tense reunion. Words of praise and relief. But beneath the surface, a current of unspoken anxieties flows. The weight of responsibility.
And the unexpected joy of a stigmata's manifestation.
A miracle, or a curse? The queen's reaction is complex. A flicker of genuine happiness, quickly masked by a chilling calculation. A question hangs in the air, heavy with suspicion. Is this joy real, or a carefully crafted facade?
The truth is revealed, a bitter pill for the queen to swallow.
Her son's happiness.
The weight of the duke's words hangs heavy in the throne room, a petition to the union of nations, no less.
Even royalty needs rest.
The king's concern for Davy is palpable, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation.
But Davy's weary expression speaks volumes. The journey has taken its toll. A quiet moment alone with the king, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife.
2 cups of tea, steaming gently, a symbol of the passage of time, half a year since Davy's awakening. Davy's words are measured, each syllable carrying the weight of unspoken resentment.
But the king's question cuts through the polite veneer. Do you resent me?
The question hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken emotions. The throne room, a silent observer to this tense exchange, the distance between them speaks volumes.
Despite the years, the king's awareness is sharp. He knows more than he lets on. The king sits alone, a thoughtful expression on his face. It seems his suspicions were correct.
There are no parents in this world who wouldn't notice a change in their child. A subtle shift in demeanor, a flicker of something different in their eyes. He ponders the implications, the weight of his unspoken words heavy in the air. It is correct to assume that Davy had changed after waking up from his coma. The king's thoughts echo the unspoken truth. A hesitant question hangs between them, a silent plea for understanding. I may not be worthy to be called father, but... The king's voice cracks, revealing a vulnerability beneath his regal facade. The king's words trail off, his gaze searching Davy's. So? I heard you wished to see me? A tense silence hangs in the air, thick with unspoken emotions. Davy bursts into the throne room, his face a mask of urgency. I've been thinking all this time, and, he begins, his voice trembling slightly. His plea cuts through the tension, raw and desperate. Father! The word hangs in the air, a desperate cry for help. The weight of his words crashes down, a desperate plea echoing in the opulent hall. Please save my mother. His voice breaks, choked with unshed tears. The king's face hardens, his eyes narrowing. Were you not already informed of your mother's illness? His voice is sharp, laced with a hint of accusation. Davy's desperate plea is met with a cold, harsh truth. It's not a disease, but like symptoms of poison. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent accusation echoing between son and king. Davy's words, sharp as a dagger, pierce the king's carefully constructed facade. The truth, bitter and undeniable, is laid bare. Davy's defiance is palpable, his anger, a burning ember threatening to ignite a wildfire. The king's response is a carefully measured evasion, a desperate attempt to deflect the painful truth. But the memory of his mother's final moments, her desperate pleas, remains a searing brand on Davy's soul. The image of his mother's tear-streaked face, her whispered forgiveness, shatters the king's composure. The weight of his actions crushes him. The king's cold demeanor cracks, revealing the tormented soul beneath. His words, a confession of failure. A desperate plea for understanding, for absolution. Davy's resolve hardens. His path is clear. He will not be silenced. The king's words hang heavy in the air, a chilling demand echoing in Davy's ears. A single white lily, a symbol of remembrance, a poignant reminder of the truth Davy suspects. Davy's fury erupts. His voice, sharp as a blade, cuts through the court's silence. The weight of betrayal crushes him. He rejects the notion of inheriting a throne built on lies, a path forged in deceit. The king's weary sigh, a sound that speaks volumes of regret and unspoken pain. The throne room, opulent yet cold, a symbol of power, now tainted by the king's confession. Davy's resolve hardens. He will not accept the crown, not this poisoned chalice. The palace hallways stretch before him, silent and imposing, a path leading to an uncertain future. A mysterious woman observes from the shadows, her presence hinting at hidden agendas. Her words, a subtle warning, a reminder that not all is as it seems. A hushed conversation unfolds in a grand chamber. Amy, ever vigilant, ensures the prince's rest is undisturbed. Amy, I'll be going to bed, so make sure no one comes in. The prince's words carry a weight of unspoken concern. As he prepares for a night of crucial decisions. A subtle energy crackles around him as he rises, a hint of the power he wields. Now then, shall we get going? He asks, a steely glint in his eye. He stands upon a high vantage point, the city lights twinkling like fallen stars below. A vast panorama unfolds before him, a kingdom awaiting his next move. The weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders, but his gaze is resolute. He is ready. Shirley, gone missing? The news sends a shockwave through the Black Moon Guild estate in the Ron Kingdom. A sense of unease hangs heavy in the air. And the guildmaster's face hardens as he hears the grim confirmation, she vanished without a trace. But there's more. Her assassins also disappeared days ago, failing to eliminate Prince Varys and Princess Winley. The guildmaster strokes his chin, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. A chilling chuckle escapes his lips.
Looks like nothing special about being an assassin.
Just a group dispatched from headquarters, he muses, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light.
But a subordinate dares to question his assessment.
The identity of the woman remains unknown, and the guildmaster's confidence wavers slightly. A flicker of doubt crosses his face.
To think she wasn't able to take care of some royal brats.
He mutters, his grip tightening on a small, dark object.
A grim determination hardens his features.
"I'll go bring back the heads of those kids and Shirley as well," he declares, his voice cold and resolute.
The scene shifts.
To a subordinate, who receives a chilling promise, "I'll give you a performance worthy of being the best assassin in the kingdom."
A dark, ominous sound echoes.
As the guildmaster's words are punctuated by the shattering of a fragile object.
A real A-class black moon.
Her eyes, blazing crimson, pierce through the shadows, a dangerous woman, bound by chains of arcane energy.
But the guildmaster's face is etched with worry. Shirley's assassination attempt failed, and now she's vanished. Something's not right. He sits in his opulent office, a storm brewing within.
The summons remain unanswered, a chilling silence hangs heavy in the air.
Panic claws at him. Fuck.
The words erupt, a raw expression of his mounting dread.
Something's terribly wrong.
The guildmaster slams his fist on the table, shattering the calm facade.
A sudden, sharp crack. A figure emerges from the shadows, their presence radiating menace. "Now, I'd stop moving if I were you."
The guildmaster is frozen, a cold dread gripping his heart.
Standing up would be a fatal mistake. A blur of motion, a swift, brutal strike.
The guildmaster is thrown to the ground, his body crumpling.
A gasp escapes his lips. "K-U-K?" Pain and shock twist his features. The attacker's voice cuts through the silence. "You're human? So you're not a vampire?" A furious roar echoes through the halls. "What are you dumbass doing outside?" The guildmaster lies wounded, his pleas for help desperate. "Come and protect me." A dark figure looms over him, power crackling in the air.
His attacker delivers a chilling ultimatum.
"Since no one will come for you."
The guildmaster, terrified, barely manages a gasp.
He's strong. He desperately tries to understand his attacker's motives. "Cook, who sent you?" Fear grips him as he realizes his predicament. "If this continues, then I'll end up like them."
His mind races, trying to identify the culprit.
Was it Ruxo Guild? Or Karsha Guild? No, it couldn't be them.
No, they don't have the power to completely take down Black Moon in a single day. Only one terrifying possibility remains.
If not, then.
The horrifying answer dawns on him. The headquarters. His attacker leans in, a sinister glint in his eyes.
"Do you want to live?" A desperate plea for survival. "If you do, then I want you to give me information." "Is that so?" The guildmaster's eyes dart around nervously. "Well, if you insist."
A chilling response, as the guildmaster's fate hangs in the balance. The assailant's demand cuts through the air like a blade. "I want the list of nobles who are the hands and feet of the Barrietta family, the Duke household that holds great influence over this kingdom.
Give me all the information of the crimes they've committed." The guildmaster's eyes widen in terror. He knows exactly what the assailant is looking for, and where to find it. "How did you?" The question hangs in the air, a desperate plea for understanding. A flash of blue energy. The assailant's power is undeniable. "No, no." The guildmaster's last words are choked with fear.
The guildmaster crumples, his lifeblood staining the floor.
I am dead."
His final breath escapes in a gasp of despair.
"Don't tell me." The assailant's cold words echo in the silence. "I'm sure one warning is enough."
The assassin turns, leaving the guildmaster's lifeless body behind.
He's a master assassin?
The question hangs in the air, a testament to the ruthlessness of the assailant.
"I'm an expert in knowing if someone is telling me a lie,
so it'll be a good idea not to try to deceive me.
The assassin's confidence is unwavering. A bombshell revelation rocks the kingdom. There's a master assassin among them. And the guildmaster's secrets are about to be exposed. What will he say? A mountain of scrolls, each a potential clue, a rabbit hole of intrigue. He surveys his prize, a cynical smile playing on his lips. Trashy people, he thinks, but the information is far from worthless. And the truth is likely scattered across other guilds. The hunt continues. With this intel, they could bring down the corrupt nobles, but at what cost? A chilling premonition hangs in the air. A bloodbath is coming. But he chooses a different path. Honor, even in this brutal world, is still a guiding principle. But what does that mean? The answer is as clear as the next move on the chessboard. A regal figure, Marquis Patrice, one of the 3 legendary sword masters of the Reborn kingdom, a name whispered with reverence and fear. His eyes widen, a gasp escaping his lips. This is it. Panic. A frantic shout echoes through the opulent halls of a grand manor. Butler. The frantic search begins. Who dared to trespass into the Marquis's private study? The answer is revealed. Duke Barrietta's fate is sealed. Under the cloak of night, a towering figure stands silhouetted against the vibrant cityscape. A conversation begins, laced with mystery. A question hangs in the air. Can I ask you something? The response is curt, what? A mysterious woman with horns appears, her expression unreadable. The tension ratchets up. What is it that you want? The question is met with a thoughtful pause. A city skyline stretches out beneath a double moon. A simple, yet profound statement, it's meaningful hearing it in person. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy. A smirk plays on his lips as he speaks, a glint of mischief in his eyes. That's a vastly different opinion of someone living a royal lifestyle. He gestures with a flourish, a playful challenge in his tone. The demon girl's amusement is palpable, a genuine, unadulterated laugh escapes her lips. Ahem, so funny, she says, her eyes twinkling with mirth. He announces his plans, his voice firm despite the casual posture. I'm going to leave the kingdom soon. It may be small, but I have a great portion of money to me as a member of the royal family. I'll be leaving for there, live a quiet life, make a lot of money, and develop a hobby or something. The city of Sayua stretches before them, a breathtaking panorama under the night sky, a beacon of opportunity and untold possibilities. What do you think? The continent's most advanced city. The majestic castle looms large, a symbol of power and past grievances, but his gaze is resolute, his focus unwavering. Revenge is something I'll do on the way, not the goal. I can't end my life just because I get my revenge. I need to live on. He holds the small demon close, a hint of weariness in his smile. A king can't live comfortably. Is managing a territory any different? With a confident stride, he walks away from the kingdom, his back to the viewer. A new chapter begins. Of course. Since there are shortcuts when running a territory, unlike being a king. I'm going to. His smile broadens, a vision of the future taking shape in his mind. Make it a place where I can return to. The throne room of this kingdom is opulent, banners bearing the royal stag hanging proudly, a testament to the power and prestige of the monarchy. A courtly lady, her hand delicately holding a lavish fan, speaks with quiet intensity, a suggestion of hidden motives behind her words. Her words are a subtle challenge, a veiled suggestion, a subtle game of power plays within the court. The queen and another royal figure sit upon their thrones, observing the court. A silent tension hangs in the air. A proposal is made, a strategic move to redirect a powerful figure, a calculated decision with far-reaching consequences. Whispers ripple through the court, surprise and speculation evident on the faces of the onlookers. The queen's actions are unexpected. The queen's face is a mask of controlled fury, her hand clenching the fan tightly, a simmering rage barely contained. A dark revelation unfolds, a failed assassination attempt and a missing pawn. The queen's plans have been disrupted.
The queen's frustration boils over, a sharp crack as the fan breaks, her composure shattered.
Last night, all 7 branches of the intelligence guild were attacked. Every single agent, annihilated.
A pawn is moved on the board, a silent decision made in the shadows.
I refuse. That monster is an unparalleled assassin. There's not a single agent in the kingdom that could take him down. The queen's fury explodes.
She rips the report to shreds.
Idiotic fool.
He should know how valuable that information is. Marquis Patrice explains the devastating consequences. If that information falls into the wrong hands, it could be used to incite rebellion against the crown.
The queen's intuition strikes.
She doesn't have confirmation, but her gut feeling tells her something, that the person behind this mess is the same person backing the prince.
A chilling realization dawns. If that's the case, there is a solution.
All she needs to do is get rid of that sod.
With the assassins eliminated, the queen's plan crystallizes. There's only one solution, to make him leave, lawfully.
The queen sits on her throne, a calculating glint in her eyes.
She didn't mention this plan, knowing it wouldn't be easily agreed upon. That's true. The royal court is in session.
A tense silence hangs in the air as the queen speaks, her words sharp and precise. Her gaze unwavering as she addresses the king. It isn't right for an adulterous prince who isn't the crown prince to continually live in the palace, she declares, her voice ringing with authority. The king looks shocked, his mouth slightly agape.
What is he thinking? The prince, calm and collected, stands before the throne.
I expected it, he states, his voice low and steady. He explains his reasoning, his words carrying a quiet confidence. Since the kingdom has recognized my existence to be like a ticking bomb, I understand why letting me stay in the palace isn't ideal. The queen and king exchange a look, a silent conversation passing between them, a decision made. Leave, the king commands, his voice heavy with a mixture of resignation and perhaps a touch of relief.
Received and prove to us your worth.
The prince accepts the decree without hesitation. I shall do as you command, he replies, his tone unwavering. Later, a private conversation reveals the queen's true intentions. Oh, he's afraid that his son would behave irrationally, she explains, a hint of amusement in her voice. The throne room. King and queen, seated, a tapestry depicting a crowned stag behind them.
The prince's departure is set in motion, a calculated move by the queen, her plan unfolding perfectly.
A subtle smile plays on her lips. She holds all the strings, the king's actions merely puppets to her will. The prince, calm amidst the storm, speaks with the queen. His departure is imminent, but his resolve remains unshaken. His words carry a weight of unspoken consequences, a kingdom teetering on the brink, entangled in a web of deceit. The queen's chilling response underscores the gravity of the situation.
The prince's departure is not just an escape, but a sacrifice. The prince, resolute, accepts his fate.
His gaze is distant, focused on a future beyond the palace walls. He prepares to leave, his departure a silent testament to his unwavering commitment, a sacrifice for a greater good.
Outside the palace gates, a poignant farewell.
His brother's concern is palpable, a silent plea for understanding. The prince's smile, though tinged with sadness, holds a quiet strength, a promise of return, perhaps, or a final goodbye. The prince departs, leaving behind the turmoil of the court. His journey begins, a path fraught with uncertainty and danger.
A heartfelt farewell unfolds.
The prince's brother grips his hand, his worry palpable. You have to promise to look for our help, even if it's for something little.
A plea born of deep sibling love.
The prince, ever resolute, offers a reassuring smile.
Even if Hein's territory is a wasteland, it's still a place where people live.
A quiet strength underlies his words, a determination to face whatever lies ahead. The prince, his brother, and a young woman stand together, bathed in the soft light of a palace garden.
A moment of shared hope, a silent promise of support.
A final embrace before the journey begins.
Inside the palace, a frantic search is underway.
Ministry to the Finance and the Lady of Administration Department and bring me documents related to the Heinz territory.
The Queen's orders ring out, sharp and precise.
A nervous aide hesitates.
What kind of documents should I be requesting? Uncertainty hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the Queen's unwavering resolve.
The king, a pawn in the Queen's game, gives a curt reply.
Everything.
His voice carries the weight of unquestioning obedience, a chilling testament to the Queen's power. The prince's brother, alone, reflects on his brother's words.
If I know myself and my enemies, then I can win 100 out of 100 battles. A declaration of unwavering confidence, a battle cry for the future.
A mysterious woman observes him, a hint of intrigue in her eyes.
That is quite an interesting phrase, so it's something you said in your past life. Isn't there something similar here in this world as well?
A cryptic question, hinting at a deeper connection.
A curious exchange unfolds in an opulent chamber. The Queen, regal and enigmatic, speaks of her mother's eccentricities, revealing a penchant for the unusual.
Her fingers trace an invisible pattern on the polished floor, a subtle hint of her own unique nature. Suddenly, the scene shifts. A young man, his eyes blazing with barely contained power, confronts someone unseen.
His words carry a sharp rebuke. Aren't you the one with immense power and ability?
The camera focuses on another young man, a smirk playing on his lips.
He finds amusement in the situation, a sense of vicarious satisfaction.
The Queen, ever observant, considers this.
A knowing smile touches her lips. So it may be so.
The second young man, his back to us, stands in a grand hall. He muses on the situation, a hint of pride in his voice. To think I'd be the target of someone's satisfaction.
It is something one should be proud of.
The Queen's smile widens, a triumphant glint in her eyes.
She's clearly pleased with the unfolding events.
The second young man, now facing the reader, beams.
Ha, man, what an honor for our family.
A stack of documents sits on a table, the weight of secrets heavy in the air.
The acquisition was swift, but the implications, those are far-reaching. Is this all?
The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge.
The maid's reply is meek, yes, they said that was all the documents that were left on Heinz territory. As expected of a remote village-like territory.
A worn book, its pages filled with strange symbols, is examined.
A faint glow emanates from within, a palpable sense of anticipation fills the room.
A sudden shift. A tiny, demonic figure materializes, a stark contrast to the mundane setting. Her presence is a shock, a silent scream in the quiet study.
The man's eyes widen.
Let's take a look.
He murmurs, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension in his voice. The tiny demon seems almost amused. Accursed land. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. The man's expression is one of dawning realization, a mixture of surprise and grim acceptance.
The demon's laughter echoes, sharp and chilling.
So you had something like this on you. What an unbiased judgment. Ha ha ha.
A humble procession begins, a few burlap sacks and barrels, barely enough to fill a cart. A young maid points towards a simple wooden chest, her expression a mixture of curiosity and concern.
Is this everyone that's going? She asks, a hint of disbelief in her voice.
What a modest procession, a voice replies, laced with subtle sarcasm. The crown prince stands before the castle gates, a small, shadowy figure perched on his shoulder, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the setting. It can't be helped since there aren't any knights or nobles who have sworn loyalty to me, he sighs, a hint of self-deprecating humor in his tone.
I'm like a poor begging monk.
A respectful voice cuts through the air, Your Highness. I, Patrice, greet the kingdom's young son.
A kneeling figure, a marquis, shows unwavering loyalty.
Please stand, Marquis, the crown prince replies, his voice gentle yet firm.
I heard you were about to depart.
It is only right for one who isn't a crown prince to leave the palace. You may become the crown prince in the future, Your Highness, the maid explains, her words carrying a weight of unspoken implications.
A crown prince smiles, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. I wonder.
A seasoned statesman, his gaze sharp, his expression one of quiet contemplation, a weight of responsibility rests upon his shoulders. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken history, "You've grown much." A simple statement, yet echoing with the passage of time and the weight of a mother's love. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves, a wistful memory, a mother's pride, a son's unspoken regret. The Crown Prince's confession hangs heavy in the air, "I am an undutiful child to my mother." His back is turned, his shoulders slumped, the weight of his words visible in his posture. A subtle shift in focus, from the Crown Prince's remorse to a loyal companion's unwavering support. A reassuring smile plays on Patrice's lips, a silent promise of aid. Marquis Patrice, ever vigilant, reveals a hidden truth: "I found out that he had been collecting evidence." A stark contrast to the Crown Prince's self-reproach. The words sting, a subtle jab at those who abandoned their duty. Words of comfort and a pledge of loyalty: "Make sure to contact me when you are troubled. I shall assist you to the best of my ability." A calculated risk, a gamble for stability. If word got out that the Marquis who took a neutral stance supported me, then it'll cause chaos. The Crown Prince's resolve hardens: "If I did not, then this old man's vow would only end up becoming a lie." A quiet determination settles on his face. "Fulfill your duty here, Marquis. I leave it to you. Make sure to shake those blood-sucking nobles of this kingdom." The weight of expectation settles on the Crown Prince's shoulders. A steely glint in his eyes. A quiet confidence radiates from him as he replies, "Since I'll be the one to deal the final blow." The Hind's territory. Lush forests surround a quaint carriage path, a manna gate shimmering in the distance. "It'll take one day to arrive at my territory through the manna gate." The Hind's territory is quite close to the capital, thus we were able to arrive without being bored much. Patrice, nestled amongst crimson roses, sleeps soundly. A picture of serene beauty. The Crown Prince observes her, a gentle smile playing on his lips. The term "sleeping beauty" really does fit her. "The days that I spent with Perselk flew by." He leans closer, his voice a low murmur. "And one thing that I discovered about her was sleep." Don't move." She is most likely in a small form due to her magic power being too weak. A playful smirk crosses his face. "My legs are expensive. Your thighs are firm and soft and perfect for falling asleep on." He gently lifts the covers, revealing Patrice in her miniature form. A soft chuckle escapes his lips. "Look at you, so laid back." A worried advisor briefs the Crown Prince, his face etched with concern. The weight of the situation is palpable. As the royal caravan journeys across the desolate landscape. East of the kingdom, the sun beats down on a seemingly endless procession of carriages. Hind's territory. A barren wasteland, devoid of mines, haunted only by monsters, a harsh reality. A strategic location, though, where the road to the capital runs through. Potential, if the land could be revitalized. But this land is far from ordinary. Cursed, parched by unending droughts, a dying land. A territory abandoned 10 years ago, now completely lifeless. The cause? Still unknown. The Crown Prince's gaze hardens. A silent vow forms in his eyes. A subtle tremor in the air, barely perceptible, a whisper of strange energy. The land's grim reality is laid bare: long droughts, a strange power draining the earth, a cursed land. But, could it be purified? A wry smile plays on the Crown Prince's lips. Why does this great god like question marks so much? Awakening in the carriage, Patrice looks up at the Crown Prince, her miniature form a stark contrast to his imposing figure. "Oh, so it was a curse?" Patrice explains, her voice laced with a chilling certainty, "And it's a type of curse that spreads, it's a vicious curse that started small and spread endlessly." The Crown Prince's brow furrows. He muses, "I never knew that remnant of black magic would still exist. It looks like one of the citizens messed with a medium." A wave of golden light erupts from the Crown Prince's hand, a powerful display of magic. It's obvious that the Hind's territory would only become like this. The third rank magic, holy magic, purification, spell unleashes its power. A blinding flash illuminates the carriage as the prince attempts to cleanse the cursed land. Patrice's small form watches the crown prince's efforts with a mixture of concern and apprehension.
Looks like it won't be easy.
The crown prince, despite his power, seems troubled.
A long-term curse is difficult to break. So the entire territory is pretty much like this?
The scene shifts dramatically. A sudden, ominous command echoes through the air: halt.
From here on is the Heinz territory. Reveal your identities.
The carriage rolls to a stop before the gates of Heinz, a land scarred by a dark curse.
Crumbling walls and broken arches, testament to the territory's decay.
2 guards stand watch, their faces grim, a palpable tension hangs in the air. The crown prince arrives, his expression a mixture of determination and apprehension.
What weak management, he mutters, his gaze sweeping across the dilapidated scene.
Patrice's words echo in his mind: monsters appear frequently here, vigilance is crucial.
A tense exchange between the prince's entourage and the local guards.
I still haven't received orders to manage the territory yet, one guard explains, his voice laced with anxiety.
The prince strides forward, his cape billowing behind him.
Don't create such a fuss, we're all one family now, he declares, attempting to project an air of authority.
A hesitant welcome from the guards.
Welcome, Your Highness, they stammer, bowing low. One guard apologizes for the late greeting, his hands tremble slightly as he speaks. The prince's gaze softens, a silent understanding passes between him and the weary guards. The crown prince stands before the ravaged Heinz territory, a landscape of ruin and despair. A local, cowering in fear, whispers a single word: this is. The prince's gaze sharpens.
When did the message of my arrival come? The answer comes, heavy with dread: 2 days ago. A desperate plea echoes through the broken walls: please kill me.
And the prince learns of a recent goblin attack. His eyes blaze with a newfound understanding.
Pardon. How did you know, Your Highness?
The weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders. It seems we'll have to hold off on the curse and deal with the goblins first.
My name is Manhwa.
I've been acting as the captain of the watch during the Lord's absence. A weary figure kneels before a newcomer, his words laced with exhaustion. Forgive me, but I've also been maintaining the territory as well.
A detailed profile appears, revealing Manhwa's age, title, and current state: shocked, surprised, and deeply concerned about the dwindling territory and the threat of goblins. The newcomer surveys the information, a smirk playing on his lips. Look at all those concerns. Seeing as you maintain the territory, does that mean you can read? Manhwa shrinks further, whispering, I was able to learn a little by observing.
His relief is palpable as the weight of his responsibilities seems to lift slightly.
Now that Your Highness is here, I'll leave it to you in the future as well. He bows his head, utterly relieved. The newcomer addresses the assembled guards. You've worked hard until now. Starting today, the watch will be officially promoted as official guards. Sir Berman, a former lieutenant general, steps forward.
Sir Berman here, who used to be a lieutenant general, will help you all with your future training. Make sure to organize your squad properly.
Manhwa hesitates, then speaks with newfound resolve. I will use whoever has talent. If you improve, then I will even give you a title of nobility. I at least have the authority to do so.
The newcomer smiles, a glint of confidence in his eyes.
That is my belief. A report lands on the new lord's desk, a chilling revelation: goblins have infiltrated the castle.
The new lord's eyes narrow. He already knows, the castle's defenses are weakened by exhausted guards. The extent of the damage is revealed: dozens of homes burned, citizens kidnapped, a crisis unfolds. The new lord surveys the ravaged landscape from a window, the weight of his responsibility heavy on his shoulders. Despite the chaos, there's a glimmer of hope, enough provisions to last the winter.
But the long-term future remains uncertain. The new lord contemplates his options: the wealth from the palace at his disposal, a chance to rebuild, but at what cost?
A mysterious woman offers her services, a tempting proposition, but the new lord's resolve is firm. He refuses her offer, prioritizing his own methods, a silent clash of wills. With a sigh, he sets aside the matter for now. A heavy bag of coins rests on the floor, a symbol of his burden.
Platinum coins, a fortune.
The new lord stares, speechless, at the glittering wealth before him.
Swift action follows the assessment of the treasure.
The new lord delegates tasks with decisive efficiency. Provisions and materials are to be procured, and trusted escorts are assigned to ensure safe passage to Monteith.
While concern flickers across the maid's face.
The sheer amount of money is staggering, prompting a question about its origin. The new lord's calm response reveals his methods, acting as a thief of justice for the Intelligence Guild. His actions, though unconventional, were legal.
But doubt lingers.
A skeptical voice questions the morality of such methods, even if technically legal.
Sleep is suggested, a dismissal of the ethical quandary.
While the new lord's preparations continue. Bernil, head butler from the first prince's palace, pledges his assistance, promising to secure the necessary furnishings within 3 days.
With efficiency and purpose, the new lord initiates the next phase of his plan.
A decisive hand gestures towards the future.
The new lord's orders are clear: minimal personnel remain to guard the territory while the knights assemble.
A question arises, a murmur of pardon, from a surprised subordinate. The new lord's response is a statement of unwavering resolve: saving lives is paramount, and speed is of the essence.
The final panel shows the new lord addressing the populace, his words carrying a weight of responsibility and determination. The rebuilding begins. Davy Alron, the newly appointed lord, addresses his people.
A confident smile plays on his lips as he speaks. A stark reminder of the goblin raid hangs heavy in the air.
Many citizens were kidnapped last night. The townsfolk are apprehensive, their faces etched with worry.
Davy surveys the crowd from his elevated position. A grim determination hardening his gaze. He will not let these green midgets get away with this. His resolve is met with doubt. The citizens whisper amongst themselves, fear palpable in the tense silence. But they are the last line of defense. They understand the gravity of the situation. Davy's unwavering smile returns. He understands their fears, but failure is not an option. He will lead the charge.
He will go with them.
A murmur ripples through the crowd.
Whispers of distrust and doubt.
They question his ability, his youth, his inexperience.
But Davy stands firm. A defiant glint in his eyes, the new lord proclaims, "I am not one to let my family die."
His voice rings out across the town square, a challenge to doubt itself.
If you do not believe me, then believe the stigmata that God has granted me.
And to those still hesitant, he offers a final, unwavering promise: if even that is difficult to do, then follow me, believing that you are only being oppressed.
His resolve is absolute.
The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, a silent vow to protect his people. With a powerful gesture, he declares, "So don't even think that a single one of you can go off and die without my permission." The townsfolk gather, their faces a mixture of hope and apprehension, a sea of anxious faces watching their new leader. The mysterious woman observes from afar, a thoughtful expression on her face. "That was a pretty good speech," she muses, her gaze drifting towards the ominous demon forest. The sound of heavy boots echoes, a grim reminder of the perilous task ahead. There are exactly 150, definitely not enough strength for this to succeed. The new lord's confident smirk falters for a split second, a flicker of doubt crossing his face before he quickly recovers. The mysterious woman, perched on his shoulder, lets out a playful, almost teasing, "TCH TCH TCH." Her words follow, "You truly do try to live life in the most convenient ways." "Numbers can always change," she continues, her eyes gleaming with mischief. The lord's eyes widen slightly as he looks at the updated count: 200, not 150. "Since I will be taking care of the rest," he declares, his confidence restored, a hint of a smirk returning to his lips. The mysterious woman's response is immediate: "I knew it. You always make things so interesting, which is why I like you."
The scene shifts. A triumphant shout rings out, "We've arrived!" Bernil, leading the troops, points towards a distant ridge. Beyond the ridge, a goblin village comes into view, a chaotic scene of feasting and revelry around a roaring bonfire. The air is thick with the smell of roasting meat and the sounds of boisterous laughter. Isn't that an abandoned village? A question hangs in the air, a moment of uncertainty before the truth is revealed. It was a ghost village, explains a nearby soldier. The watchguards say that those bastards have been gathering there for the past couple of days. The weight of the revelation settles heavily on the Lord's shoulders. A young archer steps forward, his voice tight with barely suppressed rage. "Those bastards were the ones who killed Rini." His bow is drawn, his eyes blazing with fury. The new lord places a hand on the archer's shoulder, a silent question hanging in the air. "Are you angry?" he asks softly, his voice barely audible above the rising tension. The young archer stands tall, his bow held high. A sea of faces, grim and determined, stretches before him. "Yes. We want revenge," the cry rises, a unified roar of fury. Even those who weren't blood relatives, their passion burns bright. A testament to the depth of their shared grief and the strength of their bond. A glint in the archer's eye, a satisfied smirk plays on his lips. "It looks like I picked the right territory," he mutters, a thrill coursing through him. He nocks an arrow, the action fluid and practiced. Energy crackles around him as he draws back the string, and in the next instant, unleashes a devastating shot. The arrow streaks across the sky, a brilliant line of light, leaving a trail of pure energy in its wake. A blinding flash of power. The power shot explodes upon impact, a shockwave rippling outwards, obliterating everything in its path. A lone goblin, caught in the blast's radius, is sent sprawling, his silhouette a stark contrast against the golden light. In the goblin village, a chilling sound echoes. "Karak?" A moment of stunned silence before chaos erupts. A monstrous hand reaches for the fire, its claws dripping with malice, the flames crackle and roar, mirroring the growing threat. A fiery arrow streaks across the sky, leaving a blazing trail in its wake. The impact explodes outwards. The young archer stands defiant, his gaze unwavering. "Your Highness!" "We can't do a frontal attack," shouts a worried soldier. But the archer's resolve is unshaken. "Don't forget," he says, a steely glint in his eyes, "let not a single one of you die." The soldiers' faces are etched with terror. Their desperate cries echo as the impending doom bears down upon them. Explosions rock the goblin camp. A fiery rain descends, the screams of the goblins are cut short. Good, bullseye. A figure emerges from the chaos, a smirk playing on his lips. "Your Highness," shouts a soldier, awestruck. He is the womanizing god of archery, a master of all Apollonian skills. His words hang heavy in the air, "We're fucked." But fear doesn't faze him. He's not one to be afraid of a trap, not today. A little dust, that's all it is. From the heights, a commanding figure surveys the scene. "As your lord and family," he declares, "today's the day I give out the first order." His hand extends, a gesture of power. Everyone. A golden light engulfs his troops. Hard skin, strengthen, agility, vital pump, mana shield, and high blessing. Each soldier is empowered, their stats amplified. A woman's voice cuts through the air. "Are you planning on using everything?" He smiles, a glint in his eye. "Might as well. They won't even know what kind of magic it is anyway." Divine protection, Lenovatio, reinforce the mind. Advanced defenses are activated, bolstering their resilience. A breathtaking display of power. A 6th rank buff amplification magic descends from above, enveloping the army in a radiant glow. They are ready. A majestic winged unicorn, radiating golden light, bursts forth. Its very presence hums with power, a palpable aura of amplified magic. Even the elite paladins of the Holy Kingdom Belchaz lack access to such potent magic, only the sainted Pope can wield 7th rank holy spells. A young man, a glint of mischief in his eyes, receives a blessing. "I give you permission to relieve all the resentment you've had so far."
A weight lifts from his shoulders. A grin spreads across his face.
Ah, I always wanted to try this.
His words hang in the air, then, a surge of energy.
You have all gotten stronger.
Charge! The soldiers, empowered, roar with newfound strength.
Their eyes gleam with ferocious determination.
The ground trembles beneath their advance.
A goblin camp, unsuspecting, is about to face the fury of an army amplified by divine magic.
The clash of steel echoes through the forest.
The goblins' desperate cries are cut short. A wave of brutal efficiency washes over the camp. The battle is swift and decisive. The goblin ambush.
A chaotic flurry of blades and desperate cries. But amidst the chaos, a voice rings out, clear and strong, "We can win. There's no reason to be scared."
The tide turns. The battle, once a desperate struggle, transforms into a rout. The goblins, once fierce, are now routed.
A soldier falls, wounded.
But even in defeat, there is hope.
A hand reaches out, glowing with holy light.
Heal.
The wound is mended, the soldier's strength restored.
Yet, the battle is far from over. Despite the divine aid, the fight continues.
Doubt flickers in the eyes of the archers.
But their leader's resolve remains unshaken.
Keep in mind that anyone who gets injured will receive hard training by me once we go back to the territory.
Let's not disappoint our lord.
A berserker's fury. His eyes blaze with righteous anger, a whirlwind of motion.
A blur of motion, a symphony of steel, and the goblins fall before the unstoppable onslaught. Victory is at hand. The battle is won.
The triumphant cry echoes across the battlefield.
The god of archery, still clad in battle-worn armor, claps his hands.
It is too early to celebrate, he declares, his voice firm despite the exhaustion etched on his face.
There are still kidnapped citizens to worry about.
His words cut through the celebratory mood.
Let's move quickly, he commands, his gaze sharp and determined. His soldiers respond with immediate obedience, "Yes, sir."
A thoughtful expression crosses the god of archery's face. He reflects on his recent actions, a subtle hint of doubt creeping in.
I was thinking of instilling a sense of resistance and awe, but to think it'd turn out like this.
The scene shifts. The god of archery stands atop a hill, overlooking his army.
The setting sun casts long shadows, painting the scene in hues of orange and purple. A sense of unease hangs in the air. It feels like something has gone terribly wrong. The next day dawns. The battle was brutal, a holy war waged against the goblins.
"God is with us," shouts a soldier, his voice filled with fervent belief. The air crackles with divine energy as the god of archery unleashes his wrath.
Receive the wrath of God's iron mace. Hey, you crazy bastards! A lone crow takes flight, a dark silhouette against the brightening sky.
The scene shifts to a broken goblin weapon, a stark reminder of the battle's intensity. A weary sigh escapes the god of archery's lips.
As he surveys the aftermath, two soldiers discuss the situation.
"I thought the territory lord this time would be for real. But to think he'd only take 10 people for the next subjugation."
"Do you think they'll be all right?"
Their concerns are valid. He's just a kid who just turned 16. He's most likely in high spirits from the first victory and isn't able to discern the situation properly.
Just be ready since there will be more bodies coming back.
A young man, Jimmy, is seen removing a wooden fence post.
Another soldier approaches, concern etched on his face. "What are you doing, Jimmy?"
The Lord of Archery strides through the crowd, his presence commanding respect. A hush falls over the onlookers as he passes.
"Get moving!"
The urgency in his voice is palpable. One soldier clutches his injured arm, his face a mask of pain and disbelief.
While another stares in stunned silence.
They successfully subjugated the rest of the goblins with just 3 knights and 10 watch guards? The sheer improbability of it all hangs heavy in the air. The cheers erupt, a wave of joyous sound washing over the scene.
Hooray to the Lord! Hooray to the Saint!
The celebration is unrestrained. A sly smile spreads across the Lord's face. He's amused by their reactions. They probably think I hypnotized them or something, he muses, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Look at their expressions. Look here, I only made sure they came back safe and sound. Honestly, it's not really different from feeding them drugs, his devilish companion whispers, adding a darkly humorous twist to the tale. The Lord of Archery gazes out at the town, a thoughtful expression on his face. They may end up making some pseudo-religion if this keeps up, he worries, his gaze lingering on the still-present signs of the goblin conflict. There will probably still be goblin villages left. Which is why we will be thorough with our cleaning. His voice is firm, resolute. The task ahead is daunting, but he will not falter. Everyone dismissed. The command rings out, clear and decisive. The soldiers begin to disperse, their faces a mixture of relief and exhaustion. I'm sure they'll calm down after a few days, he says, a hint of weariness in his voice. They're just a bit special, is all. A faint smile plays on his lips as he watches them go. The weight of his responsibilities is evident, yet a quiet satisfaction lingers. That's what I thought for the past 2 days. A heavy weight settles on his shoulders, the weight of expectation and the burden of his newfound fame. A word once out flies everywhere. The imposing silhouette of a grand palace looms in the distance, a symbol of power in the watchful eyes of the court. Oh! Your Holiness! The saint is here! A wave of excitement ripples through the crowd as the young man approaches, his presence commanding attention. Clear the path, you idiots, he barks, his voice sharp and impatient. Are they watch guards or preaching priests? A sigh escapes his lips, a mixture of weariness and exasperation. Beside him, a small, horned demon girl watches with wide, curious eyes. This is the first time I've regretted my decision on something after waking up. The weight of his decision hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the cheers of the crowd just moments ago. Cheers erupt. The people rejoice, their trust in their new territory lord secured. But even amidst the celebration, a shadow of doubt crosses his face. He reflects on the wisdom of his teacher, the words echoing in his mind. A powerful image of Astria, the Polidia Empire's conqueror king, and his words of wisdom, do not forget this, even when one manages a small territory. What you lead are people and not livestock. Dictatorship doesn't last long, therefore, you need to have them want to follow you on their own. He sips his tea, lost in thought. The weight of leadership settles upon him. A mysterious woman with horns appears, her eyes sharp and inquisitive. Are these the documents of the territory? What do you think? How's the territory? He hesitates, his gaze fixed on his teacup, a moment of quiet contemplation before answering. Finally, he speaks, it's a bit ambiguous. The woman's words paint a stark picture. If I break the curse and run this place properly, then this place will turn into a real territory in at least 5 years. After that, it'll take at least 20 years to build the territory according to how you want it. He nods slowly, acknowledging the assessment's accuracy. Breaking the curse is not enough, true governance requires time and effort. The horned woman, a mischievous glint in her eye, poses a question. Would you like to hear my thoughts on this? The territory lord, ever the gentleman, smiles warmly. I'm all ears. The horned woman's expression turns serious. There are no underground waterways in this territory, making provisions scarce. Not only that, but due to poor crops, there is little food left and the livestock has declined. She gestures dramatically, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The large number of platinum coins obtained from the Information Guild can only provide a temporary solution. As you know, the most serious problem is capital, since this territory has no kind of profit. The territory lord ponders this, a thoughtful expression on his face. In any case, when did you start using magic? It's only making a light object float. The horned woman's playful demeanor returns. If we're talking about money problems, it's not as if there is no solution. I want to know, tell me. A sudden burst of magical energy. Bang, bang, unexpectedly,
there is a high number of younger adults living in this territory.
The horned woman presents her solution. The first solution is to use them to hunt monsters.
But the territory lord interjects, that's pretty low of you.
The second solution is to create a special crop, but this will be difficult without healing the land first.
That's true. Trade doesn't always mean dealing with humans, a shrewd observation from the horned woman, as she lays out her plans.
The territory lord, ever the pragmatist, suggests a thorough investigation first.
Due diligence is key, after all.
A sly smile plays on the territory lord's lips. He's considering all his options, weighing the potential gains against the risks.
A desolate landscape stretches before us, once fertile lands, now barren and under the lord's control.
The territory lord's dreams of owning buildings have been replaced by the grim reality of owning pigs, a humorous, yet poignant reflection on his current situation. These lands were once agricultural, a stark reminder of the territory's decline and the challenges ahead. The original owners abandoned their holdings, leaving the land to fall under the lord's ownership, a consequence of a mysterious curse.
The curse's root is a hidden medium, a dangerous secret that could hold the key to the territory's salvation or its ultimate doom.
The horned woman's power is limited. She needs to replenish her divine energy to summon sanctuary, the only solution to this problem.
A young man, his expression thoughtful, carries a petite, horned woman on his back.
I wouldn't recommend doing that, she advises, her tone laced with a hint of playful warning.
He strides across a sandy expanse, leaving footprints in the pale sand.
Then I guess that is the only other method, he muses, a hint of determination hardening his features. The horned woman speaks again, her words sharp and slightly annoyed. It's been whining about wanting to be used.
The man replies, a touch of confusion in his voice, whining? Who are you referring to? A swirling vortex of blue energy erupts, a visual representation of the woman's frustration. It's like an adolescent kid who keeps fawning for attention. He kneels, his hand outstretched towards the glowing energy. Here, go all out since this is your chance. The command is firm, yet laced with a hint of encouragement. Curse rearrangement Arifix curse, the words appear, a title card introducing a new magical ability. The energy intensifies, bathing the scene in an ethereal glow. Oh! I've never seen this magic before.
The man's voice is filled with wonder and curiosity. The horned woman explains, her voice brimming with pride, of course. The inventor of this magic, Iroh Ayase, is from a different continent. Also known as the sea language of the curse world. Intricate diagrams and symbols flash across the screen, illustrating the complex nature of curse magic. Curses are highly programmable magic created with numerous formulas and mana arrays.
The explanation continues, revealing the secrets of black magic.
This is why black mages use the power of various artifacts or take a long time placing curses.
A young man stands before a shimmering, digital interface, a look of curiosity on his face. His fingers trace the glowing lines of code, a question forming on his lips. What is this? A moment of dawning realization, a subtle shift in his expression.
The horned woman observes from a distance, her arms crossed, a hint of skepticism in her eyes.
He's not telling me anything. How cheap.
Back to the interface, the young man's brow furrows in concentration.
Are you sure this is a curse?
The horned woman's gaze sharpens.
What did you find?
His eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and wonder.
Instead of a curse. The eastern section of the Hind's territory. A desolate, rocky landscape stretches as far as the eye can see.
The territory lord is shown pondering the unusual nature of the border. The young man sighs, a weight of uncertainty settling on his shoulders. He's clearly frustrated, the words hanging heavy in the air. But the horned woman's eyes gleam with intrigue. A novel concept, she muses, her skepticism slowly giving way to curiosity.
Could this digital interface hold the key to understanding the land's strange curse?
Across the desolate Hind's territory, the young man strides forward, his small dragon companion flitting at his heels. The wind whispers through the canyons. A harsh landscape, a testament to the curse's power. But the young man's gaze is fixed, determined.
He's on the verge of a breakthrough. The parched earth stretches before him, cracked and lifeless, a stark contrast to the vibrant vision forming in his mind. He sees a paradise restored, a tourist resort blooming where desolation once reigned. He's close. The place where the curse's source lies, a place where he can rewrite reality itself. His hand reaches out, a surge of power building within him. A digital interface crackles with energy, mirroring the excitement in his eyes. A vision of a tropical beach flashes before him, a stark contrast to the barren landscape. The horned woman's voice cuts through his thoughts, a hint of amusement in her tone. He's so focused, his ambition practically radiating from him. A surge of purple energy erupts, crackling with raw power. The very air vibrates with the force of his will, revealing a glimpse of something extraordinary. Towering structures, impossibly tall and intricate, rise into the sky. Are these the remnants of an ancient, forgotten civilization? A surge of energy crackles in the air as the young man strides through the ancient city, a silent testament to a power long dormant. His gaze sweeps across the colossal stone structures, a mixture of awe and contemplation in his eyes. To think that a place like this would be in this huge rock formation. He muses, lost in thought. The horned woman's voice cuts through his reverie, sharp and insightful. So this wasn't created by black mages? The young man considers this, a flicker of understanding dawning in his eyes. He continues his assessment. It makes sense why they were responsible for this, since a neglected ancient curse was reactivated like this, a chilling realization. Suddenly, the ground trembles. A colossal golem, forged from stone and imbued with arcane energy, rises from the depths, a silent threat. The golem's massive foot comes down with a thunderous crash. The young man barely avoids being crushed. The horned woman's eyes widen in surprise. A golem. I'm sure it's a golem made of magic, she observes, her voice laced with wonder. More golems emerge from the shadows, their movements mechanical yet menacing, a growing sense of danger. The young man stands defiant, his resolve unwavering. Don't overdo it, the horned woman warns, her voice a low hum. A strange odor fills the air, a subtle yet unsettling scent. The horned woman's nose twitches, her expression one of intense curiosity. The young man unleashes a wave of raw power. A blinding flash erupts from his gauntlet, sending a colossal shockwave that shatters the earth. A massive stone golem, seemingly impervious, is sent flying. He continues his assault, a relentless barrage of energy, each blow shaking the very foundations of the hind's territory. His eyes glow with an unearthly light as he channels this incredible force, a power that seems to reshape reality itself. With a final, earth-shattering impact, a brilliant blue crystal emerges from the fractured stone. A treasure unearthed. It smells like money, he exclaims, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. The crystal pulses with energy, a clear sign of his success, a sign of immense fortune. A yawn echoes through the ancient, crumbling walls, a testament to the uneasy peace that has settled over the land. Citizen Freeman stretches, his words dripping with contentment. Being at peace is the best. But Citizen Gordon, ever vigilant, casts a skeptical eye. I'm sure he's got something planned. He starts his work, a hint of worry in his voice. Now, let's start work. Gordon's words hang in the air, a question lingering between them. Didn't we all see a miracle the day before? Truthfully, no one expected such selfless devotion. Truthfully, no one expected him to do so much for us. A quiet awe settles over Gordon's face. That's true, but across the kingdom, a different story unfolds. In the Ron Kingdom, the nobles' tyranny knows no bounds. Currently, in the Ron Kingdom, the nobles have been continually exploiting their power. The flames of rebellion flicker, but even in this remote location, the whispers of oppression reach the ears of the common folk. None of them may not have had any free time to come to this remote location to harass the citizens of the territory, but the citizens who immigrated to other territories in order to make a living still sent news. The weight of neglect bears down, a long time without relief. It had been a long time since it was neglected without receiving any relief measures. A demoted officer recounts his woes, a shadow of discontent hanging over his words.
the weight of his failure heavy on his shoulders. And the unease among the citizens is palpable, a simmering resentment that threatens to boil over. He sighs, a weary acceptance etched onto his face, the burden of responsibility pressing down. Goblin attacks were frequent, a constant threat, overshadowing all other concerns. A bloody scene unfolds, goblins swarm the fortress walls, their chilling cries echoing through the night. The goblins breach the defenses, chaos erupting, citizens are kidnapped, a disaster unfolds. The watchguards are overwhelmed, unable to intervene, the scene of the disaster is grim. Amidst the ruins, a figure emerges from the shadows, a beacon of hope in the desolation. The kingdom's first prince, newly appointed lord of Hein's territory, arrives on the scene. His smile hides a depth of purpose, a mystery veiled behind a calm exterior. Will the captain of the watch, burdened by the territory's plight, harbor resentment towards the prince? If so, there would be those willing to risk their lives for him, a testament to his leadership. The goblin attack, a chance for revenge, a turning point in the conflict. He called them family, a simple word, yet it carries immense weight, forging a bond of loyalty and trust. From the ashes of war, a new leader rises, his words and actions echoing through the land. He may not be a saint, but his actions speak louder than words. He is a beacon of hope. His influence transcends the divine, he's become more important to the people than any god. Though some may call it blasphemy, no one dares question the miracle they witnessed. A miracle witnessed firsthand, more believable than any divine intervention. Mr. Freeman observes, a thoughtful expression on his face. The goblin problem is solved, but a parched land stretches before us, the very air thick with the scent of dust and despair. Even the fortress, once a beacon of hope, now shows signs of the relentless drought. Cracks spiderweb across the earth, a testament to the land's suffering. Priests, mages, and alchemists all have come seeking answers, their faces etched with worry. But one by one, they leave, heads bowed in defeat. The problem, it seems, is beyond mortal comprehension. Their conclusion? A divine judgment, a punishment beyond human intervention. Even the most blessed lands are not immune to the wrath of the heavens. Two figures stand amidst the desolation, their conversation heavy with the weight of their world's fate. A sigh escapes one of them, a lament for a land on the brink of oblivion. But amidst the barren landscape, a tiny sprout pushes through the cracked earth, a fragile symbol of hope against the overwhelming despair. A single, tenacious leaf unfurls towards the heavens. Behold! A magic crystal, a highly pure and condensed clump of mana formed naturally. Compared to a mana stone of the same size, its value and power are multiplied 100-fold. The earth trembles. A powerful force erupts from the depths. A hand emerges, grasping at the very fabric of reality. He stares, wide-eyed, at the fruits of his labor. A stunned silence hangs in the air. I believe you need to relearn the meaning of the word intense, she quips, a smirk playing on her lips. He smirks, a glint in his eye. In any case, I wonder how much these'll fetch. Hundreds of crystals, each worth 100 platinum coins, and 20 of them are colossal. She cautions, you may never know what'll happen if you show those without being careful. He muses, Can you not jinx it? A colossal crystal cluster, pulsating with otherworldly energy, dominates a grand hall. The first prince approaches. His gaze fixed on the radiant heart of the curse itself. So this is the energy source of the curse, he muses, a hint of awe in his voice. A shadow of concern crosses his face. It'll really be a pain if this gets out in the world, it'll start a war since so many countries would want it, he worries aloud. The prince and his companion are bathed in an ethereal glow emanating from the crystal. Look at its purity, he breathes, mesmerized. His eyes gleam with ambition. If I can use the mana that's condensed in this thing, then I'll be able to use 9-circled magic freely, he declares, a predatory glint in his eyes. With a sudden burst of speed, the prince reaches out, a surge of energy crackling around his hand. The digital code around him shifts, warping and reforming. The code is nothing like it was outside, he observes, intrigued. His companion speaks, her voice laced with curiosity. There's probably something here in this land, she suggests, her eyes scanning the shimmering digital landscape.
The prince ponders, a thoughtful expression on his face.
So there's a system like that in here as well, he murmurs, piecing together the puzzle.
He focuses his attention, a faint energy swirling around his fingertips. Is this it? He questions, anticipation building.
The prince, accompanied by his mysterious companion, descends into the heart of the swirling magical energy, a vortex of light and data streams. The energy intensifies, building to a crescendo of raw power.
A brilliant flash.
The energy coalesces, forming a dazzling crystalline structure.
And in that instant, the prince's hope transforms into awe. His companion gasps, "Oh, oh! Did it work?"
The prince, eyes wide with wonder, stands before a colossal gemstone, pulsating with otherworldly energy.
"What did you change?"
he asks, his voice barely a whisper. His companion smiles, a mischievous glint in her eyes.
"Well, since the drought has been going on for a few years, I first sprayed some water."
The impact of her actions is revealed. A cascade of precious gems, shimmering with untold power, spills from a broken container.
The drought's end is near.
A triumphant grin spreads across the prince's face. He shoulders his bag, ready for the next challenge. But as he turns to leave, a chilling realization dawns: there was so much backed up. The prince and his mysterious companion stand before an ancient stone, the air thick with unspoken tension. A silent prayer offered to the heavens, a desperate plea for relief from the relentless drought. The weight of the kingdom rests on their shoulders.
Then, a miracle.
Rain begins to fall, a torrent of life-giving water washing over the parched land. The villagers erupt in joyous cries, their faces reflecting the relief that washes over them. A single sprout pushes through the cracked earth, a symbol of hope reborn. That it seems to have become a heavy downfall. The opulent chamber, bathed in the warm glow of candlelight, speaks of wealth and power, yet, the air crackles with tension. A grim-faced nobleman, his features obscured by a mask, delivers a stark assessment: the current state of affairs is chaotic. His words hang heavy in the air, a chilling premonition of what's to come. The situation is dire, a desperate whisper echoing through the room, the weight of impending doom pressing down. A subtle shift in perspective, the camera pans to a table where two nobles sit, their faces etched with worry. Their hushed conversation reveals a hidden truth: it's almost as if those low-ranking nobles who had suffered in the past were waiting for something like this to happen. The scene shifts to a throne room, where the queen sits, her expression unreadable, a silent storm brewing behind her eyes.
A concerned nobleman inquires, "What is the queen currently doing?" The answer is met with a mixture of apprehension and resignation. A heavy silence hangs in the air. Do they really think they'd acknowledge him? They obviously wouldn't. We've concerned ourselves too much with a half-wit, powerless prince.
The ones we should have focused our attention on were His Majesty and Marquis Patrice.
Watch your words, Marquis Lartice. I'm just saying. Since it has come to this. A faint blue glow emanates from the prince's palm, a spark of defiance in the face of adversity.
One must fight even at the risk of bleeding.
Duke Barrietta's piercing gaze intensifies, a cold calculation in his eyes. Isn't that right?
Marquis Lartice, ever the loyal servant, receives his orders from the queen.
A quiet efficiency hangs in the air. The queen's instructions are clear: prepare, but keep it secret. The weight of this clandestine operation settles heavily on Lartice's shoulders.
A hushed council convenes. Whispers and glances betray the undercurrents of tension. Lartice speaks out, a voice of caution amidst the brewing storm.
He dares to suggest that the prince is being underestimated. His intuition, honed over decades of service, rings true. A sixth sense, a feeling he can't ignore. A reflection in his teacup shows a glimpse of the prince and another figure, hinting at a hidden connection.
The scene shifts.
A grand carriage awaits, ready to transport its passenger to the palace.
But Lartice's words cut through the air, a warning against the prince's growing power.
He'll strike when the time is right.
A cane taps against the floor, a quiet but firm sound. Lartist's decision is made. The prince's threat is real, but contained for now.
The focus shifts to a different location, Ahein's mansion.
A vast, desolate landscape stretches before us, a testament to the continent's infamous, never-ending land of death.
Countless experts have perished trying to unravel its mysteries.
And even with a trump card, success seems impossible.
The challenges are insurmountable, even the remotest areas are plagued by relentless rain. Amidst the downpour, a conversation unfolds. "Oh, Captain. What in the world is going on?" The reply, "It seems everything has been handled." But even handled situations leave lingering effects. Still, that last ruins took a while. A mystical blue orb glows, promising a solution, a few days until crops can be planted. A young man, casually lounging, observes the orb. "You can tell just by looking at that magic crystal?" He confidently replies, "Yup, it's like an operation panel.
Connected to every magic crystal in every region, allowing him to monitor conditions at any time." A pragmatic voice cuts through the scene, a stark contrast to the fantastical elements at play. Since humans are traditionally lazy creatures, they tend to make developments. "I can't afford to go to each site every time, anyway." A young man, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, receives a magical crystal. The ethereal glow intensifies, a surge of power, almost palpable.
That same crystal, now nestled safely within a magically reinforced bag, shimmers faintly.
A testament to both power and practicality. A dismissive comment floats across the panel, a hint of exasperation. "I also decided to use the rest of the crystals in spatial bags.
What a waste."
The scene shifts. A young man lounges on a plush sofa, a small dragon perched nearby. A sense of calm, almost smug contentment, fills the air, a stark contrast to the events that have transpired.
A week passes.
The image shows a barren landscape, a lone crow soaring overhead.
A palpable sense of desolation hangs heavy in the air. A stark reminder of the devastation wrought. Footsteps echo on the dusty ground, a subtle hint of movement.
A crowd gathers, their faces obscured, but their hushed tones speak volumes. A sense of unease, of anticipation, permeates the scene.
They're like crazy fans. The sheer number of people is staggering. So many have gathered here, around 60 people. A young man, regal in his attire, addresses the crowd.
His words are filled with a quiet confidence, a hint of amusement in his eyes.
"How can we just stand by and watch as the Lord works? We're here to pay back your kindness. I'm not sure if you'll be okay, as we'll be doing some difficult labor work." The crowd roars with laughter, a wave of sound washing over the assembled villagers. Prince Dav, however, remains unmoved, a subtle smirk playing on his lips.
His gaze sweeping across the sea of faces. The work ahead is monumental, but his expression is one of quiet determination. He gestures towards the newly marked borders, a vast expanse of land stretching before them. "We'll all be cultivating this land together," he announces, his voice carrying over the murmurs of the crowd. A skeptical villager steps forward, his brow furrowed.
4 days?
"To cultivate this much land is impossible," he exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief.
Davy remains calm, his eyes unwavering.
"Work hours will be kept, but everything will depend on your work effort," he explains, a hint of steel in his voice. "You at least won't have to suffer from unpaid wages." The villager's protest is cut short by another's worried interjection. "Forgive me, but even if the climate had changed and nourished the earth," he begins, his voice trailing off.
Dav's response is immediate and confident. "It was previously used as agriculture, though. Doesn't it have the basic framework?" he asks, a knowing glint in his eye.
The murmurs in the crowd shift.
Hope flickers in their eyes as they exchange glances, a shared understanding dawning.
One villager speaks up, his voice filled with cautious optimism. "I'll wager that he'll show us something this time."
Another villager, however, remains unconvinced.
"And where do you plan on using your winnings, anyway?" he questions, his tone skeptical. The skeptical villager sighs, his shoulders slumping. It's not that we've forgotten the Lord's kindness in subjugating the goblins and saving the people, but this is too much, he admits, his voice heavy with weariness.
A villager's doubt hangs heavy in the air.
Too much, he questions, his eyes wide with uncertainty.
Is that truly what you think? Prince Dav's subtle challenge echoes in the silence. A wave of golden light washes over the villagers.
The air crackles with energy as the strengthen and vital pump buffs activate, enhancing their physical strength and health. A gasp escapes a villager's lips.
What is this? The unexpected power leaves them speechless.
His eyes widen in disbelief.
Confusion and awe battle for dominance on his face. What is happening? The scene explodes with radiant energy. Multiple villagers are enveloped in golden halos, their strength amplified. The prince's plan unfolds before their very eyes. Prince Dav smiles, a glint of amusement in his eyes.
You'll see a whole new world once you start using that pickaxe, he declares, his confidence unwavering. His thoughts drift to the past.
If I had Caldirus, I would have been able to cast an efficiency amplification buff like before. A hint of regret, perhaps? The villager's question cuts through his reverie. What do you think a godly sword is, anyway? The prince's expression shifts, a playful smirk replacing the pensive look. My lord?
The villager's voice is filled with a mixture of awe and apprehension.
Prince Dav, a glint of mischief in his eyes, ponders aloud, what does a poor territory need to get wealthy quickly?
His gaze sharpens, focusing on the solution.
A symbol of a radiant crimson gem glows, surrounded by smaller gems of various colors, representing abundance and scarcity.
A tiny, elegantly dressed succubus perched on his shoulder whispers the answer, lunar blossoms. A breathtaking field of ethereal blue flowers unfolds before us, each blossom glowing with an otherworldly light.
The very air hums with magic.
A villager, eyes wide with a mix of wonder and apprehension, murmurs, I see.
The prince's plan is revealed, we'll be planting lunar blossoms.
With a flourish, Prince Dav spreads his arms wide, embracing the vast, empty field, preparing for a grand transformation.
And the final declaration echoes, we'll be planting them all here.
A plant of impossible beauty, the lunar blossom, a treasure from the west, coveted for its rarity. A herb so valuable, it thrives only in the most challenging climates. A glimpse into a world of cutthroat competition in the agricultural sector is revealed, a world where fortunes are made and broken. Greed, palpable and suffocating, surrounds the delicate flower, a silent auction of desperation. But a confident voice cuts through the tension. Forgive me, my lord, but lunar blossoms don't grow in these climates.
That's all right, a powerful figure declares, a hint of amusement in his tone. Because the sky is so dazzling, this place will soon become tropical.
A dismissive wave of his hand, leaves flutter in the wind, a subtle shift in the very fabric of reality.
The problem is solved. Now, it's time to visit those forest vegetarians.
A mystical glow illuminates the landscape, a hidden village nestled amongst the crags, barely visible to the untrained eye. The path leads to a quaint house, a beacon of warmth and serenity amidst the rugged terrain. A gentle breeze whispers through the trees. Yuria, head elf of the Heinz territory, greets the max-leveled hero. I heard of your coming through the spirits, she says, her voice soft yet welcoming. The hero bows slightly, forgive me for coming without prior notice, Lady Yuria. He's respectful, yet his confidence remains unshaken. Master is always welcome, Yuria replies, her smile warm and genuine. Inside, the aroma of freshly brewed tea fills the air, an invitation to rest and share stories.
A table set for two, bathed in soft sunlight, a moment of tranquility before the storm.
Yuria sips her tea, a serene expression on her face, a calm before the revelation.
Yuria, my friend.
I had a dream, the hero begins, his voice laced with a hint of mystery.
A dream?
Yuria asks, her curiosity piqued. Yuria's curiosity deepens as the hero describes his dream, a vision that brought him to this secluded place, a journey guided by destiny. The weight of the hero's words hangs heavy in the air, a subtle shift in the atmosphere. The max-leveled hero recounts a prophetic dream, a vision of a curse plaguing this very forest. Yuria, her expression thoughtful, recalls an ancient prophecy, the work of spirits, a natural occurrence. But the hero's dream reveals a grim truth: the forest is dying, drying up from the inside out. A breathtaking vista unfolds, a once vibrant forest now withering, a stark contrast to the idyllic village nestled within its embrace. It's time to go home. A journey back to their hometown, to the protective embrace of the godly tree, beckons. But Yuria's resolve wavers. This place, this dying forest, has become her home. The hero, however, makes a selfless decision. He urges Yuria to lead the others to safety, away from the curse's reach. A desperate plea: "What about you, Yuria? You may die if you stay here," hangs heavy in the air. The weight of sacrifice. Yuria's response is a serene acceptance. Then that will be the will of nature. A close-up on Yuria's face, a subtle smile plays on her lips. A quiet defiance. A quiet scene unfolds in a sun-dappled forest clearing. Yuria, an elf with vibrant teal hair, sits at a table, a steaming cup in her hands. A sense of peace hangs in the air. But a hint of melancholy shadows her features. The wind whispers through the leaves, carrying a message only she can hear. She takes a sip of her tea, a small sigh escaping her lips. The simple act speaks volumes of her inner turmoil. A friend's voice cuts through the quiet, a concerned question hanging in the air. Yuria's expression shifts, a flicker of pain crossing her face. A painful memory surfacing. The conversation turns to her troubled past, the weight of her burden heavy on her shoulders. Despite the darkness, a glimmer of resilience shines through. Yuria's gaze hardens, a quiet strength replacing the earlier vulnerability. The wind, she notes, feels particularly pleasant today. A gentle breeze carries fallen leaves, a subtle yet powerful image. A premonition stirs within her, a sense of anticipation. An important visitor is coming. The scene shifts, revealing a dark and foreboding forest. A figure emerges, silhouetted against the gloom. The arrival is unexpected, shocking even. This is the hidden base of the elves, a secret location rarely seen on the continent. Centuries of secrecy, shattered in an instant. The history of their seclusion is revealed, a tale of a cataclysmic event from long ago. A serene elf, perched amidst a sun-dappled forest, holds a tiny bird. Her words echo the symbiotic bond between spirits and her people. Meanwhile, the max-leveled hero and his companion cautiously approach a desolate landscape. A sense of unease hangs in the air, they know they're close to something powerful. Their conversation reveals a shared wariness towards the elves, deemed stubborn and difficult. A playful banter masks their underlying apprehension. A stark contrast to the vibrant floral display surrounding a third character, whose memory of the hero's past behavior fuels their current aversion. The max-leveled hero enters a breathtaking enchanted forest. Two majestic deer, adorned with floral crowns, greet him. A silent welcome from the spirit beasts, a clear sign that he is indeed in the elves' sacred grove. The air hums with magic. And the hero realizes the depth of his connection to these mystical creatures. Their affinity is far greater than he ever imagined. A fiery flashback reveals a brutal training regime. The hero's past is forged in the crucible of pain. A harsh method designed to amplify his affinity with fire, a power that pales in comparison to his newfound connection with the spirits of the forest. His smirk speaks volumes. Yuria's eyes widen, a mischievous glint in her gaze as she reveals a shocking secret. Yuriana, my spiritualist master, was the hero who made a pact with 13 spirit kings. Jealousy flickers across Yuria's face as she watches the max-leveled hero effortlessly bond with the spirit beasts. Honestly, you even have dark mana. The max-leveled hero, unfazed by the envious spirit, calmly responds, his focus unwavering. By the way, how are you expecting to find lunar blossoms? I don't even know if those blossoms can produce seedlings. A tiny, iridescent dragon rests gently in the hero's palm, a gift from the spirits. A silent exchange of gratitude passes between them. Yuria's eyes widen in disbelief as the hero presents the tiny dragon.
Don't tell me, this is. The breathtaking beauty of the garden of the lunar goddess unfolds before the max-leveled hero. A celestial glow illuminates the scene as he steps into this sacred place. A gasp escapes his lips as he takes in the sight of countless lunar blossoms, a sight so stunning, it leaves him speechless. Amazing! He expresses his gratitude to the spirits for their guidance, a heartfelt thank you for their assistance in his quest. Yuria's eyes shine with excitement as she sees the abundance of lunar blossoms. There are so many. We'll be able to plant them all in your territory and still have some left over. Yuria, the enigmatic spirit guardian, watches with a curious tilt of her head. A question mark floats above her, mirroring the uncertainty in her bright, crimson eyes. Meanwhile, the max-leveled hero stumbles through a field of ethereal blossoms, his breath catching in his throat as he whispers, "What are?" A lone figure walks away, a katana strapped to his back, the wind whispers secrets through the tall grass. He descends into a field of white flowers, a serene landscape. Spiritual power, it's revealed, is drawn from mana, divine power, and dark mana, allowing one to see spirits. A swirling vortex of green energy appears, a powerful presence, the difference lies only in the level of affinity with the spirits. He smiles, a glint in his eye, confident in his ability to summon any spirit. Suddenly, a mischievous spirit appears beside him. "Spirit mana," she exclaims. "Are you planning on making a contract with a spirit?" The scene shifts to a breathtaking vista, a place known as the Garden of the Lunar Goddess. He stands amidst the flowers, a small dragon-like creature perched on his shoulder. This place, he confirms, is a part of the spirit's realm. A warning emerges: picking these flowers without consent has consequences. A chilling warning echoes through the sacred garden, then a disease will overcome you. The air crackles with unspoken threat. But our hero remains unfazed. A mischievous grin spreads across his face as he summons a sprite, a tiny, winged creature of immense power, into his very palm. A whisper of magic, a shimmering light. "Are you there?" He floats, serene, a vision of calm amidst the swirling energy. The spirit, barely visible, dances around him. A silent conversation unfolds between the two, a communion of wills. A surge of power. Water blossoms into existence, a torrent of pure energy erupting from the ground. With a triumphant leap, he masters a new skill. Flames erupt beneath his feet as he proclaims, "You can speak the language of the spirits." His eyes blaze with newfound understanding, a revelation etched upon his face. The journey has only just begun. "You continue to surprise me," the words hang in the air, a testament to the unexpected turn of events. "Peru, they said we can take them." A burst of youthful energy, a plan forming in the heat of the moment. "Where did that gadget go?" A moment of playful concern, a slight pause in their daring adventure. And a shared glance, a silent understanding between the two adventurers. How astonishing! The sheer wonder of it all, a revelation unfolding before their eyes. An elf, serene and composed, awaits their arrival. A sense of ancient wisdom emanates from them. Yes. A quiet question, a subtle invitation to share their incredible discovery. Receiving the spirit's favor and reaching the garden is astonishing in itself, but to think he'd receive their consent only by communicating with them without any prior preparations, a voice whispers, filled with awe. The elf, Meads, her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, looks to her master for guidance. A whirlwind of emotions swirling within her as she grapples with the unbelievable events she just witnessed. The weight of the secret she holds is palpable. Meads, her voice barely a whisper, addresses her master, a hint of trepidation in her tone. The scene shifts to a cozy tea room. Meads and her master sit across from each other, a steaming cup of tea between them. The master inquires, concern etched on their face. Meads' expression shifts to one of nervous excitement as she describes the tea, a strange concoction brewed with unusual ingredients. A detailed account of her meticulous preparation, highlighting the unusual ingredients and the time-consuming process. The image focuses on the tea itself, revealing a surprisingly unsettling detail within the brew. Meads' master reacts with a mix of surprise and slight disgust.
The elf, however, seems unfazed, her stomach feeling perfectly fine, she claims. Needs, undeterred, reveals a new menu she's created, her tone defensive but with a hint of pride. Her master's reaction is one of disbelief, bordering on horror. Despite the initial shock, Needs insists on the effectiveness of her unusual recipes, highlighting their health benefits. Her master, though still hesitant, expresses gratitude for the gesture. The conversation takes a sharp turn. The elf's master ponders aloud, a profound question hanging in the air. The elf, Yuria, looks pensive, a question mark hovering above her head. What secret knowledge does she hold? Her expression is unreadable, a subtle shift in her gaze hints at something significant. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. I see you aren't joking. A sweeping vista of a mystical landscape unfolds, ancient legends whispered on the wind. A delicate finger traces the rim of a teacup, a small, almost imperceptible tremor betrays her nervousness. The elf speaks, her voice barely a whisper. There are a few oddballs once in a while, but never one who can see elemental spirits. A moment of shared understanding, a silent acknowledgement of the extraordinary. Yuria's eyes sparkle with a knowing smile, a subtle shift in her demeanor. A sudden burst of concern. Yuria, my friend. What does that? The revelation dawns. I believe I found it. A serene smile graces the elf's face, her eyes sparkling with an almost ethereal glow. A glimmer of hope in her expression as she reveals a path to salvation, a way to save the village. The villagers, their faces etched with worry just moments ago, now move with newfound purpose. A collective energy radiates from them. As they work tirelessly, completing in half a day what should have taken 4. Their unwavering dedication, fueled by gratitude, is almost unbelievable. But even the main character, with his unique insight, can't fully explain the phenomenon. It's a loss, he muses, in the long run. As the production of the lunar blossoms begins in earnest. A new project, shrouded in mystery. Using the watch guards, they plant the seeds, a hush falling over the land. Whispers of suspicion spreading like wildfire. What are they planting? Will it even grow here? The main character pores over an ancient tome, a tiny, mischievous-looking demon perched on his shoulder. The text speaks of a rare flower, its leaves holding potent magic, but cultivation is a challenge, requiring the power of spirits, it seems. A worried villager approaches, his words laced with concern. We don't have the ability to cultivate the lunar blossoms. The leaves of the precious plant are slowly drying out. Hope seems to dwindle. But the elf remains steadfast. The skies will be in wonder, and it'll rain very soon. A bold claim, met with skepticism. As the villagers' anxieties escalate. Your Highness. We've got a serious problem. The temperature is higher than we anticipated. The elf, however, remains calm. Don't worry, don't worry. A reassuring whisper against the rising panic. And then, a simple explanation, the early morning will be cooler. The main character observes, a slight smirk playing on his lips. They really worry too much. 4 months have passed. Despite their worries, the villagers' efforts have borne fruit. Did you hear? That small kingdom in the east. The Heinz territory, a countryside that has been growing the lunar blossoms. Which crazy lord allowed for that kind of experiment? The one who's leading that experiment is the lord, himself. If it's Heinz territory, then isn't that the cursed place where many researchers went to and from 5 years ago? It seems that the Red Tower hasn't heard, yet. Apparently, rain has been falling in that cursed land. Even if that were the case, it's a barren land. It'll take at least 10 years for that place to thrive. The territory lord is none other than the first prince of the Ron Kingdom. I'm sure he has lost his mind after being shocked with his demotion. That's right. Master, Ron's first prince is Shu. A hush falls over the room as a high-ranking official leans in, his finger to his lips. It seems some vital information has been shared.
Redline, master of the Red Mage Tower, Sage Harrison, reveals a cryptic message: something interesting is brewing in the east.
Two figures in regal robes exchange a knowing glance.
This new development will prove useful.
Elder Eurus, his brow furrowed in concern, is informed of the situation.
What does he make of it? A wave of tranquility washes over the scene, delicate white blossoms unfurl, their petals shimmering with an ethereal glow. It was but a moment ago that this was a barren wasteland, now, a vibrant floral paradise explodes into existence. Despite the abundance, challenges remain. The number of healthy seedlings is limited, hindering large-scale growth.
Yet, this scarcity has a silver lining: the limited supply drives up the price of the precious moongrass leaves.
20,000 moongrass leaves are currently in storage, and 10,000 are ready for harvest.
A simple calculation reveals staggering wealth, for leaves sell for 100 gold coins. 10,000 leaves translate to 250,000 gold coins, a fortune equivalent to 5,000 platinum coins. The vision of a comfortable future unfolds, a family, their faces alight with joy, secure in their newfound prosperity. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves, a promise of abundance hangs in the air.
It'll be quite amusing, once we sell them all.
A sly smile plays on his lips, the anticipation palpable.
Unlike the secretive dealings with spirit stones, this moongrass venture is completely above board, a legitimate business.
The grand ballroom glitters, a sea of faces, but amongst them, he is merely a fool, easily dismissed.
A brilliant strategy, indeed.
This clever trick won't work twice, but for now, they'll milk this success for all it's worth.
A tranquil garden, bathed in sunlight, a moment of quiet reflection before the next grand scheme unfolds.
Now, it's time to unleash chaos across the continent.
Their next move is set to shake the very foundations of the world. The sweet scent of success fills the air, it smells like money, indeed.
Moongrass, a precious ingredient for magic and alchemy, is released into the market, but the supply is far too limited to satisfy the demand. A vital component for potions in the church, this scarcity only increases its value, and the profits to be made.
The city gates swing open, revealing a bustling scene. Carriages laden with goods roll in, a wave of commerce flooding the kingdom. But amidst the excitement, a clandestine meeting unfolds.
A whisper of a rumor, carefully planted. A rumor that strikes at the heart of the Moongrass Empire. Davy Alrone, the mastermind behind its success, is gravely ill. A young woman sleeps soundly, a serene contrast to the chaos brewing outside. A calculated risk, perhaps?
A graph plunges downwards, illustrating the potential consequences of oversupply.
The delicate balance of the market, threatened.
The image of a wilting moon grass plant underscores the danger. A stark warning against uncontrolled distribution.
A young man sits, a determined glint in his eyes.
Survival is not a luxury, it's a necessity.
He clutches a book, a silent vow etched on his face.
A plan is forming, a counter-strategy taking shape. A frantic scene unfolds, a desperate plea echoing through the halls. The news of Davy's illness has spread like wildfire.
Within days, the region erupts into pandemonium.
Merchants, alchemists, even priests flock to the area, a frenzy of activity. A sea of faces, a wave of anticipation. What do we do?
The question hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension building before the gates.
Davy Alrone, bedridden, yet his mind sharp as ever. I'm bedridden. Tell them I'm not well enough to come out. A calculated move, a strategic retreat.
A smirk plays on his lips.
What barbarians!
The unspoken implication hangs in the air. He's playing a game, and he's already several steps ahead.
Let's take care of things one by one.
A council convenes, the air thick with the weight of decisions.
The fate of Moongrass, and perhaps more, hangs in the balance.
Manhwa inquires about security, his voice laced with concern. The guards are working hard, but they're stretched thin.
The crowd is overwhelming.
Overwhelmed by the sheer number of people who have suddenly gathered.
A logistical nightmare unfolds. The paperwork piles up, adding to the chaos. There's no clear manual, no precedent for this unprecedented surge in interest. But Davy remains calm.
It's better than something big happening. A chillingly calm assessment of a volatile situation.
At the end of the day, I have the upper hand.
Davy's inner monologue reveals his ruthless pragmatism.
There's no need for empathy, only calculated moves. Though maintaining good relations is still necessary. The subtle art of manipulation, a dance between power and politeness. And have housing issues been taken care of? The final detail, meticulously checked.
A bustling town square, the heart of commerce, but even here, whispers of scarcity ripple through the crowd.
Inside, a tense meeting unfolds.
The air crackles with the weight of decisions, a plan to manipulate the moon grass market takes shape.
The plan is set in motion, a ripple effect of calculated actions.
A messenger is dispatched, his steps quick and purposeful, a crucial piece of the puzzle is about to be put into place. A mysterious vial is passed, its contents unknown, but its impact will be felt throughout the land. A cunning smile plays on his lips, the mastermind orchestrates the chaos from afar. Night falls, cloaking the town in shadows, the stage is set for the next act. A tavern, a haven for weary travelers, but tonight, it's a gathering of conspirators. A familiar figure enters, greeted with hushed reverence, the boss has returned. But the celebration is short-lived, a quiet refusal hangs in the air.
Morning training with Sir Berman, followed by afternoon troop management, a busy day for our captain.
The weight of his responsibilities bears down. Just kill me, he groans, overwhelmed by the endless demands of his position.
A visitor arrives, interrupting the captain's weary contemplation.
To see me, he questions, a hint of surprise in his voice.
The visitor's presence creates a ripple of disruption in the quiet room, a formal introduction is made.
Hallis, a fourth-class expert from the Green Tower, stands before him, his presence exuding authority and expertise. A polite exchange ensues, the captain expressing his surprise at the unexpected visit, but Hallis's purpose is clear. Hallis comments on the captain's impressive security, noting the unusual level of protection for such a small area, a subtle observation.
The conversation shifts to Prince Davy, with Hallis praising the prince's confidence in his captain's abilities, a calculated compliment?
The captain deflects the praise modestly, but Hallis's gaze remains keen, something more is at play. Hallis's true intentions are revealed, he seeks an audience with Prince Davy, but the prince's domains are under tight security. Concern etched on their faces, two figures sit across from each other in a dimly lit tavern.
I don't think that'll be possible. He's currently bedridden from overworking.
One of them says, his voice heavy with worry. The other replies, a somber tone in his voice, I'm sorry. Business is important, but the Lord's health comes first, for us.
A thoughtful nod. I understand.
There's nothing more important than the health of a group's leader.
The weight of responsibility hangs heavy in the air. The scene shifts. A heavy bag is shown, its contents hinted at.
But we don't have too much leisure at the moment in the Green Tower. And the bag is opened, revealing a dazzling array of precious jewels. The glint of gold and gemstones catches the light.
A close-up on a character's eye, reflecting the intense light of the jewels, a flicker of surprise, perhaps temptation? The character's voice cuts through the silence. Hey! What is this? I do not take bribes. Ho ho, it's just a small gift. A dismissive chuckle. There's nothing I'm asking for, in return. Please accept it.
I just want to build rapport with you, Captain Monmouth.
Monmouth hesitates, his expression unreadable. A silent contemplation.
A sigh escapes his lips.
Asterisk sigh asterisk. I usually don't take gifts like these. Across a dimly lit table, a clandestine exchange unfolds. A pouch, heavy with the weight of secrets, is offered.
I know that, but I just couldn't overlook the efforts and hard work of such an outstanding knight.
The words hang in the air, a subtle justification for the transaction. The contents spill forth, a glittering array of gold coins and precious gems.
A king's ransom, casually presented. A satisfied smirk plays on the lips of the recipient.
It's really all going just as the Lord predicted.
The words are a chilling confirmation of a larger, sinister plan. In a separate chamber, a vial glows with an ethereal light, a symbol of power and impending action.
The game is afoot.
We are facing a dire situation.
Several groups are desperately searching for me.
And as my right-hand man, you will be their next target.
You're the easiest person for them to reach. They may try to bribe or pressure you.
Use your own judgment to deal with them. Take note of anyone who tries to push you towards me, and accept any bribes offered. They should add up nicely, since they'll all be from the Tower or Alchemists Association.
In return, act as if you're giving in, and show them this.
A magically treated potion worth 100 gold.
I'm not giving this to you to sell. I just want you to let them get a glimpse of it, to spread the rumors.
Our goal is to raise the value of our product as much as possible, while keeping them in our region for as long as possible.
This is
a lavish dining hall, candles flickering on a richly set table, the air thick with the scent of fine wine and something more potent. The mastermind gestures towards a bottle, a glint of triumph in his eyes.
This is Tier 1, without a doubt.
His right-hand man stares, speechless, the bottle radiating an ethereal glow.
It's of the highest grade, nothing like it has ever been seen, not even on the Western continent. The sheer quality is breathtaking. Its effectiveness will surpass anything from the West. A game changer. The mastermind's determination hardens, he needs this, even if it means bribery. Back in the dining hall, the conversation flows smoothly. Most of our products maintain this level of quality, too. Anything less is discarded.
The right-hand man's jaw drops.
What?
10,000 units ready for sale, but to achieve this perfection, another 10,000 were discarded. A young lord, his back to us, stands amidst a field of blossoms, a stark contrast to the discarded crops. The right-hand man leans in, a hushed urgency in his voice. From what I've heard, the Lord plans on putting the goods up for auction. He continues, his brow furrowed in thought. I don't know the specifics, but it looks like he plans on continuing their production afterwards, too.
A live auction. The implications hang heavy in the air. A question arises, laced with uncertainty, then I suppose there exists priority for consumers, too? The response is swift, guarded, I don't think I can tell you anything about that. But the deal is sealed. A firm handshake, a promise kept.
The Green Tower's representative assures him, already provided me with so much valuable information, I couldn't possibly hope for more.
The Green Tower will be sure to compensate you greatly for this. A carriage departs, cloaked in the twilight. The sound of wheels on cobblestones echoes in the quiet streets. Back at the manor, relief washes over the right-hand man. A sigh of contentment escapes his lips, phew. Wow, it really worked. The young lord is questioned, his composure unwavering. My lord, how did you know?
His response is calm, almost dismissive. Well, it's just how people work. This place is not free from the grasp of mammonism.
A declaration echoes across time and space, regardless of time, place, or even dimension. Long live mammonism. The mastermind's right-hand man, his face beaming, approaches the young lord.
You're incredible, he exclaims.
The young lord, ever calm, humbly replies, am I? The right-hand man presents several heavy bags.
Here, sir. These are the bribes I was offered by those from other regions, as well as the Green Tower. The bags thud onto the desk, a soft thump.
The young lord assesses them, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He said he's a Tier 4 expert, right? Not bad. The young lord gestures towards the bags. Take this as a bonus for the guards. You're the one that did all the hard work.
Distribute it amongst yourselves, and use it however you want.
The right-hand man is taken aback. But my lord.
The young lord smiles gently. No need to feel touched, or anything. You're simply being rewarded appropriately for your hard work.
Most of the profits from the moongrass production is going to me, anyways.
The right-hand man nods, accepting the gesture.
All right. It isn't bad at all to establish good connections like this. The young lord looks towards the future, a glint of ambition in his eyes. What a great start. Moongrass, the very essence of this burgeoning prosperity. A strange twist of fate, gratitude for an ancient curse? The implications ripple.
The report concludes, a shadow falls over the Heinz region. Within the walls of a grand hall, bathed in the soft glow of a crystal orb, an elder ponders.
The allocation of funds for regional investment. The wheels of power turn.
Cautious counsel, but the elder's wisdom is challenged.
It's okay to make mistakes, a voice booms. Permission granted, a decision made. The weight of responsibility shifts.
A pensive gaze, the elder questions the young lord's methods.
A live auction? Unconventional. The risks are weighed, a deliberate choice to devalue the product? A bold strategy. A calculated gamble. The pieces are in motion. The bustling port city of Heinz comes into view, its docks overflowing with activity.
A merchant explains the intricacies of moongrass trade. It might sell for more in the beginning, but as long as there isn't a fixed price for it, the price could be lowered to a cheaper one than the products from the Western continent. This is why moongrass is not auctioned, but sold directly in the Western continent. Within a crystal orb, the elder of the Red Tower observes the young lord's strategy, a thoughtful expression on his face. It appears to me that the lord, the first prince of the Ron kingdom, is extremely intelligent. The scene shifts to a quaint town square in the Heinz region.
A question hangs in the air: what do you estimate the population of the Heinz region to be?
The young lord, eyes wide with a sudden realization, exclaims, "Oh!"
The explanation unfolds: purchases can only be made in the region.
He's optimizing the growth of the region, while saving as much money on investment as possible. A map reveals the strategic location of Heinz, a hub of activity. It's rare to see a city that has so many groups gathered in one place, from magic and alchemists' towers, to countless merchant groups, and the one advantage of the Heinz region, which is its road and convenient transportation routes, makes it a jackpot as a commercial district.
The young lord ponders the implications, a thoughtful expression on his face. That's surprising.
But if the merchant groups are able to purchase and resell the products, that's why they won't increase the production of the goods.
Ah!
He reveals a further layer to his plan: they've gathered as much money as possible in the short term, and have planned for the future, as well.
And another thing. There's more?
The young lord's confident demeanor speaks volumes. The prince is acting as if he has nothing to lose, even if things go wrong.
That's right. If I've caught on to it, others with a good eye and intuition have certainly caught on, as well. And even if he's bluffing, there isn't much to lose.
The elder's gaze sharpens, a glint of shrewd calculation in his eyes.
That's incredible. The elder's whispered awe hangs in the air, a testament to the young lord's audacious plan. Now, the question of strategy. How to cultivate this burgeoning power?
The elder strokes his beard, deep in thought.
A plan forms. Yes.
I'd like to meet up with him and have a conversation together.
Try to set a date. The elder's decision is made. He'll meet the young lord.
A subtle smile plays on his lips.
A meeting of minds, a potential alliance forged in the fires of ambition.
I'd like to meet with this bold, wise boy, as well.
The young lord departs, leaving the elder to his contemplation. I'll get going, then.
Oh, great sage. Across the ocean, a princess observes, her mind racing.
Is it possible for a young boy who cannot sense mana to slay a high-tier vampire in a single strike? Everything is becoming clear, one by one. How utterly peculiar. A wave of requests floods in, long-term residencies and purchases of land under the young lord's name. But conflicts erupt.
A clash of wills, fueled by greed, ignites.
Kwang, Kwang.
A servant rushes to the young lord, panic etched on their face.
My lord. Two groups are fighting over the same land. The young lord's response is swift and decisive: hold an auction. Tell them we'll sell to the highest bidder. A simple solution, yet brilliant in its efficiency. The princess and the elder discuss the bidding limits. The elder suggests setting them to the maximum.
A sly smile spreads across the young lord's face. I've always heard that the ones who are truly rich are the ones rich in land. Real estate is a business you have to really maximize profits in. He reclines, a book over his face, a wicked chuckle escaping his lips. The princess watches, a mixture of fascination and apprehension in her eyes. A messenger arrives for the young lord, a simple book concealing a weighty matter. He hesitates, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. But the seal on the letter reveals its origin, the royal palace. The weight of the message is clear: this is no ordinary correspondence. The auctioneer's voice cuts through the hushed anticipation of the crowd gathered in the cobbled square. We will now resume the auction, she announces, her words carrying over the murmuring onlookers. Her eyes sparkle with amusement as she gestures towards the eager bidders. 95 gold. A bid is placed, another follows, 100 gold from the mysterious figure in green robes from the Green Tower. And the alchemist school representative raises the stakes, 110 gold. The tension is palpable, the red-robed bidder clenches his fist, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. 130 gold. But his victory is short-lived. Take it easy, cautions a fellow bidder, I can see your bank account getting strained. You should take your own advice, the other man retorts, you have already exceeded the amount allowed by the association. The tension explodes. You're going down. A furious confrontation erupts. You conniving bastard, roars the alchemist, you started it. Bam! The auctioneer sighs, her expression a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Yikes, how brutally tense, she mutters, watching the unfolding drama. The auctioneer's voice, smooth as honey, cuts through the hushed anticipation, going at 130 gold. Last chance. A ripple of tension runs through the crowd. The alchemist school representative's face is a mask of barely contained fury. But the hammer falls. Going once. The Green Tower representative watches intently as the auctioneer continues, a glint of calculation in their eyes. Going twice. Then, a thunderous crack shatters the silence. A fist, impossibly large, slams down on the table. The alchemist school representative has broken their limit. 150 gold per case? The alchemist school representative's gamble paid off, for now. Later, in a quiet office, a report is delivered. Thanks to Manhwa laying the groundwork successfully, the competition at the auction was fierce. And the results speak for themselves. And we were able to attain great profits at the auction. The empty residential houses were also all purchased at rates comparable to developmental areas in the capital. A satisfied smile spreads across the young lord's face. Victory on all fronts. What a huge success! The future looks bright, but a note of caution is sounded. If things continue to go the way they're going now, a Heinz region's annual revenue should be around 1.05 million gold. Manhwa, the young lord, addresses his chamberlains. He's issuing orders, his tone firm but measured, a strategic calm amidst the chaos. The chamberlains, faces etched with respect and obedience, bow their heads in acknowledgement, their movements precise and swift. A commendation, its contents simple yet significant, lies before the young lord. It's a testament to his achievements, a subtle acknowledgement of his power. He stands before a grand mirror, his back to us, a regal silhouette bathed in warm light, a moment of quiet reflection before the storm. A sudden eruption of fire. His hand, a conduit of raw power, unleashes a fiery torrent, a visceral display of his might. The flames dance and writhe, mirroring the turmoil within. He's seething, his anger barely contained. How dare they, he seethes, after kicking me out? A smirk plays on his lips as he observes the situation from afar. He's amused, even entertained, by the unfolding events, a calculated amusement. His expression shifts, a subtle change in his demeanor. A quiet confidence settles over him, a calm before the next move.
He's ready. Let's go, then.
His destination lies on the path to the kingdom, his next move is set in motion. A hidden chamber, bathed in an ethereal green light, is revealed.
At its heart stands a colossal tree, its roots snaking across the ancient stone floor. A testament to forgotten magic.
A weathered hand, bandaged and scarred, carefully rests a long sword upon a workbench. The inscription speaks of an unfinished task.
A legacy left behind.
The words echo with a silent plea, a challenge to a new generation. A young man, his face etched with concern, questions the implications of this weighty task. Doubt flickers in his eyes. But his resolve hardens. A gruff voice cuts through his hesitation. Listen to yourself.
You're even more of a hard ass than me.
The sword, gleaming with an otherworldly light, is lifted high.
A silent promise hangs in the air. A destiny embraced.
The weight of expectation settles upon his shoulders as he accepts his fate.
A farewell. A young lord, his face a mask of quiet determination, prepares to depart.
His advisor offers a final word of caution. A plea for safety, a reminder of responsibility. The weight of the world rests upon his young shoulders. A young girl, clearly a noble, beams with delight. Her tutor smiles, clearly proud of his student. She's truly a special child, he says. I know she's royalty, but she's got an incredible mind, for a baron's daughter. The tutor continues, it's been honestly very fun to teach her, since I feel like I'm teaching my own granddaughter.
A young man, the young lord, prepares to depart. The tutor waves him off with a fond smile.
Let me see him off, she says, a hint of sadness in her voice.
He sits astride his horse, a regal bearing despite his youth.
The old chamberlain watches him go, a mixture of worry and pride in his eyes.
He looks like he's enjoying watching his granddaughter's cute antics, but more he's teaching her. The rhythmic thump-thump of hooves on the ground. The journey begins.
The young lord rides along a verdant path, the sun dappling through the leaves.
The peace is deceptive.
A voice cuts through the quiet.
Hey, isn't it faster to go the other way, to get to the royal road?
A mysterious woman with horns appears, perched atop a rock overlooking the path. She speaks, her voice laced with a knowing tone. There's somewhere I need to stop by, before going to the royal road.
The young lord, intrigued, asks, somewhere you need to stop by?
The young lord, his face etched with determination, reads the decree, a call to arms, a collaborative effort to preserve and research a powerful artifact.
He's ready to answer the call. The location is revealed, Surat, the blacksmith's hometown, nestled within the picturesque Valashad region.
His journey begins. The young lord rides through a sun-dappled forest, the rhythmic clop-clop of his horse's hooves echoing through the trees.
And then, a breathtaking sight.
A woman with striking purple hair and devilish wings appears before him. Surat, he asks, a hint of surprise in his voice. She confirms it's the same Surat he's heard of, adding that he's likely to encounter Eris's daughter, Horace's friend.
The young lord's anticipation builds.
He's heard tales of Surat's legendary craftsmanship, even that his work uses the same material as the holy sword, Kaldara's.
This is going to be amazing.
But the mysterious woman's expression darkens. It's not a nice place for me to go to, she says, her voice laced with a hint of warning. A flash of history, Surat, once a thriving town, is now Queen Linda's home, a transformation spanning over 1,000 years. The bustling marketplace of Queen Linda's home, a stark contrast to the quiet forest path.
The young lord continues his journey, his destination now clear. Meanwhile, the chamberlain watches from afar, his gaze following the young lord's departure.
A silent worry creases his brow.
A silent guardian, ever watchful.
The young lord, a figure of quiet determination, stands beside his mount, a sturdy brown horse. He prepares for his journey, a sense of anticipation hanging heavy in the air. A stark landscape stretches before him, the vastness hinting at the challenges ahead. In the inset panel, two figures watch him depart: an older man, his face etched with worry, and a cloaked figure, their features obscured by shadow. The atmosphere crackles with tension.
The young lord, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, observes the aftermath of a recent event.
The text confirms, the royals were indeed shaken. A clandestine exchange. A card changes hands, revealing the identity of a mercenary, Davy, a high-ranking freelancer.
Intrigue hangs in the air.
Davy, a seasoned mercenary, reflects on his new identity, a carefully crafted persona designed to avoid unwanted attention. His expression is one of cautious satisfaction.
The young lord continues his journey, seemingly oblivious to the dangers that lie ahead.
He is stopped by a guard. A guard warns him against venturing into the newly discovered labyrinth. Don't stick your nose into the wrong place and get lost, the guard warns, his voice laced with concern. A weary sigh escapes his lips as he rests against a rough stone, the weight of the world pressing down on his shoulders. He surveys the scene before him, a crowd gathered in hushed anticipation, a palpable tension hanging in the air. The imposing gates of Duke Varietta's lands loom ahead, a symbol of power and authority, but today, something feels amiss. An elderly man approaches, his words laced with concern. "Excuse me, young man, you must be from far away, to not know what's going on." His question hangs in the air, a seed of unease planted, a mystery waiting to unfold. The old man gestures towards a group of people, his voice barely a whisper. "Look over there." A flash of light, a subtle shimmer, a transaction of ill-gotten gains. His eyes widen, a silent scream forming in his mind. "They're corrupt."
The old man's response is chilling. "That's the norm here."
The word tolls echoes in the silence, a bitter truth revealed, a system broken beyond repair. A clandestine exchange unfolds in the shadows, a small object changes hands.
The young man receives his instructions, a simple task, or so it seems.
An elder's kind words mask a deeper purpose, a subtle reminder of home. He looks thoughtful, a hint of unease in his eyes, a quiet moment of reflection. A subtle smile plays on his lips, a plan begins to form. He politely declines the offered coin, a gesture of defiance. His refusal surprises the elder, the unexpected turn of events. The elder's confusion is palpable, a moment of stunned silence. A sudden shift in tone, a demand. The young man stands firm, a confrontation. The corrupt officials sneer. "Ha, what's this little prick talking about?"
"So what?"
Undeterred, the protagonist stands firm. "This is your last chance before I proceed accordingly to national law." The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. Demanding, return all the money you've received so far, and admit your wrongdoings. His eyes burn with righteous fury. The officials laugh, dismissing the threat as mere procedure, comparing it to Miranda rights.
Their casual cruelty is infuriating.
Suddenly, a soldier appears, sword at the ready. "Oi, listen, upstart soldier." The lead official scoffs. "Who the hell do you think you are?
Do you think anyone would bat an eye if you got killed?"
The protagonist's defiance grows.
"So you have no intention of abiding by the law?"
The official roars. "Ha! We are the law here, as is the word of Duke Varietta." The protagonist's eyes flash. "You prick!"
An older man intervenes, horrified.
"He's just a child. Piss off." The unnamed protagonist's voice rings out, defiance blazing in his eyes. He stands firm, a storm brewing within him. The corrupt officials, their faces obscured, seem to hesitate. His hand grips the hilt of his sword, a glint of steel reflects the fire of his rage. The blade sings as it leaves its scabbard, a flash of light, and the corrupt officials are sent sprawling. One of the officials, his face contorted in disbelief, sputters, "Swinging your sword at a powerless old man? What absolute filth!" But the protagonist remains unmoved, his gaze unwavering. To forcefully take a citizen's life ransom is to steal from the capital of the nation. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air, the punishment for such a crime is severe. With a swift, decisive movement, he throws his sword, it arcs through the air, a deadly projectile. The impact is immediate. A blinding flash of light erupts, the corrupt officials are engulfed in a wave of energy. And the consequences are shared by all who participated in the crime.
Justice is swift and absolute.
A lone figure stands, a sword resting easily at his side, a powerful aura emanates from him, silencing even the whispers of the wind.
Suddenly, he's surrounded. A furious mob of soldiers, spears raised, closes in. "You crazy bastard! How dare you?"
He smirks, a glint in his eye.
"You plan on adding to your sentence?"
The weight of his crimes hangs heavy in the air. "It is my fault for lying about my identity, but what you're doing now is bad enough to have 3 generations of your families executed."
"What kind of bullshit?"
A blur of motion, a clash of steel, a swift, brutal counterattack begins. The hero's blade sings a deadly song, a whirlwind of destruction, thunk. A scream cuts through the air.
"Arg!"
His next words are chilling, "Your head'll be flying, next." A young man, eyes blazing with righteous fury, bursts onto the scene. "What's going on here?" he demands, his voice echoing with suspicion. Before him, a scene of chaos unfolds. Several figures stand frozen, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty.
A voice cuts through the tension. "Who's causing this commotion?"
A sudden flash of light. A magical energy crackles, revealing a hidden object. A mithril pendant, lying on the ground, catches the young man's eye.
He recognizes it instantly. This is a mithril identity pendant.
The young man, Prince Davy, stands tall, his sword gleaming.
Viscount Garita, humbled and terrified, bows deeply.
Viscount Garita humbly bows to greet Prince Davy.
Garita, defeated and desperate, pleads for forgiveness.
"Please forgive me, the region was just doing so poorly."
Davy's expression shifts.
A smirk plays on his lips as he reveals a shocking truth. This region, where the 1,000-day night market, designated as a treasure by the Continental Alliance, takes place. Garita's protest rings out, filled with outrage and despair.
This isn't fair."
Davy stands firm, his resolve unshaken.
"You can't go undercover. There's no kingdom or royal anywhere who would come without warning to prosecute someone." Garita's desperate plea continues. "You've come without a warrant. This is an abuse of power."
A smirk plays on the protagonist's lips, his eyes gleaming with amusement. He holds his sword casually.
A tattered map reveals the extent of the corrupt Viscount's influence, a vast swath of land under his iron fist.
Even the local inspectors are too terrified to act. The Viscount, a portly figure with a self-satisfied grin, extends an invitation, seemingly unaware of the danger approaching. But the protagonist cuts him short, a hint of steel in his voice.
He's heard the rumors. The Viscount's jovial facade cracks. A chilling question hangs in the air. "Excuse me? That I'm hungry for blood?" Fear contorts the Viscount's face as the protagonist's true nature is revealed.
His eyes widen in terror. A small, demonic figure appears beside the protagonist, a silent testament to his power.
The Viscount's last words are cut short.
The rhythmic clack-clack of hooves on cobblestone, a familiar sound to weary travelers. Years have passed since the Heinz region was ravaged by war, a lifetime for some. The old man guiding the carriage, his face etched with the weight of time, looks on with a heavy heart. A desolate landscape stretches before them, a stark reminder of the conflict's brutal aftermath. It was when the refugees started flooding in that the exploitation became severe. Those who stood on the wrong side were purged. A sigh escapes the old man's lips, a silent testament to the horrors he's witnessed. His grandson, riding alongside, reminds him of someone lost. "So it was your son, not your grandson, that I reminded you of."
"It wasn't rude at all."
The young man's words, though seemingly simple, carry a profound weight. He speaks of the old man's son, a man of kindness. A man whose compassion cost him dearly. "I can tell from speaking with you that your son had a very kind heart as well.
He just couldn't mind his own business, is all." Across the rolling hills, a young man on horseback leads a caravan.
"We have arrived," he announces, his voice carrying on the breeze. The journey's end is in sight, the destination, a place of wonder and intrigue. Before them stands the legendary Thousand-Day Night Market, a place steeped in history and whispered secrets, a bustling hub of commerce and magic. But even in this vibrant place, shadows linger. A concern clouds the young man's face as he speaks to his grandfather. "Are you sure there won't be problems with the Viscount?" The old man's weathered face softens, a mixture of gratitude and weariness in his eyes. "Thank you for saving me, and for avenging my son. I won't ever forget this debt I owe you." The young man smiles, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "I hope you'll continue to live your life just." The old man bows his head, a silent farewell to the past. A new chapter begins. A small, devilish companion perched on his shoulder speaks, her voice barely a whisper. "A bit of a sad story." The young man smiles, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. "I feel like we've accomplished something." The wind whispers secrets through the crumbling spires of a forgotten kingdom, remnants of a glorious past, now swallowed by time. A young hero, his cloak billowing behind him, leaps across the chasm. A dark-winged figure watches from afar, her eyes narrowed in suspicion. He lands gracefully, surveying the desolate landscape. A chilling silence hangs heavy in the air, broken only by the rustle of leaves. His gaze sweeps across the ruined city, a mixture of determination and sorrow etched on his face. A single tear traces a path down his cheek. He approaches a central plaza, a circular labyrinth of weathered stone. At its heart, a small, ornate box rests undisturbed. A knife slices through aged parchment. Secrets are revealed, whispered on the page. The dark-winged figure approaches cautiously, her voice laced with uncertainty. "This is a little awkward for me to say, but isn't it useless to keep looking when everything's gone to ruins and been scavenged already?" He sighs, his shoulders slumping. "That's certainly how it appears on the outside." "What's that? A passcode?" The hero's discovery is met with disbelief. But he's already cracked the code. A confident grin spreads across his face. The entire site has been codified. Hidden patterns reveal themselves to those who know where to look. The hero and his companion gaze upon the intricate design. A hidden entrance awaits. An ancient secret, known only to a select few in the past. But now, the hero holds the key. The code points to a single, central location. An entrance hidden within the anvil at the center. The revelation is electrifying. But to enter, a special passcode is required. And the hero, with a mischievous glint in his eye, is ready to use it. A cryptic message unfolds, hinting at a hidden fortune, a legacy left behind by a mysterious figure. The hero stands bathed in golden light, a question hanging in the air: is this the path to untold riches? With a resounding clang, the secret entrance bursts open. A hidden chamber is revealed. And the dark-winged figure watches, a mixture of surprise and intrigue in their eyes. The hero steps into a hidden underground dungeon, marveling at the intricate design. The sheer scale of the place is breathtaking. Magic has been woven into the very fabric of this place, resisting the crushing pressure of the earth above, a testament to the skill of ancient mages. Air is magically supplied, ensuring the dungeon's habitability. A moment of quiet reflection. The hero realizes the significance of his discovery. Without the help of Surat, this place would have remained hidden forever. Surat smiles, a knowing glint in her eyes. Her expression speaks volumes. This is just the beginning of their adventure. The path forward is illuminated by an eerie green glow, beckoning the hero deeper into the unknown. Into the heart of a forgotten legacy. What's this? A hidden chamber, more like living quarters than a dungeon. Intriguing. Surat. The name echoes with the force of a mighty blow. This was a self-proclaimed maniac, a blacksmith who poured his very life into his craft. He came here after Haris's death, dedicating the rest of his life to a single project, his final masterpiece. The workshop is silent, save for the weight of his legacy. A simple hammer rests on the workbench, a testament to his unwavering dedication. Though his body is gone, his spirit remains, his life's work, untouched, preserved in this sacred space. His everything remains in this place, still intact as it was then. A powerful aura emanates from the very air itself. A grand chamber, an altar to the forgotten god of blacksmiths, a treasure chest sits at its center, radiating an otherworldly glow.
This room is like an altar.
He worships some non-existent god of blacksmiths or something.
A fascinating devotion.
With a burst of speed, the hero lunges forward.
The treasure chest is his target. A blinding flash of light engulfs the chamber. The power within the chest is unleashed.
A blinding flash of light erupts from the chest. The hero recoils, eyes wide with shock. And from within, a shadowy figure emerges, wings unfurling like a nightmare made real. What the hero stammers, his voice barely a whisper.
The creature explains, its voice a chilling rasp, it's from inside the safe.
A wave of unease washes over the scene. The hero's confusion is palpable, he's never witnessed such a potent manifestation of thought. The chest, now radiating an ominous purple glow, sits in the center of a circular chamber. The hero cautiously approaches, his every step measured, wary. A hand reaches out, fingers brushing against the cold, metallic surface of an ancient chest, a chest that pulses with an otherworldly light. Energy explodes outward, a radiant wave of power washing over the surroundings, the air crackles with arcane energy. A young man stands amidst the spectacle, a grin spreading across his face as he takes in the scene.
I see, so you guys must be.
He carefully opens the chest, revealing its mysterious contents, twin blades, bathed in an ethereal glow. The nameless red blade, they are called, blades that slay the living. A chilling inscription reveals their terrible power. Twin blades of legend, twin blades that were never truly completed. Their presence hints at a power beyond comprehension. Two magnificent blades rest in an ancient chest, their surfaces shimmering with untold power. Each is 90% complete, the last works of a master blacksmith who poured his very life force into their creation. A faint whisper echoes, a cryptic message hinting at a sleeping power within. Ego exists, but has not yet awakened.
The words hang heavy in the air. Understanding dawns.
The cries heard earlier, they came from these very swords, yearning for a master.
A surge of light. An ego sword, a weapon of immense power, like the legendary Caldara's.
The greatest sword ever forged.
But this is different.
Caldara's was made for a specific warrior, Horus, perfectly matched to his physique and skill.
This is something else entirely.
A lone figure stands atop a cliff, bathed in golden light, the twin swords held aloft, a new chapter begins. The genius blacksmith Surat's unique creation, a sword that ignores its wielder's limitations, made for one, and only one. Two ethereal figures emerge, their forms intertwined, a symbol of destiny, they were created to find their own masters.
What treasures await?
The hero surveys his incredible discovery, twin ego swords, practically gleaming with power. But wait, something's missing. A subtle imperfection mars the otherwise perfect blades.
The finishing touches are yet to be applied.
A glint of mischief in the hero's eyes.
He knows exactly what to do.
A spark of inspiration ignites.
Fire, he exclaims, the solution dawning on him. Not just any fire will do. This requires intense heat, far beyond the ordinary.
A dwarven furnace, a forge of legendary power, is the only answer. The hero's grin widens. With a confident grip, he prepares to unleash the full potential of the ego swords. The heat of the dwarven forge awaits. Their journey continues. Under the watchful gaze of the twin moons, they arrive at their destination.
A guide points the way, his words echoing in the crisp air, follow the main road, you'll see the plaza ahead.
Our hero, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, expresses his gratitude, thanks for leading me here.
The journey's end is in sight.
A royal summons, the weight of it settles upon him.
He wonders, hey, what do you think this is about?
A mysterious woman appears, her words sharp and insightful, you have a penchant for asking questions you already know the answer to. But she reveals the truth, her voice laced with amusement, your moongrass business is a golden goose. The sheer scale of his success is laid bare, in just 1 quarter, his profits exceeded the kingdom's annual expenditure.
The income tax alone was astronomical. And the implications are staggering. That'll make the kingdom way richer than it is now. The future of the realm hangs in the balance. The woman's gaze sharpens, her words cutting like a blade, or to be specific, the noble's pockets. But you knew all this would happen. He acknowledges the impact of his actions, a weariness settling over him. To be honest, it is a little shocking that I've gathered so much attention from around the continent, but it means what I've done has that much of an impact. I'm getting tired already. The grand palace looms before him, its opulent halls beckoning. He walks with a newfound confidence, ready to face whatever awaits him. Long time no see, Vespus. A familiar voice cuts through the opulent atmosphere of the palace. As Vespus, taller and more imposing than before, enters the royal chambers. The king's advisors watch him approach, their expressions unreadable. A subtle smile plays on Vespus' lips. The heavens have indeed blessed him, and his moongrass business is booming. But the air crackles with tension. The king's advisors explain the situation. Confidential account books have been leaked, causing a royal uproar. The gravity of the situation hits Vespus. Nobles are being stripped of their titles and scheduled for execution. The king's wrath is absolute. Vespus considers the implications, a thoughtful expression on his face. The king's actions are swift and brutal. A ruthless display of power that leaves Vespus contemplating the king's true nature. The king's ruthlessness is laid bare. He's been holding back, and now, everything has exploded. The information collected, with Marquis Pale-Iris at its core, has made things incredibly complicated. Vespus' eyes narrow. The situation is far more complex than he initially thought. A shadow falls over his face. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. Well. Look who it is. Vespus, his brow furrowed in thought, stands within the opulent confines of a royal library. Towering bookshelves stretch into the distance, hinting at untold secrets. A shadowy figure looms, their features obscured, adding to the air of mystery and intrigue. A regal figure emerges, Prince Carlos, a smirk playing on his lips. If it isn't my brother Davy, he greets, his tone dripping with false cordiality. Davy, unfazed, responds with quiet confidence. Carlos dismisses him with a wave. It seems my younger brother has something to say to me. You're free to go. Carlos's dismissive attitude speaks volumes. He's nothing, Carlos declares, his arrogance palpable. A heavy silence hangs in the air, punctuated only by a dismissive humph from Carlos. Carlos's disdain is sharp. Look at you, getting all cocky just because you had one successful business venture, he sneers, his words laced with venom. He continues his condescending tirade. If a commoner like you succeeded in it, it would be quickly dismissed, no matter who started it. Don't look so puffed up, you just got lucky. Davy's smirk widens. A glint of defiance sparks in his eyes. That's what you came here to say? You must have really been jealous. The final blow lands. Davy's voice cuts through Carlos's arrogance. Do you even know the significance of what I've done? Carlos, the picture of condescending arrogance, sneers. His words, dripping with disdain, sting like a viper's bite. This is why people call you an idiot, and why you'll always stay coddled and curled up in Queen Limna's arms. Davy's response is immediate, a flash of defiance in his eyes. A hand shoots out, stopping Carlos mid-sentence. It's you who must be out of your mind, Davy retorts, his voice laced with steel. The tension crackles. Carlos sputters, his face reddening. His insults become increasingly desperate, fueled by a wounded ego. But Davy remains unmoved, his counter-arguments precise and cutting. He cuts through Carlos's bluster with the cold steel of truth. All you've got is what you've been handed down. If you're not smart, you should at least have some sensibility. Carlos explodes. How dare you mock me? A chilling smile spreads across Davy's face. His words are a calculated strike, a precise jab to the heart of Carlos's arrogance. Well, I guess if he weren't this stupid, he wouldn't have shot that arrow at me 6 years ago. The memory fuels Davy's rage, a surge of furious energy radiates from him.
With a blur of motion, Davy launches himself at Carlos, a whirlwind of fists and feet. The impact. Carlos is sent sprawling, his face a mask of disbelief and pain. Carlos lies defeated on the cold palace floor, a stark image of humiliation. Davy, his smirk unwavering, delivers a cutting remark. Are you aware that the things you say mindlessly reflect poorly on the king as well? His words are a dagger to Carlos's pride, a relentless assault on his dignity. But Davy presses on, you're always on about commoner this, commoner that. And with a swift, brutal movement, he plants his foot on Carlos's chest. The impact echoes through the silent hall. A surge of power erupts from Davy's foot, sending Carlos sprawling across the floor in agony. But half the blood that flows through my body is of this country's king. Carlos writhes in pain, his face contorted in agony, a defeated nobleman, reduced to nothing. Davy, unmoved by Carlos's suffering, casually holds up a book titled, Because You Are Young. Take this, instead. The words hang in the air, a cruel promise echoing in the silence before the storm. A searing pain explodes across Carlos's face as the impact sends him reeling. His scream, a raw, guttural sound, tears through the air. Aargh. A figure collapses to the ground, a pained groan escapes his lips, arg. His eyes widen in disbelief. What the hell did you do to me? A young man smirks, a mischievous glint in his eyes, the other man recoils in fear, eek. He unleashes a boastful declaration, I'll take away all those things you're so proud of. The defeated man flees in terror, his pursuer observes with a hint of amusement, you're letting him off with just a flick to the forehead? A sly grin spreads across his face. It wasn't just a flick. I had some fun with him. His companion's expression shifts to concern. You know, I don't know how to say this, but you shouldn't smile if you can help it. Frankly, it's terrifying. He responds with a puzzled, huh? A blush creeps onto his cheeks as he covers his mouth. I guess it's a bad habit. I should work on it. A breathless escape. He's running, the weight of a question heavy on his heels. Anyways, what did you do to your brother? The answer hangs heavy in the air, a chilling revelation. He placed a sin upon him, the greatest sin in the entire country, one that cannot be lifted even by magic. A bold claim, met with disbelief. But the demon companion's smirk speaks volumes. He holds his miniature demonic companion, a knowing glint in his eye. One more thing. The opulent Ron Kingdom Conference Hall. A grand chandelier illuminates the scene, where powerful figures gather. The stage is set. The kingdom's coffers overflow. This quarter's revenue has exceeded the nation's annual revenue. A windfall of unprecedented proportions. And the implications are far-reaching. Discussions of military expansion and strategic investments fill the hall. The air crackles with ambition. The king ponders, a thoughtful expression on his face. He seems troubled by something. While the demon observes, her comment cutting through the noise, they're blabbering amongst themselves without you, the actual business owner, involved. The king presides over a tense meeting. His words hang heavy in the air. I know Marquis Paltris is absent, but looking at them like this, the royals and nobles all look the same to me, blinded by greed and power. The demonic companion, perched high above, observes the scene with a knowing smirk. Her gaze lingers on the main character, who is already plotting his next move. Maybe I'll try my hand at the restaurant business next, he muses, a glint in his eye. They say the most lucrative businesses are the water and food businesses. The demonic companion's amusement grows. You're really something else, she comments, her voice laced with a hint of exasperation. Thinking about a new business in the middle of all this. Suddenly, the king's voice booms across the throne room, silencing all discussion. All of you, stop. The king's gaze falls upon the main character. First, we should reward Prince Davy, he declares. He has brought this blessing upon our land. Davy, humble as ever, responds, I was only doing my duty. But the king's praise continues, what you've accomplished is greater than anything else that has been done in the past 10 years. The king offers a generous reward.
tell me what you desire. I will reward you anything you wish.
Davy hesitates, a shadow of doubt crossing his face.
I'm not sure. I have a feeling anything I ask for is going to be met with excuses.
The king, however, cuts him off with a surprising declaration, I will allow that.
A wise decision, indeed.
The main character, basking in the glow of the king's approval, rests comfortably with his demonic companion perched on his shoulder. The throne room buzzes with discussion, a proposal for a moongrass business venture is put forth.
Ambition fills the air.
But the demonic companion's skepticism is palpable, her expression speaks volumes. They're going to keep going, huh? She muses, a hint of dark amusement in her tone. A sudden shift in focus.
Duke Varietta, leader of the nobles, steps forward, a glint in his eye. There's something that needs verification. And he's not afraid to point out the glaring oversight in the moongrass proposal. Basic things must be addressed first.
The Duke's words strike a chord, a collective agreement ripples through the room.
The focus shifts to the practical applications of the moongrass business.
Order is restored, at least for now. The demonic companion observes, a slight smirk playing on her lips.
It's looking all right so far, she comments.
But the Duke's sharp gaze zeroes in on a critical flaw. Why is the main character trying to tie the business to the nation without consulting Lord Davy, its creator?
The main character is put on the spot, a pointed question hangs in the air, are you of higher status than the royalty of this nation? The tension ratchets up. Duke Ferrandis's challenge is clear, would the main character comply if asked to hand over all assets for the good of the nation? The tension in the throne room is palpable.
Every eye is on the main character, his moongrass proposal hanging in the balance.
As doubts are voiced.
This is not for you all to meddle in, one lord declares, his tone sharp and dismissive.
The demonic companion smirks, a knowing glint in their eyes. Ahem, we jumped the gun a little, they admit, their voice dripping with amusement.
The main character remains steadfast, a flicker of defiance in his gaze.
What's going on?
He's helping you, a voice whispers, adding another layer of intrigue.
Duke Varietta, ever the skeptic, remains unconvinced.
It just seems like wordplay to me, he observes, his expression skeptical.
The pressure mounts.
If we were to forcefully nationalize this business, it would be suppression, Duke Ferrandis points out, his voice firm and unwavering. And the main character meets his gaze, a silent challenge passing between them. That's not all you want to say, is it? The main character presses, his voice low and dangerous.
Duke Ferrandis's expression shifts subtly. Is there more to this than meets the eye?
Is that how it seemed, he muses, a thoughtful expression on his face.
The truth begins to unravel.
You're right. There is actually something more important than this, Duke Ferrandis reveals, a knowing smile playing on his lips.
A dramatic shift in focus.
While the court awaits his next words. He's acting like he cares about me, a thought crosses Duke Ferrandis's mind, a hint of surprise in his tone.
The royal court is in session. A tense silence hangs in the air as a voice cuts through the quiet, what's the problem? A duke, his face etched with barely concealed amusement, sneers. Since when has the Ron kingdom been under the Holy Kingdom?
The prince, his expression unreadable, contemplates the implications.
Alright, so they're saying that my stigmata manifestation has been proven, and so I need to go to the Holy Kingdom?
His thoughts turn inward.
If I receive the title of saint, then what next? Will the Holy Kingdom protect our nation, or something? An older duke, his voice laced with authority, speaks.
Such is the responsibility you bear as a royal.
Do not forget that.
The prince's face hardens. There is a grim determination in his eyes.
There is nothing to be gained by upsetting the Holy Kingdom.
The conversation shifts. A new concern emerges, a shadow cast over the previous discussion.
Then what will happen to the Hines region? The moongrass business.
Another duke, his expression grave, reveals a critical piece of information. Unfortunately, if the prince were to be transferred to the Holy Kingdom to become a saint,
the vast throne room, filled with masked figures, looms large. A palpable sense of foreboding fills the air. A decision must be made. The tension explodes. Then we must appoint a new lord immediately, one duke shouts, his voice ringing with urgency. Another chimes in, that's right. We must find someone adequate to take over as the new lord. What bullshit! The prince scoffs, a smirk playing on his lips as his demonic companion perches on his shoulder. Haha, this is becoming quite interesting. Duke Varietta explains, his voice calm yet firm, so that's why he didn't want to nationalize the moongrass business. Let me add one more thing. The scene shifts to the bustling streets outside the castle walls, carts and carriages moving through the gates. This is the heart of the kingdom's trade, a crucial point in the nation's economy. And so we cannot appoint just anyone to such a position. Inside, Duke Ferrandis makes his proposal, his gaze unwavering, if I may dare to make a recommendation. There is only one person fit to take over such a role. A close-up on Duke Ferrandis, a sly smile playing on his lips. His confidence is palpable. Ah! The prince's eyes widen in realization. The king sits in his throne room, listening intently as Duke Ferrandis reveals the king's secret plan, privatizing the business, handing it over to the queen's son, his own grandson, Carlos. Then taking the profits for himself. That's his plan. The prince's expression hardens. It was a lot of circumlocution, but what he said is no different than the shit the nobles were spewing. All that, just to tell me it won't be mine. The prince's foot comes down heavily on the palace floor. The sound echoes through the silent halls. Duke Ferrandis smiles, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air. The prince's face is grim, his eyes burning with a newfound determination. The tension is palpable. A sly smile plays on the duke's lips, his eyes gleaming with mischief. A silent understanding passes between him and the shadowy figure behind him. The duke's grin widens, a glint of triumph in his eyes. Ribbit, croaks a voice, echoing the duke's own amusement. The scene shifts to a grand hall, opulent and imposing. A tense silence hangs in the air as a figure collapses to the floor. A wave of dark energy erupts, shaking the very foundations of the palace. The air crackles with power. A grand hall, opulent and vast, the air thick with anticipation. The weight of tradition hangs heavy in the air. Upon his throne, the king sits, his expression unreadable, a storm brewing beneath a calm exterior. Whispers ripple through the court, nervous glances are exchanged as the tension mounts. A young man kneels before a figure of power, his posture rigid with apprehension. The weight of expectation bears down on him. His cheeks flush crimson, a mixture of nervousness and something else? A gasp escapes his lips. This is it. A sudden, ear-splitting shriek pierces the silence. Kaav! Pandemonium erupts. The court descends into chaos. Cock-a-doodle-dee-oh, cuckoo! The king's composure shatters. And amidst the bedlam, a villainous laughter echoes, triumphant and cruel. Ah ha 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 ha. A young man, Carlos, sits comfortably, a small doll in his lap. He chuckles, seemingly amused by something. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierces the air, it hurts. The scene shifts, revealing a figure kneeling before Carlos, distress etched on their face. As Carlos's laughter turns to a chilling cackle. The man's anguished cries echo through the hall. Chaos erupts. The king, his face contorted in fury, witnesses the scene. You dare mock the National Conference Hall, he roars, his voice shaking with rage. Carlos, now visibly panicked, pleads for mercy. Please trust me. I never. His pleas are cut short by a series of panicked squawks and barks. His face contorts in terror. His eyes widen in disbelief. As the king's fury reaches its peak. A guttural growl escapes his lips, I don't want to hear it. The king explodes, ordering Carlos's immediate removal. Leave my presence immediately, he bellows, his voice echoing through the stunned court. Carlos is dragged away, his protests falling on deaf ears. The king's final order cuts through the silence, lock second Prince Carlos up in confinement,
and put him on probation until I give further orders. Despair and defiance wore on Carlos's face as he's forcibly restrained. A final, desperate cry escapes his lips, "No, please your highness." The king sits upon his throne, weary. "Your highness! Your highness!" "Woof woof," barks a loyal dog, but the king only sighs, his face etched with worry. Suddenly, a furious roar erupts. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr
It spins through the air, landing before a stunned court. The air crackles with tension. A young woman gasps, what in the? A young man observes, a smirk playing on his lips. How did he become that way in just a day? That is the power of the greatest sin in the country. The king's face is illuminated, a blinding light erupting from his head. Skin head. The light intensifies, searing the king's features. Let there be a sun on your head. The crown lies discarded on a strange, glowing surface, a new power has been unleashed. A soft sigh escapes the king's lips as he sits alone, defeated. The throne room. A nervous tension hangs in the air as a worried-looking count stares at the young king, Carlos, who sits casually on his throne, a smirk playing on his lips. I don't think Carlos is mature enough to govern a territory yet, the count mutters, his voice barely a whisper, his concern palpable. The count's gaze flickers, his worry deepening. He turns away, his shoulders slumping under the weight of his apprehension. But Carlos remains unfazed, a playful glint in his eyes as he watches the count's distress. A subtle, almost imperceptible smile stretches across his lips. The opulent chandelier in the throne room. A symbol of royal power, yet it seems to cast long, ominous shadows in this tense moment. Since when was the position of a count higher than the king? Carlos asks, his voice laced with amusement, a challenge in his tone. The count's face pales. He stammers, clearly taken aback by Carlos's unexpected question and the underlying power in his words. Your Highness, what does that? Then I will ask again in a different way. Does this country belong to you, a count? The count's voice trembles, his confidence shattered. The king's accusation hangs heavy in the air, a sealed letter, the crux of the conflict, lies before him. The count, defiant, stands his ground, his posture radiating barely contained anger. Within the opulent hall, whispers ripple through the assembled nobles, the tension is palpable. The count's retort is sharp, a veiled challenge to the young king's authority, a smirk plays on his lips. He uses a proverb to subtly mock the king's inexperience, the implication stings. The king explodes, his patience finally shattered, a wave of righteous fury washes over him. His words are a scathing indictment, exposing the count's treachery, the weight of his accusations is undeniable. The king's eyes blaze with righteous fury, the count is left speechless, exposed. The king's resolve is unwavering, his plan, though audacious, is clear. The king's calm demeanor belies a steely resolve, he's ready to act. In the Holy Kingdom, even the most sacred ground is still where humans live. And therefore, even the high priest is subject to the same realities. A magical orb glows, a message received. Oh! I've received your call, Prince Davy. A figure emerges from the shimmering light, Vice Bishop Velium, of the Holy Kingdom's Budget Management Department. His arrival is announced with a flourish. A confident smile plays on his lips. Prince Davy appears within the crystal sphere, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The throne room behind him hints at the gravity of the situation. The tension is palpable. What was the Pope's decision? The weight of the question hangs heavy in the air. Doubt clouds the prince's face. Could it be? The truth is revealed, that's right, it's exactly what everyone is thinking. Even in a holy kingdom, established on God's territory, it's still a place where humans live, and therefore, they have needs, they do business. A holographic image flickers to life, revealing the high priest. The words confirm it, this entire scheme was his doing. And Prince Davy is assured that such treachery will never happen again. A promise of peace, for now.
The vice-bishop Velium stands firm, confident in the Pope's decision.
The high priest is powerless against the Pope's authority. The meeting concludes smoothly, a testament to Velium's skillful maneuvering. A subtle nod of approval. Back in his chambers, Velium receives praise for his work. A quiet satisfaction. But even the Pope admits the decision is a gamble. A pragmatic smile hides a calculated risk.
A long-term strategy with unforeseen consequences.
The future remains uncertain.
The cultivation of moongrass is impossible if either Hein's territory or me are involved.
A critical limitation. And the Pope understands the implications immediately. A weighty silence hangs in the air.
A deal is struck in hushed tones, a specific amount set aside for the Holy Kingdom, a calculated move, a strategic alliance forged in the shadows. And the prince's relief is palpable, his gratitude overflowing. The weight of his worries seems to lift, replaced by a cautious optimism. But even in this moment of triumph, a shadow of doubt lingers, a hint of skepticism in the prince's eyes.
The terms are clear: special treatment demands equal exchange. A pragmatic approach, devoid of sentimentality.
And the foundation of this business deal is laid bare, a principle of mutual benefit or mutual ruin. The vice-bishop's words hang heavy in the air, a blunt assessment of their precarious position, a shared fate, bound together by this risky gamble. And the prince, witnessing this bold strategy, can only express his astonishment.
Wide-eyed terror grips the maid as she stumbles back.
"Is that really your highness?" she gasps, her voice laced with disbelief.
A desperate plea echoes through the chamber. "Your highness, please save me."
A young woman, trapped within a shimmering orb, cries out.
A sharp rebuke cuts through the air.
The assistant of the prince shouldn't make such weak sounds. A wave of apology washes over the scene. "I'm sorry for showing you something so shameful, your highness." The maid bows her head, shame evident in her posture.
A brief moment of calm.
"Ha, thank you guys for your hard work." A voice booms, confident and assured.
The question hangs in the air. How did the conference go? A smooth, almost nonchalant response follows. It went pretty well. The problem was resolved pretty smoothly.
A shift in focus.
How's the territory doing? How are the guests doing?
The prince inquires, his gaze sweeping across a sprawling landscape. A vast encampment stretches before us.
They are all currently staying at a temporary abode.
Since I've issued the building permits, the buildings of each branch will soon be built.
The prince surveys his study, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. A report lies open before him, detailing the extensive rebuilding efforts ahead, a task that will take decades to complete.
He sighs, a low rumble in his chest. "I have so much money," he muses, "but nowhere to use it effectively." A small, impish figure perched on his shoulder snickers. "Sounds like you're bragging rather than complaining," she teases.
A glint of determination sparks in the prince's eyes. "I guess it's time to start my second business," he declares, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. His impish companion tilts her head, curiosity evident. "By second business, you mean?"
The prince's gaze sharpens, focusing on a shimmering orb on his desk.
"That's right. I'll hire the continent's greatest technicians. Their technology and skills will be perfect for this."
Despite their notoriously picky nature, securing their services will be a challenge, but the rewards will be immense.
The prince leans back, a confident smirk spreading across his face. "By the continent's greatest technician, you mean trading corn for diamonds?" He chuckles, the sound echoing in the opulent room.
Nothing could be better than a business item that will bring a high return with low risk.
The camera focuses on a pair of hands, tightly bound by rope.
The scene shifts, revealing the prince's feet, also bound. The camera pans up to show the prince sitting in his chair, a look of intense concentration on his face.
He is working on something involving rocks. A map unfolds, revealing the location of a hidden dwarf village nestled deep within the kingdom's northern reaches.
a place where the legendary Pygmalion technicians, dwarves of unmatched skill, reside. Unlike the elves, lost to legend, these dwarves maintain a tenuous connection with the human world. Their isolated mountain tribe a testament to their self-reliance. Access to this secluded haven is strictly controlled, granted only to those with royal authority. But our prince, through his shrewd business acumen, has secured passage. His ambition extends beyond the throne. He seeks to forge a new path, one paved with innovation and the ingenuity of the dwarves. But gaining their trust won't be easy. These dwarves are notoriously discerning. The court whispers with concern. Will the prince's audacious plan succeed? A seasoned advisor voices his doubts, reminding everyone of the dwarves' unique nature. The memory stings. I still see their skeptical eyes, those nobles, doubting my every move. But their doubt fuels me. Just what the hell is that guy trying to do this time? They whispered. Let them wonder. This is the result of their petty games. A powerful ally, secured through calculated risk. My little devil, ever vigilant. She's been watching them, ensuring my plans stay hidden. You saw right through them, she purrs, a mischievous glint in her eyes. A touch of pity, perhaps. I feel a bit sorry for them, I muse, but their fate is sealed. The journey begins. A light breeze whispers through the trees as I ride towards the Yellow Rock tribe. But this isn't a simple visit. I'm actually planning to cause a little bit of trouble, I smirk, a glint of mischief in my eyes. Halt! The guards stand ready, blocking my path. The game begins. Who dares challenge the prince? We are from Ron Kingdom, I announce, my voice calm but firm. Please permit our entry to the Yellow Rock tribe. A gruff dwarf, Jarrett, scoffs. He's heard nothing like what the prince is about to propose. Prince Davy arrives, bearing a confident smile and a proposition, a very good offer indeed. A wagon laden with goods rolls into view, hinting at the scale of his offer. Intrigue thickens. Jarrett's skepticism melts into wary curiosity. A prince, huh? This is unexpected. Despite the potential problems, Jarrett is willing to hear Davy out. The prince's status grants him entry. The Yellow Rock tribe settlement unfolds before us, a bustling town nestled beside a river, with a grand amphitheater at its heart. The scale is impressive. Davy's guards exchange nervous glances as they approach the settlement. What secrets lie within? A welcoming party awaits. The elder is ready to receive the prince. The meeting is about to begin. And the weight of Davy's hidden agenda hangs heavy in the air. Prince Davy, ever the strategist, makes his move. He's not here for idle chatter, a hidden agenda simmers beneath his confident exterior. The Yellow Rock tribe's meeting hall. A grand, round table dominates the space, hinting at the tribe's established hierarchy and the importance of this meeting. Elder Golda, his braided beard a testament to his years of wisdom or stubbornness, observes Davy with a keen, appraising eye. His expression is one of quiet skepticism. A tiny, unseen observer perched on Davy's shoulder offers a wry commentary. He finds this all terribly tiresome. The prince's patience is clearly wearing thin. Davy, unfazed by the elder's scrutiny, prepares for his introduction. He's come a long way, and this meeting is crucial to his plans. With a flourish, he reveals his identity. May the blessings of the Iron God be with you. My name is Davy Alron, the first prince of the Ron Kingdom. Golda's reaction is unexpected. A surprised chuckle escapes his lips. Well, this is quite a surprise. I never expected a human to know how dwarves greet each other. But his words hold a hidden respect. It's a given that I will treat a master species with the utmost respect they deserve. The ice begins to thaw. Golda's invitation to sit is a clear sign of acceptance. Ha ha. It's quite rare to see a human to my liking. Please take a seat. Davy takes his seat, his hidden agenda still concealed. Golda explains his position as the sole representative of the tribe's elders, setting the stage for their negotiation. A young man, radiating confidence, stands in an opulent hall. He announces, and that's correct. Trading with the kingdom is scheduled to be a few months later. But his smile holds a hidden purpose. I'm actually here today to make a few private requests. A gift is presented, barrels filled with barley beer and meat. A gesture of goodwill, or something more. The recipient, a burly figure, accepts the offering. Well, I don't dislike humans who know how to show respect, and on top of that, I like humans' barley beer quite a bit. A jovial agreement, but the mood shifts. Thud, a heavy hand slams on the table. The Yellow Rock Tribe's representative delivers unwelcome news. Unfortunately, the Yellow Rock Tribe currently is in quite a difficult situation, and we cannot meet your demands. A look of disappointment crosses the young man's face. It's not something we can tell outsiders about. Despite the setback, a glimmer of resolve remains. And that's all I've got to say to you. The host offers a compromise, a few days' stay. A temporary reprieve, but the underlying tension remains palpable. However, a warning is issued. The host's eyes narrow, his voice hardening. If you were to cause any kind of trouble, we will kick you out immediately. The young man, eyes blazing with determination, stares intently ahead. His resolve is unshaken, even in the face of recent setbacks. A weary dwarf, Golda, the youngest elder of the Yellow Rock Tribe, stands before a heavy oak door. His expression speaks volumes: exhaustion, irritation, and a deep weariness with his current responsibilities. Despite his initial reluctance, a flicker of intrigue crosses Golda's face. The human's persistence, and his respect for the tribe, have piqued his interest. He's heard whispers of the Flare of Beginnings, the dwarves' legendary holy sword, and the human's desire to participate in its creation. A question hangs heavy in the air. The Flare of Beginnings, what secrets does this ancient weapon hold? When was it again? A question hangs in the air, a thoughtful frown etched on the speaker's face. There is an item I made together with those guys. The speaker gestures vaguely, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. But it's been a long time since then, and we made it when I was not as skilled, so honestly, the quality isn't the best. A craftsman reflects on a past project, his words tinged with self-deprecation. But back then, we felt so accomplished that we celebrated for a few days after we created it. The scene shifts, revealing a boisterous celebration. Laughter and camaraderie fill the air. Is the Flare of the Beginnings really all that great? The question hangs in the air, a hint of skepticism in the tone. It may be if you look at it from a normal standard. A response, measured and thoughtful, suggests a nuanced perspective. It sounds like you know something about it. Intrigue fills the room as one character's curiosity is piqued. He called it the sword that doesn't cut, I'm sure. A cryptic remark hints at a deeper mystery. They say many different abilities were applied to the sword symbol. Unity, development, the blessing of the blacksmith god, and a few others. That's all I know. It's an item that holds Surat's memories. The interesting thing is, this item is actually more of a prototype. A prototype? It could be called the debut work of Caldara's. Although it was made slightly differently than other swords, its overall production method is similar. A special production method using mana. He examines the prototype, a smirk playing on his lips. It's a method that unifies the material and non-material worlds. And thus, its production methods, how the hammer is used and how the ingot is handled, are a bit different than standard methods. And since such a unique production method requires a blacksmith to go beyond their own knowledge and production, it is unlikely for the one-track-minded dwarves to attempt to create something like this. Which is probably why they are racking their brains to try and figure out that method. He stretches, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. A young man, eyes gleaming with determination, makes a decision. He's ready to move. The time for planning is over, action awaits. His outward purpose, to seek the dwarves' skills for his territory's development, but a deeper motive drives him. That motive? The Great Furnace, a legendary dwarven creation. A magnificent structure of stone and fire, the great furnace hums with ancient power.
Sparks fly, hinting at the intense heat within. He knows gaining access won't be easy.
A small, horned figure, a devilish imp, expresses her doubts.
But he remains confident. A plan is in motion, and he's ready for anything.
A celestial glow illuminates the night sky, a beacon of hope amidst the uncertainty.
Everything will be all right. A bustling tavern, filled with the sounds of merriment and clinking mugs. He arrives, a figure of quiet intensity amidst the revelry. An older dwarf, enjoying a drink, notices his arrival. A simple question hangs in the air: what brings you here? A dimly lit tavern, the air thick with the scent of ale and anticipation.
A dwarf, his face etched with worry, sits nursing a drink. As a mysterious man approaches, a glint of strategy in his eyes. "Why don't we have a drink together?" he suggests, his voice smooth as polished stone.
The dwarf's eyebrows shoot up.
"I've heard that dwarves' liquor was quite strong." The man's words are a subtle challenge, a calculated risk. The scene explodes into a flurry of dwarven exclamations.
"What? You want liquor?" The man's request has unleashed a torrent of boisterous disbelief. The man, unfazed, grins. "Pa ha ha ha. You're a reckless one, human." The dwarves roar with laughter, their amusement echoing through the tavern.
The laughter continues, escalating into a cacophony of joyous sound, a stark contrast to the worried expression of the dwarf who initially seemed so concerned.
"And he's drinking with Elder Golda," someone whispers, a hint of disbelief in their tone.
The sound of shattering wood.
2 barrels explode, their contents spraying across the room in a geyser of dwarven liquor.
The revelry reaches a fever pitch. Amidst the chaos, a voice cuts through the din. "Hey, human. Just so you know, the dwarves' liquor is not just your ordinary liquor. It's way too strong for humans."
The warning comes too late.
The man's face is already beginning to flush, a hint of concern creeping into his eyes. A dwarven tavern, boisterous with laughter and the clinking of tankards, a glimpse of the unidentified man, reflected in the polished wood of a massive beer barrel.
He drains a whole barrel in one go. The sheer volume is astounding. Whoa! The impact echoes through the tavern.
The unidentified man sits, slightly dazed but still smiling. A dwarf raises his mug in a toast. "Yeah."
Concern flickers across the dwarf's face as he asks if the unidentified man is all right. "You drank the entire glass at once?"
The unidentified man shrugs it off. "It's not too bad."
A devilish-looking woman appears, commenting on the dwarf's love for liquor. "Honestly, it's strong, but the taste is disgusting." The woman's expression is one of amused curiosity. "Oh ho?"
She explains that gambling and liquor are dwarves' favorite things.
"How about it, Mr. Eighth Elder?" The challenge is laid down, a drinking competition.
The dwarves erupt in cheers.
"Ooh." The Eighth Elder, with a thoughtful expression, accepts the challenge. "Very well. We dwarves never disrespect great drinkers." The unidentified man declares he will pay for all the drinks. "Hey, Malcolm. Bring this bratty prince as much drink as he wants." The tavern erupts in joyous chaos.
A sigh escapes the unidentified man's lips. He's clearly not thrilled about what's about to happen. But a bet's a bet, especially when dwarven liquor is involved.
The stakes? A wish granted, should he win.
The dwarf, a mountain of a man with a magnificent braided beard, eyes the barrel with a glint of amusement and a hint of apprehension.
He's ready for a challenge. The terms are set. Victory means a swift exit for the unidentified man. It's nothing personal, just dwarven business.
A mischievous grin spreads across the unidentified man's face. He accepts the challenge with gusto.
The game is on. The clinking of tankards, a blur of motion, the competition is fierce. The unidentified man has taken the bait. The next day dawns, and the aftermath is clear. A heavy silence hangs in the air.
The unidentified man sits defeated, his shoulders slumped.
He lost. To a dwarf. His companion expresses concern, but the unidentified man's response is a mix of disbelief and acceptance. He's been outsmarted. Although there's no way I could get drunk since my holy mana has been maxed out. You scammer, the man exclaims, a smirk playing on his lips as a devilish-looking woman appears beside him. Her words are dripping with playful accusation. But it does require quite a bit of mental focus. The aftermath of a hard-fought drinking contest weighs heavily on him. He sighs, clearly exhausted. Just how did you become such a heavy drinker? The woman's curiosity is evident in her tilted head and thoughtful expression. She's clearly intrigued by his resilience. Even Daphne, an immoral saint who loved drinking, made sure not to get involved with Kyanma, Dakajun, in terms of drinking. A warning hangs in the air, a testament to Dakajun's legendary drinking prowess. But the problem was that when I was learning swordsmanship from him, drinking became a daily routine for me. The man's tone is resigned, almost wistful, as he recounts his past. BRUP. A sound effect punctuates the scene, emphasizing the man's struggle to keep up with his master's drinking habits. The next movement? He needs another drink first. Here you go. Drink it. A glass of liquid is offered, a shimmering blue liquid that seems to almost glow. The man hesitates, a question mark hanging in the air. I'll teach you after we finish drinking. The offer is made, a promise of knowledge exchanged for another round of drinks. The scene ends with the man taking another drink. Ugh, another swig of that potent brew. The man grimaces, the weight of the drinking contest pressing down. He recalls the legendary Kyanma Dakajun, a figure whose drinking prowess was the stuff of legends. Compared to him, these dwarves are amateurs. A bet is a bet, he mutters, steeling himself for another round. The challenge accepted. The devilish woman, eyes gleaming with amusement, leans in. Tell me, she purrs, what is your wish? The scene shifts to a tense discussion. A hushed tone hangs in the air. Whispers of a broken pact, a sacred sword shattered. The weight of tradition, broken. The truth unfolds, the sword, a symbol of power and legacy, was passed down through generations, a sacred trust. But the unexpected death of the previous guardian has thrown the delicate balance into chaos. A family portrait, a poignant reminder of the past. The weight of responsibility falls upon the shoulders of the younger brother. And the devastating news sinks in, the sacred sword is broken. The consequences are yet unknown. A thoughtful pause. Is that all he wants to know? The weight of unspoken questions hangs heavy in the air. But the invitation is clear. More questions are welcome. Feel free to ask more questions, the bearded man encourages, his words a bridge to further revelations. A flashback unfolds, a scene of boisterous revelry. A drinking contest, a shared past. It was just a drinking competition, he recalls, yet his first impressions proved remarkably insightful. A subtle shift in perspective, a hint of something more to come. Although he possesses a smithing skill, it's nothing much. Until the image of a shattered, magnificent sword explodes onto the scene. A symbol of power, broken and vulnerable. That project of yours? A request for assistance. A chance to mend what was broken, to participate in a project of immense significance. Could I take part in it as an assistant? The central workshop of the Yellow Boulder Tribe Dwarves, a place where the air itself hums with the rhythm of creation. The clang of hammers, the roar of the forge, sparks fly as dwarves work tirelessly, shaping metal with ancient skill. And the result is breathtaking. Incredible craftsmanship, beyond anything imaginable. Even without magic or alchemy, their skill is astounding. A testament to generations of dedication. But this human's presence is about to shatter the peace. Who brought you to a place like this? The dwarves' fury erupts. How dare you bring a human here? You are crazy. He knew this would happen, a sigh escapes his lips. I was expecting it, but they sure do hate you. A heavy atmosphere hangs in the air, even he feels a pang of guilt. Yeah. I feel a bit sorry for him. The tension ratchets up.
Explain what happened, Golda, brother. The Yellow Boulder Tribe's central workshop, a cavernous space filled with the clang of hammers and the scent of hot metal. Goldoda, weary but resolute, explains the situation to the dwarven elders. This child prince was learning to forge, she says, her voice carrying over the din.
But their skepticism is palpable. One elder, brandishing a hammer, bellows, "But why would you bring him to the main workshop? You must still be drunk." Goldoda's patience wears thin. "I'm sober. In the name of my title as an elder, I beg you." The tension ratchets up. Another elder's gaze hardens. "Golda, you."
The unnamed protagonist stands beside Goldoda, a silent observer to this brewing conflict. A subtle shift in his posture hints at his growing unease. A heavy sigh escapes the elder's lips, the weight of his unspoken words hanging heavy in the air. The sudden, sharp clang of a hammer echoes through the workshop.
"What are you all doing? There's a lot to do."
Another elder barks, his voice laced with frustration.
The chaos begins. "Everyone, go back to your places."
The dwarves reluctantly obey, murmuring amongst themselves.
"Elder." Golda is also an elder. If that's what he chose to do, we should respect it. Goldoda's voice cuts through the air, sharp as a shard of glass.
Her warning hangs heavy in the dwarves' workshop, a threat both explicit and chilling. The protagonist, a smirk playing on his lips, calmly replies. His nonchalance is a stark contrast to the tension in the room, a calculated risk in a dangerous game. A dwarven voice explodes in frustration, the unspoken question hanging heavy in the air.
Their disbelief is palpable.
A colossal blade, 2 meters long and 30 centimeters wide, dominates the panel.
Its sheer size is breathtaking, a weapon of mythical proportions. Despite its imposing presence, the text reveals a curious detail: this sword cannot cut. The irony is palpable, a giant, unyielding blade, useless for its intended purpose. The dwarves' frantic efforts to shape the metal are interrupted. Their focus shifts, their concern evident: something has gone terribly wrong.
A sudden, sharp crack echoes through the workshop, the sound of metal groaning under impossible strain. The consequences of their failure are immediate and catastrophic. A shadowed figure observes a small, horned woman. Her expression is unreadable, her presence enigmatic, a mystery unfolds. The scene shifts to a bustling marketplace, the sounds of commerce filling the air, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the workshop. A magnificent blade, crafted with a process similar to that of a holy sword, but lacking the same longevity. A catastrophic shattering. Sparks fly as the sword crumbles under the dwarves' clumsy repairs. Goldoda, ever watchful, urges the weary dwarves to take a break. Her concern is palpable. The protagonist's frustration boils over. His eyes burn with anger, his jaw clenched tight.
A furious outburst. The protagonist unleashes his rage at the Yellow Rock Tribe's incompetence. The Black Rock Tribe Thors arrive, their faces grim.
The protagonist confronts them about the destroyed sword. Goldoda, unfazed, calmly assesses the situation. Her words carry a subtle undercurrent of disdain.
Goldoda's sharp words cut deep. She dismisses the Yellow Rock Tribe's skills, suggesting the Black Rock Tribe would do a far better job. A defiant laugh echoes through the scene. The tension ratchets up. "Shut your mouths, Thors."
The unnamed protagonist explodes, his fury a tangible force in the air.
The dwarves, their faces partially obscured, flinch under his intense glare.
Even the greatest blacksmiths of the Black Rock Tribe couldn't fix this sword so easily. A dwarven elder retorts, his voice dripping with disdain. The tension ratchets up, a clash of pride and desperation. A hammer falls with a wham, the sound echoes through the room, a symbol of the dwarves' perceived incompetence.
This was decided unanimously by all the elders of the other tribes. The weight of tradition and collective judgment hangs heavy in the air.
The decision to remove the sword from the dwarves' care is final.
We can't leave such an important item to the least skilled tribe.
The words hang like a judgment, a clear condemnation of the dwarf's abilities. Although it would have been different if Gord, your father, was still alive. A cruel twist of fate is revealed, adding a layer of sorrow to the already tense situation. His shoulders slump, his head bowed. The weight of his father's legacy, and the current failure, bears down on him. A hammer lies discarded on the floor, a silent testament to the dwarf's failure and the Black Rock tribe's impending takeover. There's nothing more to see here. The elder's voice is sharp, dismissive, cutting off any further discussion. The decision is made. All the preparations are done already. We will be taking the broken holy item. The elder's face is grim, determined. The transfer of the sword is imminent. The dwarves, their faces grim, carefully transfer a long, broken blade. Goldoda oversees the exchange, her expression unreadable. A silent transaction heavy with unspoken tension. The weight of the past and the future hangs in the air. Davy approaches a dwarven blacksmith, his voice a low murmur. Could I ask you one question? You? Are you truly a master blacksmith? The dwarf's eyes narrow, suspicion etched on his weathered face. What? A burst of laughter. Ha! You're even going around with a human at your side now? The dwarf continues, his voice laced with disbelief. Just when did the central workshop become a place anyone could enter at any time? How ridiculous! Goldoda steps in, her voice sharp and commanding. Back off, Davy. It's not something you should get involved with. Davy turns away, his shoulders slumping. The weight of Goldoda's words settles upon him. A harsh lesson learned. The dwarf's words echo in his mind. A true master blacksmith feels the spirits in every single one of their works, and they respect them. But you have thrown away that mindset from the get-go. A blinding flash. The sound of shattering metal crash. Davy, with a furious swing of his hammer, destroys the remaining pieces of the sword. The unnamed protagonist bursts into a dwarven workshop, a whirlwind of righteous fury. Goldoda! How will you take responsibility for this mess? His accusation hangs heavy in the air, a storm brewing in his eyes. The elder dwarf sighs, weary. Elder, do you really want to resolve this issue? Of course I do. Then why are you acting like this? A pointed question, cutting through the tension. Do you really think your ego will solve the problem for you? The dwarf's face hardens. He knows the truth, a bitter pill to swallow. Was it around 3,000 years? The weight of history presses down. The ancient sword, a relic of a bygone era, lies broken. This sword has been protecting the village for that amount of time. Rather than sending away an item that has done its duties long past its lifespan, you're applying unnecessary meanings to this sword, and you're forcefully trying to fix it. The protagonist's fury ignites. You dare treat an item that has been a pillar of your village so harshly like this? And you call yourselves Black Master Smiths? His voice rings out, echoing the outrage. Since when were dwarves this shameless? The unnamed protagonist's eyes blaze with barely contained fury. His jaw is tight, his gaze fixed on the dwarves. Goldoda, weary and defensive, counters his silent accusation. The greatest craftsman on the continent, she insists, and yet they claim to be unable to repair the ancient sword? The protagonist scoffs, a single word exploding from his lips, nonsense. His hand a blur, he snatches a scroll, and with a furious shove, sends it flying towards the dwarves. The scroll bursts into flames. The dwarves recoil in shock. A roar of defiance erupts from their midst. No! The forge, once a symbol of dwarven mastery, is now a scene of utter destruction. Sparks fly, the air thick with the smell of burnt metal. In every piece of work crafted by a master craftsman, a soul dwells within. The tools of the trade, gleaming under the dim light, each hammer, each chisel, a testament to countless hours of dedication. And you cannot call yourself a master craftsman if you do not respect that soul. A warning echoes through the workshop, a fierce blacksmith's voice, filled with righteous anger. If you encounter anyone that dares to show disrespect towards the soul, crash, their heads will be crushed mercilessly. The sparks fly, a fiery spectacle. A young man watches the forge, his eyes reflecting the intense heat. A group of blacksmiths, their backs turned, walk away from the intense heat, their silhouettes stark against the fiery glow. The fire roars, consuming the metal, a final, intense burst of energy.
It's done.
A sigh of relief, but the relief is short-lived.
No. The enraged blacksmith lunges, hammer raised high. You damn human. I will kill you.
The young man turns, his face a mask of grim determination.
Considering what you did to the sword, this is the right thing to do. Do not insult a holy item any longer. What did you say?
The young man's defiance ignites a firestorm of fury. Putting their pride aside, this item was crafted by my crafts teacher.
This means that I am somewhat related to this.
It seems that no one here understands the true meaning of a holy item.
The blacksmiths, faces etched with disbelief and anger, stand before him.
The item has long passed its lifespan, but you weren't confident enough to make another one. The molten metal in the forge glows ominously, a stark reminder of their failure.
But even so, you didn't even attempt to create one, and you call yourselves the master craftsman species?
His words, sharp as shards of glass, cut through their arrogance.
Shut your mouth. The blacksmiths, enraged, advance on the young man. Who are you to talk down to us like that? A blinding flash of light erupts. Kra boom, that's enough. The young man unleashes a devastating power, sending the blacksmiths reeling. Just how miserable are you planning to make us look? The blacksmith's leader, his face contorted in fury, watches in disbelief as his men are thrown back.
Elder!
A desperate cry pierces the air as the blacksmiths struggle to regain their footing. The intensity of the moment is palpable. That's right, they probably realized it themselves. The remaining blacksmiths huddle together, fear replacing their earlier bravado.
The weight of history presses down, the lifespan of the flare of beginnings has long since passed. Repairing it is not merely difficult, it's practically impossible given their current skills. And their pride prevents them from admitting this bitter truth. They cling to a self-deception, an item's meaning is void unless passed down through generations. The blacksmiths, heads bowed in shame, stand as monuments to their failure, their craft has betrayed them. But a shadow falls across their despair, a young man, his face grim, arrives on the scene. Even the master dwarves couldn't recreate a holy item, he states, his voice cutting through the silence. A blacksmith, emboldened by anger, dares to challenge the young man's arrogance.
You think you're any different? The young man's response is swift and dismissive. He cuts through their bravado with a single, sharp remark, "Did I say I couldn't?" A young woman watches from afar, her expression a mixture of concern and intrigue. The blacksmith's dejected state is unlike anything she's ever witnessed.
The young man stands before them, a figure of quiet power, the air crackles with anticipation. The blacksmith's faces are etched with disbelief, their eyes wide with a mixture of fear and resentment. A palpable tension hangs heavy in the air as they struggle to comprehend the young man's implied challenge. A young woman watches from the sidelines, her expression a mixture of intrigue and apprehension. The air crackles with unspoken power. One blacksmith, emboldened by bravado or desperation, dares to speak out, "Quit your bluffing." His words hang in the air, a pathetic attempt to mask their fear, as the young man's opponent explains the difficulty of the task.
The young man remains calm, his gaze unwavering.
It was a masterpiece by the thousand-day blacksmith, he states, his voice carrying an undercurrent of authority.
It's not something you can create with pure luck and effort.
His words cut through the blacksmith's bravado like a knife through butter. Then stop whining and learn, he scoffs, his tone dripping with disdain.
You old man. The blacksmiths shrink back, their defiance completely shattered. Their fear is palpable.
A golden light erupts around the young man, a surge of power radiating from him. The air crackles with energy as he prepares to demonstrate his superior skill, a silent promise of effortless mastery. A collection of tools and diagrams rests on a table, hinting at a vast array of skills mastered. Amongst them, a single skill stands out, nearly surpassing all others in proficiency. The image shows various skills, including magic, swordsmanship, alchemy, and holy magic, a testament to the hero's unparalleled versatility. He sits, a young man examining a broken blade. His smithing skills, surprisingly, prove to be his fastest growing area of expertise. But even his remarkable progress pales in comparison to the monstrous precision of his teacher. A challenge remains. A blinding flash of light. The sound of metal being expertly worked echoes, a testament to his incredible skill. He wields a hammer, a master craftsman forging a new item, the afflair of the beginnings, a prototype of immense power. The finished product is revealed, gleaming under the light, a masterpiece of engineering. A blacksmith, aghast, confronts the young man, his voice laced with disbelief and fear. "You lack common sense," the blacksmiths scoff, their faces a mask of disbelief. But the young man simply smirks, challenging their ingrained traditions. He questions their reliance on their ancestors and the thousand-day blacksmith's methods. Exposing their self-imposed limitations, you're trapping yourselves inside meaningless rules. The young man's eyes blaze with revolutionary fervor. He slams his fist down, a burst of energy erupting around him. "There is no such thing as common sense," he declares, the very air crackling with the intensity of his conviction. The color of the flame changes. The possibilities are infinite. As vibrant hues of pink and green liquids swirl and merge, a testament to his innovative techniques. He can combine multiple methods to create something entirely new. The blacksmiths gasp, their eyes wide with astonishment. "He used that reagent in the alloy," one of them stammers, utterly baffled by his unprecedented mastery. The scene shifts to the blacksmiths, their backs turned, staring in awe at the young man's demonstration. A palpable sense of wonder filling the air. The tension is broken by a sigh of relief. Phew. And there it is, gleaming under the dim light, a magnificent, ethereal sword, a testament to the young man's revolutionary skill. A flash of cyan energy. The young man's hammer glows, imbued with an otherworldly power. And with a mighty swing, he forges a blade of pure energy. The onlookers gasp in awe, their faces a mixture of disbelief and wonder. "How about it? Isn't it simple?" the young man asks, a smirk playing on his lips. The blacksmiths murmur amongst themselves, their voices a mix of awe and disbelief. Although its appearance is a bit sloppy to call it the flair of the beginnings. Yes. This is it. This is the force that could be felt from a holy item. Another blacksmith, eyes wide with astonishment, points at the newly forged blade. "Isn't the force actually stronger than the previous one?" he asks, his voice barely a whisper. The young man smiles confidently. "Of course it is. Whose disciple do you think I am?" he states, his voice filled with quiet pride. A young woman beside him shivers, her eyes wide with admiration. "I'm getting the chills down my spine. I never thought he'd be able to craft something like this without any mana crystals," she exclaims. The young man explains his revolutionary technique. "As long as you throw away common sense, even they can easily reenact what I did. The most important thing is the texture," he says, emphasizing the last word. A close-up on the newly created sword. "That's right, so the sword absorbs mana by itself, HM. In a nutshell, it's structured in a way that mana cycles within the sword. It's similar to the mana circle that was inscribed on my body." The young man turns to address a group of older blacksmiths. "Elder Golgotha, could you recognize the technique I just showed you?" One of the elder blacksmiths stammers in response. "A limited number of items, including the holy items that heal themselves with solely help of mana crystals." "Why, yes." Another blacksmith speaks, his voice filled with wonder. "That's because it's different from artifacts which can be used even when the stored mana runs out." A surge of energy crackles through the newly forged blade, the raw power is almost palpable. The young smith surveys his creation, a masterpiece forged without the aid of mana crystals, a testament to his revolutionary technique. He explains the limitations of his work, a subtle hint of pride in his voice. The dwarves, masters of their craft, are left speechless. But their awe quickly turns to eager anticipation. The young man's skill is a beacon of hope. Their faces are a mixture of disbelief and fervent desire. They must learn this new technique.
The young man's confident smile speaks volumes. A deal is struck, but not without a price.
A mysterious purple object is revealed, the cost of knowledge.
The young man's eyes gleam with ambition. The transaction is complete, and a new chapter begins.
3 figures gaze upon a magnificent sword, their faces etched with awe.
Is this a sword?
Oh! Impressive, one exclaims, the word incredible echoing the sentiment. But a shadow falls across their wonder. A woman with dark wings and a crown observes, her voice laced with warning. Why are they reacting like that to everything you've shown them?
At this rate, you'll be accused of blasphemy. The hero, unfazed, retorts, You really think I'm afraid of God's punishment when I've received a stigma? The scene shifts, focusing on the hero and a curious bystander.
Just what is this sword?
How does it look? The bystander asks, his voice brimming with curiosity. A question met with a smirk. Is that supposed to be a serious question?
Just what is?
Don't tell me you.
Oh, I didn't make this. But I'll be adding the finishing touches now.
The hero stands tall, his gaze unwavering. Then, the blacksmith who made this sword. He passed away a long time ago. Ahem. I'm sorry about that. The weight of history hangs heavy in the air. It's been very long. It's probably been a few millennia.
A bearded man states, his voice filled with a sense of profound age. A revelation that sends a shockwave through the hero.
Tell me, is that? The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a few millennia, the text declares.
A sword, aged like fine wine.
Its power, amplified tenfold by the passage of time, a weapon honed by the ages. A questioning gaze.
Did you say the sword aged like liquor? The hero's companion seems surprised.
The workshop, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow.
The air hums with the energy of creation.
A craftsman's focus. A thoughtful frown, the weight of responsibility pressing down.
The hero contemplates the final touches on his ancient blade.
The hero's mind races, strategizing.
He needs mithril, a worthy material for such a legendary weapon.
His gaze sharpens. Orichalcum or adamantine would be ideal, but mithril will have to suffice for now. The dwarven elder's expression is unreadable. A storm brews behind those eyes. Permission granted. A rare opportunity, access to the dwarven workshop. A gasp of surprise?
The elder's words echo through the workshop, causing a stir among the other dwarves. The elder's words hang heavy in the air, a hidden truth revealed, a secret kept for far too long. The hero, his brow furrowed in thought, eyes wide with surprise, a question mark floats above his head, mirroring his inner confusion.
A flash of light.
The elder presents a magnificent object, a dragon bone, radiating in ancient power. A small, devilish companion watches with wide, curious eyes. The elder's words confirm the artifact's origin, a bone from an unknown elder dragon. The hero's eyes widen, his jaw drops. This is no ordinary relic, it's a treasure beyond measure.
The hero's astonishment is palpable.
This is crazy, he exclaims, overwhelmed by the discovery.
His companion urges him on. Look here, master. The elder's offer is unexpected, a workshop, a personal one, at his disposal.
The elder's generosity is explained, a calculated move to appease the hero and avoid future conflict.
An uproar erupts.
Accusations of tyranny fly as the hero stumbles into a heated argument amongst dwarves. Completely oblivious to the drama unfolding around him, his attention caught by something far more intriguing.
A dwarven elder, seemingly appeased by the hero's bewildered expression, makes a generous offer, a priceless heirloom orichalcum and access to his workshop. The hero's jaw drops. His eyes widen, reflecting a mixture of disbelief and gratitude. But a seed of suspicion begins to sprout in his mind. Why such generosity? Back in the workshop, the hero examines his new materials.
A mischievous grin spreads across his face. A confident smirk as he realizes the possibilities. The dwarves watch, a mixture of awe and apprehension in their eyes. The hero's skills are beyond anything they've ever witnessed. The Elder's Workshop. A haven of dwarven craftsmanship, filled with the scent of hot metal and ancient secrets. He gestures towards a workbench overflowing with tools, a glint of orichalcum catching the light. A space dedicated to the forging of powerful artifacts. The air crackles with barely contained magical energy. The hero, still awestruck by the elder's generosity, hesitates for a moment. Then, with a determined nod, he begins his work. The rhythmic clang of hammer on metal fills the workshop. Meanwhile, outside the workshop, a heated argument erupts. Lady Bean, her face contorted in fury, confronts a burly warrior. Accusations fly like daggers, fueled by resentment and long-held grudges. The air crackles with tension. A vision of the Hall of Heroes, a place of rest and remembrance for fallen champions, a paradise built from the collective subconscious of heroes past. A sanctuary created to honor their sacrifices. A place where even the gods tread lightly. The narrative shifts to a flashback, revealing the creation of this sacred space. Odin's intervention, a pivotal moment in its history. The elder's words hang heavy in the air, that dragon was one of the ingredients for creating a holy sword. A smirk plays on his lips, a hint of mischief in his eyes. He continues, a dismissive wave of his hand, I doubt you ever will. The hero's resolve hardens. But the elder presses on, a glint of something more in his gaze, but in case you do encounter an ancient relic, you should at least know how to use it. A flashback. The hero, younger, frustrated, back then, I was annoyed at having to learn how to use ancient relics that I thought wouldn't even exist in the real world. But I was proven wrong. A flash of blue energy erupts as he wields an ancient weapon. The power surges, intense heat radiating outwards. It's hot. The hero focuses, muttering to himself, I want to apply fire resistance magic to myself. But the task is perilous. But if I were to make even the slightest mistake in controlling the temperature, this will end up as a failure. Sweat beads on his brow. He's pushing his limits. I'm barely hanging in there. A fiery explosion rocks the workshop. Debris flies everywhere. The elder's gaze is sharp, assessing. He observes the dark red blade, a relic of immense power, pulsating with barely contained energy. While the hero, his breath ragged, struggles to maintain control. The blue sword, a stark contrast, shimmers with celestial energy, a supernova locked within its core. A smirk plays on the elder's lips. Impressive concentration, he observes, his tone laced with amusement. The hero's eyes burn with exertion, his grip tightening on the crimson blade. Suddenly, a blinding flash. A wave of raw power erupts from the hero, a violent surge of energy that threatens to overwhelm him. But with a roar, he channels it, the energy flowing through him like a river, fueling his control over the relic. The clash of wills is palpable. He stands, triumphant, the dark red blade now a tool of his will. The energy subsides, leaving behind only the faintest shimmer. A breathtaking display of power in the aftermath. The chamber is silent, save for the faint hum of residual energy. Exhausted but victorious, the hero's chest heaves. He glances at the elder, a question in his eyes. While the elder watches, a hint of something unreadable in his gaze. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Two ancient blades, one crimson, one azure, lie before them, their power a testament to the hero's strength. A new chapter begins. Twin daggers, gleaming with an ethereal light, rest upon a velvet cloth, each blade pulsating with untold power. A smirk plays on his lips as he examines his prize, a mischievous imp floats beside him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Is there a name that you have in mind?" she asks, her voice a playful whisper. He grins, a glint in his eye. "I've actually already decided on a name for it," he replies, his confidence unwavering. The imp tilts her head, curiosity evident in her expression. A name he's had in mind since the moment he first laid eyes on these blades, a name whispered on the wind, a name etched in destiny. With a flourish, he announces the name, a surge of energy erupts, bathing the daggers in radiant light. The impact reverberates, a silent shockwave, the daggers glow brighter, imbued with newfound power. Specifications for the twin daggers flash across the screen, detailing their incredible power and craftsmanship. Each blade, a masterpiece forged with mana and the last breath of a great blacksmith. A crimson gleam, the first dagger takes shape. Intricate details, a work of art, a weapon of immense power. The second dagger, a brilliant blue, is equally impressive. Both blades pulse with elemental and spiritual energy, ready to unleash their devastating potential. The male protagonist, holding the crimson blade, receives a sarcastic comment from the imp. "You have a terrible naming sense." Flags? He grips red flag, its power thrumming in his hand, a tangible connection to the legendary blacksmith's legacy. Testing its weight and balance, a blur of motion as he effortlessly spins it. The imp watches, a mixture of curiosity and amusement in her eyes. He then picks up blue flag, its cool surface a stark contrast to red flag's fiery energy. The imp's expression shifts to one of intense interest. The male protagonist pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face. "What are you doing?" the imp asks, her voice laced with concern. A sudden, powerful energy surge erupts from blue flag, a vibrant blue light illuminating the scene. The imp's eyes widen in alarm. With a final, decisive motion, he tests the twin daggers' combined power against a heavy training dummy. Wham! The impact sends shockwaves through the room. The air crackles with energy. A surge of power, unseen, yet intensely felt. As the imp's eyes widen in disbelief. What is this?" she gasps, witnessing something extraordinary. The mithril stone, a material renowned for its resilience, is cleaved in two. The text explains it all. The mithril stone was cut through without even having to apply any force nor mana. A blur of motion. The hero's hand grips blue flag, his newly christened dagger. And with a swift, effortless stroke, it slices through another mithril test piece. The sound effect sang, echoes the clean cut. The blade's power is undeniable. A trail of shimmering light marks its path. As blue flag's ethereal glow intensifies. The imp watches, captivated. The hero stands, twin daggers at his side, a new power surging within him. The imp's awe is palpable. "Wow, it even cuts through mana," the imp marvels. The hero simply replies, "Yeah." The male protagonist holds aloft his newly crafted weapon, a blade of ethereal blue energy humming with power. "I see, so it has the authority to slice through anything that doesn't belong in the physical realm." The words hang in the air, a testament to the weapon's otherworldly capabilities. A revelation that leaves him awestruck. I think I might have completed something insane." His voice is barely a whisper, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his accomplishment. The scene shifts. A colossal boot descends, dwarfing three cowering figures. The weight of power is palpable, fear hangs heavy in the air. But it's not the boot that commands attention. A weary, concerned expression etches itself onto the face of an old man, his worry a stark contrast to the looming threat. The male protagonist emerges from the building, his arrival greeted with relief. "You've come out, master." The words are a mixture of relief and awe. "What are you doing here?" he asks, his voice laced with curiosity. The old man explains, "I was just keeping watch so no one would bother you, master." A simple exchange, yet it speaks volumes about the loyalty and dedication of his companions. "Aha, thank you for your hard work." The male protagonist's gratitude is genuine. The scene shifts again, revealing the passage of time. "How long has it been since I went inside?" he asks, his voice tinged with surprise. The answer comes swiftly, "Around 4 days have passed." 4 days? The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the intensity of his work. The imp's voice cuts through the silence. "You don't know how anxious we got because you weren't eating nor responding to any of us knocking on the door." The imp, a mischievous glint in his eye, holds up a small, shimmering dragon. "I'll call the elders here," he declares, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. A gasp of awe escapes the male protagonist as the elders arrive, their faces a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. "Whoa," one of them exclaims, their eyes wide with wonder. The daggers, twin blades of exquisite craftsmanship, hum with an inner light, captivating all who gaze upon them. "Marvelous!" The sword is emitting light, one elder marvels, his voice filled with reverence. Another adds, "To think the material I gave him was used to create something like this." The scene shifts, showing the dwarves reacting to the daggers with fervent devotion. The narration explains, when the dwarves saw the red and blue flags, they were acted as if they were believers who met the god they worshipped. One dwarf cries out, "Now I can die happily." Suddenly, the imp appears beside the male protagonist, his expression a mix of surprise and mischief. "Me too," he exclaims, a playful grin spreading across his face. The male protagonist looks at the imp, slightly confused. The narration explains the impact of the daggers on the dwarves' passion, although they were taking things a bit too far. It sparked their inner blacksmith passion, which gave them momentum to complete the flare of the beginnings. Weeks later, the male protagonist is back at work, forging something new. His apprentice voices a concern, "Master, isn't the fire too weak around here?" The male protagonist calmly responds, "It's all right. We need to lower the temperature for this part." The scene shows him working intently, his movements precise and deliberate. A burst of energy erupts from the forge as the male protagonist refines his technique. The narration emphasizes, "Can become even stronger by controlling the fire temperature." Elder Rondi cautions him, "Elder Rondi, don't try to force the texture to come out. You must do it very naturally, as if you're letting water flow." The young blacksmith, sweat beading on his brow, focuses intently on his work. His hammer rings against the glowing metal, a rhythmic beat echoing in the smithy. His mentor offers guidance, a subtle adjustment to his technique. "A little softer," the elder advises, his voice calm and experienced. The young man's face lights up with understanding. "Oh, I see. Thank you, master," he exclaims, his gratitude evident. A gentle breeze rustles through the leaves of a nearby tree, a peaceful contrast to the intensity of the forge. He stands, arms crossed, a quiet satisfaction radiating from him. "This isn't too bad either. There's a sense of accomplishment too," he muses, a hint of pride in his voice. An elder approaches, offering a drink. "Have a drink." The young man accepts the offered drink, savoring the aroma. "Thank you very much. The scent isn't too strong and I like it." The elder smiles, a warm, fatherly expression. "I'm glad you think so, since not every dwarf likes strong-tasting alcohol." The elder dwarf smiles, a twinkle in his eye. "I'm actually here to talk about something else." The protagonist, still savoring the drink, looks thoughtful, a slight hesitation in his expression. His apology rings out, echoing the sound of shattering stone. A broken grindstone lies before him, a testament to his earlier mishap. The elder's surprise is palpable, a sudden realization dawns on him. "Oh, is that not it?" The scene shifts to a peaceful clearing. The elder speaks, his voice warm and reassuring. "From what I've heard, it seemed that you also wanted to repair our smithing facilities, in addition to completing the 1,000-day blacksmith's posthumous work." The protagonist nods, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. "Well, sounds about right." The elder continues, his words carrying the weight of tradition, "And that's why I'm telling you this. Us dwarves never forget to repay favors." Despite their humble words, the protagonist feels a surge of gratitude, a quiet understanding passes between them. The elder's unwavering loyalty is clear. "We are heavily indebted to you, master. The entire Yellow Boulder tribe will follow you." Their oath echoes through the trees, a solemn promise whispered on the wind. "We swear to the steel god that we will always follow you, master." A confident smirk plays on the male protagonist's lips, his eyes burning with an inner fire. A desperate cry echoes across the plains, "Elder Golgotha!" Two dwarves, their faces etched with worry, exchange a hurried glance. What happened? An intruder has infiltrated their village. The situation is critical.
One dwarf confirms the grim news, that's right. A young dwarf kneels before the elder, his plea barely audible. What does he want? The male protagonist bursts into action, a blinding flash of light erupting from his fist. Whoosh! A crimson blade pierces his shoulder, but he barely flinches. A red assassination dagger, gleaming ominously. The danger is real. A majestic castle looms before us, its spires piercing the azure sky. Way-a-hack! Inside, three maids whisper anxiously, their faces etched with worry. Damned Davy! A flash of blonde hair, a figure cloaked in shadow. Suddenly, Davy bursts through the doors of the throne room, a triumphant roar echoing, cock-a-doodle-doo. His eyes glow with an unnatural light, a manic grin spreading across his face. Then, Davy collapses, tears streaming down his face. Damn it! He covers his face, shame and confusion evident. It's definitely his fault. Alone in a grand hallway, Davy reflects. These strange animal sounds I'm making. And the unsettling truth dawns on him. And my missing hair. They all happened after meeting that lowly first prince. The maids giggle, finding amusement in something unseen. But their laughter dies in their throats as the first prince's voice cuts through the air, sharp and cold. His words, a venomous curse, unleash a torrent of dark energy, transforming the maids before his very eyes. Their screams echo the prince's cruel amusement. One by one, they succumb to a horrifying metamorphosis. Their bodies contorting, their forms dissolving into something monstrous. The prince watches, a chilling smile playing on his lips. The transformation complete, only grotesque remains, a horrifying tableau of twisted flesh and bone. A shadow falls across the scene, a new presence arrives. A chilling close-up. Crimson eyes gleam with amusement, a cruel smile playing on the lips. The first prince reveals himself, a casual air belying the darkness in his gaze. Oh my, looks like I haven't introduced myself yet. Two maids, unsuspecting, stand before a lavish carriage. A shadow falls. Their faces contort in terror as a horrifying transformation begins. Their screams echo. The prince watches, a delighted chuckle escaping his lips. I hope that you will remember. He walks away, leaving behind a scene of chaos. His words hang heavy in the air. From what I know, we have recently brought disappointment upon you. The prince's smirk widens, a flash of power in his hand. A wave of dark energy erupts, transforming the maids into monstrous, winged creatures. Krashhh. One of the creatures, its face obscured by shadow, cries out in anguish. Your mothers. Twisted vines writhe, thorns piercing flesh, a chilling prelude to the chaos to come. The first prince, a sinister smile playing on his lips, unleashes a surge of dark energy. You, who the hell are you? Grrrrrrrr. Davy, eyes wide with terror, can only gasp, hup. The prince's laughter echoes, cruel and mocking, looks like someone pulled a little trick on you. With a flick of his wrist, the prince prepares to undo the transformation, a wave of blue energy crackles. But the prince's expression shifts, a subtle change in his demeanor. Well, this one is on me. Davy, still shaken, demands answers. Just who are you? The prince's response is chillingly nonchalant. Is that really important? More importantly, a proposition, dark and seductive. Why don't you form a contract with me? We will take care of the humans you hate. Davy's face is a mask of shock and uncertainty. The weight of the prince's offer hangs heavy in the air. The narration reveals a hidden truth. Davy has a stigma inscribed on his body. And on top of that, he's got someone protecting him. The first prince, a picture of languid elegance, holds a single crimson rose. His smile is sharp, a glint of something cold in his eyes. He speaks, his words dripping with subtle disdain. He's not just your average guy, but he's still a mere human. The rose, once vibrant, now withers in his grasp, a subtle mirroring of Davy's fate. The prince turns, his back now to us, a smug confidence radiating from his posture. His words echo, you'll find out sooner or later.
Meanwhile, the first prince's younger brother, a picture of barely contained fury, reveals his plan, since I've already sent one of my vassals to him. Across the courtyard, a chilling scene unfolds. The prince gestures dismissively, dust motes dancing in the crimson light. And with a chilling finality, he states, they should have taken care of him by now. A crimson blade flashes, a blur of motion, a desperate lunge. Asterisk wham, asterisk the impact sends a shockwave through the ground. Davy's assailants are thrown back, stunned. Davy, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination, unleashes a burst of energy, a small, defiant spark against the overwhelming odds. A devilish smirk plays on her lips. It's not just any weapon, but a blade imbued with the power of blood. A single ability, the key to unlocking its terrifying potential. Davy examines the crimson stain on his glove, a sinister power stirs within him. The ground trembles, a monstrous claw emerges from the earth. With a guttural roar, the beast rises, its eyes burning with primal fury. A terrifying chimera stands revealed, a creature of nightmare. The secret is out, it's the power of blood chi. His companions rush to his side, concern etched on their faces. Master, are you all right? But there's no time for rest, a new threat looms on the horizon. The first prince's eyes gleam with malicious intent, a predatory smile twisting his lips as he observes Davy. A magical beast with blood chi, ha? A low growl rumbles from the depths of the beast, its eyes, burning with primal power, lock onto its target. A monstrous form emerges from the earth, shaking the very ground beneath it. Three figures watch in stunned silence as the creature rises, fear etched onto their faces. A blinding crimson light erupts from the beast's core, a wave of raw power that threatens to consume everything. The creature unleashes a devastating blast of energy, a furious torrent of blood chi. The shockwave tears through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Davy unleashes a devastating torrent of blood chi. The raw power erupts from him, a crimson maelstrom that cracks the very earth beneath his feet. The shockwave tearing through the desolate landscape, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The force of the blast sends a nearby figure tumbling through the air, a desperate cry echoing across the ravaged terrain, Kaluak. Meanwhile, a young man watches from afar, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he manipulates two ethereal orbs, each containing a powerful creature. A surge of energy coursing through his veins as he prepares for whatever may come next. A monstrous beast emerges from the dust and rubble, its eyes glowing with primal fury. It rises, a terrifying silhouette against the ravaged landscape. Its menacing presence casting a long shadow over the young man, who remains steadfast, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. The first prince observes from a distance, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he witnesses the unfolding chaos. The young man's resolve is tested. A sinister grin spreads across Davy's face. Ha, he exclaims, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Would you look at this guy? A grizzled warrior lies defeated, his body sprawled across the barren earth. A colossal shadow looms overhead, a monstrous lion, its eyes burning with predatory intent. The beast unleashes a deafening roar, its fangs bared in a terrifying display of power. He sighs, a weary resignation settling over him, the weight of the world pressing down. You really think you're the predator here? He challenges, a hint of defiance in his voice. And with a burst of blinding speed, he counters the attack. A furious clash of power erupts. A crimson aura flares around him, a shocking display of power that leaves the beast stunned. Blood aura? The beast recoils in fear, its eyes wide with disbelief. How can it do something that only the high-ranking vampires can do? A warning rings out, be careful. It's dangerous and can't be compared to an average demonic beast. The max-leveled hero lunges forward, a blur of motion. His foot impacts the ground with earth-shattering force. The ground cracks and splinters under the sheer power of his strike. Debris explodes outwards in a chaotic spray as the earth itself recoils from the impact. He faces his monstrous foe, a fearsome beast with glowing eyes and razor-sharp fangs. The air crackles with tension. It's instinct to move like a beast anyway, he growls, a primal energy coursing through him.
Ruawar. The beast unleashes a deafening roar, its attack imminent. But the hero is ready. With a burst of speed, he evades the beast's attack, sending it hurtling through the air. And as the beast plummets, he prepares for the finishing blow. What a perfect opportunity! A reflection shimmers within the beast's eye, the max-leveled hero, a blur of motion. He holds a crimson artifact, pulsing with raw power. A smirk plays on his lips. A new car needs to be test-driven to know its true value. The hero's words echo with confidence. The air crackles with anticipation. 24 moves of an unsheathed dark mana sword. A whirlwind of crimson slashes erupts. The demonic beast roars in pain. The beast lunges, claws extended, but the hero is faster. 8 flashes of turning strokes, a blur of motion too fast to follow. The final blow connects. A devastating impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield, leaving only silence in its wake. Roar! The golden age of Murim, a time of prosperity, now a distant memory. The opulence of the Tang Dynasty palace stands in stark contrast to the text that follows. For the officials of the Orthodox faction are rotten to the core, leaving Murim warriors struggling to survive, and the people impoverished. A drunken old man rambles, oblivious to the weight of history. Keg. His words slurred, he struggles to recall his tale. Did you know? Hiccup. A young man listens, skeptical. To be honest, the only thing I can trust is that this old man was nothing more, or less, than a drunkard. But the truth is far more profound. But apparently, he was the one who unified Murim with a single sword. 88 original sword moves, a legacy of unmatched skill and power. And this person left behind 88 original sword moves. The old man continues his drunken monologue, seemingly unaware of the significance of his words. Ah, whatever. Let's just drink it all. A crimson blade, glowing with an inner light, hangs suspended in the air, a weapon worthy of a legend. The max-leveled hero grips the hilt, his body radiating power, the 88 sword moves now flow through him like a river. A blur of motion. Crimson slashes tear through the air, each strike precise, each cut deadly. The ground is scarred, blackened by the hero's might, a testament to his overwhelming strength. A tiny, mischievous succubus perched on his shoulder. That thing isn't dead yet, she whispers, her voice laced with amusement. The hero nods, a grim determination etched on his face, another strike, even more powerful than before. A sickening thud as the blade connects, the enemy's life force is drained, leaving behind only a pulsing, crimson mass. The secrets of the enemy's immortality are revealed, a hidden heart, close to the main body, capable of reviving it again and again. A glimmer of hope, a holy sword, capable of destroying the heart and ending the enemy's endless cycle of rebirth. But such power is rare, the question hangs heavy in the air, can the hero find what he needs before it's too late? A lingering question hangs in the air. The max-leveled hero studies the small, winged vampire, a frown etching itself onto his face. A sigh escaping his lips as he realizes the truth is just out of reach. The crimson stain of a recent battle still lingers, a testament to the foe's resilience. It survived Crimson's attack, a truly remarkable feat. The hero gazes out at the desolate landscape, a grim determination hardening his features. Unraveling this mystery will be a challenge. But he's ready to face it. His hand reaches out, a strange energy crackling around a newly acquired weapon. With a burst of speed, he leaps into action. A blur of motion as he hurtles across the chasm. The wind whistling past him as he closes in on his target. A wave of dark energy erupts as the impact reverberates through the earth. The ground trembles. And the hero confronts his foe, the question burning in his mind, did you destroy the heart? The vampire's response is cryptic, leaving the hero to ponder the implications. It's not a simple matter of destruction. The max-leveled hero, a silhouette against the turquoise sky, carries a massive sword across his shoulders. Perched atop, a tiny, winged figure, the system, tilts its head, a silent question hanging in the air.
I mean, you could even kill a god with these, he muses, a hint of awe in his voice. The sheer power of the weapons is palpable, even through the page. I wonder what that old man, Searcher, put in these swords, he adds, a thoughtful chuckle escaping his lips. A close-up on the sword's intricate details reveals its age and craftsmanship. It has been aged for a long time, and even the finishing materials were cheats, the narration explains. That's probably what made it so powerful. The words echo the hero's own wonder. He sighs, the weight of his newfound power settling upon him. The landscape is desolate, mirroring the turmoil in his mind. Let's think about the complicated stuff later, he mutters, turning his back on the harsh beauty of the surroundings. A sly smile plays on his lips as he leans back, a glint in his eye. I think, he begins, the unspoken thought hanging heavy in the air. The ground cracks open, a chasm revealing a hidden space. Leaves flutter down, a subtle hint of the disturbance below. The visual is a perfect setup for the next panel. A leaf falls onto the hero's cheek, a silent observer of the impending chaos. There's a rat stuck in there somewhere, he observes, his eyes narrowed in focus. With a sudden burst of energy, the hero unleashes a devastating attack. The ground explodes outward in a spectacular display of power. The impact sends a shockwave. As the earth trembles and cracks further. The force of the blow is breathtaking. The hero stands defiant, amidst the chaos he created. From the depths of the chasm, a figure emerges, its features obscured by shadow. Come out, a voice whispers, laced with a chilling amusement. A surge of power, barely contained, the max-leveled hero's eyes blaze with a terrifying intensity. His rage boils over. A furious roar escapes his lips as he confronts his enemy. Wherever you are, you bastard. Panting, he collapses in a desolate wasteland, the sun beats down mercilessly. His foot crushes the parched earth, a small cloud of dust rises. A desperate gasp escapes his lips. As terror grips his heart. I'll die, he screams silently. A chilling smile, wide, sharp teeth glinting in the dim light. He's running for his life, a blur of motion. I'll really die if he catches me. But his pursuer is faster, a crimson blade flashes, a deadly weapon. With a swift, precise movement, the blade cuts through the air, a red streak of energy. His eyes widen in stark terror, the end is near. The ground trembles. A shockwave rips through the earth as a devastating blow lands, sending debris flying in a chaotic spray. The sheer force is breathtaking. A blur of motion. He's escaping, a whirlwind of speed across the ravaged landscape. But his pursuer is relentless, closing in fast. Terror grips him. His eyes widen in disbelief. What just happened? The antagonist's voice cuts through the air, laced with a chilling amusement. Why can't I play around with him a little, since he came to kill me? A moment of stunned silence, then, a furious outburst. Do you really have to make me look like the bad guy? The antagonist's laughter echoes, a cruel symphony of madness. Has he truly lost his mind? A cunning plan unfolds, an opportunity too good to pass up. With surprising speed, the protagonist seizes the moment. Dear customer, you need to pay up before you leave. The words hang in the air, a challenge issued with a smirk. He's clearly not expecting trouble. But trouble arrives swiftly. A blur of motion, a flash of steel, and the would-be thief is sent sprawling. Zap! The impact echoes, leaving the antagonist stunned and speechless. Damn it, he groans, the weight of his failure heavy on him. A chilling revelation unfolds in the shadowed throne room. Even among our species, we are of greatly honorable nobility, in other words, we are far superior to humans in most ways. The words drip with arrogance. The scene shifts, revealing a terrifying beast and a human seemingly unscathed. Normally, this human would be terrified to death after encountering the magical beast. However, not only did he push me to the edge of the cliff, he was planning on playing with my life on the line until he got bored of it. The narration is laced with a chilling undertone. A figure watches from the shadows, a single word escaping her lips, surface. A blinding flash of light. The protagonist unleashes a devastating attack. The antagonist is left reeling, his earlier confidence shattered. I think we made a wrong judgment about him.
The admission hangs heavy in the air. The antagonist lunges, a vicious grin splitting his face.
Ha, he cackles, his attack a blur of motion. But the protagonist is ready.
A smirk plays on his lips as he effortlessly counters the blow. This guy is definitely not normal, he thinks, eyes gleaming with amusement. With a burst of blinding energy, a devastating counterattack explodes. The force of the impact sends shockwaves rippling through the earth,
leaving a crater where the antagonist once stood.
Dust and debris fill the air.
The antagonist groans, his body battered and broken.
Kurg.
He struggles to move, his strength sapped.
I can't move.
Just stay still.
Don't try resisting.
The protagonist's voice is calm, yet laced with an undeniable power.
Rage boils in the antagonist's eyes. Just what did you do to my body, human?
You scumbag of an inferior species. Do you have a death wish? The antagonist, eyes blazing with malevolent intent, reveals a chilling secret: he possesses magic capable of peering into minds.
The protagonist, a smirk playing on his lips, scoffs at the claim. There's only one way to find out.
With a swift movement, the protagonist places his hand on the antagonist's head, the air crackles with anticipation.
Samadhi ignition. A wave of fiery energy erupts, engulfing the antagonist in searing flames. Kwa wa. The antagonist screams in agony, "It's hot! It's hot!" The protagonist calmly instructs a nearby woman to extinguish the flames. Even in defeat, the antagonist remains defiant. But the protagonist's companion, a devilish beauty, assures him the enemy won't die.
The protagonist reveals his true intentions, questioning the need for mercy towards someone who tried to take his life. The devilish beauty's expression softens, a hint of regret in her crimson eyes. The demon lord's aide, her face etched with worry, whispers a final agreement.
You're right.
But a flicker of defiance remains in the protagonist's eyes, a subtle shift in his posture hints at a hidden plan. The defeated antagonist groans, his body racked with pain. A purple aura crackles around him as he struggles to rise.
You're needlessly nice.
The scene shifts to a desolate landscape, bathed in the fiery hues of sunset. The protagonist stands, arms crossed, a picture of calm amidst the chaos, while the defeated antagonist struggles to his knees, panting.
He presses his advantage, his voice sharp and efficient. I don't need to find out too much from you, so let's make this quick.
The antagonist's eyes widen in fear, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and desperation.
First of all, who are you?
A surge of magical energy erupts from the protagonist's hand, a vibrant display of power. A smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to unleash his full might.
You want?
A guttural cry escapes the antagonist's lips as the magic slams into him.
Hey yeek!
He collapses, defeated, his words barely a whisper.
I am Pedkid.
The protagonist watches, his expression unreadable.
The antagonist's body lies still on the cracked earth.
Pedkid, defeated but defiant, his eyes blazing with a strange intensity, reveals a chilling truth, including you and the magical beast just now.
He presses his advantage, demanding answers. Why do you guys have the authority of immortality?
The protagonist, his expression unreadable, remains steadfast. He's still not budging. A flicker of frustration crosses the protagonist's face.
Maybe I should provoke him a little more? Pedkid's response is visceral.
Krgcch, a guttural sound escapes his lips as he bares his fangs, saliva dripping.
The scene shifts. The protagonist prepares for a counterattack, as Miss Demon Lord observes from above. Dulceek, the sound of impact echoes.
Pedkid, defeated, whispers his final words, I choose death.
But the battle isn't over. Miss Demon Lord's warning cuts through the air. What? Take cover. A blinding flash erupts. Book, it's a taboo. The sheer power of the attack is overwhelming. Pedkid's face contorts in agony. I don't want this.
The unnamed protagonist stares, aghast, at the horrifying visage of Pedkid's corpse, a testament to the brutal battle just fought. His eyes widen, reflecting the lingering shock and the unsettling implications of the taboo magic he just witnessed. A deafening kaboom shakes the very ground beneath his feet. The force of the explosion throws him off balance, a violent end to a chapter, leaving only dust and debris in its wake. A banned skill, a self-explosion. How evil! The sheer destructive power is palpable, leaving only devastation in its wake. But wait, there's more. The lingering energy suggests something else entirely. A sigh of relief escapes as the investigation concludes.
Guilt gnaws at him. Because of me, you had to.
His shoulders slump, a heavy weight settling on his heart. But a steely resolve hardens his gaze.
Don't worry, it was expected. The land trembles. A powerful curse is lifted, a ripple effect spreading across the desolate landscape. The caster will know. He will feel it.
The curse is broken. One of the curses on Carlos has been lifted.
But it's not just a simple reversal. He's been reverted to his human form.
A vast, empty horizon stretches before him. The sun sets, casting long shadows.
A mastermind with the power of immortality. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy in the air. A chilling realization dawns. Looks like there might be a formidable bastard behind all this.
The camera pans to a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness.
A sinister presence. A throne of thorns, a wicked smile.
The mastermind is revealed, their eyes gleaming with malevolent intent.
A breathtaking double moon hangs in the twilight sky. The aftermath of destruction unfolds below.
Buildings lie in ruins, smoke still curling from the wreckage. Villagers huddle together, fear etched on their faces. A young woman with horns surveys the devastation, her expression a chilling mix of triumph and weariness. To think that only one demonic beast would cause such destruction, she muses, her voice laced with a hint of dark satisfaction. The main character, swords at his hip, strides through the ravaged streets. A small, winged creature flits at his side.
He's urged onward by concerned villagers, go to the northern area. Quickly!
He arrives at a gathering of people, his students among them.
Oh, teacher. Welcome back, they exclaim, relief washing over their faces.
An elder approaches, his words heavy with apology. We apologize for showing you such a sorry state.
The main character simply replies, it's fine.
His tone is calm, but a shadow of guilt flickers in his eyes.
He assures them, a faint smile playing on his lips, as you can see, I'm A-okay.
But the forced cheer doesn't quite reach his eyes. The elder continues, the weight of his words echoing the devastation, but a couple dozen houses were burned and there were a few injured as well.
The sounds of hammering ring out as repairs begin.
A final conversation, heavy with unspoken implications.
It seems you have something to tell me. The elder begins, his gaze intense.
A subtle smile plays on his lips, a quiet confidence in his eyes. The village, scarred but not broken. The air hangs heavy with the scent of smoke and the lingering echo of chaos. He walks alongside a concerned villager, their words a hushed plea for safety. Inside the village hall, guards bustle about, a palpable tension hangs in the air. A question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with concern.
Is something wrong?
A hushed explanation, a missing child from the orphanage. The weight of the situation settles upon them. The search continues, but hope dwindles with each passing moment. A worried elder speaks, his voice laced with concern. It may be dangerous for you to stay, teacher. The main character sits across from the village elder and another villager. He holds a small, worn piece of paper, a subtle air of seriousness hangs in the room. He carefully slides the paper across the table. A quiet thud echoes in the tense silence. The elder's eyes widen as he reads the note. This isn't just any information, it's the key to restoring the holy treasure. The main character explains, his voice calm yet firm, that the restoration will take time, a long time. The villagers, their faces etched with worry, look at each other, gratitude and concern war within their eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, the elder and the other villager express their deep gratitude, but the main character cuts them short. With a gentle wave of his hand, he dismisses their thanks. He's already received enough, more than enough. He explains that the demonic beast targeted him, not the village. His departure should prevent further incidents. A wave of relief washes over the villagers' faces as they realize the truth. The weight of their anxiety begins to lift. Despite their relief, a lingering concern remains. Will the villagers believe him? It's up to them. The truth is revealed. The demonic beast targeted the main character because of the holy stigmata. A weight of worry settles on his shoulders. The villagers, left vulnerable, are now at risk from the vengeful vampires. A panoramic view of the village unfolds, nestled beside a waterfall, a testament to its peaceful existence, until now. A child's silent tears speak volumes. Fear grips the village, palpable in the air. But the main character offers a reassuring smile, a beacon of hope in the encroaching darkness. This was all I could do for them, he thinks. He stands alone, a solitary figure against the backdrop of a breathtaking landscape, his resolve unwavering. The villagers, a small band of hope, await his decision. Returning is the safest option for them. A majestic eagle soars, its wings cutting through the sky, a symbol of freedom and escape. The villagers, their carts laden with their belongings, begin their journey home, leaving behind the shadow of the demonic beast. A fortified city gate, imposing and strong, stands before us. Soldiers stand guard, spears at the ready, their eyes sharp and watchful. Meanwhile, inside the city walls, a village elder anxiously awaits news, his brow furrowed in worry. A feather, a symbol of hope or perhaps a warning, rests on his desk. Villagers, weary but relieved, gather outside a tavern, their faces etched with the exhaustion of a long journey. Their eyes, however, hold a spark of hope. Suddenly, a gasp rips through the air. A rider approaches at speed, his horse's hooves pounding the ground. "Halt!" shouts a guard, but it's too late. Spears cross in front of the rider, a desperate attempt to stop him, but the rider is relentless. "State your identity," demands a soldier, his voice strained with urgency. The rider, regal and composed, simply replies, "Your lord." A hush falls over the scene. The tension is palpable. A small, mischievous voice pipes up, "Saint Nim." The rider sighs, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "I said I'm not a saint." He adjusts his gloves, a subtle movement that speaks volumes about his weariness. "In any case," he says, his voice firm despite his fatigue. "I'm home." A single word, yet it carries the weight of a long and arduous journey. A soft glow emanates from him, a beacon of hope in the twilight. Back in the city's administrative building, a report is being reviewed. The population count is staggering, 4,000 citizens, including the two the writer brought back. The weight of responsibility rests heavily on the shoulders of those in power. The city sprawls before him, a breathtaking panorama of quaint houses and cobblestone streets, a sight 20 times more vibrant than before. A surge of population means a surge in problems, but for now, the main character feels a sense of calm. He stands tall, a confident figure silhouetted against the city's warm glow. Reinforcements have arrived. The village elder, weary but relieved, rests his head against the main character's shoulder, a silent testament to their shared journey. The main character's estate, however, is in disrepair, a stark contrast to the city's vibrancy. But the elder's words are filled with gratitude and determination, a chance to repay the kindness shown. The dwarf blacksmith, his eyes gleaming with passion, vows to create something worthy of his skills, a masterpiece. A quiet understanding passes between the main character and the dwarf, a bond forged in shared purpose. The main character accepts the dwarf's offer, a gesture of trust and camaraderie, a leader who cares for his people. The village elder, observing from afar, contemplates the main character's actions, his ability to connect with others. Just what is he thinking? A thoughtful expression crosses his face, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he considers the implications. In any case, the plan to rebuild the territory is progressing smoothly.
A reassuring statement, a testament to his leadership.
Night falls upon the newly rebuilt estate. Two luminous orbs, one pink, one blue, hang in the twilight sky, a magical glow illuminating the scene.
An opulent bedroom, a testament to the craftsmanship of the dwarf blacksmith. The bed, a masterpiece of ergonomic design, beckons. Fighting the demonic beast was much easier.
Glump, he collapses onto the bed, exhausted but victorious.
Good work, a voice whispers. He reflects on the weight of leadership. I think I can understand why the kings of Joseon dynasty period died young.
The burdens of power weigh heavily on his mind.
The bed is truly amazing.
You should change your clothes before laying down, a small voice advises.
He chuckles, appreciating the comfort. Did I mention that it was an ergonomic bed recently made by the alchemy school? Its size is astounding. A marvel of alchemic engineering.
A sudden, sharp pain. He jolts awake, a look of confusion and discomfort on his face.
What was that?
He rubs his eyes, still disoriented. The lingering discomfort remains, a mystery to be solved. A shadowy figure stirs beneath the covers, its presence felt more than seen.
And then, two glowing eyes pierce the darkness.
The main character jolts awake, a look of pure terror etched on his face.
The small demonic creature clings to his back, equally alarmed. What is that?
A guttural roar echoes through the night, the very foundations of the estate tremble.
Look!
A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, sits before a crimson window, the air heavy with unspoken secrets. Suddenly, a young man bursts into the room, eyes wide with disbelief. Did I come to the wrong room? He stammers, as a petite, purple-haired woman floats beside him, a mischievous glint in her eyes.
No way.
His brow furrows in thought.
Then that means, it was quiet for a while, but has it started back up again? Bribery, it seems, takes many forms.
The scene shifts to a dimly lit tavern, two figures engaged in hushed conversation. As the land business boomed, so did the number of unwanted visitors. A shower of gold coins rains down, each glinting under the dim light. Illegal requests, the caption screams.
It's a common occurrence in this hierarchical world. But for our protagonist, this is far from ordinary.
A vibrant, smiling woman appears, her voice cutting through the tension.
Davy!
His eyes blaze with fury, a stark contrast to her cheerful demeanor.
The warning of a sinful saint is heavier than you could imagine.
With a fierce glint in his eyes, he unleashes a torrent of rage.
If you use your D*CK as you F*King please, I'll track you down and rip your D*CK off. Even if it means that I need to leave this place. Mountains of gold coins.
A king's ransom, piled high, a testament to the depths of corruption.
But the endless stream of bribes, it finally reached a breaking point. Daily threats, a constant pressure.
A furious roar erupts.
If you do this shit again, I'll fucking flip over everything, regardless of our contract. A warning sent, a message delivered, a swift and decisive action. A chilling question hangs in the air. Is this an attempt to manipulate compassion, to exploit a child's innocence? A sinister chuckle echoes, the villain's amusement is palpable. A new player enters the scene. Hey kiddo. Who are you?
A surge of energy crackles around Davy, a miniature demonic figure perched on his shoulder. The air crackles with power. As he finds himself in a lavish room, a pink-haired girl in miniature form floating before him. Her expression is one of innocent curiosity, yet a shadow of apprehension darkens her eyes.
Davy's jaw clenches, his teeth gritting.
The tiny demon on his shoulder slumps, clearly exhausted by the events. His fury explodes. Those fucking bastards, he roars, the words echoing the rage burning within him. The miniature girl looks on, her small form trembling slightly. He sees their insidious plan unfolding before his eyes, they're even trying to manipulate this innocent child.
A fist slams down, the impact echoing in the silence.
The force of his blow shatters the table, sending splinters flying.
His rage is a tangible force. As he bursts into another room, a maid's wide eyes reflecting his sudden arrival. A young woman lies on the bed, seemingly unconscious. The tension is palpable.
Davy's gaze sharpens, his mind racing.
What is going on here?
The pink-haired girl watches him, her eyes filled with a mixture of fear and confusion. The maid gasps, her voice barely a whisper, "Your Highness, what have?"
Davy cuts her off, his voice cold and hard. "Don't bother saying useless words. I told you not to let people into my bedroom, didn't I?"
The maid stammers, fear evident in her eyes.
I didn't let anyone in."
Davy, our young protagonist, stands amidst the opulent decor of his chambers, a whirlwind of suspicion swirling in his eyes. His thoughts, a silent storm, echo the question, could one of the other servants have secretly placed the mysterious girl here? The maid, her face a mask of wide-eyed terror, stammers a response. Her words, a desperate plea for understanding, barely audible above the pounding of her heart. "Do I look like I'm joking these days?" The maid's apology rings out, a tremor in her voice betraying her fear. She bows deeply, her words a torrent of regret. "I apologize, Your Highness. I should have guarded your bedroom better." A young girl with vibrant pink hair appears, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and something else, something akin to hope. Suddenly, a small voice cuts through the tension, a word that shatters the fragile calm: "Daddy."
The maid, startled, leaps back in surprise. Her eyes dart around, searching for answers in the chaos unfolding before her.
As the pink-haired girl's small foot kicks out, sending a wave of motion across the room. A gasp escapes the maid's lips.
And in that instant, a powerful embrace.
The pink-haired girl clings to Davy, her grip tight, her silent plea for protection palpable. Davy, stunned by the unexpected hug, is left speechless. His eyes widen, his mind reeling from the sudden turn of events. What is? He looks down at the girl, a mixture of confusion and dawning understanding in his eyes. The scene shifts, revealing a hidden detail, a mysterious, glowing object.
Wide-eyed, Davy stares in disbelief. His expression is a mixture of shock and confusion.
A tiny, blue-haired girl peeks from behind a door, her face etched with apprehension.
Silence hangs heavy in the air.
A grand hall unfolds before us, a scene of quiet elegance. A young maid rushes past, her eyes darting nervously as she guides Davy and the pink-haired girl through the opulent space.
A sudden, sharp cry pierces the quiet. "Ah!" The sound echoes through the hall.
Sunlight filters through the leaves, a tranquil scene. But the peace is shattered as a pink-haired girl sprints, her laughter echoing, "Kia!
Miss, wait up."
The specifications for a newly crafted sword flash before our eyes, red flag. A double-edged beauty, ready for action. The pink-haired girl warns, "You're going to get hurt." Davy sits, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muses, "Wow, I really didn't expect this one." A ghostly figure whispers from behind, "You could have checked her information from the start." Davy, a look of mild exasperation on his face, exchanges words with the pink-haired girl, red flag.
Her very existence challenges his sense of morality. And the revelation of her origins is as unexpected as it is adorable. Cuteness warning indeed. A change of plans. A maid offers cookies to distract the now-named blue flag, a playful, mischievous spirit.
And Davy's reaction to this unexpected turn of events is priceless. A sudden, unexpected impact. The force of the blow is palpable. As Blue Flag, startled, cries out, "Who is responsible for this?" A gentle touch, a moment of unexpected tenderness. And a word that speaks volumes, "Daddy." A sudden surge of energy. Red Flag's power is unleashed. A grand, opulent room, sunlight streams through tall windows, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Red Flag and Blue Flag, in adorable chibi forms, stand patiently, awaiting Davy's next command. Davy, seated on a plush sofa,
addresses the sentient swords, red and blue. Can you return to your original forms? With a flash of light and a whoosh, red flag and blue flag transform, their chibi forms replaced by their true, powerful selves. Blue flag, now radiating an ethereal glow, floats gently, a look of innocent wonder in her eyes. The two swords stand poised, their hilts gleaming, a palpable energy crackles in the air. Davy examines the swords closely. And it seems their essences are still swords. They aren't reluctant to return to their original forms. A closer look reveals an increase in power. The density of energy within the blades is significantly higher. Davy's hand reaches out, grasping the hilt of red flag. A surge of power courses through him as he feels the enhanced might of the awakened blade. The air crackles with magic as the twin swords, red flag and blue flag, return to their forms, their power surging, palpable even to Davy. Davy, awestruck by the display, finds himself questioning his role. I should announce that I am protecting them, right? A playful argument ensues. Daddy, the girls exclaim, their childish innocence a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. Aren't they technically your daughters? A voice teases, adding a layer of complexity. He smirks, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Adopted daughters, in this case. The implication hangs heavy in the air. A sudden shift in tone. A sharp question cuts through the playful banter. Are you trying to prevent me from getting married? The tension ratchets up. A calm, almost chilling response. Wasn't that the original plan? The scene shifts, the mood turning from playful to tense. A sharp TSK punctuates the air, followed by a worried plea, no. Your teeth will rot. A nervous maid approaches, her voice trembling slightly as she delivers an announcement, Your Highness. It is. A guest has arrived. Pure, unadulterated joy. Hearts bloom as a young woman squeals with delight. A sudden interruption. Awo, cries one, as a man appears, clearly bewildered by the scene before him. Oraboni. Who in the world are these kids? He asks, his confusion palpable. He smiles, a mischievous glint in his eyes. They're kids I'm taking care of, he explains, a hint of pride in his voice. A beat. Well, they're my daughters for now, he adds, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Oh my word. One of the girls whispers, her eyes wide with surprise. From above, a new perspective. You do something every time I see you, Oraboni, a voice observes, sharp and slightly accusatory. Is that so? He replies, a hint of challenge in his tone. A sigh of relief. Phew. I was really worried when you left for this barren territory. But then, a surprising twist. So I was really surprised when I heard that you succeeded in the lunar blossom business. The sound of rustling leaves adds to the moment's quiet intensity. Another voice chimes in, and I saw that too. The scene shifts, focusing on the group once more. A new tension builds. The whispers begin. The dwarves in town, one exclaims, her voice laced with disbelief. I heard they normally don't come out of their own world. Another adds, a sense of wonder filling the air. A bustling town square, dwarves bustling about their work, barrels roll past as Oraboni, perched atop a wall, oversees the scene. He's clearly in charge. The green-haired girl, her eyes wide with wonder, expresses her amazement at Oraboni's success, a testament to his hard work and ambition. Reunited. Oraboni beams, surrounded by three adorable girls, his newfound family. The relief on his face is palpable, his journey has led him to this heartwarming moment. A playful moment unfolds. Oraboni playfully holds a miniature figure of a mysterious woman, a subtle hint of his past adventures. The girls giggle, their innocence a stark contrast to the weight of his responsibilities. The girls, their faces alight with joy, share their own experiences, a carefree stroll through a sun-drenched landscape, a stark contrast to Oraboni's more serious life. The green-haired girl's words echo the overall sentiment, a quiet understanding of Oraboni's journey and a shared sense of contentment. Oraboni's eyes sparkle with a quiet confidence, a subtle smirk plays on his lips as he prepares for the next chapter. A new scene unfolds.
The green-haired girl, slightly flustered, is greeted by a group of people. A hint of anticipation hangs in the air. The girl's playful energy spills over, a joyful invitation to join their games, a heartwarming scene of innocent fun. A mysterious group stands in the distance, their backs turned, a sense of intrigue and perhaps a hint of danger. The opulent sitting room, bathed in soft light from a magnificent chandelier, sets the scene. A question hangs in the air: what about Varus? Oroboni, the lord of this manor, sits calmly amidst the luxurious furnishings. A green-haired girl sits opposite him, her expression a mixture of concern and urgency.
Shouldn't you be busy managing your territory? Oroboni's response is nonchalant, almost dismissive. My, Oroboni.
Recently, raids by savages have subsided, so it's been quiet.
A playful retort follows, a hint of teasing in the air. Aren't you a little out of date with the news?
Oroboni chuckles, a light-hearted sorry, escaping his lips.
The mood shifts subtly, a request is coming.
He reveals his true purpose, his tone turning serious.
And truthfully, the reason why I came looking for you is to ask you for a favor.
The green-haired girl's eyes widen, a mixture of apprehension and hope in her gaze.
A hushed plea: Oroboni. By any chance, can you use the power of the stigmata? Oroboni's expression is one of thoughtful consideration. The weight of the request is clearly felt. He hesitates, acknowledging the burden of her plea. I know it isn't right of me to ask you this favor when you're so busy.
Don't worry, just tell me everything. The green-haired girl's eyes well with tears, her hands clasped together in supplication.
Winley?
Oroboni's expression shifts, a flicker of concern crossing his features as he processes the name.
I'm so sorry, Oroboni.
The weight of her apology hangs heavy in the air, a silent testament to the gravity of her situation. The moon hangs heavy in the inky sky, casting long shadows across the sprawling estate. 2 moons, in fact, a celestial oddity that hints at the strangeness to come.
She's exhausted.
Sleep finally claims the green-haired girl, her worries momentarily forgotten in slumber.
She'll be fine as long as she rests.
Oroboni observes the sleeping girl, his expression softening with concern. The distance between here and Winley is extremely far. It seems she came without rest for days and nights. Is that how precious her person was? The question hangs unspoken, a silent testament to the lengths she went to seek Oroboni's aid.
I'm really sorry. My friend is on the brink of death.
The green-haired girl stirs, her eyes opening to reveal the depth of her despair.
The priests and physicians have given up. This is the grim reality facing Winley's friend, Portna.
Portna, Winley's loyal guard, fell into a trap set by savages. A poison arrow found its mark.
A desperate race against time. If Winley hadn't pushed herself, the injuries would have been far worse.
The priest managed to remove the poison. But a new, terrifying symptom emerged: dark blue spots spread across Portna's body.
Fever rages, dark blue spots bloom across her skin.
Portna vomits blood, her life draining away with each agonizing heave. Even the most skilled priests and physicians are helpless, their efforts yield nothing. Hope flickers. A rumor spreads: a priest with a stigmata might hold the key, a desperate chance for salvation. Winley, clinging to that sliver of hope, journeys to Hines, driven by the desperate plea of her friend. Overwhelmed by fear and despair, Winley cries out, "What do I do, Oroboni?"
Because of me, Portna will.
Oroboni's comforting hand rests on Winley's head, a silent promise of support in this darkest hour.
A wave of nausea crashes over Portna, a desperate gasp escapes her lips, leaving her pale and weak in bed. The aftermath of the poison takes its toll. Oroboni's gentle touch, a silent prayer for her friend's recovery. Winley watches from the doorway, a mixture of worry and helplessness etched on his face.
As the weight of Portna's illness settles heavily upon him, the room is thick with unspoken anxieties. Crimson and azure, tiny figures of immense energy, peek from behind the covers, their wide eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation.
A hushed conversation ensues.
"Let's leave her to sleep," Crimson suggests, but Azure's concern is palpable. Kim Shun, ever watchful, keeps a silent vigil.
He instructs Crimson to stay, a subtle command.
Azure's playful antics momentarily lighten the mood, a small distraction in the face of overwhelming worry. Kim Shun smiles, a rare sight, as he interacts with the miniature companions, a moment of quiet tenderness amidst the crisis. Kim Shun, ever watchful, keeps a tender vigil over Portna. Crimson and Azure, nestled beside her, seem to radiate a gentle warmth, a comforting presence in the otherwise silent chamber. He explains, his voice soft yet firm, they're just energy, being near her aids her recovery. A close-up on Azure's glowing form, a faint pulse emanating from within, a subtle sign of her life force. The moon hangs heavy in the night sky, casting an ethereal glow upon the scene, a stark contrast to the dark blue spots marring Portna's skin, a high fever consuming her. Kim Shun's concern is palpable, his question hangs in the air, unspoken yet heavy with worry, what's wrong? The symptoms align, a chilling realization dawning on Kim Shun, a grim echo of a past trauma. A beat. A pause. Then, a single word, whispered like a premonition, intuition. Kim Shun strides purposefully through the halls of the manor, his steps echoing in the quiet corridors, a sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air. The head butler's words carry a weight of unspoken urgency. There are times when you suddenly feel that something is about to happen, without any evidence or sign. A strategic meeting unfolds, the gravity of the situation palpable. The Information Guild's presence within their territory, a potential threat. A worried question hangs in the air. What could possibly go wrong? But even the most cunning strategist can't predict every variable, especially when the stakes are this high. The symptoms paint a grim picture, a disease unlike any other. Oroboni's eyes widen in disbelief. Could this truly be happening? A chilling realization dawns, this illness should not exist in this world. The truth is revealed, a shocking blow, a disease thought to be eradicated, has returned. A park scene unfolds, 3 young girls sit on a bench. Their carefree laughter fills the air, kya, hhh, a moment of pure, unadulterated joy. One of the girls, with vibrant pink hair, twirls with delight, her joyful song echoing through the quaint town square, a charming melody that brightens the day. Inside a grand building, a young man stands, his brow furrowed in thought. There is no effect without a cause, he muses, a shadow of concern darkening his features. Wait, he calls out, a sudden urgency in his voice. Let's take a look at the situation, he declares, his resolve hardening. The gravity of the situation weighs heavily on him. A patient, treated for a poison arrow, is dying from an unknown affliction. The diagnosis is baffling, not only that, but it's an unknown disease that the priests and physicians have never seen before. The mystery deepens, a puzzle with no easy answers. The young man's worry is palpable. It just doesn't make sense, he whispers, his frustration mounting. A beautiful woman with devilish horns approaches, her words cutting through the tension. You don't look good, she observes, her tone laced with concern. He sighs, I just have a lot on my mind. She nods understandingly, makes sense. I have many doubts about your sister's situation. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape, a kingdom under siege. Where would savages who make their living by plundering the borders of the kingdom obtain poison like that in the first place, he questions, his mind racing, a crucial piece of the puzzle. Back inside, he contemplates the mystery. I do have some suspicions, but it's too early to carelessly get into it. I need more information, he concludes, his gaze fixed on a globe, plotting his next move. The Information Guild. A place where secrets are traded and mysteries unravel. The young man's inquiry has led him here. The devilish woman, ever observant, assesses the situation. Her gaze is sharp, her mind already working. A fundamental principle of medicine, understanding the cause is key to finding the cure. The young man, in a grand study filled with ancient texts and a globe that speaks of faraway lands, feels the weight of his investigation. This is a race against time. And the timing couldn't be better. He's ready. A mysterious figure, cloaked and hooded, enters the scene. The young man's sharp eyes catch the movement. A tense moment of anticipation. Who is this newcomer? The devilish woman, ever perceptive, senses the newcomer's presence.
A subtle shift in the atmosphere. A quiet exchange, a silent understanding.
The newcomer's arrival was expected.
The newcomer, despite his concealed identity, exudes an aura of competence. He's here to help.
The young man, sharp eyes scanning the opulent library, approaches the Information Guild representative.
He's clearly not here for idle chit-chat.
The guild representative, cloaked and mysterious, remains impassive, a master of their trade, judging the young man's worth.
A transaction begins.
Everything has a price, and the young man knows it. The weight of his desperation is palpable. The guild's reach is vast, extending even to the most private affairs of neighboring kingdoms. The young man's resolve hardens. A moment of hesitation, the young man considers the implications of his request.
The price might be steep. His mind races, a playful image flashing before his eyes, a distraction, perhaps, or a hint of the information's scandalous nature?
The guild representative shifts, a subtle movement, the tension ratchets up.
A decision is made.
The young man's hand slams down on the table, a decisive action. The deal is sealed.
The guild representative, their face still hidden, nods. The transaction is complete. The information is his. A pouch spills forth its golden contents, a hefty down payment, gleaming under the dim light.
This is the down payment. The words hang in the air, a promise of information yet to come.
The young man, his face alight with determination, reveals his request: information on Portna, Winley's guard. A profile flashes before our eyes. Jack, the Information Guild's master assassin, is shocked by the revelation.
He's taken aback. Portna is a woman, and a dark elf, no less. The unexpected twist adds a layer of intrigue. The deal is struck, a shadow of doubt creeping into the young man's mind, but the need for information outweighs his hesitation. Within the guild's opulent library, the weight of the task settles upon Jack's shoulders, a challenge he cannot refuse. He departs, leaving the young man with a lingering question mark: will he succeed? A single gold coin rests on a table, its value clearly insufficient for the task ahead. But the young man's apprehension is palpable as he negotiates with a cloaked figure in a dimly lit office. The air crackles with unspoken tension. The cloaked figure, a member of the Information Guild, speaks of payment after the work is done, a shrewd move to secure the deal. The young man, ever cautious, questions the arrangement, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. But the guild member's response is a calculated risk, a personal proposal rather than an organizational one. A smirk plays on the young man's lips. He finds the audacity amusing. The deal is struck. A silent agreement, sealed with a nod. The guild member departs, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts, a whirlwind of anticipation and uncertainty. A sudden gust of wind sweeps through the room, leaving the young man momentarily breathless. As a mischievous imp appears on his shoulder, whispering about pride. A clandestine meeting unfolds, shrouded in mystery, the air thick with unspoken secrets. The young man, eyes narrowed in thought, ponders a crucial detail, a hidden truth about his enigmatic partner. A question hangs in the air, heavy with implication. The name Helishana echoes with untold power. Uncertainty clouds the conversation, a subtle dismissal, a veiled threat. The young man's back is turned, his expression unreadable, a sense of boredom, perhaps even disdain, hangs in the air. A sudden surge of determination, a refusal to be left behind. He understands her predicament, a desperate plea for companionship. But a conflict of wills, a silent battle of emotions. The young man prepares for a journey to the Ordine territory. Time is of the essence, but his mysterious partner seems determined to delay his departure. A long journey ahead, they'll need several days to reach their destination by horseback. A carriage would only slow them down further. The urgency is palpable, every moment wasted is a risk. The young man is growing impatient. He confronts her, his frustration evident. Her insistence on accompanying him is hindering their mission. The journey is arduous, even with the twins' help at night. She's simply not strong enough for this. But there's more to it than physical endurance. A deep-seated unease gnaws at the young man. His intuition screams danger, a feeling his partner seems to share. Despite his concerns, her determination is unwavering. She's adamant about going, no matter the risk.
A defiant cry rings out, full of youthful energy. She's not weak, she insists.
A flash of light, and there he stands. Sir Ulysses, a name whispered with reverence, appears, a smile playing on his lips. His presence alone commands attention. The young man, shoulders tense, a miniature devil perched on his shoulder, seems startled. A silent scream escapes him as he stares at the unexpected arrival.
A beat of silence hangs heavy in the air. What could possibly be the problem? The question hangs unspoken, yet palpable.
Across the scene, a young woman with vibrant green hair beams at a tall figure in a dark coat. Her joy is infectious, a stark contrast to the tension elsewhere. But the young man's face hardens, a sinister glint in his eyes.
His intuition screams danger, a feeling he cannot ignore. Nice to meet you. My name is Ulysses, a fifth-class mage. A confident introduction, brimming with self-assurance.
But a hint of underlying tension flickers in his eyes.
He adds, with a slight bow, although it's unsuitable for someone like me, I am associated with the Red Tower.
Davy Alrone, a name whispered with respect and fear, steps forward.
I'm Davy Alrone. I've heard a little bit about you before.
A formal greeting, exchanged amidst the meticulously manicured gardens of a grand estate, the air thick with unspoken power.
Davy's expression is one of polite disinterest. I actually don't know of him, and I'm not interested.
There's also no reason for us to meet like this. He explains, his tone unwavering. No matter how famous he is in the continent, he is from the central magic tower of the central continent. Only bothersome things will come of being acquainted with him. A young woman, her green hair a vibrant contrast to the scene's formality, pipes up with a question. The weight of her words hangs heavy in the air. A subtle challenge to Davy's dismissive attitude. This territory isn't just humble at all. It's currently the most brilliant territory in the eastern continent. Ulysses' smile widens, a glint of amusement in his eyes. A subtle shift in the power dynamic. A chilling warning echoes. He's a dangerous man. Princess Winley's shadow, a mischievous sprite, appears, considering a drastic measure.
Should I kill him? The question hangs heavy in the air. But a voice of reason intervenes. Don't act so rashly.
There's no reason for you to act hostile towards him just because he's close with your sister. The princess's brother scoffs, his fiery temper flaring.
Who does he think he's involving himself with?
The scene shifts to the majestic magic tower, a beacon of arcane power. From what I've heard, he's been called the prodigy of the magic tower.
A testament to his exceptional abilities.
He's a master at such a young age, so there's no denying his skills.
And his background isn't bad either. The narration builds to a crescendo, highlighting his remarkable attributes: background, wealth, personality, looks, and capability. He's basically an ideal man who does not have any flaws. But a shadow of doubt lingers. But the problem is why he's so close with Winley.
A question that sparks a heated discussion.
But how does someone like you know my sister? A chance encounter. While journeying towards the Heinz territory, Ulysses unexpectedly meets Princess Winley.
And she expresses her gratitude for his assistance.
But wait, there's more. A sudden interruption. Davy Alrone bursts onto the scene, ready to confront Ulysses.
But Ulysses calmly explains his relationship with Princess Winley, revealing a past where she saved him from mountain bandits.
The truth unfolds. Ulysses' desire to repay her kindness is revealed, setting the stage for a deeper understanding.
As he showcases his mastery of space magic, capable of creating a small mana gate for transporting items. Princess Winley is astonished by this revelation, her eyes wide with wonder. And Ulysses explains the rarity and power of this artifact, a super high-grade mana gate only a select few can wield.
A shocking discovery.
The Red Tower possesses one of these rare mana gates. Ulysses, ever the calm and collected scholar, explains his actions. I was simply holding onto it to ensure it doesn't get damaged.
His words, though simple, hint at the immense power he wields. Princess Winley's eyes widen, her voice filled with wonder. That's amazing. You can actually use two different kinds of magic. A shared moment of awe. Winley's amazement is palpable as she gazes at Ulysses, Davy Alrone observing the scene with quiet understanding. Davy, ever practical, points out a key advantage. Isn't it a good thing, since long-distance teleportation is a bit difficult for you? A firm handshake seals an agreement. A silent promise passes between Ulysses and Davy, a pact forged in mutual respect and shared purpose. A surge of energy crackles in the air. A majestic stone horse statue in the town square is struck by a bolt of lightning, the raw power visible in the shimmering light. From the chaos, Ulysses, Davy, and Princess Winley emerge, unharmed but clearly shaken by the sudden display of power. The Mana Gates activation is complete. A spectral figure appears, her voice echoing with an unnerving calm. Oh ho, so this is. The scene shifts to Davy, his expression a mixture of apprehension and determination. He stands ready, facing whatever threat this new arrival may bring. A sharp scent cuts through the air. Ulysses' eyes narrow, his senses on high alert. Burning protein. The smell intensifies, a sickening sweetness fills his nostrils. A horrifying realization dawns. This isn't just burning flesh, it's the stench of a massacre. Princess Winley's face pales. Was there another raid? She shakes her head, disbelief etched on her features. It hasn't been long since they cleared out the bandits. A wave of dread washes over her. Our arrival of a distinguished figure brings a glimmer of hope. If it isn't Princess Winley. Davy Alrone greets her, relief evident in his posture. You're back. But a new mystery emerges, a stranger in regal attire steps forward. Who might you be? Princess Winley, even more stunning in person than the rumors suggested, politely excuses herself. A pressing matter demands her attention. She turns to leave, only to be met by two imposing figures in ceremonial armor, their presence radiating authority. Winley's carefully constructed composure falters, the unexpected encounter leaves her speechless. Ulysses and Davy Alrone arrive, their faces etched with concern. What is going on? Ulysses demands, his voice sharp with apprehension. Count Lington, a man of calm authority, steps forward. He explains that the castle has been quarantined using an artifact from the Holy Kingdom. The weight of the situation settles upon them. Princess Winley, Ulysses, and Davy Alrone stand together, facing an uncertain future. The imposing gates of the quarantine castle loom before them, a symbol of the mystery and danger that awaits. Princess Winley, her expression a mixture of apprehension and resignation, reveals a critical piece of information: the Lord of the Ordum territory, Baris, is missing, leaving her in charge. And Count Lington, ever the picture of calm authority, sips his tea, acknowledging the delicate situation. He doesn't mince words, he's aware that their actions are bold. But the Central Disease Management Corps operates under the authority of the Emperor himself. Their actions are justified by the severity of the crisis. Winley's eyes widen, a mixture of shock and dawning understanding. She's clearly aware of the Corps' power and influence. And the breathtaking scope of their authority is revealed. The Kantas of the West, the Lindis of the East, and the Empire of the Sword God, Polgon, all three kingdoms are represented in this organization dedicated to continent-wide medical aid. Count Lington's words paint a grim picture. A terrible disease, known only as Devil's Blood, plagues the land. And the chilling description of its symptoms leaves Winley visibly shaken. Dark blue spots, coughing up blood, a swift and agonizing death. The final horrifying detail: it's highly contagious. A desperate situation unfolds before our eyes. Princess Winley's eyes dart around, a whirlwind of anxiety. Brother! We need to get to Patna. A regal figure, Count Lington, bows slightly. His words are smooth, yet laced with a subtle undercurrent of authority. Oh my, I apologize for my late greetings, Prince Davy. I've always wanted to meet you. The Count's gaze shifts, a knowing glint in his eyes. He speaks, his voice low and measured. I heard that you have been stigmatized and successfully grew moongrass.
Prince Davy responds, his voice calm yet firm, it just happened to be so. Nothing in this world happens without a reason. The Count's smile widens, a hint of intrigue dancing in his eyes. They were made possible because of your greatness. He chuckles, a low rumble in his chest. Ha, now that I think about it. A sudden shift in tone. The Count's jovial demeanor vanishes, replaced by a serious expression. All of the people who are famous in the rumors have gathered here. A hand slams onto a table, the impact echoing in the sudden silence. Thwack! Princess Winley's voice cuts through the tension, sharp and determined. I'm sorry, but Count Lingtun. I think I need to head out first because I have something urgent I need to do. Her words hang in the air, a declaration of intent. Chamberlain. Princess Winley stands in an opulent room, her emerald green hair a vibrant contrast to the muted tones of the palace. A wave of anxiety washes over her. A sudden question hangs in the air, a silent query etched on her face. What could possibly be wrong? Her shoulders slump slightly, a subtle shift betraying her growing unease. I'm sorry to say, she begins, her voice barely a whisper. The words hit her like a thunderclap. Everyone in this building, even the knights, have been quarantined. The gravity of the situation crashes down upon her. A chilling explanation follows. The devil's blood disease is highly contagious. The threat is palpable, a silent menace lurking in the shadows. A young man, his expression grim, offers a stark assessment. Well, he's not wrong. The weight of responsibility settles heavily on his shoulders. Despite the grim prognosis, a glimmer of hope emerges. You're correct, someone states, but from what I know, it was a treaty of the Alliance of the Kingdoms. Even the Queen of the Ron Kingdom has approved this. A historical precedent is cited. In times of emergency, exceeding the authority of a lord in a territory has happened in the past. A sliver of legal justification, perhaps? The princess's face is etched with despair. Just what is, she whispers, the unspoken dread hanging heavy in the air. The devastating truth is revealed, and unfortunately, this disease is impossible to cure. Holy power simply doesn't work on it. Hope dwindles to near nothing. A chilling smile stretches across a face, unseen but felt. The air crackles with unspoken menace. And in the throne room, a regal figure addresses his assembled troops. Please leave it to me, he commands, his voice echoing with authority. Sharp eyes, magnified by spectacles, pierce through the tension. A plan is forming, precise and deadly. A promise whispered on the wind, we will surely find a cure and report back with good news. Hope, fragile yet defiant, flickers in the face of despair. Ulysses sits, a picture of quiet confidence. He waits, his gaze unwavering. The game is afoot. A grand hall, echoing with an unnerving silence, the air thick with unspoken dread. The treatment room of a grand palace, cries of pain pierce the sterile atmosphere. Ugh, it hurts. Please save me. A desperate plea echoes through the opulent chamber. A young man, his expression grim, stands before a scene of unimaginable suffering. His words cut through the despair, this is closer to a quarantine to prevent the worst from happening than a treatment. A small, demonic-looking creature beside him adds, although it seems disastrous, it's somewhat realistic to do so. Her voice is laced with a chilling matter-of-factness. How terrible. I've never seen something like this even during my lifetime. And a strange energy pulses around them, a palpable tension hanging heavy in the air. And what's with this strange? He turns, his gaze hardening. A silent question hangs in the air. His eyes blaze with determination, a surge of power radiating from him. A faint whisper escapes the lips of a suffering woman in a nearby bed, a chilling sound that speaks volumes. A name, a number, a grim discovery, patient number 02155, named Patna. Looks like we found her. The demonic creature unleashes a blast of dark energy. Yuk the impact reverberates, a shockwave of purple energy rippling outwards. A single, vibrant blue flower floats in a pool of swirling, ethereal energy. It's the rhinitis flower. The male protagonist, his brow furrowed in confusion, questions the demonic creature.
Rhino, what? Rhinitis flower, she replies.
If I remember correctly, it's called the Tastas flower in this world.
He's never heard of it. A harsh, icy landscape. Jagged shards of ice pierce the desolate ground.
This flower, she explains, contains a lethal poison.
Back in the opulent palace, Patna lies in bed, her temperature dangerously high. Around 39.7 degrees.
Her brain cells are frying at this rate.
Her body is in a terrifying state of imbalance, skin cold as a corpse, organs burning with internal heat.
The male protagonist reflects on the terrible symptoms and causes of death.
He'd heard about this from Winley, but seeing it firsthand makes it even more complicated. He doesn't understand. Why does this disease exist in this world? What do you mean?
Melting acceleration virus, the very name hangs heavy in the air, a chilling premonition of the devastation to come.
Melting.
The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. It's a virus that accelerates melting, a disease from another world, created with a specific, terrifying goal in mind. A stark realization dawns on the protagonist's face.
This isn't a common illness, it's something far more sinister.
Unlike colds, cancer, or the Black Plague, this is something entirely different, something far more vicious and contagious.
Its death process is horrifyingly efficient. The microscopic image of the virus reveals its deadly nature.
When a single person was infected, millions died in a short amount of time.
A chilling statistic that underscores the virus's lethality.
It took 10 years to develop a cure, and the cost was staggering, 280 million lives lost. Even with the cure, 18 million lives were still lost. A grim reminder of the virus's devastating power.
The weight of this revelation settles heavily. Time is running out. We need to create antibodies before it's too late. A glimmer of hope.
A determined hand reaches for a glowing shard, imbued with potent energy.
The shard glows, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. The fight for survival begins. A desperate struggle.
A hand grips a gleaming blade, the tension palpable.
What are you doing? The cry echoes, sharp and filled with alarm. A guarded facility, humming with unseen energy. This place is off limits to outsiders. Just who are you, and why are you in this place?
The challenge rings out, sharp and unwavering. Baron Gornio, an official of the Central Disease Management Corps, his identity revealed.
My name is Davy Al Roan, the first prince of the Roan Kingdom. A declaration of authority. But even a prince's power holds no sway here. I'm sorry, but I'd have to ask you to leave. I can't be here, a question hangs in the air.
A chilling revelation unfolds in a sterile hospital room, the disease spreads through the respiratory system. Panic grips the protagonist as he frantically covers his nose and mouth, a desperate attempt to avoid infection.
Hurry!
Baron Gornio, his face partially concealed, follows suit, a shared concern hangs heavy in the air.
Phew! Despite his stigma, the Baron assures the protagonist that it's no match for this airborne plague.
A grim confirmation of the pandemic's severity. A high priest, wielding advanced holy powers, has already visited the afflicted.
The Baron's calm facade shatters, a cough erupts, violent and uncontrolled. Aak!
The impact sends a shockwave through the room, a horrifying display of the disease's power.
Since when was he like this? The Baron urgently demands painkillers, a desperate attempt to alleviate the suffering.
A medic prepares an injection, but the protagonist intervenes. A tense standoff ensues, the protagonist's sharp eyes lock onto the syringe.
The patient will die if you inject that right now.
A young man, his face etched with concern, urgently requests, just hand me that tube over there. Another man, his features strained, points frantically, shouting, look here. A tense silence hangs in the air as a third figure watches, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind erupts. The young man is thrown back, a dark vortex swirling around him. Blood stains his clothes as the narration reveals a grim truth: blood is clogged up in his lungs because of the virus.
The situation is critical. He will have a cardiac arrest if we don't get rid of it immediately.
With unwavering focus, the young man carefully examines the tube, his eyes narrowed in concentration.
3 millimeters from the right.
He takes a deep breath, his face showing the strain of the moment.
This is going to be a close one. A palpable sense of urgency fills the air.
With a burst of golden light, he activates the holy coding skill.
With pinpoint precision, he applies the treatment.
The sound of relief is palpable as the man's condition improves.
Pain lightning.
A wave of golden energy washes over the young man, a radiant glow emanating from his fingertips.
As 3 masked figures watch with a mixture of apprehension and awe.
Their whispers carry a sense of foreboding. With meticulous precision, he uses a sharp instrument, the gluk-gluk sound of blood drawing a chilling contrast to the scene's intensity.
His eyes blaze with fierce determination, a single-minded focus etched onto his face. Just a little more.
A strained groan escapes the patient's lips, a desperate plea for relief.
Suddenly, a booming voice cuts through the air. Just what do you think you're doing? Taking a person's life for.
The young man stands defiantly, facing the newcomer. The air crackles with tension. Stop immediately, the newcomer commands, his voice laced with authority. The newcomer's eyes burn with anger, his question hanging heavy in the air.
What was the young man doing?
He removes his cloak, his expression unreadable, the silence amplifies the tension. A crimson stain blossoms on the polished floor, the young man coughs, blood dripping from a newly inflicted wound. The scene shifts to a medical chamber. A patient lies on a bed, his chest rising and falling weakly. A masked figure announces, "Officer."
The patient's pulse has returned to normalcy. The masked figure's eyes widen in disbelief.
"What do you mean?" he gasps, his voice laced with disbelief and a hint of fear. The young man, defiant despite his injury, smirks, a glint of mischief in his eyes.
He boldly requests, "Let me borrow one of them." The masked figures exchange worried glances, their apprehension palpable.
A vial of dark liquid glows faintly in the young man's hand. "It's done," he whispers, a sense of quiet satisfaction in his tone. Back in the medical chamber, a calm instruction is given: you just need to stop the bleeding and suture the wound. The young man, now seemingly unfazed, stands over the patient. A stern warning is issued: if you inject painkillers when a patient shows these kinds of symptoms, they will die from shock, so please keep that in mind for the future. His task complete, the young man announces his departure. "Since everything here is done, I'll be taking my leave." A gloved hand reaches out, a subtle gesture, a silent command. Meanwhile, Baron Gornio, a figure of authority, appears, his face partially obscured by a mask. His presence speaks volumes. The young man, his demeanor radiating confidence, makes a bold statement: those that have been stigmatized are blessed with immunity to most. His words hang in the air, a challenge to the established order. Baron Gornio's reaction is immediate, a low growl escaping his lips: "Please don't compare me to someone like the high priest."
The hero returns.
A grand palace looms before him, scarred by time and conflict.
"I'm back." His arrival causes quite a stir. Oh!
Reunited with family, but not without tension.
Be brother. They said there's no use in raising a daughter.
The weight of his responsibilities bears down on him.
Can you still not get in contact with Paris?
Yes.
Their situation isn't all that great either.
A heavy sigh echoes through the opulent halls.
He seeks updates, his expression a mix of concern and weariness. How was the treatment center?
Well, they were doing the best they could. But his investigation continues.
I looked into a couple of things. A revelation unfolds, delivered with a chilling calm. Currently, 2 officials of the Disease Management Corps came to this territory. And they're Count Lington and Baron Gornio.
And just for your information, their nobility titles are of the past, and their current titles are officials of the Central Disease Management Corps. The young woman's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and apprehension clouding her features. "They're officials," she whispers, the question hanging in the air. A formal organizational chart appears, detailing the Central Disease Management Corps. A clear hierarchy is revealed: 1 president, 3 chairmen, and 15 officials beneath them, supported by countless knights and medical personnel. The sheer scale of the organization is emphasized, the text highlighting the vast number of individuals involved. The implications of this powerful group are left to simmer. As we cut to a young man, casually reviewing the documents. His expression is one of quiet contemplation as he reveals a startling truth: so these 3 chairmen are the 3 emperors. The weight of this revelation settles upon him. He continues, his voice barely a murmur, and the single president is the Pope of the Holy Kingdom Vel'Shas. A symbol of the Holy Kingdom shimmers faintly behind him, adding to the mystery. The text explains the Corps' surprisingly straightforward purpose: to address the kingdom's vulnerability to disease, a weakness easily exploited. Their transparency is a stark contrast to the secrecy surrounding the officials. A scene shift reveals a conversation between 2 men. One, clearly agitated, explains the concealed details surrounding the officials, highlighting the deliberate obfuscation of personal affairs. The other man, his face partially obscured, sits listening intently. A chilling statement cuts through the air: "It's as if I could feel their madness." An aerial shot shows a city street, soldiers marching in formation. The atmosphere is heavy, ominous. The narration clarifies, and that's why what Count Lingtun said makes sense. The final panel reveals a man in a thoughtful pose, his words adding another layer to the intrigue. The Rome Kingdom is also part of the alliance, and if we were to oppose this, we could be turning the empire against us. A weighty decision hangs in the balance. The alliance is fragile: declare war on the empire, and risk being branded traitors. But the people are gripped by fear. They've only just arrived, and uncertainty reigns. What to do? A grim figure emerges from the shadows: Count Collio, captain of the Wealth Destruction Knights. His very presence speaks of power and impending conflict. The question hangs heavy in the air: is this the same Count Collio from the Randys Kingdom's eastern territory? The answer is a chilling confirmation. A retired royal knight, now reappearing here. The whispers of his past actions echo in the silence. A council convenes. Amidst the ornate furnishings, a decision is made: let the knights handle the situation for now. A temporary reprieve, perhaps? Winley's worry is palpable. She's been brought here, and the weight of the situation bears down on her. But a reassuring touch offers comfort. A silent promise of protection, a beacon in the gathering storm. A moment of shared understanding, a silent vow between siblings. Hope flickers amidst the uncertainty. Yet, a shadow of concern remains. The worry for Yuli's lingers, a subtle undercurrent to the fragile peace. A hushed conversation unfolds amongst the nobility, the air thick with unspoken anxieties. But amidst the worry, a figure emerges, radiating ambition, a confident smile playing on his lips. He speaks, his words carrying the weight of authority: "I'm just doing the obvious as one of the elders." The hero observes, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face: something about this elder feels off. A small, ethereal voice whispers a warning: don't trust the authority of the abyss too much. The scene shifts. A question hangs in the air: why didn't you stay in the treatment center to help out? The answer is swift and resolute: me being there wouldn't help in any way. A hand, strong and purposeful, holds a vial, glowing with otherworldly energy. The air crackles with arcane power. This is the key. The solution to the crisis is within reach. As the hero races against time, the disease management corps fighting valiantly to contain the spread. Patna, the enigmatic demon, ponders the concept of a vaccine, her expression a mixture of curiosity and slight confusion. Antibodies, huh? It's a little too difficult for me to understand. A simple explanation follows, clarifying that such methods are commonplace in the medical field. The scene shifts to a laboratory, filled with vials and scientific equipment. The disease management corps' past attempts to create antibodies are detailed, their failure highlighted by the complexity of the disease.
But how will the hero create a vaccine with such limited resources? The question hangs heavy in the air.
He sets off, Patna in tow, a determined glint in his eyes.
Now that I'm here, I guess I'll ask them for a favor.
A grand hall, opulent and imposing, is revealed. A figure, Count Lingtun, stands before a swirling vortex of dark energy.
What are you doing? Tell me if you're here. The vortex shifts, revealing Baron Gornio, seemingly surprised. You found me yet again. The hero's response is simple, yet chillingly effective, because I can see you.
The hero stands confidently, arms crossed.
His subtle smirk suggests a plan is unfolding. I guess she doesn't like it.
Baron Gornio scoffs, dismissing the hero's attempt at deception.
Tricks like that won't work on someone like me.
You don't know how much experience I have as an assassin.
The hero stands before Count Lingtun and Baron Gornio, a report in hand.
Yes, great work, the Count acknowledges, his tone measured.
Do you still not wish to be compensated with money? Patna steps forward, a curious glint in his eyes. He presents a mysterious, ornate object, a staff, perhaps?
Stern, he murmurs, his voice barely audible. Patna continues, his words carrying a sense of urgency.
I brought it because I thought you'd be needing this.
The hero accepts the staff, a thoughtful expression on his face. You're gonna end up fired if you go off doing things on your own like that, he says, a hint of concern in his voice. He examines the staff closely.
Is that so?
A flicker of suspicion crosses his face.
A beat of silence.
The hero's gaze sharpens.
I don't think this is from the guild. A discarded ribbon lies on the floor, a subtle clue dropped amidst the tension. A silent whisper of betrayal? Count Lingtun and Baron Gornio exchange a look.
The air crackles with unspoken questions. The hero, staff in hand, turns to face the shadowed figure.
Is this information reliable? He asks, his voice low and steady.
The mysterious figure remains silent, their face obscured by shadow. Only a slight nod betrays their presence.
A chilling confirmation. To information brokers, reliability is their lifeline, a fact the hero is now carefully considering. He scrutinizes the documents, a furrow in his brow.
So she's not lying, he thinks, but another request forms in his mind. The scene shifts to a grand hall, where Count Lingtun and Baron Gornio observe, a silent exchange of power. A list of supplies is presented, a mountain of necessities, at least one cart full of each item. The hero weighs his options, a strategic mind at work. He decides to approach the officials directly, bypassing the mercenaries. A bold proposal is made, to use the Central Disease Management Corps as a cover, a risky maneuver. The Baron's concern is palpable, but the hero presses on, the Central Disease Management Corps is here, after all.
A tense moment hangs in the air.
But, the Baron starts, his apprehension clear. The hero's finger jabs, a sharp accusation. I don't think you're psychopathic enough to just sit around and watch while people are dying off for no reason. A cloaked figure stands before a powerful individual, their face obscured by shadow. The next day dawns, and within the opulent halls of the palace, a heated debate unfolds.
That won't do, a voice booms. Turning over the treatment authority? The tension is palpable, one man's outrage is clear. Do you think this is a joke, Your Highness?
They're patients who need to be treated as soon as possible. His impassioned words leave no room for doubt. We see his frustration etched onto his face, he slams his fist on the table. We don't have the luxury of wasting time by leaving it to someone else.
Meanwhile, a young man sits calmly, sipping tea.
A stark contrast to the heated argument. The weight of his words hangs heavy in the air. He would have died if you were 2 to 3 minutes late. A hand reaches for a teacup, the action deliberate and precise, the scene ends. A wave of gratitude washes over the young man. He saved a life, but the weight of responsibility remains. The palace official's question hangs heavy in the opulent chamber. Doubt flickers in the young man's eyes, a seed of uncertainty planted.
But the determination in his gaze remains firm. He knows what must be done. The young man's words cut through the tension, a declaration of purpose. He's not here to usurp power, but to heal. The palace official's skepticism is palpable. His expression is a mask of doubt and suspicion. But the weight of the situation forces a reluctant concession. The game has changed. The palace official, Linton, is visibly agitated. He's forced to confront a painful memory. A grim reminder of a devastating loss. The Sanha territory, a graveyard of fallen knights and innocent lives. Linton's gaze sharpens, his voice laced with accusation. He knows the young man was there. And the unspoken question hangs in the air, can he be trusted? The palace official, his back to us, stands in a grand library, the weight of a decision heavy on his shoulders. Meanwhile, the young man sips tea, a glint in his eye. If there is even the slightest possibility, he muses, it might be right to go for it. A close-up on the palace official's face reveals a conflicted expression. A bitter smile plays on his lips as he mutters, this damned pride. A grand manner, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The air is thick with unspoken tension. Inside, a hushed conversation unfolds. Would it be all right? A sharp question cuts through the quiet. What are you talking about? Count Kolio, captain of the Central Disease Management Corps Knights, stands tall and imposing, a figure of authority. Kolio's concern is palpable. Then the Central Disease Management Corps would lose face, some might even question our qualifications for our duties. A lavish room, opulent and yet heavy with unspoken anxieties, a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. A pointed observation. You could have just denied him, just like Baron Gornio, so why? You're right, Count Kolio. A glimmer of hope. Wouldn't it be great if we could figure out how to cure the disease one way or another? Count Kolio, a worried yet determined figure, sits in his opulent study. He raises a glass, a silent toast to a hopeful outcome. A cure for the prince's illness. His words hang heavy in the air. Now that it's come to this, I truly hope that the prince successfully finds a cure. A subtle shift in his expression, a glint of something more than hope appears in his eyes. That would be beneficial for both of us, he adds, a hint of self-interest coloring his words. The count's gaze hardens, his thoughts turning inward. The weight of responsibility settles upon his shoulders. A silent contemplation of the stakes. The camera pans to the exterior of a grand palace, bathed in the cool light of twilight. News arrives. A simple, yet impactful statement, is that so? The tone suggests a mixture of surprise and acceptance. The news spreads like wildfire. Really? The sheer joy and relief are palpable, radiating from the image. Inside the palace, a wave of relief washes over everyone. I'm so relieved, one exclaims, their voice filled with genuine emotion. The tension breaks, replaced by a shared sense of gratitude. A young woman, Winley, beams with happiness. Thank you, brother, she cries, her joy unbridled. Her relief is infectious. A young man, confident and composed, watches the scene unfold. A subtle smirk plays on his lips. The crisis is averted, for now. Bubbling potions and gleaming instruments fill the alchemist's laboratory, a scene of intense focus and quiet anticipation. Just like Count Lington predicted, the Central Disease Management Corps will take the lead in developing a cure for the prince's illness. Hope flickers in the sterile hospital room. But a shadow of warning hangs in the air, a reminder that vigilance is key. Count Kolio, his face partially obscured by a red bandana, stands defiant. I will always be watching you. His eyes, burning with intensity, convey a silent threat, a promise of unwavering surveillance. The Count's words echo with a chilling metaphor. They say that the rolling stone takes out the embedded stone and takes its place. A subtle hint of his own machinations. Despite his outward confidence, a flicker of self-doubt crosses his mind. He anticipates opposition. The Count's subtle anxieties are revealed, some of them even told others not to follow my decisions.
Winley, however, remains optimistic, a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. The prince's labored breathing fills the room, a stark reminder of the fragility of his condition. The chilling details of the melting acceleration virus 1 are laid bare. Its initial symptoms mimic any other disease. But after a period of hibernation, the virus awakens. A horrifying process begins. The muscles begin to melt. Then the joints and cartilage, until the entire body is consumed by the horrifying process. A gruesome image flashes before our eyes, the body, consumed by an infernal fire from within. The prince cries out in agony, "Ugh! It hurts." The count, his face partially obscured, urges, "Hang on." The internal organs begin to melt, starting from the rectum, kidneys, and intestines. A dark blue spot marks the horrifying progression of the disease. Count Kolio's shock is palpable. How could this be? Don't tell me. Can he really? The words hang in the air, a silent scream of disbelief. Count Kolio, his face partially obscured by a red bandana, addresses the young man before him. Do you understand why I'm explaining all this to you? The question hangs heavy with unspoken urgency. The count's profile, his expression grim and serious, speaks volumes. The weight of the situation presses down on him. The young man, his gaze intense, confirms the unthinkable. Yes. I'm aware. A chilling admission. By that place, you mean? The question hangs in the air, a silent query of dread. This is the important part. The count's words cut through the tension, a stark declaration. Normally, when doctors see this disease, they try all kinds of different things before coming to a single conclusion. A medical explanation unfolds, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. Pills and a syringe scatter across the panel, a visual representation of failed attempts. It cannot be cured with medicines alone. The stark reality hits hard. In the worst case, we need to find its roots and disconnect it from the rest of the body. A drastic solution is proposed, a desperate measure. That is true. The count's voice trembles, a barely audible confirmation. The count's grim assessment hangs heavy in the air. 9 out of 10 patients perish during the treatment process. And even then, the one survivor would have succumbed to the virus without intervention. A stark realization. The prince's condition is precarious, his labored breaths a testament to the virus's relentless assault. Your Highness, it's a little better now, the count offers, a sliver of hope in his voice. Despite the pain, a flicker of determination shines in the prince's eyes. If you have the will to live, I will definitely save you, the count vows, his voice firm. A quiet thank you escapes the prince's lips, a fragile whisper against the storm of his illness. Winley, ever practical, cuts to the chase. Great. What about the items I requested? The count, with a decisive gesture, assures him, I've prepared it at the place I told you about. Efficiency personified. A sudden question pierces the air, where did he? The answer comes swiftly, chillingly efficient, good work. The count and the unnamed brother stand face to face, a silent transaction passing between them. Put the price on my tab, the count states, his tone devoid of emotion. With the preparations complete, a sense of grim determination settles over the trio. The prince's fate hangs in the balance. Incredible! The prince's skin is recovering at an astonishing rate, a testament to the count's unwavering dedication. Relief washes over the room as the prince's condition improves, a collective sigh of gratitude fills the air. The count's confident declaration hangs in the air, a stark contrast to the uncertainty that had previously clouded the room. I told you, he states, a hint of quiet pride in his voice. Winley's disbelief is palpable, the speed of the prince's recovery exceeding even the count's bold prediction. The count reveals a sobering truth, the arduous journey to find a cure, highlighting the immense challenge posed by the virus. The sheer difficulty of developing antibodies is emphasized, a testament to the count's ingenuity and perseverance. A moment of quiet reflection, the weight of their collective efforts settling upon them. The Count's final words echo the shared astonishment, a sense of wonder at the unexpected ease of the cure. A subtle smile plays on the doctor's lips, a quiet satisfaction at a job well done. Count Kolio, his face etched with worry, waits. The fate of the prince rests on his shoulders. A small dish holds the prince's blood, a vital component in the cure. Winley, ever precise, prepares the injection. The developed cure is added to the blood sample. A subtle shift, a barely perceptible movement within the liquid. A gasp escapes Winley's lips. Did it just move? The liquid glows, reflecting the astonished faces of the onlookers. It's a bit too early to be surprised, says Winley, his voice calm despite the extraordinary sight. The color intensifies, shifting from a vibrant blue to a deep crimson. KOF. The transformation is complete. How is this visible to the human eye? Kolio asks, his voice filled with awe and disbelief. Winley explains, his expression serious, the generation virus is in fact an organism. What? Winley smiles, a hint of triumph in his eyes. His assistant, a small, winged demon, floats beside him, radiating an aura of mischievous energy. To be exact, it's a parasitic organic weapon, the demon adds, her voice a playful whisper. The demon assistant's words hang in the air, heavy with implication, but has a will to live and strategically attacks one's body. A chilling revelation follows: to combat this parasitic threat, drastic measures are needed. So, in order to accomplish anything, we need to completely drain them of energy. The solution? Rare and potent herbs, a concoction of poison and medicine. And to do so, we need a couple of herbs, and poison herbs that could never be used as medicines on their own. It was hard for me to find them because they're called something different in this world. Winley's creation is potent, enough to treat many. With one bottle, there's enough to inject 50 people. I've put the materials in the backyard, so feel free to use them. Count Kolio's concern is palpable. His eyes widen, a silent question hanging in the air. Is that really all right? A majestic bird of prey circles overhead, a symbol of assurance. The demon assistant's calm response echoes, of course. Brother! Brother! The desperate cry cuts through the air, a plea for help echoing in the heart of the city. A young woman, her eyes wide with excitement, bursts forth with the news. Do you know what people are calling you now? A saint. They're calling you a saint. The words hang in the air, a testament to his miraculous work. How incredible! A subtle shift in expression, a hint of reluctance crosses his face. He didn't want to be called a saint here. But the truth is undeniable. It must seem like a miracle to them. The treatment proceeded smoothly. He developed the cure in 3 days, as promised, and the patient's conditions started improving. Although no medical staff doubted him anymore, he decided to leave most of the treatment to Baron Gornio. It's hard to find that much good faith in a person. Good faith, huh? A thoughtful expression settles on his face as he considers the implications. From the outside, Count Lingtun seems like a highly tolerant person, but there's more to this than meets the eye. Count Lingtun observes the max-level hero, a thoughtful expression on his face. His skepticism is evident, yet a hint of intrigue flickers in his eyes. The Count's inner monologue reveals his conflicted feelings. He acknowledges the hero's unusual methods, yet finds himself impressed by his results. A bustling laboratory, filled with bubbling potions and gleaming equipment, comes into view. The max-level hero, Prince Davy, and another young mage are hard at work. Prince Davy, ever helpful, offers his assistance. His cheerful demeanor contrasts sharply with the serious atmosphere of the lab. The other mage, clearly exasperated, expresses their frustration. All we did here is watch you do all the work, they exclaim. The max-level hero smiles faintly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. They're so ambitious, he thinks, observing his eager assistants. The max-level hero instructs his assistants on maintaining the precise temperature of their magical concoctions. The scene is filled with the gentle sounds of bubbling liquids and the soft glow of magical energy.
With a final instruction, the max-level hero departs for the treatment room. He leaves his capable assistants to their work, confident in their abilities. The max-level hero strides confidently through the halls of the castle, his white coat flowing behind him. He is on his way to check on Baron Gornio. A burst of light. In the heart of the laboratory, two hands clap together, a spark of energy igniting between them. A young woman, her emerald eyes shining with excitement, addresses a man with fiery red hair. "You really are like your brother, aren't you?" she exclaims, her voice brimming with warmth. Her joyful expression is infectious. "Of course," she replies, her hands glowing with alchemic energy as a potion bubbles merrily in a flask nearby. "Even though we have different mothers, he was always by my side and treated me like family." A heartfelt confession, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Although it was a bit hot-blooded, me and Varis won't be able to forget brother's warmth from that time. The memories linger, precious and bittersweet. I still remember the story of the sun and the moon he told us when we were little. A shared past, a bond forged in childhood. And now, a quiet moment of reflection. The man smiles, a hint of envy in his eyes. "I'm envious," he whispers, a touch of longing in his tone. The young woman's smile widens, a radiant glow surrounding her as she continues her work. A scene of quiet contentment. A gentle bubbling sound fills the air, boop, as the potion nears completion. The culmination of their efforts. A grand laboratory, filled with bubbling potions and gleaming glassware. A young woman with vibrant green hair sits at a table, her brow furrowed in concentration. A slight tremor in her hands betraying her nervousness. She glances up, a question forming on her lips. "I apologize. Would you excuse me for a second?" "Sure, go ahead." A soft chuckle escapes her lips as she begins to work again. "I'm gonna bake brother some cookies when things get better," she whispers, a warmth spreading through her expression. The scene shifts to a tranquil garden, sunlight dappling through the leaves of a lush tree. A gazebo stands in the center, bathed in golden light. A communication artifact, glowing softly, sits on a table between two figures. "How did things turn out where you are?" one of them asks, his voice laced with concern. "Yes, Prince Davy is an incredible person." The reply is filled with admiration. To think that he'd be able to solve the disease management corp's conundrum in a mere 4 days. "Is that so?" the other exclaims, surprise evident in their tone. "You don't seem to be doing too well." "If that's how you felt, it's probably right." "Yes, there's a lot to learn from him, just as you told me, Master. And I'm even starting to be greedy." "Greedy?" The max-level hero's reflection appears in a crystal orb, a hint of ambition in his eyes. "We might be able to become true and comfortable friends, without caring about our age and any other interference. You must have met a wonderful person. There are a lot of things in the world that age cannot tell. There are even things you can learn from a 3-year-old. Always keep that in mind. Also, I looked into the things you told me about." "Yes, did you manage to figure something out?" "Yes, about the people who were in charge of the special project in the Disease Management Corps. Most of the information was lost, but I still somehow looked into it. I'll get straight to the conclusion." Sigh, "Yes, it's all just as you expected. He's a rare talent in the current era. However, the person he's with is a bit different." "That person is?" He nervously approaches the table, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A sudden, violent bang erupts. The man slams his hands on the table, his face contorted in fury. Fire engulfs the building, a catastrophic inferno consumes everything in its path. "That's where." A young woman smiles, radiating an unsettling joy. And the max-level hero's boots hit the ground, the impact echoing the urgency of the moment. The aftermath of a cataclysmic event unfolds before us, a scene of devastation where only a single, overturned chair and a shattered table remain. Amidst the fiery chaos, a figure emerges, his face etched with worry and determination.
He's surrounded by flames, the heat intense, yet his eyes are fixed on something beyond the inferno.
Princess Winley.
The name escapes his lips, a desperate plea amidst the roaring flames. The urgency in his voice is palpable, a desperate cry for help in the face of overwhelming destruction. A cough racks his body, a testament to the harsh conditions.
His face is strained, his breath ragged, but his resolve remains unbroken. He will not yield.
He holds a shimmering, ornate staff, its jewel-like tip pulsing with inner light, a symbol of his power, his last hope in this desperate situation. With a whispered incantation, sympathize, he channels his energy, a swirling vortex of blue energy forms around the staff, a conduit of his magic. Then, communicate, he commands, unleashing a torrent of water.
The staff glows brighter, the water forming a powerful cyclone, a desperate attempt to quell the inferno.
The water cyclone roars to life, a breathtaking spectacle of power and desperation, a desperate gamble against the raging flames. The raging torrent crashes down, engulfing the burning structure, a wave of cleansing power washing over the scene of destruction. Silence, only the sound of panting remains, a testament to the exertion. He stands amidst the wreckage, exhausted but victorious, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Gasping for air, he surveys the devastation, the aftermath of a battle fought with unimaginable power. His hand instinctively goes to the amulet around his neck, a small, glowing teardrop of crimson. A chilling realization dawns, she's not here. He kneels, the weight of failure pressing down, a heavy silence hangs in the air. Doubt clouds his mind, a stark contrast to his usual unwavering confidence. Then, a flash of memory, just like what the master told me.
With a surge of determination, he leaps into action. Fly.
Despite his unusual background, this is a burden he must bear alone. I never thought he'd cause trouble here. A quiet resolve steals his gaze.
Only I can do this.
But a shadow looms in the distance, a figure in a white coat, watching from afar.
I cannot involve him in this.
A bead of sweat trickles down the max-level hero's temple, his eyes, narrowed in grim determination, betray the weight of his secret. A soft whisper echoes in the air, please be safe. A silent prayer for a hero embarking on a perilous journey. The landscape blurs into a vibrant green expanse. Princess Winley's name is called out, a beacon in the distance. A grand hall, filled with armored guards, stands silent, an air of tension hangs heavy in the opulent chamber. A sly smile plays on the lips of a mysterious figure. Look here, Baron Gornio, he purrs, his words laced with menace. Baron Gornio, cloaked in crimson and shadows, turns slowly, a glint of steel flashes from the guard's hidden blades. Through a shimmering portal, a tense confrontation unfolds. The max-level hero faces his adversary, the air crackling with unspoken threats.
The earth trembles. A wave of searing heat engulfs the forest. Hellfire. The very air crackles with unimaginable power.
Leaving behind only charred remains.
Smoke rises from the devastated landscape, a grim testament to the attack's ferocity.
In the distance, figures in military garb watch, their faces etched with fear. The flames writhe and twist, forming a terrifying visage, a demonic inferno unleashed.
But amidst the chaos, a figure stands defiant.
With a flick of his wrist, he commands the very flames, a counteroffensive begins. His eyes, narrowed in concentration, reflect the fiery spectacle, a surge of power courses through him.
A dragon-shaped pendant glows intensely. He unleashes a torrent of power, a force far beyond anything seen before. Have I ever used such high-tier magic against a person?
The shockwave from the blast sends soldiers sprawling, their faces contorted in agony.
This is what I've been taught. A wave of searing heat explodes outwards. Hellfire, unleashed.
His eyes blaze with furious determination, the power surges through him. I learned magic so I can study mana and protect people, so what use would it have if I don't use it when I need it the most?
The earth trembles, a cataclysmic blast rips through the battlefield.
He stands amidst the devastation, a lone figure against the ravaged landscape. The smoke clears to reveal two fallen soldiers.
A thoughtful frown creases his brow. To think that they set up such a facility within the territory.
His gaze falls upon a distant figure, a looming presence.
Kolio. The name hangs heavy in the air, a challenge issued. Where is Princess Winley?
A grand hall, soldiers stand guard, their swords gleaming under the dim light. The air crackles with tension. What do you think you're doing? A voice booms, cutting through the silence. Baron Gornio, his face partially obscured by a red mask, confronts the main character.
We don't hold any personal grudges against you. We're simply following orders. The soldiers explain, their tone unwavering. Baron Gornio. We need you to die here. The cold declaration hangs in the air, heavy with foreboding.
And Prince Davy, we need for you to follow us.
Gornio's gaze hardens, his intentions clear.
Just why would he do such a thing? The main character questions, a flicker of doubt crossing his face.
He's clearly taken aback. Don't try putting up a futile resistance.
Gornio warns, his hand tightening on his sword.
The clash is imminent. A blur of motion.
Steel clashes against steel, sparks flying.
The fight begins. A devastating blow.
The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the hall.
One soldier is sent flying. It would only make it even more painful for you.
Gornio states, his voice cold and calculating.
He's clearly confident in his victory. A blinding flash.
The air crackles with raw power. The main character unleashes a devastating blow, sending Baron Gornio flying. The impact sends a shockwave through the palace.
A gleaming blade, suspended in mid-air, catches the light. A relic of immense power, waiting to be claimed. Panic grips the room. Prince Davy, someone gasps. Gornio, wounded but defiant, glares at the main character.
His eyes burn with fury.
He asks, "Are you hurt anywhere?" The main character's response is chilling, "Oh. Oh, no."
The main character casually picks up the fallen blade. Wealth destruction knights, was it? He muses, a hint of amusement in his voice. His smirk widens. Well, that guy was getting on my nerves, but he's dumber than I thought.
I never thought he'd actually do such a thing.
The main character grips the ancient blade, its power thrumming in his hand, a palpable energy crackling around him.
With a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating blast of energy. The eighth circle magic unleashes its fury. Baron Gornio is caught in the crosshairs. Zero charge thunder.
Gornio is struck by a bolt of pure energy, his body convulsing from the impact. The raw power of the attack reverberates through the castle, even the chandeliers tremble. Gornio's men stand frozen in fear, their leader incapacitated. The main character's voice cuts through the silence, a chilling warning: if you try to kill someone, you should also know that you are vulnerable to being killed. He emphasizes the gravity of the situation, that's the minimum preparation you need for trying to take someone's life. He stands amidst the chaos, a picture of calm confidence, the victor. Prince Davy, still shaken, is gently admonished, "Davy, you shouldn't shed blood in a place like this." A smirk plays on the main character's lips as he unleashes a surge of energy. "That's why I'm not using a sword," he declares, his hand crackling with raw power. The air crackles with anticipation, a bolt of pure energy erupts. "That's not what I mean," cries Baron Gornio's accomplice, her scream cut short by the impact. The raw power of zero-charge thunder courses through the Baron's mansion, shattering chandeliers and leaving trails of shimmering light in its wake. The aftermath is shrouded in a smoky haze, obscuring the scene. The main character stands amidst the devastation, his white coat immaculate amidst the fallen foes.
Silence.
Then, a voice cuts through the quiet. "You called?" he asks, his tone calm yet commanding. From the shadows, a mysterious figure emerges. "Take care of the corpses, and slice up anyone who comes into this place.
This will also be included in your fee."
A sigh escapes the main character's lips.
Sigh. "I'm scared about what kind of compensation you'll ask for instead of money." He pauses, then adds, "All right, fine."
With a flick of his wrist, he sends a wave of energy towards the floor, clearing the area for his next task. Baron Gornio, defeated and humiliated, kneels before the main character, his family watching helplessly. The victor stands amidst the ruins of Gornio's castle, a chilling calm in his eyes. But what about you?" A voice trembles, barely audible above the echoes of battle. His gaze, sharp as a winter's blade, cuts through the fear. "I guess I'll go eradicate those inhumane beings." A beat of silence, then, a gasp of disbelief. The ground explodes beneath Gornio's feet, a shockwave of raw power rips through the chamber. He's thrown back, a rag doll in the face of unimaginable force, his eyes wide with terror. From the chasm, a blinding light erupts, a surge of energy that dwarfs even the destruction already wrought. A wave of energy that cracks the very foundations of the castle. Two figures emerge, cloaked in shadow, their forms barely visible in the blinding light. They are the vanguard of a new power. The air crackles with energy as they advance, a storm of power unleashed upon the world. A fiery explosion rocks the city, the aftermath of a devastating power. Davy, a smirk playing on his lips, stands tall, a surge of power crackling around him. A small, horned figure perches on his shoulder, her expression a mix of mischief and awe. A blinding flash. The wrought energy explodes outward, leaving behind only the faint echo of power and a throne, now empty. The tracking spell reveals a chilling truth: Winley is missing. A cold dread grips Davy's heart. And he's already moving, a blur of motion as he races towards the enemy's lair. The news hits like a thunderclap: Winley has been kidnapped. Davy's face hardens. He explains his choice to use a tracking spell instead of a defensive one. Magic is ineffective against the highly skilled swordsmen who are likely responsible. Every single one of them is at least a level 7 sword expert. Even a defensive spell would have been useless against such masters. But it's still his fault, a bitter truth he must accept. A fierce battle erupts. Davy is surrounded, the impact of each blow sending shockwaves through the ground. But he fights on, his resolve unwavering against overwhelming odds. The dust settles after a brutal clash. A lone figure stands amidst the carnage, seemingly unarmed. His opponents, a squad of elite swordsmen, close in. He doesn't have a weapon, one shouts, a chilling confidence in their voices. But their leader's command cuts through the air: everyone! Eliminate the target. The swords flash, a deadly ballet of steel. "I don't have a weapon," the lone figure muses, a hint of amusement in his eyes. And then, a burst of energy. A crimson blade of pure energy materializes in his hand, shattering the illusion of defenselessness. The air crackles with power. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion. The swordsman's attacks are deflected with effortless grace. "That's just what you think." A blinding flash of light explodes outwards, a surge of raw power unlike anything seen before. From the heart of the explosion, a figure emerges, cloaked in white, a sword held at their back. 3 armored figures stand before them, ready for battle. With impossible speed, the figure moves, twin streaks of incandescent energy lash out. The impact is deafening. A thunderous whoosh as the energy slams into the armored figures, one is sent flying. Another strike, a fiery arc of energy slicing through the air. The force of the blow sends another opponent sprawling. The final opponent lunges, sword raised, but it's too late. A devastating blow. The final warrior is thrown back, defeated. Keuk. The figure stands victorious, their power undeniable. The dust settles, revealing 3 armored figures lying defeated on the battlefield, their armor shattered, their bodies still. What is this? A question hangs in the air, a silent query echoing the hero's own bewilderment. A crimson energy surges, a blazing trail cutting through the air. The max-level hero's blade dances with deadly grace. His strikes are swift, brutal, each blow a thunderclap against the remaining foe. A grunt of pain, a desperate gasp for air. The final blow connects, a scream of agony echoing across the ravaged landscape. The sound of defeat. An elegant, crimson blade hangs suspended in the air, its ornate hilt gleaming, a weapon of immense power. The sword is alive, a chilling realization dawns on the hero as he stares at the pulsating crimson energy. He stands victorious, the crimson blade held aloft. Beside him, a figure in a white coat observes with a knowing smile. The final foe's helmet is discarded, revealing a face contorted in defeat. Clunk, the sound of metal hitting the ground. The crimson blade hums, a palpable energy thrumming in the air. A technique that allows for aerial combat. The armored figures launch themselves into the air, arrogant in their power. The max-level hero grips the newly acquired blade, a smirk playing on his lips. After all, this is only the beginning. His eyes blazing with newfound power. The Ego Divine Sword, a weapon of immense potential. With a burst of speed, he ascends, a whirlwind of motion, a breathtaking display of skill. He effortlessly weaves through the air, a dance of death, each strike precise and deadly. The clash of steel echoing through the battlefield. "Did you guys say that you are all experts who are part of the Empire's Night Order?" he asks, a hint of amusement in his tone. The max-level hero is sent flying. Karg, the impact echoes, a shockwave rippling across the ground. A question hangs in the air. Why did they target Winley? The weight of the question presses down. But the hero's smirk reveals a plan forming. "I'm not sure," he says, a glint in his eye. A swift counterattack. Could it be an excuse? The question hangs in the air, a challenge thrown down. And the hero's confident grin is the answer. An excuse? He'll show them. A flash of blue light. Yeah. The hero's power surges, undeniable. As he cuts down his foes with the crimson blade. They can't thoughtlessly get rid of us since we hold titles. The clash of steel echoes, a symphony of destruction. And the truth is revealed. Ulis is the elder of the Red Tower, and the hero and Winley are royalty. Victory is his. A hushed conversation unfolds, the weight of secrecy heavy in the air. A plan taking shape, a delicate balance between necessity and risk. The majestic Orden Palace stands tall, a symbol of power and protection. But even within its walls, shadows lurk. Winry, distressed and vulnerable, is the focus of their urgent discussion. A desperate attempt to craft a believable cover story. The max-level hero's eyes flash with determination, a swift, decisive strike. Sends one knight sprawling. The clash of steel echoes. Another knight falls, a crimson streak marking his defeat. The max-level hero's power is undeniable. The max-level hero, a gentle smile playing on his lips, carries Winry effortlessly. "I see," he murmurs, his eyes hinting at a dawning realization. A bolt of lightning cracks across the sky, a jagged scar against the vibrant green landscape. Arg! The sound of pain screams echoes through the trees. Hidden amongst the rocks, the max-level hero and Winry observe the scene unfolding below. "But I still have some doubts," he says, concern etched on his face. "About?" Winry asks, her voice barely a whisper. A mysterious woman with horns and a dark dress appears, her expression thoughtful. "If that's the case, do they really need Winry?" she questions, her voice laced with suspicion. Her arms crossed, she leans back, a skeptical frown deepening. "They could just take care of everything and," she trails off, her gaze hardening. The ground trembles violently. A deep fissure splits the earth, swallowing everything in its path, a terrifying display of power. Following the chasm's edge, the max-level hero and the horned woman peer into the darkness, a hidden chamber lies beneath. Within a glass enclosure, skeletal remains float eerily in a luminescent fluid, a chilling discovery. Rows upon rows of similar containers line the walls, each holding a similar macabre sight, a horrifying spectacle. The horned woman gasps, her eyes wide with shock. "Goodness! Do you remember what the Night Order said at first?" she exclaims, her voice filled with dawning horror. A hooded figure, cloaked in shadow, moves with purpose. The air crackles with unspoken tension. Their words, heavy with foreboding, paint a grim picture. "They just asked me to come along for Baron Gornio's execution." A chilling revelation follows, a cold truth that cuts through the silence. The max-level hero stands tall, his gaze piercing, a horned woman at his side.
A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air.
The narrative shifts, revealing a sinister plot. They won't let anything stop them from getting their hands on a rare high-ranking magician who possesses a stigmata. A dark, cavernous space unfolds before us, roots twisting like grasping claws, a place of secrets and shadows. A gasp escapes, a choked sob, the weight of the situation crushing the soul.
A desperate attempt at concealment, a frantic effort to hide the truth, but the damage is done. A chilling accusation hangs in the air. You've lingered far too long.
The Night Order's leader emerges from the shadows, his face grim, his eyes burning with cold fury. He is a figure of imposing power, his red cloak billowing around him like a storm cloud.
The max-level hero, battered but resolute, stands defiant.
His words are a testament to his unwavering resolve. I came here to protect someone.
The Night Order's leader scoffs. Protect? Who? The Roan's princess? Or the innocent citizens of this dying land? Or perhaps Prince Davy, who should be arriving any moment now? The max-level hero's face crumples. His eyes widen in dawning horror as the truth crashes down upon him. What are you saying? Sigh. Elder Yuli's. The Night Order's leader's voice booms, echoing through the desolate landscape. Did you really think we gathered here without a plan?
A chilling realization dawns on the max-level hero as he turns, his back to the Night Order's leader. The weight of the situation crushes him. The Night Order should have already slaughtered everyone in the territory by now, but they haven't. Why? The max-level hero's eyes widen in disbelief. It can't be. A gleaming blade, its hilt warm to the touch, a weapon of immense power, waiting to be unleashed. The max-level hero lunges forward, sword flashing. A blur of motion, a desperate attack. But it's too late. The impact throws him back, a spray of blood staining his face. Defeat is etched in his expression. It's already too late. The Night Order leader's voice rings out, cold and devoid of empathy. The ground trembles beneath the weight of his words. The hero's glasses lie broken on the ground, a symbol of his shattered hopes, his vision clouded by despair. If you wanted to protect people, you should have run away, the Night Order leader sneers, his words dripping with cruel irony. The bloody blade drips, a grim testament to the battle's cost. Then at least you would have been able to bring one person out of this territory, he continues, his voice a chilling whisper. The Night Order leader, his face partially obscured by his hood, stands tall, a figure of cold authority. His silence speaks volumes. As quickly as you could, the finality of his words hangs heavy in the air. The max-level hero's face, etched with despair and regret, is a mirror to his failure. His face is streaked with grime and blood, a testament to the brutal battle. His eyes, though, hold a flicker of defiance, even in defeat. The max-level hero, battered and bruised, stares up at his conqueror, a chilling question hangs in the air. The Night Order leader's words are a cruel twist of the knife, a reminder of the hero's failure. And the princess, her face a mask of sorrow, becomes another casualty in this brutal conflict. Despair claws at the hero's heart, his eyes, once filled with unwavering resolve, now reflect the crushing weight of his defeat. The Night Order leader's smirk is a venomous bloom, a testament to his cold victory. A scene of quiet devastation unfolds in the royal chambers. The weight of the hero's failure settles heavily. A desperate plea echoes through the hall, a glimmer of hope amidst the ruins. The weight of the world rests on the shoulders of the max-level hero as the chapter ends. The max-level hero staggers, his breath ragged, a grim expression etched onto his face. His body screams in protest, every muscle aching from the brutal fight. The Night Order leader watches, his gaze cold and calculating. A cruel smirk plays on his lips as he surveys the fallen hero. A final, desperate attack. Ching, the sound of metal on metal echoes as the hero's weapon clashes against the Night Order leader's superior force. The impact sends a shockwave. And the hero is sent flying. He crashes to the ground, a pained groan escaping his lips. He tumbles down the rocky hillside, the world spinning around him. Tun, he cries out, a desperate plea lost in the wind. The Night Order leader's gloved hand gently rests on the hero's head, a chilling calm in his demeanor. A brutal final blow. The ground trembles as the hero is thrown to the earth. Dust and debris erupt around him. The hero lies still, defeated. The dust settles, revealing the extent of his injuries. Princess Winley lies nearby, unconscious and gravely wounded. The Night Order leader's voice cuts through the silence. Don't worry. I'll keep you guys as useful experimental subjects. He stands over the fallen hero and the unconscious princess, his silhouette cast against the desolate landscape. A chilling sense of finality hangs in the air. Damn it! The hero's final, desperate effort fails. His body collapses, the weight of defeat crushing him. His real name is Lincoln Bornisha. A name whispered in hushed tones. Born in the Ryuti Kingdom, a medical kingdom on the eastern continent, before it became a vassal state of the Lindy's Empire. A prodigy from a young age. But his eccentric personality led to his banishment from medical practice. A brilliant mind, shackled by his own nature. Driven to desperate measures. To find a cure for a rare disease. He kidnapped 200 people to perform countless experiments. A chilling act, committed when he was only 15. A cure was found, but at a terrible cost. Only 10 survived, and they were left crippled. And even that fleeting victory was short-lived. None lived longer than 3 months after the ordeal. A ruthless pursuit of his goal. A testament to his unwavering resolve. He would stop at nothing. A man who kills one is a killer. 10, a serial killer. 200, a monster. The line blurs, doesn't it? A chilling juxtaposition, the serene image of flowers contrasts sharply with the text, revealing a brutal truth. A killer of 100 is a butcher, but a killer of 1,000 is a hero? The camera focuses on the Count's feet, a subtle shift in perspective hinting at the hidden cost of his actions. A shadow stretching from the Count, a visual metaphor for the darkness clinging to his supposed heroism. His methods, to develop a cure, are seen as the act of a devil who killed 1,000. Count Lington smiles, a cruel, calculating expression. He never expected his plan to work so easily. Prince Davy's desperate plea echoes in the silence. Does Lington even understand the gravity of his actions? The Count dismisses Davy's concerns with a dismissive wave. Let's not get heated up about things that'll only benefit us both, he says, his tone cold and pragmatic. What's good is good. The Count's chillingly rational plan unfolds. Prince Davy will die, medicine will advance, and Lington will claim the glory. The Count's gaze falls upon the fallen prince. You will become a great test subject, and contribute to humanity, he declares, his voice devoid of empathy. Davy's anguished face is a testament to the moral bankruptcy of Lington's plan. How could anything be more reasonable than this? Baron Colio, a picture of smug satisfaction, wipes his brow. Thanks for the compliment, he says, his tone dripping with false modesty. A subtle shift in his demeanor, a glint in his eye betraying his true intentions. The scene shifts. A figure in shadow looms over a wounded man, his sword gleaming menacingly. Let's finish things up now, Baron Colio. The words are a cold promise. He's assessing his victim. He's become docile once we cut off an arm or two, as long as he doesn't die. Baron Colio groans in pain, his face contorted in agony. Damn it! But a steely resolve hardens his features. I will do that. Elsewhere, Princess Winley sits alone, her expression a mask of worry. Winley! A worried whisper echoes in the grand hall. Ulis, his face etched with concern, addresses his master. Master, and Prince Davy. A hand clenches into a fist, the weight of a terrible decision settling upon it. A chilling laugh cuts through the air. Fa ha ha ha. In this world, there are disasters which an individual cannot do anything about. Lincoln Bornisha, a figure of chilling authority, addresses Baron Colio. His words drip with cruel satisfaction, and your mistake is realizing that fact far too late.
A blinding flash of light. The very air crackles with energy. As a devastating blow strikes,
Prince Davy cries out, "Please do not forgive me for my shortcomings." From the shadows, a voice cuts through the chaos, "You're wrong, you disgusting bastard."
A whirlwind of motion. Lincoln's attack sends Prince Davy sprawling. Winley leaps into action. Dust settles, revealing the aftermath of the brutal attack. The tension is palpable.
Lincoln's gaze hardens, his voice cold and dismissive, "You guys aren't included in the disasters that one can't do anything about." A sinister smile spreads across Lincoln's face as he unleashes his power. His fist glows with dark energy. The Way of the Demon King, Liger Destruction Punch. The impact is earth-shattering. Instantly modified infiltrator, the words echo the raw power unleashed.
Lincoln Bornisha smiles, a chilling predator's grin spreading across his face.
His eyes gleam with ruthless triumph.
And the force of his attack explodes.
A devastating blow sends Prince Davy reeling.
Blood splatters across the stone floor, a grim testament to Lincoln's overwhelming might.
Prince Davy lies defeated, his body broken, but the fight is far from over. A grand hall, littered with fallen guards, the aftermath of Lincoln's brutal efficiency.
Winley bursts into the scene, a whirlwind of motion and righteous fury.
"What are you doing?" she demands, her voice sharp as a blade. Lincoln, unfazed, replies with chilling calm, "I don't half-ass my transactions." A chilling order echoes through the halls.
"Do whatever you need to do."
The weight of that command settles heavily on the scene.
"You really don't see anything wrong with this situation?"
A tense confrontation unfolds.
"How are you acting like that in this situation?"
The pressure mounts, the stakes are clear.
"Otherwise what? Are you going to abandon your patients because your soldiers caused trouble? Then why did you stop?"
"Since Davy entrusted you with the treatment of the patients, you must do the job properly."
A flash of steel.
A blade, gleaming with an unnatural light, appears.
The attack is swift, brutal, and utterly devastating.
A whirlwind of motion, a clash of steel, and then, silence.
The aftermath.
Prince Davy lies defeated, his body ravaged. But the destruction knights were.
A desperate plea cuts through the silence. Prince Davy is also in danger. A callous response. "Don't you think you should help him out? Who do you think you're worrying about?" The cold truth is revealed.
Of course, every single one of them are knights above expert level, and their captain is a swordsmaster who used to be famous back in the day.
"I understand how you feel since he went alone to face people like them."
A regal figure, cloaked in crimson and mystery, addresses the unseen audience. His words carry a chilling assurance, "But let me reassure you." Across the hall, another masked individual watches, their expression hidden behind a dark cloth. A single thought echoes in their mind, "Worrying about that guy
is the most useless thing in this world." A blinding flash.
A surge of raw power erupts, a tempest of light and energy unleashed,
sending Prince Davy flying. The force of the blow throws him across the arena, a testament to Lincoln's overwhelming might.
Coughing up blood, Prince Davy collapses, his body racked with pain. Winley rushes to his side, a look of desperate concern etched on her face. Lincoln stands over his fallen foe, a chilling calm in his eyes. He observes the scene, his power palpable.
"What?"
The scientist, his face a mask of surprise, examines his glowing gauntlet. A quiet marvel escapes his lips. "Well, not even I realized that it would be this powerful."
Lincoln Bornisha, a figure of chilling composure, surveys the scene.
A tiny, devilish imp floats at his side, a silent testament to his power. Prince Davy lies defeated, his body sprawled across the dusty ground, a stark contrast to his former regal bearing.
The impact of Lincoln's attack reverberates in the silence.
Winley's voice cracks with worry, "Prince Davy."
Lincoln's lips curl into a smirk. "You're calling me prince even at a time like this?"
So respectful for no reason. He offers a curt, almost mocking, "Thank you."
A desperate plea. Your little lamb asks for a request, to borrow some strong blessings. A 7th class holy magic sanctuary unfolds, a beacon of divine power in the desolate landscape. A surge of golden light envelopes Prince Davy. The healing light fades, revealing Prince Davy, revitalized and restored, a testament to the power of faith and divine intervention. Prince Davy's eyes widen in awe. Amazing! As expected of a stigma holder. His confusion is palpable. Ha! A heavy footfall echoes across the desolate landscape, leaving Prince Davy kneeling in the dust, defeated. But Lincoln Bornisha, a smile playing on his lips, walks away, leaving the prince behind. His words hang heavy in the air. I also remember my enemies. A surge of energy erupts. A blinding flash of light engulfs the scene. The earth trembles, a monstrous chasm opens beneath the villain's feet. His desperate cry echoes as he plummets into the abyss, HUACK. The ground erupts once more, another shockwave. He crashes, his body battered, Kurg. A final, desperate struggle for survival. A blur of motion. The hero intervenes, a whirlwind of power. But even his swift action can't prevent the blood from staining Winley's clothes. Your blood is getting on Winley. He carries Winley away, 2 blades held aloft, a defiant stand against the encroaching darkness. Winley's eyes, a silent plea for help, a reflection of the chaos unfolding below. The hero cradles Winley in his arms, concern etched on his face. Bro, he asks, his voice laced with worry. Winley's eyes flutter open, a pained expression clouding her features. Are you hurt anywhere? The hero asks gently. Winley winces, a soft "huh?" Oh, yes. Escaping her lips. But her gaze darts around, searching. Panic flares in her eyes. A silent scream of terror. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A warrior, sword flashing, charges into frame. The sound of steel slicing through the air. A desperate cry rings out, "Brother! Behind you!" The warrior's eyes widen in horror as a blade slices towards him, shing. A deafening roar of pain and impact. Kaya-a-a-a-ak. The warrior is sent flying, his body a projectile arcing through the air. And a crimson blade, adorned with ornate carvings and a string of red beads, descends from above. A blinding flash of light. The unseen attacker strikes with terrifying speed. And the hero barely manages to deflect the blow. You bastard! The attacker's blade slices through the air, a mere inch from the hero's face. You have a magic sword. Winley, eyes wide with terror, speaks from behind the hero. A sword master trying to sneak up from behind. Don't you find it shameful? The hero leaps into action, a whirlwind of motion as he counters the attack. A clash of steel echoes across the barren landscape, sending sparks flying as the 2 blades collide. Winley watches in horror, clinging to the hero for dear life. A desperate cry rings out. Prince Davy! Are you all right? Davy, wounded but resolute, speaks with urgency. Please take care of Winley. Please stay by her side so she doesn't get hurt. And that sword. The tension is palpable. You talking about? The 3 stand together, facing an uncertain future. We need to run away to get some help. A flash of blue light. The hero's hand moves with impossible speed, protecting Winley from the unseen attacker's magic sword. Revealing a magnificent, glowing blade, its energy crackling with raw power. The hero's counterattack is swift and precise. The unseen attacker, undeterred, unleashes a chilling declaration, I'm not as weak as you think. The clash of steel echoes through the desolate landscape. The hero and the unseen attacker, locked in a desperate duel. The prince's warning rings out, it's far too dangerous of a sword for a greenhorn like you to be wielding around. The attacker's eyes narrow, his resolve hardening. And therefore, I shall take that sword from you. But the hero, with a smirk, counters, I think we need to hear what the swords think on that one. A beat. The tension is palpable. The hero's next move is shrouded in mystery.
As the prince, observing from a distance, offers a grim assessment, I think you should worry about your superior first.
The unseen attacker's heavy foot comes down. A thunderous kuuaac echoes as the ground trembles. And Winley is sent sprawling.
He barely escapes the crushing blow.
The attacker, a figure of furious power, looms over his fallen foe. "Where do you think you're running off to?" he snarls. Winley coughs, pain etched on his face. He's clearly injured, but the attacker's words, they reveal something more.
The hero, eyes narrowed, prepares for action.
A palpable tension fills the air. A silent promise of retribution hanging heavy in the air.
"Here I come again," he whispers, a chilling smile playing on his lips.
With a burst of blinding energy, the hero unleashes a devastating attack.
The air crackles with power.
A magical force erupts, sending the attacker reeling.
The impact sends a shockwave through the battlefield. The attacker crashes to the ground, defeated but defiant.
His rage is palpable, even in defeat. The hero, a blur of motion, launches himself across the desolate landscape.
His target, the unseen attacker who dared to harm Winley. Winley, clutching his side, gasps in pain.
The attack left him wounded, but he's alive. For now.
The unseen attacker's words echo in the aftermath, how tenacious. A chilling testament to Winley's resilience.
But the hero is already closing in. His expression is one of cold fury. "Well, if you really want to be my punching bag, that's fine by me." A brutal clash.
The force of their blows sends shockwaves through the very ground itself.
Bam, crash.
The hero's eyes gleam with a predatory intensity, a chilling smile plays on his lips as he anticipates the final blow.
And with a thunderous roar, the final strike lands. Sheeing.
The unseen attacker is sent flying, a burst of searing energy erupting from the impact.
The fight is over.
But the lingering dust clouds hide a sinister truth.
What secrets remain buried beneath the debris? "You dirty bastard!" The roar echoes, raw fury radiating from the night.
His body takes a brutal blow, a grunt escapes his lips as he staggers back. Panting, the knight struggles to maintain his stance.
"Stop aiming for the pit of my stomach."
His opponent, unfazed, counters, "There's no such thing as dirty in real fights.
You just have to win, no matter what."
A cold resolve hardens the young man's features. A subtle smirk playing on his lips as he assesses his opponent. He's pretty tenacious, but it's a little disappointing considering he's a swordmaster.
A flashback reveals a past observation I noticed when I first saw him. The knight, wounded and weary, kneels on the cracked earth. Dust billows around him.
The young man's companion speaks, her voice laced with disdain. He must have tried to forcefully make himself more powerful, but failed. She explains, her tone sharp and dismissive, "There's no such thing as chi overload in this world."
But I'm sure he went through something similar.
The companion's words hang in the air, a subtle hint of the knight's hidden struggles.
A defeated knight kneels, his cape torn, a stark visual representation of his shattered pride.
The one who has reached their limitations of swordsmanship. The hero stands over his fallen opponent, a silent judgment in his eyes.
The battlefield stretches before them, a desolate expanse.
A chilling revelation unfolds. You transplanted other monsters' cells into human bodies, the hero's companion points out the horrifying truth, a grim discovery made on their journey. The hero's gaze sharpens, his expression hardening. A wave of disgust washes over him. The defeated knight's desperate plea, "Did this in order to recover your ruined body, right?" His voice cracks, a mixture of pain and defiance. "Shut up," the knight roars, his face contorted in rage.
A final, desperate outburst of fury. He collapses, defeated and broken.
The weight of his actions, and his failure, crushing him. The hero watches, his expression unreadable.
I find it absurd at this point. A cold, dismissive statement.
A shadowed city looms under a bruised sunset, the air thick with unspoken dread. Count Ling Tun, defeated and exposed, coughs weakly, his treachery laid bare.
The hero's companion, a figure of quiet intensity, confirms the damning evidence, every detail meticulously documented. The hero's eyes blaze with righteous fury.
Spot on, he confirms, his voice tight with barely controlled rage.
His demon companion, perched on his shoulder, hisses her agreement.
What trashy bastards, she sneers. The stakes are higher than the destruction of a single organization. The revelation could shatter the entire Central Disease Management Corp. A crimson gem, pulsing with dark energy, symbolizes the impending crisis. The reputation of the Corp hangs precariously in the balance.
But even amidst the looming chaos, a flicker of anticipation sparks in the hero's eyes. Although, that might be quite interesting to see. A distant figure appears, a beacon of hope amidst the storm. Davy!
The hero turns, his expression hardening. The confrontation is far from over.
Baron Colio collapses, defeated and disgraced.
Shut up already, roars his opponent, the fury in his voice echoing the brutal reality of the situation.
A guttural sound escaping the Baron's lips as he struggles to catch his breath.
The companion steps forward, his voice calm yet unwavering. He didn't simply gain his strength from the magic swords. He's a swordsman at least at the level of a swordmaster, and he's able to use high-class holy magic on top of that.
It's theoretically impossible for someone his age to be that skilled.
Perhaps he is the prodigy of this era who will go down in history. The hero stands tall, a picture of quiet confidence. His gaze is sharp, assessing the situation with cold precision. A weight of responsibility settling upon his shoulders. I'll stop going for the pit of your stomach, he states, his voice devoid of emotion. A gloved hand grips the hilt of a sword, the metallic gleam reflecting the harsh light.
A silent promise of swift, decisive action. The hero's opponent, his face contorted in grim determination, draws his own blade. If that's the case,
I must eliminate him here before he gets even stronger. With a blinding flash of light and a powerful whoosh, the final confrontation begins.
The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield. A blinding flash of light erupts as the hero unleashes a devastating blow. The knight, caught completely off guard, is sent sprawling. His once imposing figure is now a picture of disarray.
The hero's blade sings a deadly song as it arcs through the air, a blur of motion, leaving the knight reeling from the impact. A triumphant grin spreads across the hero's face. As expected of a swordmaster, he declares, his eyes gleaming with victory.
But even in defeat, the knight remains defiant.
A diamond on a dunghill is still a precious diamond, he sneers, his gaze burning with resentment. The knight lunges forward, his attack a whirlwind of furious energy, a desperate gamble in the face of overwhelming odds.
But the hero anticipates his every move.
I don't think I can block this one, the knight mutters, his voice strained with exertion.
A final, earth-shattering impact.
The knight is thrown back, defeated. A heavy sigh escapes his lips.
The dust settles, revealing the knight's broken form.
His reign of terror is over.
The clash of steel echoes across the battlefield. A blinding flash of light as the hero's blade meets the knight's, a devastating blow.
The knight is sent sprawling, his armor cracking under the force of the impact.
The hero's companion watches, a smirk playing on his lips. Ha ha.
A surge of blue energy. The hero's fist is ablaze with power, a raw, untamed force.
And with a roar, he unleashes the way of the Demon King Yuger, double punch.
The knight tries to defend, his body straining against the onslaught.
Indestructible body, he shouts, but it's no use. The impact is earth-shattering.
The knight's defenses crumble, a sickening crunch as bone meets fist.
Pit smash. The ground explodes outwards in a fiery eruption.
The hero stands triumphant, dust settling around him as the knight is left in ruins, a testament to his overwhelming power.
The hero, a whirlwind of motion, unleashes the way of the Demon King Yuger, double punch.
A blur of fists, a thunderous impact.
The knight is sent flying.
His armor cracks, his body buckles under the sheer force of the blow. His eyes widen in disbelief. A bloody cough echoes, the grim evidence stains the ground. His opponent stands over him, sneering.
You cunning bastard. A chilling smirk spreads across the victor's face. Isn't it your fault for falling for my trick? Gasping for air, his defeat stings more than the wounds. A guttural sound escapes his lips. Quack! His eyes widen in disbelief. Even in fundamental skills, he's been surpassed, even though he was the captain of the Imperial Knights? His hand grips the hilt, a desperate attempt to regain control. The mystery deepens. Just what in the world are you? The captain of the Imperial Knights plummets, defeated. Dust billows around the victor. He lies broken, gasping for breath. That last blow was meant to break you into pieces, the victor observes, a hint of surprise in his tone. Just how sturdy are you, you old man? A worried cry cuts through the air, brother. Concern etched on his face, the victor turns to his companions. Winley, how are you feeling? One of them, a young man with fiery red hair, speaks, his voice laced with remorse. I've really caused you trouble, haven't I? I never thought you'd be this strong. I'm very ashamed. The conversation shifts to a more serious matter. About the cure you entrusted me with. Don't worry about it. The red-haired young man continues, his voice heavy with guilt. It's my fault for being too careless. What do you mean? The victor's gaze hardens. If I were to die, they wouldn't be able to produce any more of them, he states grimly, his voice low and resolute. His arms crossed, he explains the gravity of the situation, so there's no way Ling Tun would allow that to happen. With the immediate danger seemingly averted, the victor issues his final commands. You should head back first. Please take care of Winley. I'll be right behind you after taking care of the remaining one. A promise whispered amidst the chaos, a reassuring presence in the face of lingering danger. Oh no! He ran away. The escape. A desperate dash for freedom, leaving behind a trail of stunned silence. So you should head back first. A strategic retreat, a calculated decision in the face of dwindling resources and a cunning adversary. I apologize. I don't think the current state of my mana can handle chasing him down. A confession of vulnerability, a stark admission of limitations. Just stand still. A command, sharp and decisive, cutting through the uncertainty. A wave of energy erupts, a breathtaking display of power. The air crackles with arcane energy as the scene shifts to a breathtaking spectacle of light and power. The aftermath. A figure lies defeated, the dust settling on a hard-fought victory. I will let the Red Tower decide what to do with him. A judgment passed, the fate of the defeated left in the hands of a higher power. Don't tell me. A desperate plea, a silent scream against the impending doom. Prince Davy. A gasp of shock, a name uttered in disbelief and dawning horror. A smirk plays on his lips, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He reveals a hidden advantage, a mana gate, small enough to control, yet potent enough to turn the tide. With a confident wave of his hand, he unleashes its power. Farewell. A blinding flash of light erupts from the mana gate, a surge of raw magical energy. Leaving behind only scorched earth and the lingering scent of ozone. He retrieves his weapon, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Two swords now rest in his grasp, ready for whatever comes next. His face hardens, a cold fury replacing the earlier smirk. How dare they involve Winley? The cavern echoes with the sound of his approach, a chilling warning. His final words hang heavy in the air, don't expect a painless end, Linton. The aftermath of battle, a crimson stain blooms on the cold stone, the air thick with the stench of blood and defeat. Winley, battered but alive, struggles to her feet, a heavy gasp escaping her lips as she watches the victor approach. His boots echo on the steps, the captain of the Imperial Knights lies defeated, his eyes wide with disbelief. Monster! He gasps, his final breath a testament to the main character's overwhelming power. The main character approaches, a smirk playing on his lips. Between you and me, who's the real monster, he asks, his voice dripping with cold irony, as he unleashes a wave of mana. A blinding flash of light,
a surge of raw power erupts from the main character as he activates a mana gate. The very ground trembles beneath the force of the unleashed energy. The air crackles with anticipation. The captain is engulfed in a torrent of energy, a final, desperate cry echoing before silence falls. The main character stands amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable, a storm of emotions brewing beneath the surface. The battle rages. A desperate lunge, a flash of steel, the main character hurtles towards the mana gate, his spear a blur. Winley watches, breath caught in his throat, the sheer power of the clash is almost palpable. A maniacal laugh echoes through the chamber, the captain of the Imperial Knights, momentarily stunned. That's why you always need to have a last resort up your sleeves. The captain's words are a bitter admission as he's thrown back by the force of the attack. The main character lands, spear planted firmly in the ground, his grip tight, his expression grim. It almost feels like the air has been condensed into a hard solid, a barrier of pure mana, shimmering with contained energy. The captain's desperate gamble is revealed, he must have paid a steep price to unleash such power. A device beeps ominously, the captain's face contorted in a mixture of triumph and pain. "You've done well running wild, you monster." The final, taunting words of a defeated foe. The final blow, a surge of energy erupts from the mana gate, engulfing the captain. The captain, cornered, attempts a desperate escape. His maniacal laughter echoes through the chamber. But our hero is too quick. He anticipates the captain's move. With a thunderous crack, the captain's escape is thwarted. The ground trembles beneath the impact. A mana gate, a relic of immense power, is revealed. It's a gateway to another dimension. The ancient device hums with energy, a beacon of otherworldly power. Winley urges the hero to use his magic sword. The moment demands swift action. The captain, cornered within a shimmering energy field, unleashes a final, desperate attack. His words are a chilling promise. But the hero stands firm, his resolve unshaken. A silent standoff, heavy with anticipation. The captain reveals his trump card, all the hero's hard work, reduced to ashes. His rage is palpable. A final, desperate cry of a defeated man. His reign of terror is over. Even now, the captain's maniacal laughter echoes, a chilling testament to his unwavering resolve, even in the face of defeat. His final words hang heavy in the air, and in the future, after I'm gone. A threat that sends shivers down the spine. The main character stands ready, his expression grim, a silent promise to face whatever the future may bring. But the captain, despite his impending doom, remains defiant. "I'll at least hear you out for the last time." His voice is laced with bitter irony. The clash of steel. A blinding flash of light as the captain unleashes his final attack, a desperate gamble to escape his fate. It was a self-destruct device, a last resort, but the main character is faster, his movements a blur as he counters. A wave of energy erupts, a violent explosion, the captain's desperate gamble fails, leaving only a trail of destruction. Winley watches, his eyes wide with shock and awe, the sheer power of the clash leaves him speechless. The main character stands victorious, but weary, the battle has taken its toll, leaving him drained but resolute. He holds the blue flag, a weapon capable of slicing through anything not of the physical realm, a power that has just secured his victory. The captain, defiant to the end, lets out a chilling laugh. There are still plenty of ways to kill you. But the main character's victory is swift and brutal. A blur of motion, a flash of steel. And the captain crumples to the ground. Winley watches, her expression a mixture of relief and grim satisfaction. I guess he ended up being just another corpse. It's an obvious ending, considering his inhumane actions. The main character, however, isn't finished. A smirk plays on his lips. I wasn't going to let him die so easily, but he was just asking for it. With a sudden burst of speed, he launches himself forward. Kwang, the air crackles with energy as he strikes. Winley's eyes widen in surprise. What's going on? A weary sigh escapes the main character's lips. The battle, though won, has taken its toll. as he looks down at the captain's body, now dissolving into nothingness.
Lingen, this bastard.
Winley observes the scene, piecing together the events.
He's trying to erase evidence, huh?
He's a pain in the ass even until the very last moment. The ground trembles, a thunderous gallop shakes the very earth, hooves pound the stone, leaving a trail of dust and chaos.
A knight's command rings out, sharp and clear, search the area. The first and third knight orders are dispatched, their mission, to apprehend Count Lingtan and Captain Kolio. Resistance will be met with force, but caution is urged. Don't overdo it. Meanwhile, another urgent order is given. The second knight order is tasked with finding Baron Gornio and ensuring his safety.
The remaining knights are to protect the citizens.
A young knight, his face etched with determination, leads the charge.
Our objective is not to risk our lives resisting, but the safety and protection of the citizens, he declares, his voice ringing with conviction.
The order is clear, save as many as you can. The knights surge forward, a wave of steel and determination against the encroaching darkness. A knight answers with unwavering loyalty, yes, Your Highness.
He rides on, a grim expression settling on his face, a shadow of worry hangs over him. A stark contrast to the bustling city he remembers.
It wasn't so bad before I left, though.
A chilling revelation, a few days after leaving the Heinz region, Count Lingtan arrived, leading the disease management squad. The city's current state is a consequence of his actions.
A young man, his brow furrowed in thought, waits patiently, a contract in his mind, a decision pending.
Baron Gornio, a figure of authority, stands tall, his words, heavy with import, reveal a troubling situation.
The news hits hard.
Someone might have spread the disease, a chilling revelation that sends a shiver down his spine. His voice cracks as he cries out, Your Highness! Please take a look! He rides, a grim determination etched on his face, the sight that greets him is horrifying.
It's a corpse.
The words hang in the air, heavy with dread. The ground is littered with fallen knights, their lifeless forms a testament to a brutal massacre.
They're all dead knights?
His eyes widen, taking in the scale of the tragedy, so many fallen, a scene of utter devastation.
What on earth happened here? Panic gives way to resolve. I must hurry.
With a surge of adrenaline, he spurs his horse onward. He bursts through the doors of a grand palace, his boots echoing in the silent halls, a harbinger of urgency. The young knight bursts onto the scene, eyes wide with terror, shouting a desperate plea.
Baron Gornio!
The scene shifts to a grand hall, where a tense conversation unfolds. Prince Boris's name is mentioned, a shadow of worry crossing the knight's face. And relief washes over him as a familiar voice calls out, You're back!
Reunion! The prince, though concerned, is overjoyed to see the knight safe. I'm so relieved that you're fine. The one who was worried about you.
But the joy is short-lived.
The question hangs heavy in the air, what exactly happened here? A chilling revelation.
Prince Davy and Winley Nim were here, and a cure was developed in just 3 days.
The news is met with stunned disbelief. What?
The knight explains, a hint of wonder in his voice, I was honestly surprised. The disease that even us, the disease management squad, had given up on.
Prince Davy was able to cure it easily. But the mystery deepens.
The bodies outside remain a haunting question mark.
What about those corpses outside? The aftermath of a brutal attack unfolds.
A young knight, his face etched with worry, pieces together the horrifying truth. Count Kolio's forces, it seems, were desperate to eliminate any witnesses to Prince Davy's miraculous recovery. The knight's desperate plea echoes through the palace halls.
Young Nim. What happened to Winley?
His voice cracks with fear and grief. Prince Boris, his face a mask of concern, rushes to the knight's side.
A powerful fist slams against a nearby wall, the impact echoing the prince's raw anxiety. Are you all right? Please, talk to me. The young knight's distress is palpable.
His hands clutch his head, his body trembling.
The weight of the tragedy bears down on him. His mind races, replaying the horrors he witnessed. What if something happened to Winley? The thought hangs heavy in the air.
The chilling question hangs unanswered, a shadow of dread falling over the scene.
Then,
a young girl, her eyes wide with fear, stands beside the distraught knight. The scene shifts, revealing the growing unease. A subtle shift in focus. Prince Baris's concern for the knight seems to outweigh his initial worry about the cure's exposure. A knowing smile plays on the lips of a mysterious figure.
A young woman's face is etched with concern. "Hey, why are you acting like this out of nowhere?"
"It's so unlike you," she whispers, her voice laced with worry.
Suddenly, chaos erupts. A jarring asterisk KYAKK.
Asterisk echoes as figures tumble through a stone hallway.
The ground trembles.
The ornate chandeliers above sway violently, their crystal pendants clinking like 1,000 tiny bells. A tremor runs through the very foundations of the palace. Inside, Prince Baris cradles a frightened young woman, his eyes wide with alarm.
A young knight stands frozen, his face pale with shock.
Outside, birds take flight in a frantic, swirling mass.
An
earthquake, a voice trembles, barely audible above the rising wind.
The earth splits open. A figure bursts forth, a powerful quang echoing as he lands.
He wields a magnificent, glowing spear. With a blur of motion, a second weapon appears, a blazing, crimson sword.
The hero is ready for battle.
A sinister voice cuts through the air.
"Great timing. Things are made easier for me."
The villain's laughter rings out, chillingly confident.
A villainous laugh echoes across the ravaged landscape.
Davy, his eyes wide, points a trembling finger.
Revealing a horrifying sight, monstrous chimeras, their forms twisted and grotesque, emerge from the dust and debris.
The ground trembles beneath their clawed feet. The word chimeras explodes from the panel, a visual representation of the sheer terror of the moment.
Did they escape? The question hangs heavy in the air. But more important is their destination.
A figure, silhouetted against the chaos, surveys the scene, his eyes narrowed in grim determination.
That direction is the Ordum region?
The very name sends a shockwave through the scene. Dust and debris fly as a monstrous bird of prey swoops down.
Damn it! The chimeras scatter, disappearing into the dense forest. A grim realization dawns. Tracking them down will be a nightmare.
They're hidden amongst the trees, making pursuit nearly impossible.
A strategic retreat is proposed. Let's fortify our defenses first.
Alone on a cliff, silhouetted against a stormy sky, the figure stands, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. The wind howls, a mournful symphony to the unfolding chaos.
That sounds great. A powerful kick sends dust flying,
propelling the figure forward with incredible speed.
A breathtaking display of fifth circle magic.
The young knight takes flight, soaring through the air, leaving behind only a trail of shimmering dust.
Perfect. A small spark of energy crackles between the villain's fingers. A sinister smile spreading across their face. Red flag. The young knight senses something is wrong.
A surge of power erupts from his hand. With a surge of power, the young knight channels mana, a brilliant pink energy erupting from his sword. His body ablaze with golden runes as he prepares for something extraordinary. He's drawing power from an unseen source, a risky gamble with potentially devastating results. The energy intensifies, forming a spiraling vortex of light and power.
This is no ordinary spell, this is magic on a scale never before seen. He announces his intentions. I'm going to make use of lightning strikes.
The air crackles with anticipation. With a burst of speed, he ascends, leaving a trail of shimmering light in his wake.
He's flying. But how?
The young knight focuses, his eyes glowing with determination.
He's expanding the range of his spell, pushing his limits further than ever before.
A chimera watches in awe, witnessing a power beyond comprehension.
A language that I'm seeing for the first time. The chimera's eyes widen in recognition. Is this rune language?
A sinister smile spreads across the young knight's face. The range would be set to the whole region behind me.
He's unleashed something truly terrifying. The young knight ascends.
A surge of golden energy lifts him into the air, runes blazing across his form. Meanwhile, the villain observes from below, a calculating glint in his eyes.
Two chimeras flee, their forms small against the vast landscape.
I have no need to chase after those that went their separate ways, he declares, I just need to deal with those who have gone past me.
High above, the knight soars, his descent controlled and deliberate.
The wind whips past him. A faint smile playing on his lips.
Ah! I just thought of something that I'd like to try.
A mysterious, shadowy figure appears beside him, her eyes glowing with arcane power.
The air crackles with anticipation. It's not fire, but lightning bolts though.
A sphere of raw energy coalesces, crackling with immense power.
Channeling into the knight's spear. A surge of blinding light. Die! The knight unleashes a devastating attack. A wave of pure energy obliterates the landscape. You bug-like bastards! The impact reverberates across the land. Lightning strikes summoning. The power of the fifth circle magic is unleashed. A blinding flash of light erupts.
The very air crackles with raw power as the young knight unleashes the full fury of their fifth circle magic. The royal carriage speeds across the landscape, wheels churning up dust, a desperate flight.
Giddy up! Horses strain, muscles bulging as they push the carriage to its limits, but the pursuers are gaining. A flash of steel. Sir Belus, the royal knight, fights valiantly, deflecting blows, a desperate defense against overwhelming odds.
Damn it, he shouts, his face a mask of grim determination, the assassins are relentless.
We can't hold out any longer, a desperate cry rings out, the end is near. His eyes widen in fear, they're closing in.
Goddamned assassins, they keep chasing us tirelessly, a frustrated growl, the relentless pursuit continues.
A desperate leap. Sir Belus risks everything, guiding his horse towards a chasm, a gamble for survival. A bolt of lightning cracks across the sky as he plunges into the unknown. Will he survive?
Sir Belus, eyes wide with terror, scans his surroundings.
What's that? A guttural sound, a low growl, vibrates through the air. He's spurred his horse into a frantic gallop. We'll go to the electric forest. Panic grips his companion. What? That place with never-ending thunderstorms? This isn't the time for hesitation, hurry up and run.
Tears stream down her face.
A whispered apology hangs heavy in the air. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Across the desolate landscape, a storm rages. A carriage, pulled by 6 powerful horses, speeds towards the ominous electric forest.
A bolt of lightning strikes. Davy cries out in pain, ugh. His companion, her voice laced with worry, shouts, Davy! Don't overdo it. Sparks fly, a tempest of raw power erupting from Davy. His companion's warning echoes in the air. But Davy pushes on, his face a mask of grim determination.
You'll fry your brain at this rate, she screams, her voice laced with alarm.
Davy's companion's concern intensifies. Do you even know how pale your face has gone? Ignoring the pain, a strained smile touches Davy's lips. It's fine, it's fine.
He pushes himself further, the cost becoming clear.
A blinding flash of light engulfs him as he channels his power. The electric forest crackles with energy. The strain is evident. The mana consumption isn't that bad, he gasps, it's just wearing me out mentally.
His body trembles.
Ugh. I feel sick. I think I'm going crazy.
He stumbles, his vision blurring.
If he doesn't rest, the consequences could be catastrophic.
His eyes flash crimson, a terrifying sign of mental overload.
A desperate question hangs in the air. A carriage?
Its elegant form, gleaming under the dappled sunlight, hints at a journey of importance. Davy and his companion stop, their eyes widening.
That's no ordinary crest, It's the royal families.
The platinum color confirms their suspicions. This is no mere coincidence.
The empire?
The question hangs heavy in the air, unspoken but understood.
A royal carriage, escorted by riders, speeds across the landscape. The urgency is palpable. It can't be from the west, thousands of kilometers away. The location narrows down to either the eastern Pelennor continent or the Lindy's Empire.
But this isn't just a matter of geography.
If they're targeting the royal family, their enemies are far from ordinary. A grim realization dawns on Davy. Unintentional involvement could mean facing unimaginable danger.
As a glimpse inside the carriage reveals a terrified figure, huddled in fear.
Davy's gaze hardens.
The weight of the situation settles upon him, a chilling premonition. A young woman gazes out a window, a letter clutched in her hand, her expression a mixture of worry and anticipation. Her eyes widen, reflecting a sudden flash of insight, a hidden truth revealed. A young man stands nearby, a sense of calm washing over him, a refreshing feeling of clarity. He speaks, a quiet affirmation, this refreshing feeling of my mind clearing.
A realization dawns, this is the refreshing feeling of a spiritualist.
A grand carriage rolls along a tree-lined path, but danger lurks nearby. The young man points, his eyes narrowed in focus, a warning, a command. A crack appears on the ground, spreading like a spider web, knights on horseback appear, rushing towards the carriage.
Davy?
A gasp escapes her lips, a tremor of fear in her voice. The air crackles with unseen energy, a storm brewing within her very being. A bolt of lightning strikes from the heavens. The very ground trembles beneath the raw power unleashed.
The impact. A shockwave rips through the landscape, shattering the earth, leaving behind a crater of devastation. In the distance, a royal carriage hurtles towards the epicenter, pursued by a squadron of knights. From the edge of the chaos, a figure emerges.
Phew! My hand slipped, he mutters, a smirk playing on his lips. The casualness of his tone belies the scale of destruction he's just wrought. He glances back at the scene of his handiwork, a devilish grin spreading across his face.
Ah, geez.
I didn't see a thing, he exclaims, feigning innocence. His eyes widen, a look of surprise washing over him. What could have caused such a cataclysmic event?
A moment of stunned silence, then, a gasp.
He looks up, his eyes filled with a dawning realization.
The air vibrates with anticipation, a dark shadow descends from above.
With a mighty swoop, she snatches the unsuspecting knight from the air.
The wind howls as he plummets towards the earth below. A triumphant return. Davy's companion, Hat Askew, breathes a sigh of relief.
They've made it across the border. But the celebration is short-lived. We've survived. It's the Empire, he exclaims, a wave of relief washing over him. But the welcoming party is smaller than expected. A grand carriage awaits, but the Imperial Knights are nowhere in sight.
A growing unease settles in. A crack spreads across the earth, a subtle tremor shaking the ground. The arrival is anything but peaceful.
A small group of Imperial officials stands stiffly, their faces etched with worry.
I don't see Sir Luxa or Sir Hyvena either, one of them murmurs, concern evident in their voice.
Davy's companion lowers their hat, a shadow falling over their face. I'm sorry, they whisper, their voice barely audible.
The weight of their actions crushes them. For everyone to suffer because of a mixed blood like me, they lament, the words heavy with guilt.
An official scoffs, his words sharp and cruel.
What an absurd thing to say.
Right. Who dares to say you are of humble birth?
The accusation hangs in the air, thick with tension.
The weight of their mistake crushes Davy's companion.
Because of our ineptitude, we've caused your highness grief. Please execute me.
Their desperate plea echoes across the barren landscape. But the princess, her face obscured, only whispers, I am just. Her voice cracks with unshed tears.
I don't want to see any of you get hurt anymore because of me.
Davy's companion's anguished confession hangs heavy in the air,
a silent testament to their shared burden. Then, a glimmer of resolve in the princess's eyes. Your Highness.
A quiet strength steals her posture.
That's right.
I have to at least be strong for His Majesty, the Emperor.
A surge of power, a fiery aura erupts around her.
I swear on the name of the sword master of the imperial family, Bellis. The ground trembles as Sir Bellis arrives, his presence commanding respect. He kneels before the princess, his voice firm and unwavering. I shall immaculately investigate and correct the resentment of your highness's people.
The princess offers a grateful nod. Thank you, Sir Bellis.
But Davy's sharp eyes catch something else.
Anyway, Captain, just what was that lightning? Is that even possible? The question hangs in the air, a testament to the unbelievable events that have just transpired.
But what truly matters is that we're still alive. Relief washes over Davy's companion, their earlier fear replaced by a profound sense of gratitude. Sir Bellis and his imperial officials arrive, their expressions a mixture of awe and curiosity. They'd take the place of the continent's greatest magicians in a day, though it's unlikely to happen.
The implication hangs heavy in the air. The princess lets out a peal of laughter, a sound that belies the immense power she just unleashed. It'd be a dragon, standing at the peak of magic. Her laughter echoes the sheer disbelief of the moment.
A golden light emanates from her fingertips, a subtle yet potent display of residual magical energy, a breathtaking spectacle.
A pale and plain flower, yet with a trustworthy feeling to it. The image contrasts sharply with the vibrant magic just witnessed, hinting at a deeper mystery.
Davy, still reeling from the events, stumbles through the forest, the scent of cherry blossoms a bittersweet reminder of the chaos he just survived. Exhaustion claims him, his body giving way to the overwhelming weight of the experience.
The world fades to black.
Sunlight filters through the leaves, dappling the forest floor. A single tear escapes, a silent testament to the weight of his journey.
But then, a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes. A fire rekindled, burning brighter than ever before. Hey!
Take a sip of water first. He obeys, a small act of self-care in the midst of chaos.
Thanks, it's been a while since I've rested this well. How long was I asleep for? It's only been around 2 hours.
The max-level hero, slumbering soundly, a peaceful scene shattered only by a playful nudge. A voice cuts through the quiet, a concerned tone piercing the hero's peaceful rest.
He's needed. There are those who worry. A sudden shout. Brother!
The sound carries urgency, a familiar voice breaking through.
Boris bursts into view, his glasses askew, a mix of relief and excitement etched on his face. He's back. The max-level hero stirs, confusion clouding his features. What, Boris? When did you come back? A brief explanation, a reunion in the heart of a sun-dappled forest clearing. The hero's return is recent.
But before celebrations can begin, a thoughtful pause, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air.
A flurry of motion.
3 figures surround the max-level hero, their concern palpable.
A gentle, reassuring touch. Relief washes over them all. Thankfully, he's unharmed. The reunion is complete.
Boris' worry is palpable, his voice, a testament to the anxiety he felt while the max-level hero was missing. The Count's facility, a place of shadows and secrets.
Despite their best efforts, a rescue party never materialized. Winley and Yuli's, their absence hangs heavy in the air. A storm rages, a tempest of crackling energy.
The sheer power of the lightning strikes is breathtaking, a deadly maelstrom. And yet, somehow, the max-level hero survived.
5 hours lost in that electrical inferno, a miracle indeed.
A cry pierces the storm, a desperate call cutting through the chaos.
Brother! Reunion!
Joy explodes as Boris rushes towards the max-level hero, relief washing over him in a wave of pure emotion. An embrace, a silent testament to their bond.
Yes, yes.
But even in this moment of joy, Boris' concern remains.
The max level hero is still recovering, and Boris's worry is evident. Boris's frustration is clear, his words a sharp rebuke. He's worried sick, and his brother's disregard for his own health is infuriating. Boris's retort is a powerful statement. How could he possibly rest while his brother was in danger? Prince Davy, a picture of calm amidst the chaos, answers with a gentle smile.
Not much, he says, his tone understated. But the understatement belies the truth. The sheer scale of the destruction he wrought is almost unbelievable. A crowd gathers, their hushed whispers a testament to the gravity of the situation. An elder from the magic tower speaks, his voice laced with a mixture of relief and disapproval.
We would have been in big trouble if it wasn't for you, Prince Davy.
The weight of responsibility pressing down on him, Davy's smile falters. As an elder of the magic tower, this situation is quite shameful, and the remedy as well.
A small vial, glowing with an ethereal light, appears.
Charang, the sound of glass on glass, crisp and clear, echoes in the air. Revealing a potent elixir, the key to undoing the damage.
Lingen, that bastard was hiding this deep inside his clothes.
The max-level hero, Boris's companion, steps forward, a smirk playing on his lips. I stole it from him before we escaped.
Despite the successful rescue and the recovery of the antidote, concern remains.
We did apply first aid, but just in case, you need proper treatment. As night falls, a quiet moment of reflection.
The name Prince Davy hangs heavy in the air.
A grand palace looms, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Inside, the max-level hero, Boris, and Prince Davy convene. The air is thick with tension, but relief hangs heavy after their recent ordeal. Davy speaks, his voice calm but carrying the weight of revelation. I was able to hear everything that had happened up until now from Boris. Prince Davy continues, his words painting a picture of calculated villainy. There was nothing surprising. Count Lingtun was behind this entire scheme, and the disease first started when he spread it by using bandits.
A small, ornate bottle is opened carefully, revealing a glimmering liquid within. The symbol on the bottle is unmistakable. It's the Disease Management Corps symbol. A crucial piece of the puzzle falls into place. The max-level hero holds the bottle, his expression a mixture of grim determination and weary relief. This is all we could find after searching the bandits' base for a couple of days. They basically invaded and acted as if the place was theirs. Boris explains, his voice laced with frustration. Boris said he has been using the disease as an excuse to get away from the territory to find evidence. The scene shifts to a tense conversation between the max-level hero and Baron Gornio.
The Baron's words are sharp. Baron Gornio was against me doing anything in this territory at first.
Baron Gornio's face is etched with regret, a flicker of understanding crosses his features.
He admits, his voice heavy with unspoken remorse, perhaps he acted that way because he didn't want to cause trouble to an outsider like me.
The max-level hero's gaze softens, a hint of empathy in his eyes. A quiet understanding passes between them.
He murmurs, a quiet acceptance, I feel a little sorry for him.
The max-level hero, his expression unreadable, sits in a lavish room. A single, chilling phrase hangs in the air. Well, now it's our turn. A quiet determination settles over him.
Prince Davy, his green hair a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings, speaks to his brother.
Brother. The weight of unspoken words hangs heavy between them. A tense exchange unfolds. Could I ask you a question?
The question hangs in the air, a silent challenge.
A curt reply, yes. The prince's posture speaks volumes, he's ready.
Elsewhere, Count Lingtun and Boris sit in elegant chairs.
It seems like they have a lot of questions, Lingtun observes, a hint of unease in his voice.
He continues, a sigh escaping his lips, it's understandable since I didn't tell them anything clearly up until now.
The weight of his deception is palpable.
The scene shifts to a grand sitting room.
It would be one thing if I normally took part in things like this.
The Count's voice is laced with a hint of regret.
But what I've done up until now is something very unbelievable to them. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. A flash of pink energy erupts.
Sword arts using aura, a combat technique capable of defeating a swordmaster, are revealed.
The max-level hero sips his tea, a faint smirk playing on his lips.
Even Alina de Fallon, a prodigy princess known for picking up the sword before the pen, hasn't reached the sword master level yet. And Yuli's, the continent's greatest prodigy, is only barely at the master level. To think that a mere 17-year-old boy, who was in a coma for a third of his life, could surpass them. He takes another sip, his eyes gleaming with hidden power. Even I know this is something most would consider impossible.
But I've been through everything already.
In the span of 1,000 twisted years. The world shifts, a vortex of chaotic energy swallowing him whole. Prince Davy, exasperated, calls out to his brother.
Boris, ever observant, watches the scene unfold.
Despite the playful bickering, a genuine curiosity shines through.
Actually,
I still can't believe you used magic without chanting.
What?
Prince Davy's eyes widen, his jaw dropping in disbelief as he stares at his brother.
Boris, equally stunned, echoes his astonishment. The amount of mana radiating from the max-level hero is far beyond anything a normal human could possess.
The sheer power is palpable, a silent hum of energy that fills the room.
Boris, ever the observant one, muses on the implications. Magic without chanting?
Theoretically impossible, but here it is, before her very eyes.
The max-level hero, unfazed by their reactions, calmly sips his tea.
A smirk plays on his lips as he reflects on his fortunate escape from the thunderstorm in the Thun forest. A situation that would have been utterly impossible for anyone else to survive. He sets down his cup with a soft clink.
The suspense is almost unbearable.
The three of them look up, their gazes drawn upwards to a magnificent chandelier.
A shared moment of stunned silence hangs in the air.
As the weight of the max-level hero's revelation sinks in, a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a quiet understanding passes between them. A confident smile spreads across the max-level hero's face. He leans back, a picture of relaxed power. With a simple statement, he reveals the secret to his impossible abilities: I worked hard. The max-level hero rises from his seat, his movements graceful and controlled. Prince Davy and Boris exchange a look of awe and wonder. As they follow him, their curiosity piqued, into the next room. The air crackles with anticipation.
What do you mean?
The question hangs in the air, a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension. A tiny, winged creature sips tea, a mischievous glint in its eyes. It's a scene of casual power, a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation. The sheer scale of his training is revealed, a montage of intense effort, a whirlwind of magical energies. Not even 1,000 years would suffice to master such power. From the break of dawn until dusk, an arduous climb under the unforgiving sun. He wakes, exhausted but resolute, the fruits of his labor etched onto his weary face.
The sheer determination is palpable. His hands, battered and bruised, tell a tale of relentless training, a testament to his unwavering dedication.
And yet, a smirk plays on his lips. He achieved the impossible.
The power is his. Even a passing goblin would laugh at the sheer absurdity of it all. The contrast between his casual demeanor and the immense power he wields is striking.
A nervous chuckle escapes his lips, a bead of sweat trickles down his temple. The opulent room buzzes with disbelief.
Ha, you're kidding, right?
No matter how hard you tried, there's no way you were able to accomplish this within a single year. He calmly explains, I guess it's obvious for them to think that I only started to try hard after I woke up from the coma. A subtle smirk plays on his lips.
There are many things in the world that are yet to be proven.
The air crackles with unspoken tension.
I never said it only took me a single year.
His confident posture speaks volumes, a hint of mystery shrouds his words. The revelation hangs heavy in the air.
Just as Yuli said, you'll only be able to sense a normal amount of mana from me.
So how am I able to create such a dense aura blade?
His peers are stunned into silence. That's right. How is that possible? His eyes gleam with an enigmatic intensity. A close-up on a determined face. Someday. The scene shifts to an opulent room. He stands, a smirk playing on his lips, radiating confidence.
Someday, when the time comes, I shall tell you everything. The words hang in the air, a promise and a mystery.
Brother. A confident smile.
The weight of secrets, yet a calm demeanor. Within a grand hall, a tense conversation unfolds.
I can't tell them about the Hall of Heroes just yet.
Even if they refuse to believe me and demand the truth from me, all I can tell them right now is that I worked hard to get here.
The truth.
A dramatic pause, heavy with unspoken implications.
A yawn echoes through the room, breaking the tension.
The casual indifference is a stark contrast to the gravity of the situation.
The opulent Hall of Heroes.
A grand chandelier casts light on the scene, illuminating three figures engaged in hushed conversation. Whether or not it's because they believed that I would tell them everything one day, they accepted my irrational explanations, the main character thinks, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips.
And with that, the meeting concludes.
The air crackles with unspoken tension.
Outside, the palace stands tall and imposing. But even as one problem is solved,
a new challenge emerges.
A single, sharp humph echoes in the silence.
The main character smiles, a mischievous glint in his eyes. His familiar, a small, winged creature, perches on his shoulder. Meanwhile, another character, her face a mask of irritation, crosses her arms.
Humph, she huffs.
A gentle hand reaches out, a soft golden light emanating from it.
Poo you. A sound of playful exasperation.
The main character is now covered by a cloak, his face hidden.
A mischievous grin spreads across his face, eyes gleaming with amusement.
Now's not the time for this, he exclaims, a playful defiance in his tone. Red Flag, a fiery, almost sentient creature, bursts forth from a seemingly ordinary bed.
Red Flag, take a look at this.
The scene shifts to reveal a grand hall, opulent and filled with the weight of history.
The text explains a crucial detail: ego weapons, when overused, drain their wielder's mana, leaving them lethargic.
It was the case for Caldara's as well.
A thought bubble appears, peekaboo.
The narration continues, explaining that while older ego weapons like Caldara's have adapted, Red Flag, being so young, is more vulnerable to mana depletion. It might not have been the case for Caldara's, whose ego has grown and strengthened over time.
The explanation continues, highlighting the immense mana expenditure during Red Flag's recent battles.
But for Red Flag, who isn't even a month old yet, the amount of mana used up during this series of disasters must have been significantly large. Suddenly, Red Flag slumps, exhausted. A young woman, clearly concerned, tries to help.
Kia. Humph. Damn, it's not working.
The woman, clearly worried, hugs a smaller girl.
Let's stop now. A close-up on a delicious-looking cookie. The anticipation builds. And it's offered to the exhausted Red Flag. This is your favorite cookie.
The girl's faces light up with hope as the cookie is offered.
It's really delicious. Do you not want it? A wave of exhaustion crashes over Red Flag. She cries out, no, I don't want.
The main character observes Red Flag's distress.
He knows she needs help, desperately. And offers a solution, a delicious-looking cookie.
You must be very upset, Miss Red Flag. He knows she wants it, but the situation is complicated.
She's supposed to be angry, seething.
But the aroma of the freshly baked pastry is too tempting to resist. The cookie practically glows with sugary goodness.
The main character sighs, resigned. I guess I have no choice. He contemplates eating the cookie himself, but then,
with a playful smirk, he offers the cookie again. Red Flag and her companion's eyes widen.
The cookie is offered, and accepted.
Red Flag's face lights up with pure joy as she takes a bite.
It's so delicious.
The main character watches, a mischievous glint in his eyes, as Red Flag devours the cookie.
Crunch, crunch, crunch. Wah!
A cry of distress echoes, cutting through the air. A small figure, barely visible, clutches at a larger one. Davy, the larger figure, looks down, concern etched on his face.
Ha! Davy! You idiot! What are you doing to a child?
The small figure, Red Flag, speaks, her voice laced with exasperation.
I knew you were going to do this.
A gust of wind whips past Davy's face as Red Flag's mana surges, a visible wave of purple energy.
He offers her a cookie, his expression one of gentle concern. There, come here.
Davy approaches cautiously, a shadow of worry lingering in his eyes.
Yes, you must have been upset.
Red Flag looks at him, a question mark floating above her head.
A moment of quiet understanding passes between them.
Red Flag, now visibly calmer, rests her head on the shoulder of a smaller, pink-haired girl.
What is it?
The pink-haired girl looks up at Red Flag, her eyes wide with curiosity. The tension slowly dissipates.
A cookie crumbles, a shared moment of calm amidst the chaos, a subtle energy flows between the two. What a good girl.
The scene shifts, revealing a tender moment of care.
Mommy.
A childish cry pierces the air, a sudden shift in tone.
Ha, mommy? Confusion and a hint of unease ripple across his face. Wah! The cry intensifies, a wave of pure emotion. Mommy!
The little girl's distress is palpable. You made her cry.
A finger points, accusingly. What? Me? Shock and disbelief paint his features.
He recoils, stunned.
I hate Diwali. I hate Daddy, a childish outburst, laced with resentment. Ha ha!
A chuckle escapes, a hint of amusement in the face of the unexpected. As expected of a previous demon lord, you're quick to catch on to things. A knowing smile, a hint of pride in her eyes.
Currently, in the continent, demons are known as evil creatures that only appear in ancient books. But looking at Persek, I think it might all just be a misconception.
A thoughtful pause, a revelation dawning. A knowing smile plays on his lips, a sense of quiet understanding. The main character offers Red Flag more cookies, a gesture of playful camaraderie amidst the chaos of recent events. But a subtle undercurrent of tension remains. Other characters' words hang heavy in the air, a quiet observation of the situation, a hint of unspoken concern. The cookie, a symbol of comfort, proves to be unexpectedly bitter. A twist of irony, mirroring the complexities of their current predicament. A few days later, the aftermath of the crisis unfolds. The case is officially concluded, treatments are distributed. But the scars remain. A new vaccine system is established, a testament to their efforts, yet a somber reminder of the losses suffered. Despite the treatment, the virus has already claimed over 300 lives. A heavy toll, a stark reminder of the fragility of life. The conversation turns to the surprisingly low death toll, a glimmer of unexpected hope amidst the devastation. Leaving the audience to ponder the mysteries that still linger in the shadows. A sigh escapes the prince's lips, his gaze lingering on the aftermath of the crisis. He speaks, his voice laced with a quiet relief. I'm just saying that I'm just thankful things didn't get worse with such a lethal disease. The masked figure's voice cuts through the air, sharp and inquisitive. How many people do you think live in this territory? A map flares to life, highlighting the devastation narrowly avoided. The scale of the potential catastrophe is laid bare. It's a disease that killed tens of millions in other continents. With Ordeum as the origin, half of the eastern continent would have been damaged by it. It could have been much worse. The masked figure's laughter echoes, a chilling sound that carries a hint of dark amusement. His words are sharp and dismissive, and because of that, what Linton did was ridiculous. He continues, his tone shifting to one of grim pragmatism. That's why I can't help but be thankful that we were able to stop it with only a few hundred deaths. The prince's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features. The question hangs heavy in the air. You must have known about this disease, Prince. How much did you know about it? The prince leans back, a thoughtful expression on his face.
A question forms on his lips, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Is this part of the payment? The masked figure's voice is calm, almost clinical. I'm an information broker. I'm taking everything into calculation for the final payment.
In points, of course.
The prince's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. He speaks, a hint of nervousness in his voice. I won't need to give up my organs to you, do I?
He shakes his head, a firm resolve settling on his features. His words are clear and unwavering. I respectfully decline your offer.
I happen to value my own life. Just tell me already.
The impatience in his voice is palpable, a stark contrast to the masked figure's calm demeanor. No, I still need to save up more points.
He's resolute, but the masked figure's response is chilling.
I'll make sure you have no choice but to fulfill my request.
The threat hangs heavy in the air. He wonders what kind of request it could be. The masked figure's offer is audacious. Will you accept me? But our protagonist isn't easily swayed. His response is immediate and dismissive. You think I'd accept someone like you?
I couldn't care less about your past or your associations, he states, his tone unwavering.
But there's a condition.
But if you really want me to accept you, at least take off that robe first.
A beat. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife.
His eyes blaze with a newfound intensity, a silent challenge. The air crackles with unspoken power. The communication crystal ball activates with a soft ding.
A mysterious contact. He can't place the caller. Who could it be? The image resolves, revealing a worried young woman in a maid's uniform.
Her expression speaks volumes.
Amy?
The name echoes in the main character's mind, a whisper from the past, a forgotten connection.
Brother!
The familiar voice cuts through the air, a wave of warmth washing over him.
A grand carriage awaits, a symbol of homecoming. All the preparations are complete.
He stands, a shadow of his former self, yet a quiet strength emanates from him. 1 week has passed since the ordeal. The aftermath of the dissolution virus is visible, a town slowly recovering, its people rebuilding their lives. But the scars remain. Some lives were lost, a heavy price paid for victory.
Yet, amidst the sorrow, hope blossoms. A radiant wreath of flowers, a symbol of renewal. The Ordom region is restored to its former glory. A hero's return, celebrated by a grateful populace. The cheers erupt, a wave of pure joy.
He basks in the adoration, a faint smile playing on his lips, but beneath the surface, a quiet contemplation. All hail the saint, the crowd chants. A bittersweet victory. His journey is far from over, but for now, he allows himself this moment of peace.
He managed to wrap everything up and returned home.
The carriage ride back is slow, but comfortable. It's not very fast, but you should be able to easily get back in 4 days.
A simple statement, yet reassuring.
Nice, he replies, a hint of relief in his tone. The hero, a relaxed smile playing on his lips, gazes out the carriage window. There are so many beautiful sights. He leans back, a comfortable sigh escaping him. I dove headfirst into such a massive project, in order to live a carefree life anyway. A life free from the constant pressure he'd felt recently.
It'd be nice to enjoy the peak of laziness.
The carriage rolls on, the rhythmic clump of the wheels a soothing counterpoint to his quiet contentment.
We're departing now, even if it takes a while to get there.
The scenery shifts dramatically.
Lush green hills give way to a breathtaking waterfall cascading down rocky cliffs.
The sound of rushing water fills the air whoosh, whoosh, a symphony of nature. A sudden shift in mood.
The hero's hand flies to his neck, a flicker of concern crossing his face.
Brother? He tries to reassure himself, and perhaps someone else.
I'm fine. Don't worry. The carriage continues its journey, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels a steady beat against the backdrop of his inner turmoil.
A companion, her green hair a vibrant contrast to the muted tones of the carriage, expresses her worry.
Anyway, is it okay to leave Boris on his own? Why she also sending me to the Heinz region anyway? Another passenger offers a thoughtful suggestion. I wonder, maybe because he wanted you to rest comfortably somewhere else.
The green-haired companion considers this, a hint of suspicion in her eyes.
That guy?
Inside a lavish study, the air crackles with unspoken tension. A young man, his face etched with worry, addresses his brother.
Brother, I'm sorry, but can I leave Winley to you for the time being?
It'd be safer for her if she stays with you rather than with me. His words hang heavy in the air, a clear sign of his apprehension.
The brother's response is immediate, you don't look so good. What's going on?
His concern is palpable. A heavy sigh escapes the worried young man.
Well, there have been some disappearances. A few children have disappeared from the orphanage that's run by the territory.
The revelation hangs in the air, heavy with implication. He continues, his voice low, the news hasn't spread throughout the territory, but if Winley were to find out, I don't know what she'd get into. It's only natural that Boris would worry. A sudden shift. A glowing orb, pulsating with ethereal energy, appears. And I heard this from Amy a few days ago, but this has also been happening in the Heinz region. The connection is made, a chilling revelation.
The orb's light intensifies, revealing a stark contrast between its inner glow and the muted surroundings. It looks completely different outside.
The scene shifts. The carriage ride continues. It seems we're almost at the Heinz region. A sense of foreboding settles over the travelers.
One of the travelers, a young man with a mischievous grin, speaks, "Ha!
I wanted to get there as slowly as possible, too."
His words hint at a hidden agenda. His companion, the green-haired one, is clearly concerned. Did something happen there? The question hangs in the air, unanswered for now.
A nervous energy hangs in the air. The hero's brother, his voice tight with worry, speaks of an unpleasant individual lurking in the Heinz region.
The carriage ride to Heinz is anything but peaceful.
The hero, his green-haired companion, and his brother share a tense silence, each lost in their own thoughts.
Suddenly, their journey is interrupted.
A dark figure emerges from the shadows, their presence ominous and unsettling. The figure demands to know who dares to travel this road. The hero's brother, startled, can only stammer a response. But before a confrontation can begin, a troop of knights arrives, their presence a sudden shift in the balance of power. The leader, Captain Dulles, approaches the carriage. His eyes fall upon the crest displayed on the carriage.
Recognition dawns.
And a tense silence settles over the scene as the hero remains impassive, his expression unreadable.
The weight of expectation hangs heavy in the air.
Captain Dulles, bowing slightly, apologizes for the interruption.
They were sent as an escort.
Inside the carriage, a familiar face emerges from the shadows.
A tense reunion unfolds.
1 week ago, a shadow fell over the land, news arrived, disturbing the peace. The hero's brother, his face etched with concern, recalls the events that led them here, a quick-witted brat, indeed. The Palan Empire's precious princess, her journey takes her to a breathtaking palace, a beacon of opulence amidst the sprawling gardens.
A flash of light. An arrow, imbued with celestial energy, streaks across the sky, finding its mark with deadly precision. The target is struck, a perfect bullseye. The archer's hand, steady and sure, releases another arrow, a blur of motion, a testament to their skill. With a burst of blinding light, the arrow flies, piercing the air with impossible speed. The impact reverberates, a shockwave of energy spreading outwards. Bullseye. The princess's arrows find their mark with deadly precision. Each shot a testament to her skill, a skill that leaves the onlookers speechless. A simple question hangs in the air, a challenge veiled in politeness. Will the crown prince accept?
Prince Albus, ever the diplomat, humbly declines the contest, acknowledging the princess's unmatched prowess. Emperor the Ord, however, sees things differently. His words are sharp, laced with disdain for his son's perceived weakness.
A cutting remark that stings more than any arrow could.
The emperor's warning echoes, a chilling reminder of the stakes. The throne, and the lives of those around it, hang precariously in the balance. A subtle threat, delivered with icy calm.
A quiet moment of reflection. The prince, seemingly content, expresses gratitude for the emperor's support. But beneath the surface, a deeper purpose simmers. The emperor's words, though seemingly a casual observation, reveal a hidden agenda.
He knows more than he lets on. A messenger kneels before a regal figure, delivering news from the Miri Guild. The emblem of the guild, an owl perched atop scales of justice, is prominently displayed. Within a sun-drenched palace conservatory, the emperor and his daughter share a moment of quiet anticipation. The princess, ever playful, teases her father with the promise of both good and ambiguous news.
The emperor, ever the pragmatist, requests the ambiguous news first.
A subtle gesture, a flick of the wrist, sets the stage for revelations.
The news is grim: Count Lington is dead, and Count Kolio is under arrest. Their inhumane actions have finally come to light. The weight of justice hangs heavy in the air.
The emperor reveals a troubling detail: Kolio was conducting unauthorized experiments on the outskirts of the Ron kingdom.
His unchecked ambition led to disastrous consequences.
The emperor's gaze falls upon a simple archery target, a symbol of precision and control.
A subtle question hangs in the air: who is responsible for the aftermath of Kolio's actions? The answer arrives, whispered like a dark secret: the Ron kingdom's first prince.
The emperor's expression darkens with a hint of grim understanding.
The emperor dismisses any guilt the princess might feel.
His words carry a chilling undertone of political pragmatism.
The princess, undeterred, presses for the good news.
Hope flickers amidst the shadows of recent events.
The good news is a breakthrough: a cure for demon blood has been developed. The emperor's reaction is one of thoughtful consideration, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Emperor the Ward receives a report. The weight of the words hangs heavy in the air: a crisis averted, but at what cost?
His expression remains unreadable, but a flicker of concern crosses his eyes. The cure has worked, but the source of the poison remains a dangerous secret. The location shifts to a sun-drenched palace garden. The air hums with unspoken tension: the Ron kingdom's prince is now a pawn in a much larger game.
Emperor Theod's gaze sharpens.
He speaks, his voice low and dangerous: the prince's newfound prominence will attract unwanted attention.
Captain Dulles and Emperor Theod confer, their conversation a silent dance of power. What strategy will they employ to safeguard the prince?
A proposal is made, a calculated move in a high-stakes game, to bring the prince into the imperial household.
The emperor considers, the advantages are clear, but the risks remain unseen.
A lush garden, a scene of quiet contemplation, but the shadows hold secrets, and danger lurks unseen.
The green-haired companion observes from afar, her expression hidden behind a mask. What secrets does she hold? A single, knowing eye peers from beneath the mask, a silent promise, a hidden agenda.
The Emperor Theod sits in his opulent garden, a vision of imperial power. His gaze falls upon the green-haired companion, a silent observer.
A weight of unspoken words hanging heavy in the air.
The companion's face is obscured, her thoughts a mystery.
The emperor's expression hardens.
A decision weighs heavily on his mind: the fate of the Ron prince hangs in the balance. His voice, sharp as a winter's wind, cuts through the silence.
Just stop it. The command echoes, silencing the unseen tensions.
Arya al-Linnes, a princess in the Lindes Empire, but she's different. She carries the blood of beastmen, a race oppressed within her own kingdom.
The weight of prejudice bears down on her, a princess, yet treated as less than.
The constant scorn, the hateful glares, they've chipped away at her spirit, leaving her withdrawn and diminished. Whispers and rumors swirl around her, doubts about her very lineage. Emperor Theod al-Lindes confronts her, his voice heavy with unspoken accusations.
Why aren't you calling me father?
Arya hesitates, her fear palpable, the people around them, their judgment a suffocating presence. She confesses her fear of the scandal, the whispers that would erupt if she were seen with a beastman.
The Emperor's fist slams on the table, a thunderous bang. His fury is unleashed. His rage is directed at those who dare to question his daughter, a chilling display of power. Uncover them perfectly, the audacity to spread such scandalous rumors about the imperial family. The Emperor's fury is a storm unleashed. He vows to crush those who dare to slander his family, a terrifying promise, made with chilling resolve. Arya confronts her father, her voice barely a whisper. Father? Brother? The shock is palpable. Arya's pleas echo in the opulent chamber. You can't do this because of me. Her despair is a tangible thing, suffocating the air. The Emperor's rage intensifies, a monstrous visage contorted by fury, but beneath the surface, a flicker of something else, concern? A surprising shift, the Emperor's expression softens. You are my beloved daughter, he declares, his voice filled with a newfound tenderness. He promises swift, brutal retribution for those who dared to speak against her, a protective father's fierce love on full display. Arya's relief is palpable. It's all right, if you do this because of me, it'll harm your dignity, father and brother. Her concern for her family's reputation is clear. Arya, her face etched with worry, pleads with her father. The weight of the rumors, the fear for her future, it's all visible in her downcast eyes. Emperor Theord, his expression a mixture of concern and steely resolve, assures his daughter. Albus, his loyal advisor, stands at attention, ready to act. Yes, I'll take care of it quietly. The Emperor's words carry the weight of his authority, a promise of swift, silent justice. Arya's whispered plea, barely audible, yet filled with desperate hope, Father. The Hines region. Ancient stone walls, imposing gates, a kingdom steeped in history, now bracing for the fallout of palace intrigue. Royal guards, clad in crimson, stand vigilant. Their presence, a silent testament to the simmering tension, a storm gathering on the horizon. More guards, their backs to us, approach the palace gates. The rhythmic clang of their armor, a steady beat of impending action. A young man, a smirk playing on his lips, speaks with chilling nonchalance. His words, a casual dismissal of a life altered, a chilling hint of his involvement. His casual confession hangs heavy in the air, the weight of his actions, the consequences yet to unfold. A panoramic view of a vast, sun-drenched arena. The scene is peaceful, yet the memory of past conflicts lingers, a stark contrast to the casual cruelty of the young man's words. A sigh escapes the young man's lips, a weight settles on his shoulders as he reflects, but things have turned out this way in the end. A new message arrives, a ripple in the still air of the manor. The words pierce the quiet. Princess Elena of the Palan Empire has requested to meet with you. A smirk plays on his lips. Ahaha, a request. Shall I guide her to the reception room? His thoughts turn inward, a silent assessment. No matter how he tries to phrase it, he can't help but see her as a big shot. However quickly the Hines region develops, even if it's a superstar of a territory, it pales in comparison. On the other side is an empire. It's still far too early for the precious baby of Palan, the most powerful nation on the continent, to come here. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A young woman, a whirlwind of green hair, tackles the young man to the ground with a resounding asterisk poegi. Asterisk in terms of influence, that side's strength is definitive. The maid, eyes wide with alarm, stares at the scene unfolding before her. A silent question hangs in the air. What? The young man, startled, looks up, a paper clutched in his hand. Why, what? He makes a decision, a quiet resolve settling over him. I shall let her know. The maid, with a slight bow, departs, leaving the young man alone with his thoughts. The quiet intensity of the moment hangs heavy in the air. A young man sits at a table, reviewing a document. Two young women peer over his shoulder, their expressions a mixture of concern and curiosity. Hey, aren't you scared of what might come of that? One of them asks, her voice laced with apprehension. But he remains calm, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I'm not acting thoughtlessly here, he replies, his confidence unwavering. The scene shifts to a grand palace courtyard. Princess Elena, surrounded by the Red Dragon Knights, rejects another meeting request. Again and again, the requests come, and again, she refuses. A pattern of persistent attempts and unwavering rejections. The sheer number of rejected requests is visually represented by scattered calendar pages, each marked with a date. Despite initiating this chain of events, the young man reflects on the situation. I started it, but in a rather childish manner, they continued to roll around in this mess, he observes, a hint of regret in his tone. Princess Elena, caught in the crossfire of her own decisions, bears the brunt of the Red Dragon Knight's fury. The weight of her actions is palpable. News of her repeated rejections reaches the Red Dragon Knights. I heard that girl's order, the Red Dragon Knights, were furious, a knight exclaims, his face contorted in anger. Despite their anger, the young man remains nonchalant. But as if taking them lightly, I simply turned them down, he states, his casual attitude a stark contrast to the simmering rage of the knights. How? The question hangs heavy in the air, a silent challenge in the opulent palace hall. But the young man only laughs, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Could you be? Let's get a high price while we're at it. He cackles, a manic energy radiating from him. It's a bold strategy. A gamble that could either make him a fortune or ruin him completely. It's called buzz marketing, he explains, a smug grin spreading across his face. His words hang in the air, the princess's expression hardening. For publicity is that? She begins, her voice laced with disbelief. Especially now, when the Information Guild and the upper echelon are all focused on it. The young man's laughter rings out again, louder this time, echoing through the hall. Ah! I can hear it. He whispers, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. I can hear the territory's stocks rising. The princess's voice cuts through his triumphant whispers, sharp and cold. Life isn't a game. His arrogance doesn't falter. There's no reason for them to continue moving according to your plans, so why are you acting so arrogantly? Arya Al-Linis, poised and ready, her eyes gleaming with determination. The wind whips through her hair as she prepares to strike. She's found her target. I've found you, she declares, her voice ringing with power. Prince Davy, caught off guard, looks up, a smirk playing on his lips. Look here, Prince Davy, she says, her tone sharp. He chuckles, a hint of arrogance in his voice. Hey, do princesses these days learn parkour, he quips, amused by her unexpected arrival. Arya descends swiftly, her movements precise and deadly. Don't you think we have a lot to discuss together, she demands, her eyes fixed on him. He seems unfazed, a playful glint in his eyes. Don't you think so, he asks, his confidence unwavering. Arya's fury explodes. Her eyes blaze, and her expression is one of pure, unadulterated rage. Ha, she roars, her voice filled with righteous indignation. From a distance, a voice observes, it seems you've gotten quite temperamental in the time that I haven't seen you. A mysterious figure watches the unfolding confrontation. A tense scene unfolds in a sun-drenched palace courtyard. A young man sits across from an imposing figure, a question mark hanging heavy in the air. Arya Al-Linis enters, her presence immediately shifting the dynamic. The question hangs unspoken, but the tension is palpable. Do you have anything you'd like to say? Arya hesitates, her gaze cast downward. A wave of quiet determination washes over her. Gathering her courage, she addresses her father. Father. His response is immediate, yes, speak your mind. With a deep breath, Arya speaks of a long-ago promise. A promise tied to her illness and the freedom to choose her own path. If my illness were to be cured someday, you promised that you'd allow me to marry whoever I yearn for. Her eyes, blazing with a fierce intensity, speak volumes. Is that still valid? The king's cup vibrates, energy crackling around it. Crackle! The king's expression shifts as he reveals a shocking truth. That person saved me on my way back to the empire. The weight of this revelation crashes down. Arya's father looks stunned, his words barely audible. Arya. You can't.
Arya, her teal hair a vibrant halo around her, clutches her hands together. A hopeful smile plays on her lips, but a hint of anxiety flickers in her eyes. She longs to see her savior again, to properly thank him for his bravery. The king and a high-ranking officer stand together, their backs to us. A palpable tension hangs in the air, the weight of unspoken words heavy between them. The king's stern gaze is fixed on his advisor. He poses a question, his voice sharp and demanding. What is the most important proverb of the Lindy's family? The advisor answers without hesitation, his words carrying the weight of tradition. He who cannot protect his own people will not be able to accomplish anything. The king nods slowly, his expression unreadable. A sudden burst of fiery energy erupts from the king's throne. It seems something has angered him deeply, a metaphorical fire ignited within his heart. The king's fury is uncontainable. It seems a bug has stuck to this flower, he roars, his voice echoing with righteous anger. He will not tolerate this insult to his family's honor. Arya's eyes widen in surprise. She's clearly caught off guard by the king's outburst. What is he talking about? Arya's savior is in danger. The king, consumed by rage, orders his forces to find and eliminate him. But Arya stands firm, her voice ringing with defiance. I'll uncover the truth perfectly and present that passed before you. Ah! Please, calm down. The tension is palpable, a desperate plea hanging in the air. They didn't yet know that he was the very same person who had cured the demon's blood. A secret, hidden in plain sight. Neither did they know that he was the one who freed Princess Arya of her curse. The weight of this revelation hangs heavy.